Chapter 1. The intertidal zones of the salt marshes that have formed around the estuaries of rivers in Britain are remarkably rich in species. There are more manifestations of life in a cubic metre of that black ooze than in almost any other environment on earth. It's a world of strange darkness and little free oxygen, but evolution has overcome greater challenges than those. The king ragworm lives up to its name in these places. A good-sized one will measure a foot or more in length, but in some remote locations, where there is no pollution and little disturbance by man, specimens of 3 feet have been discovered. They are omnivores, consuming whatever the next tide brings their way, and they have a pair of jaws which can deliver a painful nip, as many a bait digger will attest. For the shore angler there is no better lure on the hook than a juvenile king rag. Spending the low-tide hours buried deep below the surface of the mud in a mucus-lined tunnel of one's own making might seem the perfect solution to the ever-present risk of being devoured, but there are other creatures who have solved this problem. The long bill of the curlew is curved like a sabre, but he uses it more as a rapier, probing into the ooze, finding the burrows of the worms, and then angling his head and neck as the bill is worked deeper, seeking out the occupants. Remarkably, the tip of the bill is flexible, an adaptation that took perhaps 1,000,000 years to perfect, enabling the bird to open its beak and seize the ragworm several inches below the surface. The unfortunate creature is dragged up into the daylight just as a blackbird or a song thrush produces worms from your lawn after a shower, as if by magic. And if all this isn't some sort of natural magic, then what is? It's early. The sun rose less than 30 minutes ago, and the wet, shining surfaces of the salt marsh are soft shades of blue and fading pink, reflecting the clear skies of a Norfolk dawn in late July. The curlew has been feeding since before first light, his movements up and down this coast governed by the ebb and flow of tides and the phases of the sun and moon. This is a good place, one he knows well from past seasons, and he will find all he needs for the day here. But now he has his head raised, and his beady black eye is watching. He has an intimate knowledge of this low horizon. Any change at all is a warning, and there has been a change. A man has appeared in the east, a silhouette against the newly risen sun. The figure is tiny, but as the bird watches it grows a little larger. The man is approaching. For some reason he raises his right arm, and a dog appears, leaping up towards the hand. The man throws something into a creek, and the dog disappears. There comes the sound of distant splashing. The bird crouches a little, as if ready to take flight, as if the man and the dog might be hunting. But he does not fly. Dimly, in the memory that is so very different to our own, the curlew remembers. He has seen this man before, on other mornings. He cannot judge whether it was yesterday or a year ago, for he has no such concepts. But he does not fly away, did not waste the precious resources of his energy, and he is still here, still in existence. It is a complex but vital calculation, one his instincts must make 100 times a day. He crouches a little more and watches. The man has called to the dog, and now it trots by his side, looking up at him every few paces. He, the man, is aware of the bird out on the marsh, but he doesn't look at it directly, because that will make it fly. From the corner of his eye he watches it. The coastal path will take him to within 50 yards of where the curlew waits, as if it is a painted thing, a decoy, and 50 yards would be within range of the heavy-bore shotguns the old wildfowlers used when they hunted such birds for the London markets. Imperceptibly the bird turns its head, keeping one eye fixed on the man and the dog as they pass by. They grow smaller again. The dog runs ahead once more, leaping into another creek. When they are almost out of sight, the curlew ruffles its feathers and begins to probe the thick, sweet-smelling ooze for another worm. The man walked briskly along the top of the bank until the village of Marston was in sight. Soon after that he reached a point where there were two sets of steps. One set went down to his right to a newly repaired wooden landing stage, where a small sailing dinghy called Rebecca Louise was moored, and the other steps ran down the bank to his left, where a cottage sat snugly in the morning sunshine and out of the prevailing southwesterlies of autumn and winter. He stopped, as he did briefly almost every day, and admired it all. Idyllic, of course, as every visitor felt obliged to say, but in a January gale it was a different story. Not that he could now imagine ever leaving the place. An unsurfaced track called the Drift led from it towards the village, and being at the end of this track had resulted a long time ago in some no-nonsense early occupant of the cottage naming it Drift's End. Going down towards it, he noticed the car was missing and checked his watch. As far as he knew, the woman who lived here with him was working from home today, and so he was a little puzzled. He took the dog round to the side of the house, feeling in his pockets for a mobile phone in case there was a message. But it wasn't there. He could not be certain about where he had left it. This was not unusual, and he didn't let it bother him. The dog, Layla, was waiting patiently by the outdoor tap. He was certain this was the smartest animal he had ever encountered, and it was only a matter of time before he managed to convince his partner of this too. The water in the coiled hose-pipe was still warm from yesterday's afternoon sunshine, and he wasted no time in washing the worst of the salt marsh smell out of her thick coat. "It's either this or being tied up outside until you're dry," he said to the dog when he caught sight of her reproachful eyes. He had to admit the aroma could be a little overpowering at the breakfast table. There was a garden bench up against the wall beside the tap, and on it lay an old bath-towel. He used this to rub down the dog, and she made no attempt to avoid his attentions, knowing full well this was the quickest way to a bowl full of food. When that job was done, he hung the towel back on the bench. The sun would reach this corner in a very few minutes. It was warm enough to eat outside, so he positioned the little iron bistro table and its two chairs where they would be in the sun and offer the best view of the garden behind the cottage, and then he went inside, followed by the dog. Slices of bread had already been cut for toast, and they were still moist and fresh. She could have left only minutes before he returned. On the marble work surface next to the breadboard he found the reason for her disappearance. The plastic bottle contained only an inch of milk. Force of habit led him to open the fridge door, but sure enough the compartment at the base of the door was empty. He had done the most recent shop, and would have to accept responsibility. The dog sat behind him in a rectangle of sunlight. She knew where each one would appear in succession as a day passed. He wondered whether she made any allowances for seasonal changes, and thought he might make an attempt to observe her behaviour in that respect. Then he shook his metaphorical head, and told himself things hadn't got that bad. Not yet. He measured out enough Colombian beans for 4 cups, and put them into the electric burr grinder, but he didn't press start. People do not realize the importance of grinding coffee beans only seconds before adding the first dash of not quite boiling water. Soak for 30 seconds before adding the remainder of the water. This softens the grind and releases certain oils which would otherwise be missed. Joe had asked him once whether he thought some people might consider him a coffee bore as well as a tea bore. He had answered that he thought it quite likely, and said that actually he was probably capable of being a bore about quite a wide range of topics. She'd said that he was probably right. He thought he could hear a vehicle coming along the track, and when he turned around the dog was back on 4 feet and wagging her tail. Ironic, really, when he considered how often he had to explain and defend the dog's apparent misdemeanours to the mistress of the house. Then he switched on the kettle and set the temperature to 92 degrees Celsius, which is just right for a single estate Colombian with notes of biscuit, dark chocolate, and caramel. Personally, he would never have added any of that freshly bought milk to a Colombian, but they'd had that discussion a while ago, and Joe did so without inhibition, just a dash of it. Layla knew better than to beg at the table, and she'd taken up a position in front of the bench a few feet away. On the table was a selection of marmalades and a jar each of Marmite and peanut butter. But Smith had spread on all 3 pieces of the toast the homemade blackberry jam, homemade by Alice, who ran the village shop in Marston. It was so good Smith was wondering why he'd never tried to make it himself. They had an old book about making preserves, and he added to one of the lists he kept in his head the task of finding out what was involved in the process. People think retirement is all about leisurely lounging, but it is not so. At least, not for me, he thought, wondering whether he should grind another 40 grams of Colombian beans. It was a particularly beautiful morning, and Jo seemed in no hurry to go up to her office and begin her day's work. The honeysuckle, which was slowly smothering the garden shed, was in full bloom, and a pair of spotted flycatchers had built there. For a few minutes there had been thin anxiety calls because the people were close by, but now the birds were busy again, taking insects to the little nest wedged between the main stem and the wooden side of the building. Jo had told him this was a rapidly declining species, which made their presence more special and, at the same time, more sad. He thought about the curlew out on the marsh, another one on the way out in most of Britain, according to the wildlife magazine they received each month. Is it really impossible for us to solve this problem, for us to share the place a little better than we do? Jo said, "If we're going to book that weekend away, Alice says she'll have Layla, by the way." Smith finished the coffee and put down the cup. The dog's ears pricked up in case this was a signal he was about to head for the kitchen, though one could argue it was because she'd heard her name mentioned. He said, "The only problem with that will be getting her back again, but let's do it. When does the exhibition finish?" She told him it was on until the end of September, an exhibition of Monet landscapes at the Royal Academy. Smith knew little enough about art, so little that it was a subject on which he could not be a bore, but there was something about a good Monet, and some of these pictures hadn't been on show in Britain for a century. Many years ago he and Sheila had visited the Musée d'Orsay, and he'd stood for a long time in front of some of those pictures without saying very much. And there were Van Goghs, too, which were far more powerful in life than in books and prints, running the Monets a close second. Technically, when he stood regarding a painting, he had no idea what he was looking at, but the feelings were strangely moving. Jo knew more about the matter, and he told her he was more than willing to be instructed. "In fact," he'd said, "you can treat me as a blank canvas." They'd been together for a while now, and were past the point at which she felt obliged to laugh at his jokes, even the good ones, probably a sign that matters were pretty sound, all things considered. She said, "Let's make it a long weekend, then. Go down on a Friday and come back on the Monday morning. I'll find a hotel in the city, and we'll get about on public transport. It'll be a nice break." He agreed, and stood up, the decision about more coffee having been made. Without being asked, Jo said she'd love another cup this morning, and then, "Oh, I almost forgot." Smith turned to face her. That last statement wasn't necessarily the whole truth. You develop an instinct for these things. He said, "Yes," with a barely disguised note of suspicion. "You left your phone in the car. It rang, and I answered. It was Jason Diver." Smith looked at his watch and said the call had been rather early. "Yes," Joe said. "He mentioned that as well. He called early in the hope of actually getting a response. He seems to think you're difficult to get hold of during normal working hours." Smith ignored all that and asked whether Jason had said what the call was about. "He did a bit, which I thought was unusual. He's got something he wants you to look at. He says it will interest you." The dog was on her feet, tail wagging, eyes puppy-wide, as she attempted to manipulate the human to go into the kitchen and open the food bag. This was a most unfortunate delay in the proceedings. Smith said, "Did he give you any clues, any details?" Joe seemed to be finding something amusing. She said, "A little more. It's about a woman who wants to have her husband declared dead." He thought for a moment and then said, There must be a few million women in this country who feel like that. I take it he's been missing a while and she's decided it's time to move on. In the absence of a body, which is always a nuisance, she wants Diver and Diver to confirm there's no proof he's alive, and I've told Jason a dozen times I'm not getting involved in anything matrimonial. I have enough trouble sorting out my own relationships." Joe took this in the best of spirits and blew him a kiss. He even wondered if there was a reason why she wasn't in a hurry to get into her office this morning. Then she said, "No, you've guessed wrongly this time. The Divers have been approached by the life insurance company involved. Jason said there's a lot of paperwork, but he'd like you to take a look at it." Smith said, "With a view to—" "I don't know. He didn't go into it any further. But I suppose there's some reason they don't want to pay out, other than the obvious one." Back in the kitchen, Smith fed the dog and ground more coffee beans. In the 2 months since he'd succeeded in getting the charges against Charlie Hills's son dropped and then discovered the young man had been guilty, it was true he had not always returned Jason Diver's calls. Almost everyone involved in that case had considered it a triumph for Smith. Only he, Joe, and Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman knew the truth. It was a bitter moment for Smith to think that his own skills, such as they were these days, had been used to undermine the investigations of his former colleagues. It had not been an auspicious beginning to a new career as a private investigator, and he would admit to himself that he'd hoped, by not answering Jason Diver very often, the young man might eventually forget about the idea of offering him more cases. Neither was he too keen on the idea of helping an insurance company not to pay out. They'd need a damned good reason not to, and then, of course, he fell to wondering what it might be. How long had the husband been missing? It's almost impossible to disappear completely, increasingly so in the modern digital world. If there has been no sign of a body, it's most likely because someone has hidden it well. But if that's the case, if that's even suspected, the police would have been involved. This is another worrying thought. He doesn't want anything to do with an investigation involving the police after last time. Nice job, Jason, telling Joe just enough to get me thinking about it, though. Maybe the insurance company has— He heard Joe in the kitchen and turned around. She looked at him and said, "I think I'll have that coffee up in the bedroom. Would you mind bringing it up to me?" He said he wouldn't mind at all, and she went up the stairs. He added more coffee to the filter, switched on the kettle again, and made a face of pleasant surprise at his reflection in the kitchen window. Some days begin more auspiciously than others. There's no doubt about that. He might even give Jason a ring. later on. Chapter 2. Madison came into Jason Diver's office and said, "Just checking you've remembered moving the Zoom with the people in Warsaw to midday." He looked up from the screen and said he hadn't forgotten. Then she said, "And David will be here in 7 minutes." Diver nodded again and said, "How do you know he'll be here in exactly 7 minutes?" "Because your meeting with him is at 11 and he always arrives 2 minutes before." He glanced at his watch, and indeed the time was 9 minutes to 11. He said, "Always 2 minutes?" "Yes, if he's early, I expect he waits outside." "But we have a waiting room. He could—" His receptionist cum PA smiled as she nodded and went back to her own desk. Diver stared at the file in front of him and wondered whether it was worth saying something. He'd already discovered that the people one employs as private investigators are a rather odd bunch, but even so, how is one supposed to build a team ethic if they stand outside the building until 2 minutes before a meeting? After the considerable success of that first case, when all charges against Anthony Hills had been dropped and the solicitors, Fraser and Metcalfe, had been very grateful, Diver had hoped Smith would become more open to the opportunities on offer, but his reaction had been quite the opposite. Jason had contacted him about 3 more potential investigations, but there had been an obvious reluctance on Smith's part to become involved. Diver and Diver had gone out of their way to get him on board, expediting and paying for his registration with the Association of British Investigators, but perhaps Smith really had meant it when he said he would take the Hills case only to help out an old colleague and friend. If so, that was a waste of his abilities. But what other explanation could there be? He sat back in his new air-on office chair. It combines a deep knowledge of human-centered design with cutting-edge technology, and swiveled it slightly from side to side. It was very comfortable. The file on the desk in front of him was nicely bound, and he wondered whether the Axon Life Insurance Company did that in-house. He could ask Maddie to look into this for their own investigation files, if they ever managed to complete enough of them. Polly was good, and the only one so far to stick around and make a go of it. All the rest had drifted away after Diver and Diver's expectations had one way or another overwhelmed them. It was true that his sister Catherine had personally frightened off a couple of them, but was professionalism too much to ask? The investigator's position offered all the benefits of self-employment with no upper limit on earnings. Having made a success of the online security business through a great deal of hard work, it was difficult for him to understand why others were not prepared to invest in themselves in the same way. The younger ones, anyway. Someone like Smith was in a different position, having retired from many years of service in the police force. His professionalism was beyond doubt, but it seemed odd that nothing he had been offered since the first case had caught his interest. Once he had got going on the Hills investigation, he'd been unstoppable. There's a better word, indefatigable. And if that was also to be his last case, it was a pity. Diver opened the file and thought, this is probably the last chance we have with him. Moments later he heard voices in reception and looked at his watch. 10:58. Maddie was laughing already, something else that always seemed to happen as soon as Smith arrived. She was the only person who continued to call him by his Christian name. Jason had tried, but it had never worked for either of them as far as he could tell. D.C. was acceptable, but in the end Jason had realized that whenever he thought about him he did so as Smith, and there was no point in fighting losing battles. The eponymous and apparently reluctant private detective appeared in Diver's doorway and said good morning. The door itself often remained open in these encounters, but today there was a waving of the hand to indicate it should be closed before Smith sat in the seat on the other side of the desk. Smith took another glance at the closed door before he said, "If this is a disciplinary procedure, I'd like a witness or a friend present." As ever, this was delivered with a perfectly straight face. Whilst Jason Diver would not have claimed to be wise to it now, he had enough experience not to rise to the bait on every occasion. He said, "It isn't, but we are going to talk about a possible case, and Madison has said she would rather not overhear the details of those. So, she's a star," said Smith. "I hope you realize that. I'm surprised she's still here, to be honest." Diver took his time, looking the other man directly in the eye. "Well, she certainly had the time to look for another job and serve her notice, if she wished to do so. It's been a while since you've been in to see us." Smith agreed. "Hasn't it? I don't know where the time goes." Diver didn't respond immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on Smith's face. He was staring at something. He said, "That's a new chair, isn't it?" "Yes, very observant of you." Smith still appeared to be taking in the details, as if office furniture had always been something of a passion. He even leaned a little to his left to get a better view. He said, "It looks like a good one, too. They don't come cheaply, do they?" Diver said, "No, but if we ever get a team going and you like to manage that team, we'll get you one just like it." Smith nodded and acknowledged that as a decent backhand return. He said, "Still having problems? It's not for everyone, is it, the detective thing? You had a lady last time. Has she gone too?" Diver said, "Polly? No, she's still here and doing well. Didn't you meet her?" "No," said Smith. A short silence followed. It was clear to Smith that Jason had something on his mind, as well as a file on his desk. "You're right," Jason said. "It isn't for everyone. Our problem is it doesn't seem to be right for many people at all. We've tried 5 others since we started. The demand is there for a reputable, honest local agency, but you just can't get the staff." Diver said, "Yes, basically. You had a lot of experience in the force. What makes a good detective, Smith? What should we be looking for?" There was no glib or flippant answer this time. Smith shifted into a more comfortable position on his chair. Out in reception a phone was buzzing, perhaps someone else requiring the services of the detectives that Diver and Diver could not recruit. Smith said, "Well, like all the best questions, it seems to be a simple one, but you could write a book in answer to it. If my partner wasn't so busy, I'd suggest she's the person for that job. There's no single quality that makes a good detective. It's a blend, like Johnny Walker Blue Label." Jason Diver said, "You drink whiskey?" "I have been known to indulge. Usually a single malt, but I'm not a purist. There's an argument to be made for blended whiskey, as long as you're prepared to pay. Cheap blends are awful. The best are very interesting." Diver said, "I prefer vodka." Smith nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not at all surprised." "Why do you say that?" "Vodka's a young person's thing. You can mix it with anything and make up new drinks all night. I like to be in bed with a book by 10:30. Vodka is Waters' drink, but I did manage to introduce him to proper beer, so there's still hope." Smith was well aware that his former protege, now Detective Sergeant Chris Waters, was a friend of Jason Diver's, but the young man in front of him was not to be deflected from his original question. He said, "Okay, I take your point that a good detective needs a blend of qualities. What are they? I'm assuming that Chris has them. I could name some myself, of course, but I'm interested in your take on it." And this, thought Smith, while it's an interesting question, could also be a very devious way of getting me involved in something, because young Mr. Diver is a long way from the naive and over-enthusiastic youth I first met a few years ago. If I give away what interests me in a job, he could use that, couldn't he? He said, anyway, "What makes a good detective? I can't answer for myself, that's for other people to say, but looking back at the good ones I've known, well, in no particular order. There was a pause during which Jason Diver resisted the temptation to pick up his pen and make notes of anything Smith might be about to say. Once I talked to a surgeon in A&E. He'd just spent several hours saving the life of a victim of a savage attack, someone we were eventually able to interview, and that led to a conviction. I said to him, "I don't know how you managed to leave this all behind when you go home." I remember he was shattered, totally exhausted, but he looked at me and said, "I don't leave it behind. I dream about it, and if I'm awake, I think about it." He said, "I replay it over and over. What could we have done differently? How should we be better prepared next time? Is there some new technique I haven't heard of in another country? I'd better catch up on my reading." Jason Diver nodded, but said nothing. He'd learned to listen since the two of them first met. Smith went on, "That's something I've seen in good detectives. They go home, they go to the football, they go on holidays, but they can never quite leave an unfinished case behind. They'll be watching a film or sitting on a beach, but there's a tiny bit of the mind focused on some nagging detail in a folder on someone's desk." Inadvertently, Smith glanced at the item on Diver's desk before he continued. "You mentioned Waters. Even on our first case, when he'd only been at King's Lake a week or two, he'd come in of a morning and say straight away, 'So what if,' or 'Is there a way we can—' I had a man called Murray on my team for years. Sometimes he'd come back to a conversation or something said in a briefing weeks before. He'd been chewing it over all that time, couldn't let it go. Usually all this leads to nothing, but these people can't help it, and sometimes, of course, it leads to something." Diver said, "That's interesting. What else goes into the blend?" "The good ones get hung up on a detail everyone else passes over. The one thing that doesn't fit the pattern, or the one thing that's missing. How long does the average person spend looking for the last piece of the jigsaw they've done? I mean, they've done it, but the last piece isn't there. 5 minutes? 10? Half an hour? Then they forget about it. The people we're talking about, or rather I am, will never get over that. Even when they've retired, there are still things bugging them about cases they worked." Diver half smiled and realized he didn't need to ask the question. It was plain Smith was speaking personally about that particular situation. Smith said, "I don't want to take up the rest of your morning. Good detectives are curious, which is a polite way of saying they're nosy. Once they've focused on someone, they want to know all the ins and outs. If you ever find yourself being formally interviewed, don't assume every question is relevant to the investigation. Also, they tend to be people who have trust issues. I think that's the modern parlance, which is handy in the job, but also explains why lots of them have serial car crashes when it comes to relationships. Good detectives think analytically, but not always in a conventional sense. We had a philosophy graduate as a trainee once, and she was completely lost. The critique of pure reason broke down irreparably within 3 minutes when she had to interview a local car thief called Budgie Budge. Still, she did all right in the end and went on to the Chief Constable's office in Norwich." This was the most Smith had ever said in a conversation with Jason Diver, and the young man had plainly decided to make the most of the opportunity. He said, "What about motivation? What motivates the best detectives?" These were matters Smith had considered before, that was clear. He said, after the briefest of pauses, "I always think it comes down to 2 possibilities. For some coppers, there's a genuine sense that they see injustices and want to put them right. They believe in the rule of law and don't see why some buggers should get away with not playing by the rules. For the rest, it's a game." Diver said with undisguised surprise, "A game?" the best of games. Sometimes the stakes cannot be any higher, matters of life and death. The weird thing is, it's exactly the same for the smartest offenders. They get a thrill out of evading the law and its officers, just as the officers get a thrill if and when they catch them. I've had conversations with people we've nailed who were far more interested in finding out how we got them than in what sort of sentence they were facing. It can resemble a couple of players talking over a particularly tricky chess game. There was a look on Jason Diver's face that might have suggested he wasn't quite able to believe this. Smith said, "It's absolutely true. It can get quite matey, if you'll pardon the expression, but you have to be careful how much you tell them, because the sods will remember it next time." Obviously, I'm talking about the career criminals, the professionals who take calculated risks because it pays well most of the time. They're only a small percentage of the people we deal with on a daily basis. In almost all murder cases, Smith must have realized what he'd said, the people we deal with on a daily basis, as if he were still a detective sergeant at Kings Lake Central. He looked at Jason Diver, who had also noticed, and pulled a wry face. "Anyway, that should give you some idea what to ask in the next round of interviews." Diver said, "It's fascinating. I have to ask, what was your own motivation? Were you the knight on a white charger or the chess player?" Smith might have admitted, if you had been there and asked him, that the folder on the desk in front of Jason Diver was beginning to bother him. The front cover had been turned, and there was a title page upside down. It resembled the frontispiece to a legal document, like a formal paper setting out the charges, the Crown versus... But he could not make out any names because the print was too small. He could, however, read the heading on the page, or rather, he could recognize the familiar logo, Axon Life. Smith said, "Probably a bit of each, though I have to say that only twice in my life have I sat on a horse, and on both occasions I found it distinctly unnerving. I'd say it started out as a game. Later on it was more about trying to put right some of the dreadful things some people have done to them. And if you can't put them right, at least you can put away the perpetrators, so they can't do it to anyone else. Eventually you learn that sometimes you can't even put them away. All you can do is find the evidence and hope someone else does." Had Jason Diver noticed Smith looking at the folder in front of him? If so, what he did next was clever to the point of being fiendishly so. He closed it and pushed it to one side. He said, "I'm not sure the private investigations business can offer the same levels of excitement and challenge. Maybe that's something we need to bear in mind when we're advertising and interviewing." "Thank you." Smith didn't conceal his surprise. Had he been brought in only to have some input into the agency's recruitment strategy? Wasn't there something about an insurance claim that needed further investigation? If he stood up now, was young Diver going to let him leave without another attempt to persuade him to carry out said further investigation? Smith nodded towards it and said, "Is that the reason you called me at such an unearthly hour this morning?" Diver looked surprised, too, as if he'd forgotten about it, and then Smith knew he'd been had. But it didn't matter. "Oh, yes, sorry about that. I've rung a few times and not had an answer. This arrived yesterday. It's come through a contact of Catherine's." Smith was resigned now, resigned to being a victim of his own curiosity. You see, he'd told Jason about that, and now he was being hoisted by his own petard. He would have to jump through a couple of hoops. "What's it about?" Diver moved the file back to a central position and opened it again. He said, "Gerald Fitch, Disappeared 5 years ago last month at the age of 49. His wife is going through the process of having him declared dead, at which point there will be an insurance claim, a substantial insurance claim. Smith said, "And no doubt that's the main reason why it's sitting on your desk. Disappeared from where? I know the grammar's bad, but increasingly I'm beginning to think life's too short." Diver clearly had no idea what Smith meant by that. He dismissed it and turned another page of the file. From his home address, which was in West Wootton. Smith said, Millionaires' Row, or one of them. Fitch, that name rings a bell. A former case? I don't know. Sometimes it all becomes a blur. Diver sent a concerned glance in Smith's direction, but received back only a frown and, "Why are the company involving anyone else? They have their own people, don't they? Their loss adjusters, or whatever they call themselves these days." Diver said, "They have looked at it quite extensively, according to the lady I spoke to this morning. This," indicating the file, "is only an outline. If we take it on, there will be a lot of material." "If?" Jason Diver closed the file again. It had worked last time. He said, "I know you'd rather have straight talk, so I'll put the cards on the table. I've told Ms. Dunhill we'll take a look at it, hence the early phone call. She wants an answer today. I've been open with her as well. I said we only have one person who might be interested in taking this on. No one else here has the time or the relevant experience. If you don't want it, that's all right, and I'll let her know." Smith had his arms folded. He was still staring at the file rather than the man sitting behind it. After a suitable pause, Diver said, "But obviously this is an opportunity for us. I mean for Diver and Diver." Smith said, "Axon have looked at it themselves. They'll have full-time people who do that. I still don't understand why they want to bring in anyone else." Diver was lightly drumming the fingers of his left hand on the cover of the file. He said, "Miss Dunhill told me they'd like someone with local knowledge to go over their material, someone completely objective, with a fresh pair of eyes. She said it isn't just about the sum of money involved." Smith said, "So they think it's dodgy, and if it comes to arbitration, they want an independent expert, as they're known in the trade, to back them up." Diver didn't respond to that, but he had stopped the finger-drumming. "Did this lady say anything about what would be iffy in the claim?" Diver said, "No. What they want, as far as I could tell, was someone, us, to look into Gerald Fitch's disappearance again. We wouldn't be involved in the technical side of it, the legal ins and outs of the policy. The police took an interest at one point some months after he went missing, but there was not a full-scale investigation. It's possible that the fresh pair of eyes might uncover something new." The mention of the police had brought Smith to attention. He said, "You'd best not get involved if the force are. You wouldn't make yourself very popular." Diver said, "I asked the question. She assures me there is no prospect of the police opening a new investigation into Gerald Fitch's disappearance at this time." Smith was thinking it through now. He said, "Which suggests to me that Axon have approached the police. The police have said no, and so they've come at it by another route." Plainly, this was not a new idea as far as Diver was concerned. He shrugged, and then said, "I told Miss Dunhill that if the police were not interested, we have the next best thing." Smith said, "Oh, that's a comforting thought, being the next best thing." But Jason Diver knew he'd won a rare victory. He picked up the file, leaned forward, and placed it in front of Smith. "Take it away and read it. As I said, it's a summary, but it will help you to make up your mind. Let me know this afternoon." Chapter 3. "Oh, no, you mustn't shut her up on my account. Please, let her out." Compared to almost all the dogs they encountered whilst out walking on the marshes, Layla was very well behaved, especially when one took into account her age. But the sight of a stranger in the house, smiling at her and talking in the way that dog lovers have, was too much, and she was wriggling around in excited circles inside her wire cage. The woman looked at Smith and said with mock seriousness, "I'm afraid I must insist. Such a lovely dog." The introductions were duly carried out in the garden, where Smith firmly pushed the dog down when she tried to jump up for more attention, but otherwise let them get on with it. Jo had also been introduced, but she was not jumping up. She was keeping a little distance, and Smith caught her eye and her somewhat surprised look on a couple of occasions. Francis Dunhill had arrived in silence. There had been a knock at the door, that was all. Invariably they heard a vehicle when it was being driven along the track from Marston, and Layla had learned to bark now, but there had been no warning. When Smith opened the door, he could see the reason why, parked in the short drive at the side of the cottage, a white Tesla Model Y. This was their first visit from someone driving an electric vehicle, and the implications for home security were noted. Although he'd been expecting her, Smith had not made the connection immediately. He reprimanded himself for the mistaken assumptions, but she really didn't look anything like what he would have imagined, had he been asked to do so. Francis Dunhill was blonde, stylishly attired, and stunningly attractive. Just as surprising, perhaps, she couldn't be more than 30 years old. She'd said her name and held out her card as a form of ID. Smith had spotted it straight away, a smart card, and he thought, if I took out mine, this would be the moment when we tapped them together and exchanged contact details without another word being spoken. He had invited her inside Drift's End, and on the way into the lounge there had been the Layla encounter, and then the return to the garden. When things had quietened down, Jo asked what their visitor would like to drink, and then she left them to make a pot of tea. The young woman seemed to be in no hurry to get down to business. She admired the cottage, the garden, and the location. She asked how long they had lived here, and expressed surprise when Smith said this was their 3rd summer. She said they looked as if they'd always been in this place, which he took as a compliment. A person of considerable self-assurance, he thought, as she led the way to the back of the garden, where the view across the salt marshes was at its best in the summer. She had arrived in a smart grey business suit, but had already removed the jacket, revealing a pale cream short-sleeved blouse, which was so simple and elegant that he knew from experience it must have cost at least a day's wages. She looked at the panoramic view for some seconds in silence, before Smith pointed out the garden table and chairs, and suggested they could sit outside if she wished. Layla sat beside her, and had her head stroked again. Smith asked how many dogs she had, and was told, "None, sadly. I'm in an apartment in West London, and I'm often away at the moment. One day, though, I grew up with dogs in the country." No ring on her finger, and "I'm in an apartment," not "we are." At the moment had suggested she was planning her next moves up the ladder, surely a career woman if ever he'd met one. As if he'd spoken the thought aloud, Miss Dunhill switched her attention from the dog to the man and said, "Mr. Diver tells me you are a former police detective." "Yes," he said, and then she continued, "How long have you worked with the agency, if you don't mind me asking?" This was a tricky question. Presumably she wanted to hear something like 2 or 3 years, and it would have been easier to say that than what he did say, which was, "Just one case, actually." "Oh, right." Smith said, "To be fair, he has offered me more, but this place keeps me busy, and I'm supposed to be retired." He glanced in the direction of the door, and Frances Dunhill smiled, but she didn't back off from her line of inquiry, and he approved of that. She said, "What sort of police work did you do?" "Mostly murder investigations." She reacted to that in the usual manner first, but then added, "Did that involve much to do with missing persons?" "Well, yes." She waited for more, so Smith went on, "When there's been a murder, people often go missing. Sometimes it's the victim, sometimes it's a witness, sometimes it's the perpetrator. You do spend a lot of time looking for people, one way or another." She accepted that and said, "There are a few things I need to clarify with you. From what you've told me, you were still a member of the local police force 5 years ago." Smith nodded. "That's when Gerald Fitch went missing. It was reported to the police in Kings Lake, and they carried out some basic checks, but that's all as far as I can tell. Were you involved in that?" Smith said, "No." He could see why she needed to know that. If the results of this investigation ever became evidence, knowing the case as a police officer beforehand could be seen as compromising. Miss Dunhill said next, "You've never met Gerald Fitch and have no previous knowledge of him?" She was different now. Layla wandered away because the attention had left her and gone elsewhere, and Smith was being questioned as if by a prosecuting lawyer before a case comes to court. He said, "I'd recognized the name before I read the outline Jason gave me. Fitch Marine Engineering was a big local employer years ago. I wondered if he was related to that family, and it turns out he was. I've never met any of them, to my knowledge." She noted the careful caveat at the end and said, "Gerald Fitch was notionally the managing director when he went missing. I say notionally because by that time I don't think there was much left to manage or direct. The impending failure of the business could be one of the reasons he went missing, of course." She stood up and said, "If you'll wait a moment, I'll fetch a couple of things from the car." When she returned, she had in her hands 2 box files, smart ones, not your average stationery store versions, but shiny things embossed with the Axon Life logo. She said, "There's a lot of background on the company and some Fitch family history in here. Some of it might be useful if you decide to take this on. I appreciate that in our call you said you'd agreed to look at it, which isn't the same thing, but it might help for you to see what's already available." She put them on the table, but Smith didn't immediately reach for one. In that call to her, made on Saturday morning, after he had been in touch with Jason Diver, she had taken him unawares. He had expected a breakdown of the work that Axon wanted done, but instead Miss Dunhill had quickly said that as she had a meeting in Oakham early in the coming week, she would rearrange her schedule and drive up to Marston herself to discuss the matter in person. What was there to read into that, he'd wondered afterwards? Only that this was important to Axon Life, so important that one of their lead claims assessors wanted to check in person just who would be reading the material they had assembled. Smith said, "Is there anything in these which explains why your company is concerned about making a payment on a claim, other than the usual and obvious reason?" She thought carefully about her answer. "Not directly. The files do not include internal memos or the minutes of meetings Axon has held about the matter. This is mostly factual material, information gathered during the course of our own assessments. But I suppose anyone reading it thoroughly would begin to see there are some issues." Layla had returned to the cottage. She reappeared now ahead of Joe, who was holding in front of her a tray with the teapot, a little jug of milk, a matching sugar bowl, and 2 cups and saucers. Frances Dunhill said thank you, and that this was all delightful compared to her usual business meetings. Joe's response was to smile and say, "I'm guessing you don't take sugar, but just in case." That brought an acknowledging smile from the young woman, which Smith saw but did not entirely understand. Still, he had concluded long ago that one of the best things to do with women was not to try entirely understanding them. Acceptance is an important step on the path to happiness and peace. Joe left them to it once more. Layla stood looking biscuit-hopeful for a few seconds, and then also went back inside. The air was warm with the sunshine, but the table and chairs were in the dappled shade of an old laburnum tree. Smith had to agree this was a pleasant way to do business, if indeed they were. He said, "Fair enough. Can you give one example of an issue from your company's point of view? Something to work with. Whoever takes this on is going to need some sort of a starting point." It was not an unreasonable request. As Smith poured her a cup of tea, the pico, he guessed, from the clear, bright amber liquid, Frances opened her little black handbag and took out a packet of sweeteners. She dropped one into the cup and whispered, "Only to tell the wife?" "Oh, a young lady who likes to have secrets from wives, even ones she has only just met." On the upside, it looked as if she was going to drink her tea without milk, which is unusual. He put a dash into his own cup before he poured. On balance, most Assams are better with than without. Then she said, "Forgive me if you already know some of this. There's a thing called the Presumption of Death Act, which is actually quite a recent piece of legislature." "Yes," said Smith, 2013. She paused and drank a sip of tea as she regarded him over the rim of the cup. Then she said, "Gerald Fitch's wife has appointed a solicitor who has informed us that she is applying under the terms of the Act for a certificate of presumed death. There's a common assumption one must wait for 7 years after the disappearance, but that isn't the case now. People are sometimes granted these, depending on the individual circumstances, in less than 5 years. If Mrs. Fitch obtains her certificate, she can then use it to support a claim for probate, giving her control of the estate. At that point," she took another drink of tea, Smith said, "I'm guessing she can then make a claim on his life insurance." Francis Dunhill nodded, and he added, "Which could be a considerable sum in view of the commitments and responsibilities he held when he took it out." She said, "These cups and saucers are lovely, aren't they? Someone has good taste." Yes, Smith thought, my first and only wife, Sheila. He waited. Still, she had not told him anything about Axon Life's real concerns over this impending claim. Eventually she understood why he was silent and said, "We, that is Axon, have a responsibility to our shareholders. People much more senior than me have concluded that Axon needs to be protected in the matter. They will ask for the recipient of any benefit to pay premiums to cover all costs if there is what is known as a future variation order. Those apply if after a payment the person presumed dead is found not to be." Smith said, "The person to whom you pay the money has to pay premiums to cover the costs to Axon if someone comes back from the dead? A sort of Lazarus clause?" She gave a short but rather fetching laugh and said, "We do call it something similar." He said, "I'll bet that goes down well when you first suggest it." Miss Dunhill said, "We go to considerable lengths to avoid doing so, which is one of the reasons I'm sitting here drinking your tea. Whatever the final outcome, we have to show due diligence. It was decided that we should have an independent assessment of the circumstances of Gerald Fitch's disappearance as a part of that due diligence." A breeze stirred through the leaves of the laburnum tree. Behind the embankment the tide would be rising, at half flood already. There had been poor sailing conditions for a fortnight, but this afternoon looked promising now. Smith said, "Axon doesn't think there's enough in the police investigation to support their decisions?" She was using a more corporate voice now. She said, "We're somewhat surprised at how little interest they took in the matter. Obviously it was before my time, but you could argue he was a prominent local businessman. They went through the motions, that's all, as far as I can see. Our legal team have contacted them recently, but there was no interest in a further investigation. He said, "Do you know whether they were in touch with the force at Kings Lake Central?" She did not, but Smith was picking his way through this with considerable care. If there was the slightest chance of him coming into contact with anyone he knew from Central, no barge pole in existence would be long enough for him to touch it. He said, "I'm not clear on what you need from your independent assessment. I could spend the afternoon reading through what's in those boxes. Then what? Or are you looking for someone to get out and about, to start asking questions?" Miss Dunhill said, "You would have a free hand as far as that's concerned, other than negotiating any terms. If you agree to take it on our behalf, the parties concerned would be notified by us, and we would ask for their full cooperation. They would be unwise not to give it, in my opinion." Smith looked at the 2 box files again. Did he want to know what they contained? By now, of course, he was mildly curious. He would have admitted as much. Curious enough to get involved in what was, whichever way one looked at it, a job unlike any he'd done before? And what exactly would a result for Axon look like? Were they hoping he would find a dead body, or even a live one? He asked the question. She said, "We'd like to have as clear an idea as possible what actually happened to Gerald Fitch. We know that after 5 years, with no sign of life, he's probably deceased. Our problem is, it was in some ways a rather convenient disappearance." She paused and considered her next words. "I realize this all sounds rather vague, and that you'd prefer a clearer end point, a definite objective. But when I spoke to Jason Diver, he said he had someone ideally suited to this, and he meant you. For what it's worth, I can see why he said that. You're asking all the right questions." A little flattery goes a long way, especially from an attractive young woman barely half one's age. But Smith had another question. He asked whether Frances Dunhill had met Gerald Fitch's wife, the wife who had appointed a solicitor to manage an insurance claim. It was a question which brought forth the lead claims assessor's most carefully considered answer. "Yes, I have. This case arrived on my desk in May. We had a meeting with her at our head office." "Where's that, as a matter of interest?" "In Hitchin." When nothing more was forthcoming, Smith said, "And?" "Mrs. Fitch wasn't best pleased with Axon. She said we were putting objects in her way and trying to avoid paying out on a valid claim." Smith's expression didn't hide the fact that this seemed to be a reasonable point of view under the circumstances. Then he asked whether the solicitor had accompanied his client on that occasion. She said, "Yes, he did." And then, after a pause, "You should also know that about a year ago Mrs. Fitch applied for financial power of attorney over her husband's estate, and that was refused." Smith said, "Oh dear, she's not had much luck, has she?" Mrs. Dunhill said, "Applications for power of attorney aren't often refused. I don't know whether it was opposed by someone. They don't publish the reasons for their decisions. But as far as Axon is concerned, it's another amber light on the dashboard. Obviously, if Mrs. Fitch obtains her death certificate, she will, as the sole beneficiary of her husband's will, automatically get the financial control she wanted last year." Frances Dunhill was watching Smith as she told him this last point, and she saw the quick frown as he processed it. He said, "The sole beneficiary? There's no other family?" "I didn't say that, but she is the sole beneficiary of his last will." "And how long have they been married?" She thought for a moment, recalling the details. Smith was impressed by her ability to do so. 8 years. "Of which he's been missing for 5. I think you said he was 49 when he disappeared. So he married late, didn't he?" The young woman gave him one of those smiles, the ones some people call knowing, and said, "The present Mrs. Fitch isn't the first Mrs. Fitch. From Axon's point of view, there are some interesting details about that in there." She pointed to the files again, and he realized he couldn't put her off much longer. But she had done her job. She had accomplished what she had set out to do this morning. That's twice in the past 2 working days. He needed to have his wits about him. Either these young business people were getting smarter, or he was slower than he used to be. Or maybe he was just out of practice. Smith said, "All right, I'll take a look." She didn't say anything then. She opened the top file and took out a sheet of paper. Then she handed it to him, with a tiny rose-gold biro pen that had been clipped inside in readiness. She said, "I had this prepared in the hope you would. It's a simple non-disclosure agreement, something we do whenever we're engaging outside agencies. You're just agreeing not to discuss the matter with anyone else during the time you're working with us." When she saw him staring at it, she added, "Please do take the time to read it. The people who don't read the small print in policies are the bane of our life." He did so. It was straightforward, and just as she had described it. The pen felt tiny in his fingers, and there was a moment of apprehension before he put the point to the page. But he did sign, and then date on the dotted line. When he gave it back to her, she put her hand on his forearm and said, "Thank you, we appreciate it. This is an important matter for us." Smith had not heard, nor had he seen Jo approaching from the cottage with a plate in her hand, a plate that held slices of Alice's rich Dundee fruit-cake. But he saw her taking in the scene, the young female hand still resting on his arm. Jo said, "I hope that's not a life insurance policy," which was, under the circumstances, perhaps even more amusing than she realized. Smith said, "No, I'm just promising not to tell anyone what's in here," indicating the files on the table. Jo said, "Then I promise not to ask." Then she turned to Francis and said, "I wondered if you'd like another cup of tea and some cake. It's made in the village. Lots of calories, but I've cut you a very thin slice." The young woman took up the challenge, took a bite, and pronounced it delicious. Jo was smiling a lot this morning. She did so again, and said she would put the kettle on, before turning away and not catching Smith's eye. A tricky moment, he thought, watching Layla, who had seated herself in front of their guest with obvious intentions. Still, Alice's cakes were legendary, and he picked up a slice. He was very partial to a piece of rich Dundee. Chapter 4. After an early lunch, during which Jo had made some peculiarly pointed remarks about the pleasantness of their recent visitor, whilst also very obviously keeping her promise not to ask about the contents of the box files, Smith retired to his study. When Jo was working at home, she did so diligently, often keeping more or less to office hours. That's how books actually get written, she had told him. You can forget the stereotype of the inspired genius burning the midnight oil. He opened and looked through the box files briefly, and was surprised, first of all, by the thinness of the contents. Neither was even half full, lots more box than there was file. One seemed to have details of the life policy, with various attachments in date order. The other consisted of notes about the personal background of the policyholder, his family circumstances, and details of his business. Smith saw that this file also had some information about attempts made to locate the policyholder after his disappearance, attempts made by the Axon Life Insurance Company. Was that usual? He had no idea, but he knew already which box was going to be of most interest to him, and then he closed both files. When a serious crime is reported by a member of the public, not a lot of people realize what happens next. One of the first things any competent senior investigating officer does is to allocate to an experienced member of the team the task of having a very good look at the member of the public who reported the crime. What, if any, is their relationship to the victim or victims? Was the said citizen somewhere they usually were, or were they somewhere out of their usual routine? Do they have a history of reporting offences? It's remarkable how some individuals seem to come across crime after crime, while the rest of us might need to call the police once or twice in our lives. And so Smith switched on his laptop and typed into the search box, Axon Life. There had been a couple of name changes and the usual rebranding exercises, but a company with Axon in its name had been in existence for almost 50 years, making it, as far as he could see, one of the elder statesmen in the insurance business. For most of that time it had had its office in the heart of London. The move to Hitchin was made only 6 years ago. Smith was no expert, but another search soon revealed that Axon made what looked like a healthy profit every year, and that analysts viewed the company as a sound, if unadventurous, investment. What about its customers? Putting the name into a well-known comparison website, he found it was rated at 4 stars out of the obligatory 5. This didn't seem impressive until Smith looked at other life insurance businesses and discovered that none had more than 4 stars, and many had 2 and 3. Policyholders seemed to find many reasons to be dissatisfied with the companies to which they paid those monthly premiums. Again, Axon Life seemed to have a good reputation. His final question about them required some more nuanced search terms. Does Axon Life have a history of refusing to pay out on large claims? If it did, he might end his involvement in the matter, having no intention of being used to default on a legitimate policy. The information one can find by persistently searching the World Wide Web was still a wonder to him. Of course he had used it in his time at Lake Central, but the arrival of Waters and other young officers had made Smith realize its true potential. The social media side of things was still more or less a mystery to him, but here, right now, he had discovered which insurance companies have bad reputations when it comes to disputing claims, and Axon Life was not on the list of the 10 worst offenders. Signing the non-disclosure agreement had not meant he was agreeing to take on the investigation. He'd made that clear to Francis Dunhill. But at some point the decision had been made, because next he opened Word and clicked on New Document. How had he come to this decision? Axon Life looked reputable. That was the first reason. And second, it isn't at all easy to disappear. If the man had accomplished this, Smith thought he would rather like to meet him. Neither is it as easy to disappear someone else as we imagine. Bodies are big, heavy, and awkward to handle. When you've just killed someone, he reflected as he set up the document to his usual preferences, the corpse must look enormous, reflecting as it does the size of the problem you now have in disposing of it. Not that he thought it likely that's what had happened in this particular instance. His usual preference in creating a Word document? Oh yes, Smith had moved with the times. He hasn't had much choice in the matter in some ways, having a partner who had made a good living with word processing software for several years. But he also takes a certain satisfaction in creating neat and accurate documents, and the business of running the household is left mostly in his hands. He always chooses Times New Roman for serious correspondence, and the font size is 12, which looks tidy when it is printed. To make all this easier to view on the screen, he moves the slider in the bottom right corner to 150%. At the top of the page, Smith typed Gerald Fitch, and then he centered and underlined this. Beneath this was an infinitely empty space. If you hold down the return key, will it go on adding new pages until the crack of doom? His job now was to sift once more through the little that was known about a man's disappearance, rearranging the facts and the information — they are not the same thing — into a new order, to examine everything from a different angle, in the hope that this time there might be a glimpse of the truth, if not of the man himself. He left the family home overnight between the 15th and 16th of June 5 years ago. His wife, Amanda, was the last person known to have spoken to him before he went missing. He took with him, according to his wife, a hold-all containing some clothes and small personal possessions. Smith thought he would like to know what those small personal possessions were, and so he picked up the Alich on his desk and made a note at the top of a new page. There were 3 cars parked on the drive outside the house that night. Another note into the Alich, but Gerald Fitch did not leave that way. It was not known how he travelled away from the property in West Wootton. Someone from Axon Life had written that the police had spoken to local taxi firms, but none had a record of such a journey. The police had suggested that someone had been waiting for Gerald Fitch outside, but there was nothing in the file to support the idea. The police had established that there had been no activity on Mr. Fitch's bank accounts since his disappearance, something Axon had asked them to check again earlier this year. No withdrawals, not a single transaction on a debit or credit card. Someone had added to the file the note that all Mr. Fitch's cards were now out of date, and no new ones had been activated. He had owned a mobile phone, but it had been found in the drawer of a bedside cabinet in his bedroom. Smith read over that detail several times. His bedroom. What had Francis Dunhill told him? Mr. and Mrs. Fitch had only been married 3 years when he disappeared. If they had separate bedrooms after such a short time, surely that seemed a little premature. He picked up the Alich once more. Gerald Fitch had taken a bag, some clothes, and those personal possessions. There had been some degree of planning and forethought. But he had left behind his mobile phone. Smith wondered whether it had been found switched on or off. Either way, leaving it behind was perhaps a deliberate act, because smart people know they can be traced through them, and not only by the police. Looked at in one way, you could argue this suggested Gerald Fitch really didn't want to be found. And then you have to wonder why. And at that moment Smith thought that this wasn't so different to the old job. You still have to think about the motives people have for the strange things they do. And another thing that will not have changed is that in most serious crimes the usual motives involve money and sex, and occasionally both. Thinking back over the years, over all those investigations in London and in Norfolk, he had to acknowledge the truth of this. How rare were the crimes that in the end had not been a result of one or the other, as if these were the mainsprings of most lives. A rather depressing thought, if so. But as far as Gerald Fitch is concerned, he told himself, I'm jumping the gun, because there is no hint here of any crime being committed. Leaving a life behind is not a criminal offence. We have the freedom to walk away or to run away. Is that what Gerald did, simply run away? Who would have missed him? There aren't many names in these papers. His first wife gets a mention, Lisa, but a note has been added in the margin, deceased, and she died, Smith could see, less than 2 years after Gerald Fitch had remarried. Therefore they must have divorced, and it would be worth finding out when that happened. Assuming she had been of a similar age to her husband, she died rather young. There was only one name under the heading dependents, a daughter from his first marriage. This was Lauren, who was now, he calculated quickly, 25 or 26 years of age. And that was it. For a man who had been managing director of Fitch Marine Engineering at the time of his disappearance, this seemed a remarkably small circle of family and friends. In fact, there appeared to be no friends here. Surely he had some, and surely they would have been spoken to in the initial search for the man. Of course, there might be more material than this, reams of it, and he'd been given only a selection. Even so. Smith sat back and gazed out of the window. There was a heat haze over the salt marshes now, and the horizon, usually a perfectly level line between land and sky, was a wavering blur. He thought about those impressionists, about Monet, who might have seen something out of this window that needed to be painted before it disappeared. Even so, looking back at the open files, there is something odd here, and it might be what isn't here. The questions were coming quickly now, and he put up a mental hand to slow them down, telling them to get themselves into some sort of line, to form an orderly queue in the proper British manner. What has happened to the company? Is Mrs. Fitch II still at West Wootton? A quick look at the correspondence from her solicitor to Axon revealed that indeed she is still there. How thorough have the claims assessors been? Have they checked with Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs to see whether Gerald Fitch's national insurance number has been referenced since the date of his disappearance? You cannot claim benefits or begin paid employment without one. And exactly how much was at stake here, as far as Axon Life was concerned? No one had said, but it was there in the other file, the one he hadn't read from cover to cover. Gerald Fitch's original policy had been taken out 10 years ago, coinciding with the time he took over control of the company, which, to Smith, made some sense, increased responsibilities and all that. The insured sum was £1 million. 2 years later, in 2014, the premiums had increased considerably, and so had the guaranteed sum. Axon Life were now looking at a payout of £2 million. He sat back again and gave an almost silent whistle. No wonder they'd like to see the body, dead or alive. Why the increase 2 years after the original policy? Was it related in some way to the other events in Gerald Fitch's life that Smith was slowly piecing together? And this, almost certainly, was one of the details that Frances Dunhill had said were interesting from her company's point of view. There was a knock on the open door behind him, and then Joe came into the room. A look of alarm appeared on Smith's face. He reached forward and quickly closed the lids to the box files. Joe said, "Very funny. Do you want some tea?" "Yes," he said. He'd come downstairs. It had become a part of their daily routine, afternoon tea between 3 and 4 o'clock. If the weather was fine, they'd go back out to the little wrought-iron bistro table. In the kitchen, he put the teacups and saucers onto a tray and spent several seconds choosing a selection of biscuits from the tin. "What do you think? Are you going to take it on?" Smith didn't answer immediately, and she added, "It's all right. You should be able to tell me that without giving anything away." He said, "When you were in the job, what would have been your assumption if a person has been missing for 5 years, No hint of a sighting, no signs of life.
Is telling me that infringing your non-disclosure agreement? That he's been gone for 5 years?
Despite her smile, this had irritated her. Smith could remember a saying of his mother's that something had got right up her nose. He couldn't be sure whether it was the agreement itself or the young lady who had asked him to sign it, but clearly Jo hadn't quite done with making her point. He said, "As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't apply to partners or ex-police officers, so it doubly doesn't apply to you."
5 years?
Jo said,
If someone's going to reappear, they've usually done so well before that.
You tend to assume they're mostly dead by then.
A few might have been killed, but I'd guess the majority are carefully planned suicides. The ones who don't want to be found usually go into the water. I can remember a few weighted bodies being fished out of the Thames.
Smith was holding the tea tray, and she put the pot onto it and then followed him out into the garden. When they were sitting down, with Layla positioned where she could see them both, Jo said,
"From your face, I'm assuming you don't think it was a suicide."
He said, "He took a hold-all with clothes and some personal items." Pouring the first cups, she said,
"Okay, a well-dressed suicide, taking with him items he might need on his journey into the underworld. As in most early human cultures, it's a very deep-rooted belief."
Jo Everson, successful writer of true crime stories, had read only 2 crime novels in her life, and one of those was The Moonstone, which Smith had said he wasn't sure counted these days. Her reading consisted mostly of weighty non-fiction tomes, and amongst these anthropology was the most usual. He had asked her why, and she'd told him it was a coping mechanism, a way of understanding the human world. Any intelligent person, she said, can see we're getting more complicated and crazier with each generation. But if you dig down far enough into our ancestry and our earliest social groups, you get to see us stripped back. It helps to make sense of it all. Lots of our behavior can be traced back to the way we lived in primitive societies. Of course, she didn't mean what she'd said about Gerald Fitch's hold-all seriously, or at least he hoped she didn't. As a detective who had been involved in many murder investigations, Smith had encountered his share of suicides. These are almost always, if only briefly, viewed by someone in the criminal investigation department through the lens of a potential case. Remember the point about hiding the body? If you can convince the world it was suicide, you don't need to bother. From the little he had been given, Smith didn't think Gerald Fitch had killed himself. Obviously, he needed to know much more about the man's situation at the time of his disappearance. Happily married men don't often walk out overnight. That needed looking into. It's probably going to be a big and expensive house in West Wootton, but how was the company doing at the time? Francis Dunhill had mentioned its impending failure. Sex and money. Who did Gerald confide in outside those 2 parts of his life? There's usually someone. On the other hand, some men can be remarkably tight-lipped about inner turmoil, and sometimes the people around them really don't have a clue. He looked at her and realized Jo was watching him with an amused, half-indulgent look. He asked her what was the matter. She said, "Well, I'm still waiting, but I suppose I've got the answer, really." He said, "Which answer? What was the question?" Since the beginning of it, probably as far back as Sergeant Cuff or Inspector Bucket, people have speculated about what makes certain detectives stand out from the rest. There have been as many theories as there have been fictional masters of the craft. 3 qualities perhaps seem to be present in all of them, and the first of these is having a peculiar kind of attention, One might call it active attention. Where most of us see, they look. Where most of us hear, they listen. Brilliant naturalists have similar abilities. Their eyesight and hearing seem phenomenal, but not so. It is in the ways of looking and listening. It's all in the mind. Ironically, these are the individuals most likely to be called absent-minded by the rest of us, because that kind of heightened inner focus comes at a cost to our lives in the workaday world. Jo said as she poured him more tea — he had drunk the first cup without realizing it — "The first question. Are you taking this case?" 2 pairs of eyes were watching him. Jo was waiting for an answer, and Layla, her head resting on her paws, was waiting for half a rich tea biscuit. He reached towards the plate, and the dog's ears twitched to attention, active attention. He snapped the biscuit, and she sat up. Smith said, "Oh, that question. Yes, I am." Chapter 5. 3 W's. Woodlands in West Wootton. There was a tall, solid wooden fence of lapped boards with wire along the top. On the other side he could see the tops of trees, mature trees of various sorts, and Smith thought the place had been well named. He wondered whether Gerald Fitch had lived here with his first wife, or whether it was bought to please the second one. There was an electric gate of the type that slides to one side, and Smith could see a camera mounted on a post above it. Not many minutes after he'd parked outside, a post-office van had pulled up, and the gates had opened immediately. Presumably the gates were not locked, but could be, or set so the occupants could manually let in visitors. Mrs. Fitch was expecting him, but there might still be a game with the gates. He linked his phone to the screen in the Volvo and opened Google Earth. It had already updated his location, and switching to satellite view, he could see the green circle pinging in the road outside the house. He pressed the plus sign a couple of times, enlarging the image, and then dragged the screen down with a fingertip. The wonders of modern technology. The house was set back some 40 or 50 yards from the entrance. It looked huge. There was a sort of conservatory on the back, and beyond that lawns and a summer-house by what seemed to be a large bright green pond or a small lake. To the right and adjoining the house was another glass-roofed building which might be a covered swimming pool. Already he had revised upwards his estimate of what the place might be worth. This was well north of £1 million, and might be 2 or 3 times that. Jo had a way of finding out the sales history of a property, and he would ask her to take a look at this one. Arriving 20 minutes early had given him time to look around the area. In a place like this there wouldn't be much demand for a bus service, but there was a stop at the end of this road at what might pass for the centre of West Wootton. If he could find out the approximate time Gerald Fitch left Woodlands, it might be worth looking at a timetable, even though he might need to find one that was 5 years out of date. It was difficult to imagine him getting onto a bus and riding away into the night, and it was unlikely a police officer hadn't already considered the possibility. Smith had been told they'd contacted taxi firms, so checking buses should have been routine. Smith had driven slowly around the village, just getting a feel for the place. It was as leafy and as affluent as he had remembered it to be. Exclusive would be the estate agent's word for it. And then, when he'd parked outside Woodlands 15 minutes ago, he had thought, "It's a heck of a residence to walk away from, if that's what you did, Gerald. Why would you do something like that?" The gate opened, and the post-office van reappeared and drove away. Parcel force, actually. Mrs. Fitch had just received a delivery. Has she been living here alone for the past 5 years? Last year she had tried and failed to get financial control of the estate, so what exactly is her situation? As to his own situation at this precise moment, he recognized it as oddly familiar, a new investigation, a day or two in, and the questions are mounting up. He remembered singing a line from the old song in front of various whiteboards over the years, "There are more questions than answers." With patience and persistence, we can get past the line that says, "The more I find out, the less I know." He noticed the gate had remained open, and thought about the camera mounted on the post. It was impossible to say whether it was pointed in the direction of the Volvo, but it might be. Someone might be watching on a monitor and waiting. Smith glanced at his watch. The time was 10:54 on Tuesday, the 2nd of August. Then he looked back up and steadily in the direction of the camera. He would wait for 4 more minutes and arrive at 10:58, 2 minutes early. The screen for the camera was mounted on the wall inside the front door. Amanda Fitch had stared at it after the postman left, looking at the vehicle parked a little way down the road. There were no other properties or entrances nearby, no reason for anyone to stop there unless it was the man she was expecting. She didn't press the button to close the gate, but he remained where he was. Then she zoomed the camera in as far as it would go, but all she could see was the blurred outline of a figure behind the windscreen, because the light was wrong. She folded her arms and frowned, continuing to watch the screen. Why was he waiting, the stupid man? Derek Masters of Morgan & Masters, solicitors and notaries, had told her, in response to her questions, "No, Mrs. Fitch, this isn't routine, but neither is the situation. Your best plan is to go along with what Axon Life are asking you to do. Cooperate at every stage. In the end, they'll run out of road." The clever young man had realized she loved cars. So she left the gate open. He could just drive in and ring the doorbell. She went to the room where she had decided they would have their meeting, the small reception at the rear which overlooked the garden, and then through to the kitchen where tea and coffee had been placed in readiness. Tea bags and a decent quality instant. She wasn't going to the bother of grinding fresh coffee for yet another insurance man. But it all looked neat and tidy, as if she'd gone to some trouble. She couldn't settle, and went then into the lounge that looked over the driveway. She positioned herself so she had a clear view, though she stood well back from the window, and at 10:58 the same dark blue Volvo was driven slowly up the drive and parked next to her own car. The driver didn't get out straight away. She had the impression he was making sure he had various things in his pockets, probably the fussy, finicky sort who would want all the details. She took another half-step to the side when the car door opened, so he wouldn't be able to see her watching. Not a big man, in his 50s, she thought, wearing dark grey trousers and a nondescript tweed jacket over a collar and tie, a jacket which was too heavy for this warm weather. But the people who do this sort of work aren't going to be stylish or imaginative, are they? He stood looking up at the front of the house, perhaps impressed, and then she saw him turn and study her car, the BMW 4 Series convertible, San Remo green metallic. He studied it for several seconds, long enough for her to begin wondering why. After that he walked towards the front door, but again there was a delay before the doorbell rang. What had he been doing in the meantime? Was he making notes? When she opened the door, he was putting a little black notebook into a pocket of the jacket, and she realized he actually had been making notes. Notes about what? She hid her irritation with a wide smile and said, because she had made a point of remembering his name, "It is Mr. Smith, isn't it? How punctual you are, right on 11 o'clock. Do come inside."
Smith wondered how difficult it was to dress for an occasion like this one, being asked questions about the disappearance of one's husband 5 years ago. Most of the women he knew and had known would have given the matter some consideration. In the end, Amanda Fitch had settled on a mid-grey calf-length skirt and a plain white short-sleeved blouse, which looked suitably sober and businesslike. Her hair was long, but tied back in a simple ponytail. She was blonde, but he thought that came mostly out of a bottle of some sort. As he followed her through the house, which was as spacious as he'd imagined it to be from the aerial views, he had the impression that although she wasn't naturally slim, she was in good shape. The legendary £5 note would have been bet on her being a member of a fitness club or a gym. She was, he decided, in her mid-30s. She took him into a room that looked out over the rear garden and went on into the kitchen next door, where he could hear her filling a kettle. He had taken the safe option and asked for tea, which is more drinkable when it is terrible than coffee. She'd pointed to a chair placed at a table in readiness, but Smith had moved to the full-height window and taken in the view. In a space which could have been magnificent, he could see only a couple of buddleias in flower, but the lawn was freshly cut, it was tidy and functional, the outdoor space of someone who has no interest in gardens. The summer-house didn't look as if it was ever used, and the sizable pond was covered in some sort of duckweed.
"Shame, isn't it? It's all too much for me, rattling around in a place like this. That's why I thought, time for me to move on."
When Smith heard her speak, he turned, and she was standing in the doorway between the two rooms. He nodded as if he agreed, and she asked whether he would like a biscuit with his tea. He said no, he'd better watch his waistline, tapping it with the fingers of his right hand, and she smiled. But there was in that smile something a little contemptuous, which was interesting. She went back into the kitchen. Against the wall to the right of the window was a shelf and storage unit in a dark, hard wood. Whoever furnished the place wasn't afraid to spend money. There were glossy magazines about ideal homes, copies of Vogue and Harper's Bazaar, and brochures for expensive cars, mostly BMWs, which made sense in view of what was parked on the drive. Smith stepped further on so he could see what was on the shelves at the other end of the unit. More brochures, lots of them, these ones suggesting that when the occupant of this grand house wasn't at home, they would most likely be found somewhere on or around the Aegean Sea. He leaned in a little, studied those brochures more closely, and came away looking vaguely surprised. When Amanda Fitch returned with the tray, he was back at the table, and she saw the notebook had been put there in readiness. But he was standing and didn't sit down until she did so herself. She said, "Just mugs, I'm afraid. We're not that posh around here." Matching mugs, though, part of a set from the little craft pottery just outside Wells. Smith took a sip from his and pronounced the tea perfectly acceptable, which it was, allowing for the subtle hints of paper and bleach. "So," she went on, "you're another one from the insurance company. I reckon I'll soon have met all of you." She had a very direct way of looking at you, quite fixed, almost a stare, and her eyes were as much pale grey as they were blue. They were the most striking feature of her face. Smith said, "No, Mrs. Fitch, I'm not. I do apologize. I should have introduced myself formally. I'm David Smith, here on behalf of," reaching for the card from the inside pocket, "Diver and Diver, who have been engaged by Axon Life." She took the card and examined it at arm's length. Either she was long-sighted or slightly disgusted by it. She glanced up at Smith as if checking the image was his, and then read the card's contents again. Private investigations? Yes. She dropped the card on the table in front of him and said, "So I'm being investigated now?"
The stare was back, and Smith thought a lot of people would find that fairly intimidating. Before he could respond, she said, "For being a widow. Used to be a time when people would have some sympathy." He said, "We don't want to get off on the wrong foot, Mrs. Fitch. As far as I'm concerned, you're not under investigation. I'm not an insurance person, and I don't know the ins and outs of the policy you have, or your husband had. The company I work for has been asked to make a final check of the circumstances of your husband's disappearance, and that's all. I don't suppose we're going to find anything new. It's a bit of a box-ticking exercise, if you ask me." She held that look for a little longer, and he returned his own steady gaze, searching for some hint of recognition, because there was something familiar about her, something he could not put his finger on. Then her expression altered. She seemed to have been mollified by what he had said. "Sorry. It's been hard sometimes, and it's been a long time, too. Feels weird having it all dragged up again. 5 years. It's about what you get for armed robbery, isn't it?" As if she knew what he had once been, but he doubted that. Still, an odd thing to say under the circumstances. He said, "I suppose it will feel like it's being dragged up, Mrs. Fitch, but I will do my best not to drag it out." She seemed to accept that, and lifted the mug of tea towards her mouth. She was wearing engagement and wedding rings, intricate and glittery things. Wouldn't it be interesting to know how pale the skin beneath them might be? No other jewellery, not even a pair of studs in her ears. Was he looking at the real Mrs. Fitch, or a persona fashioned especially for a man from the insurance company? She said, "All right, but if we are going to have a chat, you might as well call me Amanda." Smith had asked her how she first met Gerald Fitch. She answered in a matter-of-fact manner, but more freely than he might have anticipated. In a hotel bar, she said. They were both waiting to order some drinks and just got chatting. Where was the hotel, he said, just making conversation, really, and she told him it was near King's Lake, the Longham Hall. He said he knew where that was, reflecting to himself that it was probably the most expensive place to spend a night in northwest Norfolk. She said, "So when I was at the bar the next time, he reappeared, and I thought, that's not a coincidence. He was at some sort of business meeting in another room, but he'd seen me at the bar again, so... Anyway, we had another conversation, and he said his meeting was nearly over. Would I still be around in half an hour? And I said I might be." After a pause, she looked at Smith and said, as if an explanation was required, "I was only with a couple of girlfriends. When I told them, they soon cleared off." He pictured it, young women in their 20s out for an evening, and one of them takes the fancy to some wealthy-looking businessman. It made sense. The others would leave, probably on condition that they got the full story the next day. She said, "He came back, and we just stayed in the bar and talked. We had a couple of drinks, and then he drove me home. I know what you're thinking, but he was a proper gentleman. He asked me if I'd like to go out to dinner sometime. I said yes, and he took my number, and that was how we met." Smith had been working out their respective ages on that first date. Gerald Fitch had been 46, and the young woman around 20 years younger. There was nothing particularly unusual in the story she'd told him. Some might say it was all too familiar, except that it had led to a divorce and a marriage. Without any further prompting, Amanda Fitch said, "The funny thing is, and I didn't realize this until later, that was probably the only time in his life he did anything like that. I mean, picking up a girl in a bar. He was really quite a shy person. It was completely out of character." She was frowning, as if the realization was still puzzling her 8 years after the event. From her manner of speech, Smith had guessed she wasn't an educated person, educated in the sense of university-processed, but he made that assessment in an entirely objective way. It was not a value judgment in any sense. After all, in that respect, he was not an educated person himself. Nevertheless, she was articulate, which suggested to him that behind whatever persona she had thought appropriate for this meeting, there was no lack of native intelligence. He decided to ask a different sort of question, a riskier sort, but that's how we find out another's boundaries. He said, "When did Gerald tell you he was married?" "Straight away. He never tried to hide it. He told me about how things hadn't been great for a while. Told me he had a daughter." When Smith was silent, she said, "I know what people thought, same as they always do. She's a gold digger and he's loaded. But he wasn't happy, and he wasn't just looking for, you know." Smith nodded and opened his notebook, as if he wanted to get on and not dwell too long on the emotional backstory. He said, "You were married 8 years ago, then. Did you move straight into this house?" She seemed momentarily surprised, and then perhaps remembered her thought that he was most likely a fussy sort, more interested in the details than the bigger picture. "Yes," she said. "Gerald found the place, brought her here one day, and asked her if she liked it." She smiled at Smith, looked about, and said, "What was not to like?" She wanted his engagement in her story, wanted some sort of emotional response to it. He said, "And you lived here together for 3 years or thereabouts, until the night he went missing?" He thought he sounded too much like a policeman then, and sensed the irony. When he had been policeman, a detective, he knew that often his successes had come about because he didn't sound or seem much like one, or at least like a typical one. "Yes," she said, "just over 3 years." She knew that didn't seem like very long, especially as the man she'd married had disappeared more than 5 years ago now. She lifted and turned over both hands in that universal "search me" gesture, and said, "I still don't know why." He looked at her sympathetically and said, "These things aren't always as straightforward as people like to think, are they?" She shook her head, and then Smith said, "But you must have wondered about it. You might not know for certain why he went away, but have you had any thoughts, any ideas, why he might have done it?" The answer came quickly, a fraction of a second too quickly, and he thought it was one she had prepared earlier, as they say on the TV cookery shows. She said, "I think it was the business. You know he owned the engineering business, FME?" He nodded, and she continued, "It wasn't doing very well. It hadn't been since before we met, but I didn't know that until later either. He used to get very down about it. I used to say, if it fails, it fails. You'll still be all right. But they had employees and contracts and all that, cash flow problems. I'm not a business brain. I don't know much about that sort of thing, but it was his family's company. His granddad started it all, and Gerald, he felt responsible. He blamed himself." Amanda Fitch watched as the private investigator wrote something in the notebook. It must have made her uncomfortable, because she asked him what he was making notes about. He said, "Oh, please don't worry about that. I have to have some evidence I visited you, or they won't pay me. I've just made a note that your husband probably left because of the difficulties in his business." She said, "You've been doing this very long?" And he could answer with complete honesty, "Working as a private detective? No, I just help them out occasionally, when there's no one else available." Would he like another tea? He'd almost finished that one. Smith declined, saying he really didn't want to take up too much of her morning, and she told him she didn't mind. He had his job to do, and, like he'd said, it was a box-ticking exercise as far as the insurance company was concerned, wasn't it? He said, "Thank you, Mrs. Fitch. Amanda, can you tell me about the night Gerald left? What happened?" The choice of even apparently insignificant words can make a difference. If he had said, "the night Gerald disappeared," the effect could have been quite different. As it was, She now seemed to be talking more openly than she had earlier.
"It was a Sunday. I'd been to my sister's. She lives in Wisbeach. Gerald didn't often come with me, so that wasn't unusual. I got back late. When I went upstairs, his light was off, so I didn't go in. The next morning, I got up late. I must have assumed he'd gone into the office. Then I saw his car was still on the drive, so I went up to his room, but there was no sign of him."
Smith nodded as if to say, "Ah, one of those," and then, after a moment of reflection, said, "Do you mind if I ask for a couple of details?"
No, she did not.
What sort of car did Gerald drive? She knew straight away. He thought the hesitation had come because it seemed to be an entirely pointless question. What sort of car did he not drive away in?
It was a Corsa.
A Vauxhall? I only ask because I think Opel made a model with the same name. He had amused her again, and she said, "Yes, a Vauxhall, a dark blue GSI." As he made a note, she said, "I can't remember the registration," and it was his turn to smile. He said, "Sorry, I'm a details man, force of habit." He didn't add the rest, the words he had often spoken to the younger officers he had trained and mentored over many years, and a habit of the force. He said instead, "In the papers they gave me, it said there were 3 cars parked at the house that night." It wasn't phrased as a question, but she answered as if it had been.
"Yes, I had 2 motors then. Do you need all the details?"
Smith shook his head as if he knew he'd taken all this too far, but his next question surprised her. He said, "What happened to it?"
"To what?"
"The Corsa GSI, just as a matter of interest." It was inconceivable that it was parked in the closed double garage on the right side of the house, but if it had been, he would have asked to see it, to sit inside it, and examine it thoroughly. Amanda Fitch was looking at him with an odd expression this time, and it was a few seconds before she said,
"Well, it's gone. I mean, I kept it for ages, but—"
He said, "In the end you had to sell it."
"Yeah."
"Into the motor trade?" She seemed a little confused by this line of questioning.
She said, "I don't really see—" "No, someone in my family had it."
He didn't write that down. He said, "I only ask because it's one of the odd things about Gerald's disappearance. If he wanted to go, why not fill the tank and drive 400 miles? How did he go? It's as much a mystery as why he went, isn't it?" She nodded this time, as if to say, "It's a mystery, all right. I'm nearly done, Amanda. Would you mind answering a couple more questions? I do understand if this is a bit difficult." She seemed to brighten up a little, as if she thought the worst of this was over now, and said,
"Course not. I'll make a fresh pot of tea."
Chapter 6.
"This was his room,"
she said, as she opened the door to a bedroom. It must have served as a study-cum-office as well. That was clear from the furniture, which remained at one end of the large first-floor space which overlooked the back garden. There wasn't a bed, just a space where one had been, and you had to wonder, why get rid of the bed and leave all the rest, the desk, the chairs, a tall cupboard, the shelves, still full of his personal things, stacks of pictures and framed photographs leaning against the walls. There were books, too, always interesting and sometimes revealing. Smith thought it would be useful to spend an hour in here on his own, getting to know Gerald Fitch, but that wasn't likely to happen. He said, "Was Gerald in here that evening when you left to go to your sister's? Was this the last place you actually saw him?"
"I think so. So long ago. But yes, I remember I would have got changed in my room, come in here and said I was going out. He was usually in here."
Smith looked around before he said, "You don't recall what he was doing? Sitting at the desk, or—" She shook her head.
"Sorry."
He looked again with that active attention, because not all of the man was missing. Pieces of him were still here. Fitted together, those pieces might make something recognizable. Amanda Fitch must have thought he was seeing only a jumble of dusty objects. She said, "It's a bit of a mess. I've had it redecorated since, but I didn't like to chuck it all away, you know. Seems sort of final to do that." He thought that's the first time she's shown any sort of emotion about this, though it was hardly melodramatic. She didn't like to chuck it all away. Smith had been into rooms that were shrines to murdered or missing people, whereas this resembled a garden shed with Grandad's old tools, a place more forgotten about than recalled with even a faint sense of loss. He said, "And is that the same desk where you found his mobile phone?" She nodded. She noticed the slight frown that produced and added, "It's still there." "In the desk?" "Yeah." She went across and opened the top right-hand drawer. Smith followed her and stared into the drawer. There it was, an iPhone in a black fold-over case. She picked it up and handed it to him. She said, "Obviously I went through it, looked at his messages and calls, but there wasn't anything that helped. The police did the same." Smith had opened the cover and pressed the home button, but it was dead, of course. He said to her, "Did the police take the phone away?" And she said they did. They'd had it a few days and brought it back. She didn't happen to remember the names of any officers involved in that. She said no, but one of them had been wearing glasses. The things people remember. But he couldn't help doing a quick inventory of the officers who had been at Lake Central around that time. He didn't come to any conclusions about whom this might have been, but one had to assume, unavoidable at times, however hard one tries, that the officer concerned had connected the mobile to kiosk and had a proper look around inside it. Smith said, "It's funny that he left this behind, isn't it? It's hard to manage without one these days. Do you know whether Gerald had another mobile? Some people do." She didn't answer immediately, and when he glanced around he caught the last moments of a very odd expression on her face, as if he had, in all innocence, said something that had unnerved her. Her only response was to shake her head and say she didn't think he had another phone. He waited for more, but in vain. Eventually he said, "Did anyone from the insurance company look around the room? One of their claims assessors?" She didn't like even a mention of these people, that was plain. She said, "No, they came and interviewed me a couple of times about the policy and all that. Why they wouldn't be able to pay out straight away, even though I'd taken their advice and kept up with the premiums. They're cheats, if you ask me. I never brought them up here." Smith was still holding the phone. He flipped it open again and then said, "Are there papers or files in the desk? I don't suppose they'd be much use after all this time, but—" And looking at her as if he thought the whole thing was hopeless, he went on, "I don't seem to have a lot to go on, do I?" She didn't give an immediate response. She must have wanted to consider what he had indirectly suggested to her. Then, "It's just rubbish in there. I should have cleared it out years ago. It wouldn't be any good to you." Perhaps he looked more disappointed than he felt, but she said then, "You can have a look at the phone if you can get it going." He said, "Take it away. Obviously it needs charging, but that would be better than nothing." She shrugged off his thanks and said she had no idea about the charger lead, couldn't even find her own half the time. Smith slipped the phone into his jacket pocket. He looked about the room once more and said, "There are lots of pictures." They stood on the floor, on their edges, leaning in groups, several deep, back against the wall. As far as he could see, they were all photographs. She said, "Yes, that was his thing. He ought to have been a photographer. The man who did our wedding charged a bomb for it. Gerald would go out all sorts of odd times with a camera, different weathers, used to photograph the dawn and sunsets. He took thousands. Then he'd spend hours in here messing about with them on his laptop. Smith asked if he could take a closer look, and she said he could help himself. He went forward, crouched onto one knee, and began to look through one set, pulling each one forward a few inches so he could see the one behind. All these were landscapes, images of the countryside and coast of Norfolk, and all had been properly framed. He lifted one out, a picture of a windmill he recognized, taken in the odd, glaring light of a stormy autumn afternoon. Behind was a backdrop of an immense and threatening sky, with tiny white gulls high up on the winds that one could almost feel. In the bottom right corner had been written in minute letters, GDF, and a date. The picture had been taken 7 years ago. Smith put that one back and searched through another stack, larger ones, but still neatly framed. There was a coating of dust on the top edges. These had stood undisturbed up against the wall for a long time. These were photographs of beaches, the wide, empty, and somehow timeless strands of the northwest coastline of the county. Some of them were places Smith recognized, places he had walked with Sheila, places close to where he had, in times now long past, seen the bodies of murdered young women. Some of the images were devoid of all human presence, while others had figures, but always in the distance. Some of the figures were so minute as to be barely recognizable as such. A lone fisherman in a purple dusk, a couple standing at the edge of the sea with a wild surf beyond, a woman with a dog running ahead of her, mere silhouettes on the wet and shimmering sand. He looked up at Amanda Fitch and said, "These are very good." She came towards him and said, "Yeah?" The idea seemed quite novel to her. Smith repeated it, said that her husband had an excellent eye, and then she had crouched beside him and began looking through another stack. She said, "I'm in some of these." He hadn't seen a portrait or anything resembling one, but then she pulled out one of the larger frames and said, "There you go, that's me." He knew the place, the immense stretch of sand that runs north beyond Pine Hills, where he had kept the caravan. To give perspective and scale, Gerald Fitch had kept the edge of the pine woods in view. His wife was pointing to the figure of a woman in the distance. One could just make out that she had her hands in the pockets of an outdoor coat as she stood and gazed over the water. The wind had lifted her hair in the exact moment that he pressed the shutter. She said to Smith, "That wasn't long before we got married. He used to cart me off to different places and take these pictures. There's probably more. I never knew which ones he kept and which ones he threw away." He tried to read her expression as she studied the picture, tried and failed. It was making her think of something, feel something, maybe, but he couldn't make out what those thoughts and feelings were. She handed the picture to him as she stood up and said, "If you like them, you can have one. Have this one." No, he said, he couldn't do that. It wouldn't be. But she said, "Up to you. Wouldn't be much of a bribe, would it? I don't know what's going to happen to all this stuff in the end. Be good if one of them was hanging on someone's wall. That's all I was thinking." Smith replaced the frame back to where it had been among the others, thanking her for the offer. As he did so, he made a quick estimate and thought there must be 70 or 80 photographs in front of him. This hadn't been a fad or a passing fancy for Gerald Fitch. When he was upright again, it took a little time because the dodgy knee had been bent for so long. He said, "He must have had some decent cameras to take those." She went to the cupboard and pulled open the doors. The shelves inside contained the boxes of photographic equipment, the original boxes in which camera bodies and lenses had arrived. They were neatly arranged, with the boxes of Canon bodies at the top, then 2 shelves of packaging for lenses, and in the lower part of the cupboard the associated paraphernalia of bags, straps, a couple of tripods, and so on. Smith made no attempt to hide his surprise and said, "That's quite a collection." Amanda Fitch shrugged and said, yes, he'd been really into it a long time before she met him. He'd rather be in here than doing anything else. But this was another thing she would have to sort out once she'd got through all the legal rigmarole. Smith looked back at the cupboard and thought all this would mean more to a certain detective sergeant at Lake Central than it did to him. Waters was very knowledgeable about photography. Smith had picked up the basics since he retired. He understood how the exposure compensation button made things lighter or darker, and had reflected that a button like that in our heads would be very handy. He could alter aperture as well, on a good day. Pointing into the cupboard, he asked Mrs. Fitch if she would mind. She understood and said he could help himself. He took out a box which had housed a cannon body, a box that looked as if it had contained something expensive, and discovered that it was only an empty box. He put it back and selected another. It, too, was empty. From the shelf below he took a box that had held a Canon EOS zoom lens, 70 to 300 millimeters. Even an amateur like himself knew that must have cost a good deal of money, but he was only holding another empty box. She read the question on his face and said, "Search me. He never threw anything away. God knows where it all went." She had fixed that stare on him again, and he was beginning to suspect that was her look when she expected to be challenged. He thought he'd like to know what happened when she was challenged. How would she react if he said, "Don't give me that, Amanda. What have you done with it all?" It was worth thousands, even second-hand. But he decided it was too soon in their relationship for that. They were still getting to know each other. This was only a first date. Instead, he said, "I suppose he could have taken it with him?" She nodded. Smith continued, "But you said he only had a hold-all, didn't you? As far as you knew, just one of his bags was gone. Funny to think it was full of cameras and lenses, and heavy, too. It's difficult to know what he was thinking. It all adds to the mystery, doesn't it?" She was turning, ready to leave this room, when Smith said, "You mentioned a laptop." In days gone by, when the police turned up on your doorstep with a warrant, or, more excitingly, when they broke down your door, the first thing they'd be looking for was a weapon, or, as the badly written crime dramas have it, the drugs. Now their priority is your mobile phone and your computer. Our lives have moved online, and so have many of our misdeeds. But it was surely too much to hope for that Gerald's laptop was waiting in another drawer of that desk. She said, "He had one, but I don't know what happened to it." This was an impressively vague statement. Smith had to ask her, "Do you mean your husband had that in the hold-all as well? Or was it here after he left, but you've lost track of it?" And he asked for good measure whether the police had had sight of the missing laptop. Amanda Fitch was developing the air of someone who'd had enough of this, but for good reasons of her own didn't want to say so. She had made the point more than once that all this had happened a long time ago, but somehow this had not got through the thick skull of the officious little man in his tweed jacket. Derek Masters had said to her, "Cooperate, go along with it and they'll run out of road." But the boring person in front of her looked set for a long, steady drive. Boring and badly dressed, fussy and unadventurous. She wasn't at all surprised he drives a Volvo. But he was still waiting on the landing for a response to the last lot of questions. She said patiently, "I think it was here. The police never looked at it, far as I know. I can have a look for it, if you think it's important, but it was—" "A long time ago, yes. If you come across it, it might be helpful, Mrs. Fitch. Shall we go downstairs? I only have a couple more questions. For today. One of those questions was about what had happened to the company after the managing director went missing. She explained again that she'd never been involved in the running of it, that she didn't know anything about business, that she hoped someone would be able to sort it all out once the death certificate had been issued. Smith said, "That's called a certificate of presumed death, isn't it?" And she nodded. He said, "I've never come across a case involving one of those, but that would enable you to get things moving, I suppose. Did your husband leave a will?" Yes, she said, there was a will. Again, she didn't know the ins and outs of it. The solicitors would sort all that. She knew there were loans outstanding. She wasn't expecting to be very well off by the time it was over. Smith wondered whether, knowing that she was, according to Francis Dunhill, the sole beneficiary, was an in or an out of the will. It was hardly a minor detail. "When you married Gerald, FME was still running as a business, wasn't it?" She said, "Yes, just about, I think." He said, "Gerald was the MD, I know. Did he have a manager, someone in charge of the day-to-day running? I suppose he must have done. It might be useful for me to talk to that person, so I can get a better sense of what might have driven your husband to leave. You said you thought it was worries about the business, didn't you? He had a way of reminding you what you'd said earlier, which was quite irritating, as if you needed to be careful not to contradict yourself. Yes, she had said that, and she still thought it to be the case. There had been a general manager, though he was not someone she ever got to know well. Smith had taken out the notebook in anticipation. Mrs. Fitch looked at it pointedly before she said, "His name was Maguire. Andrew, I think. And do you have a number for Mr. Maguire?" "No." When Smith looked at her rather blankly, she went on, "We haven't spoken for years, not since the works shut down." It was hardly conceivable that the general manager's number was not to be found somewhere in the house, in her contacts or on a piece of paper in that desk upstairs, the one she had thought it would be a waste of his time examining. But he thought he'd pushed enough buttons for now. If he could get this mobile phone open, he might find what he wanted there. There was one more thing. "Obviously, I'd like to talk to Gerald's daughter, Lauren. Could you let me have her number, Mrs. Fitch?" She gave him a short, withering smile, if such a thing is possible, and said, "I'm afraid that's another no, Mr. Smith. We're not in touch." "I see." She said, "Wicked stepmother, I'm sorry to say. I know she was living in King's Lake at one time, but that was years ago. She didn't have anything to do with Gerald either, so I doubt whether she'd be of much help to you. Is there anything else? Only I have an appointment." "No," he said, and if he needed to speak to her again, he had her number now. When she was holding the front door open, he turned back and said, "But if you do come across that laptop, I'd—" "Yes, of course," she said. Chapter 7. The plan had been to move smoothly and seamlessly on to another interview, using names and numbers he had obtained from Amanda Fitch, or at least to make a call and a first contact with the next in line. Unfortunately, Mrs. Fitch seemed rather to have burned her bridges as far as Gerald's employees and offspring were concerned. If she did know the whereabouts of Andrew Maguire and Lauren Fitch, it was plain she had no intention of telling Smith. Naturally, one was led to wonder why that might be. Aware of the camera, and now of the screen mounted on the inside wall close to the front door, he drove away until he had turned a couple of corners. The tiny hamlet had so few of these that 2 had taken him to the outskirts, and he pulled into a field gateway in order to take stock of the situation. West Wootton rests on the first gradual rise of the land as one approaches from the west, from the Midlands of England. Locally, people would say it's a hill, though it would hardly merit such a description in the rest of the country. But there was enough height for Smith to see first the border of rich arable land, rectangles of wheat, sugar beet, and rapeseed, then the purplish-green strip of salt marshes, before the grey-green sliver of the Wash in the far distance. Looking to his left, he could just make out the cranes at the docks in King's Lake, and the 4 social housing blocks called the Towers. The culturally more sensitive names chosen by the district council had never caught on, and the occupants would tell you they lived in 1, 2, 3, or 4. It appeared the man and woman in the street had a much better grasp of what utilitarianism means than the representatives they sometimes bothered to elect. Quite a contrast, he thought, with this place and the people who live here, and then he reflected once more. Yes and no. In the fundamentals, people are pretty much the same the world over. Take Amanda Fitch. It must have been a blow in all sorts of ways when her husband walked out on her without a word of explanation. She went to her sister's, a routine visit by the sound of it, came back and he'd disappeared. "Just like that," the comedian Tommy Cooper used to say, as he performed one of his hopeless magician's tricks. He'd look startled, and the audience would collapse in hysterics, laughing, without realizing it, at themselves, at our near-universal failure to accomplish what we set out to do. Gerald Fitch had jumped into a magician's hat, but the difference was he had disappeared, without a trace, Smith reflected, with a little shake of his head. Motive? Fitch Marine Engineering must have been in trouble for years before it finally went under. The story of North Sea oil and gas production was intimately linked to the economies of King's Lake and other coastal areas in Norfolk. The 80s and 90s had been a boom time, a sort of California gold rush, but with beer and Wellington boots instead of whiskey and Colt 45s. Service industries had sprung up, and fortunes were made in months rather than years. But the boom was a brief one, and then began the painful, slow decline. Now only a handful of rigs remain. Smith had been there out on the Elizabeth when they were looking for Jimmy Bell, another disappearing act, though they discovered eventually that his body had gone into the Wash after dark one autumn evening. Men do terrible things when their business or their livelihood is under threat. It was a possible motive for Gerald Fitch. Yet he didn't sound like a man who had fought to the bitter end for an engineering company. That wasn't the sense of him Smith had already begun to develop. In fact, he said to himself, Gerald was more interested in developing of another sort. He'd meant what he said to Amanda Fitch that morning. Those photographs were very good. They caught the resonance of those places, the timelessness, the tension in the light, the feeling that you are a very small thing out there on those strands, and it's all right, to which Smith himself had always been attuned from the very first time he stepped out onto them. Every day throughout the year, hundreds of pictures are taken of those places and uploaded into the ether. You'd think, he said to himself, the people in charge of the ether will have to have a clear-out eventually. But you can put a paintbrush into the hands of 500 would-be artists, and perhaps one will produce a picture that turns every head. It's the same with a camera. It's because some people look at the world a little differently. And, he said to himself as he pressed the starter in the Volvo, I reckon Gerald Fitch is one of them. Or was. And then there is sex, he thought as he opened the garden gate at Drift's End, and Layla came bounding out of the house to greet him. Smith had this thought, not in any anticipatory sense. He was considering once again the usual two motives people have for stepping outside the boundaries. If Gerald Fitch hadn't disappeared because of money worries, perhaps it was the other sort. Amanda Fitch had said the way her future husband had introduced himself to her was probably the only time in his life he'd done such a thing, but there might have been a second occasion, another attractive, younger woman. But would he have gone without money? His bank cards had never been used and had never been renewed. Had he taken a sum of cash? It might be worth asking Mrs. Fitch when he next spoke to her. He was already certain there would be another conversation. A car waiting for Gerald out in the road that night would explain one aspect of his disappearance, but it left others to ponder. Does an older man run off with a younger woman and no money? Perhaps she had been a lady with a passionate interest in shutter speeds and long exposures. He filled the kettle and prepared to make a pot of tea. It wasn't quite noon, but it would be tea nonetheless. Coffee helps one to do, tea helps one to think, and he needed to think. Jo would have heard him return, and she would come down from her study if and when she wanted to. He put in enough of the silver-tipped Adam's Peak leaves for two. Amanda Fitch. There had been something about her. A number of things, he corrected himself, one of which was that in some way she was familiar to him. He had been through his long mental list of contacts and acquaintances, his even longer list of witnesses, persons of interest, and suspects, and he couldn't find her. His ability to recall faces had probably saved his life in those Belfast years, and it had served him well as a police officer. He trusted it, and so he was a little puzzled by the feeling he had met the woman before. From upstairs came the sound of a door opening, and so he put out the second cup and saucer. Mrs. Fitch had been superficially cooperative, at least at first. On the other hand, Smith had not been allowed into the desk, and he had not been told the truth about the laptop. He thought she had almost certainly disposed of her husband's car, though he couldn't be sure when. Where had those expensive cannons gone? He could not believe the hold-all that went missing had been full of cameras and lenses. If, of course, there had been a hold-all at all. They, meaning everyone who'd ever taken an interest in the matter, only had Amanda Fitch's word for that. There was at that moment an involuntary, rueful smile on his face. How often had he wondered whether an exceptional ability to doubt is a gift or a curse? "Obviously you've had an enjoyable morning. How was the wife?" Jo came across the kitchen and leaned against him as she opened the fridge to take out a small jug of milk. He leaned back, and when she straightened up she gave him a peck on the cheek. He said, "A bit of an odd one. She didn't get all emotional, which I count in her favour after 5 years, but they must have been a peculiar couple from what I could make out. She was quite matter-of-fact about it all. I haven't got a very clear picture of him yet." Jo sat down at the kitchen table and said, "There's nothing wrong with peculiar couples. Look at us." Smith had taken out his phone. He set the timer for 4 minutes after he had poured the boiled, freshly drawn water into the teapot. It's the only way to approach consistency in the final cup. He said, "She reminded me of someone, but I can't think who. It's been bothering me ever since." Jo said, "Did she mind you turning up and asking questions?" "Yes and no," he said. Mrs. Fitch had tolerated him, probably because Axon Life had said progress on her claim was more likely if she did. He mentioned the desk, the missing laptop, and the cupboard full of empty boxes. And then, on a personal level, I'd have to say that by the end she hadn't really taken to me the way some people do. Jo said, "Oh, perhaps she's a woman of some discernment." Smith pulled a wry face, and she went on, "What I mean was, if she's a woman with something to hide, perhaps she realized you were a threat." He had considered it, having noted how Mrs. Fitch's attitude had altered as their meeting progressed. Not everyone who refuses to cooperate with the police has something to hide, but... And although he was no longer police, it cannot be so different for those employed in the private capacity. And another thing, he said, she wasn't at all forthcoming about how I could contact anyone else, not even his daughter. She explained this away by saying she was the wicked stepmother, which I suppose is a common enough situation. Even so, all she told me was the girl used to live in King's Lake. Jo raised her eyebrows, and he could see she was already processing what he was telling her. As a former detective inspector herself, this was inevitable, and as a specialist profiler, her ideas about people had already been useful in the Hills case. Smith thought that if he had to sign any more disclosure agreements, he'd need to have a clause inserted to cover the woman who had become his partner in crime, so to speak. He remembered the phone then, and went to the jacket he'd hung on the back of one of the kitchen chairs. He told her its story, and she took it from him and examined it. She said, "I think it's an iPhone 6. He said, "There's obviously nothing much on it. Mrs. Fitch will have had a look, and then the police had it for a few days. I'm hoping it might give me a couple of phone numbers." The timer buzzed, and Smith poured the tea into the cups. Layla had taken up a position where she could watch them both carefully. Tea and coffee often indicated a biscuit in the offing. Jo said, "It might if you can charge it. 1, what state is the battery in after 5 years? They're good, but I don't know if they're that good. 2, where will you get a charging lead?" To Smith this appeared to be almost a catch question. He said slowly, "Upstairs on my desk." Jo shook her head. "No?" "No. When new models come out, they often change the connection. I can't think why, but ours won't fit this phone. I don't think we've got one old enough. All the old stuff was recycled when we spring-cleaned this year." Smith remembered his mother and the annual spring cleaning of their council house. He had been quite touched when he discovered it was something Jo did annually too. But now there was a problem as a result, and he remembered too his father's philosophy of hanging on to everything that might be useful one day. It's an eternal conflict, and Neolithic couples probably argued about whether it was worth keeping any of those old antlers at the back of the cave. Jo asked what the house had been like, and he described it, and then she asked when the Fitches, that is, the second Mr. and Mrs. Fitch, had been married. He counted back 3 years from the date of the disappearance and gave her the year. He didn't need to ask her anything. Jo was going to take a quick look online, something she was better at than he was. She said, "Where are you with it now you've spoken to the last person to see him?" Smith topped up his teacup. Jo declined the same. He said, "As to what happened to him, I've no idea. I need to speak to more people who knew him and his situation. You know how it works. The trail leading up to the moment usually tells you something about what came next. As a minimum, I need a family member and someone from the business. Getting into this phone is my next job. I doubt whether I'll find either of those in the yellow pages." Ever since Amanda Fitch had mentioned the police from King's Lake, someone wearing glasses, Smith had been thinking about Chris Waters. That young man did not wear them, but he would know, or he could easily find out, who had spoken to Gerald's wife 5 years ago. There would be a record. When the possibility of working for, or was it with, Diver and Diver had first arisen, Smith had made it very clear to the Divers and to himself that under no circumstances would he use his former colleagues and present friends in the force to advance an investigation, and so he was in at least two minds about making this phone call. He stared at his mobile for some minutes, long enough for the screen to go dark at least 3 times. Even though this was about avoiding a conflict of interests and not stepping on anyone's toes at Lake Central, he did not want to open a conversation with a request for information, putting Waters into an awkward situation. On the other hand, the young man was the fount of all knowledge when it came to iPhones, wasn't he? Smith glanced at his watch and speculated about what might be happening in Lake Central at that very moment, an entirely pointless distraction, and then he pressed dial. "DC, to what do we owe this pleasure?" "We." He's in the office, and other people are now aware who is on the line. Murray, Serena, but probably not the boss. Smith said, "You owe it to boredom. I'm sitting here in my rocking chair phoning up people who used to call themselves my friends to prove to myself that I still exist. That's enough for me now. I don't need to believe I matter any more. Say hello to John and Serena for me." He heard Waters saying something, and then her voice. "Tell him he's useless at pathetic, and no, we don't have any vacancies." Waters asked whether he heard that, but Smith was remembering Serena Butler the day she arrived and was put into his team. She could be trouble, Alison Reeve had said, but he had decided to back her, and been proved right, time and again. She ought to be pushing for detective sergeant. That was long overdue. He said to Waters, "Yes, and the sin of her ingratitude will lie heavily upon her one day. How is everyone? How is Miriam?" They talked for a few minutes, catching up. It was at least a couple of months since Waters and Miriam had brought Ben up to Drift's End for a walk through the salt marshes. It was Smith who ended that part of the conversation, aware that while his time was his own, Waters's was not. He said, "I'm calling you as my mobile phone consultant, Chris. I've got a problem." He received back in that patiently condescending tone, "Right, have you tried switching it off and then back on again?" "Yes, as amusing as ever. No, this isn't mine. I've got an old one, an iPhone 6, I think. I need to charge it. Where can I get an old-style cable, a USB thingy?" Waters said, "You could try Googling USB thingy, but I wouldn't advise it. More to the point, when most people upgrade, they get a newer model, DC. Have you decided to downgrade?" "Repeat, it's not mine. I thought you people were trained to listen." He could sense the younger man smiling. How confident he'd become in the job, and in himself, since Smith first saw him standing with Charlie Hills in the old reception area of Lake Central. What had Smith said? "If you've lost your tricycle, sonny, shouldn't you be this side of the counter?" Tempus fugit. Waters said, "You'll find plenty online. eBay and other suppliers are available, but I'm pretty certain I'll have one at home. There's a box full of old leads and chargers in the spare room. I can check tonight. Is it urgent?" "No," he said, but thought to himself that he really would have liked to get into that phone's memory today. And then came the realization that the job he had agreed to do had already developed its own gravitational pull. He needed to know what had happened on that June night 5 years ago. As if reading his thoughts, Waters said, "Is it for a case, DC? Something for D&D?" Is that how they talked about their business among themselves, the young Turks of the Kings Lake investigations businesses, D&D? It sounds, Smith thought, rather like an uncomfortable medical procedure. He said, "Yes. And now you've brought that up, I hope you're not going to wish you hadn't. Are you in a position to receive a work-related question?" A clumsy phrase, but a simple enough point. He meant, can anyone else hear this conversation? He could tell that Waters was moving away from wherever he had first taken the call, and then, "No, it's okay. Go ahead." Smith said, "Does the name Gerald Fitch mean anything to you?" "Yes, but I don't know why. Who is he?" "A good question," said Smith, "but more to the point might be, where is he, or is he at all?" He gave the background quickly enough, and then got to his reason for mentioning this. He, Smith, had no wish to tread on anyone's toes at Lake Central, especially after the business with Charlie Hills's son. He had been assured by Jason Diver and by Francis Dunhill of Axon Life that there was no police interest in the matter, but he wanted to be doubly sure that the police themselves took the same view. Waters would be able to find out easily enough whether there was any ongoing investigation, whether the case, if there had ever been one, had been left open or had been closed. He said, "I'd rather pull out now than get in anyone's way, Chris." Smith had complete trust in Waters's judgment on such a matter. He, Waters, would not take any risks that might compromise himself professionally. They had talked at their last meeting on the marshes about beginning an application for his next promotion, and Detective Inspector Christopher Waters had a ring to it, didn't it? Waters said, "I can take a look, in the interests of maintaining good relations with the licensed private investigations businesses in the town. I'm certain no one is currently working on it, but I'll check. It wouldn't be our team. Maybe someone in Terex looked over it." He paused, but Smith did not react. Then Waters said, "I'll let you know tonight about the charging lead. I finish at 6. When he went back inside the cottage, Jo was sitting at the kitchen table with her laptop, and he didn't need to ask why. She spent months at a time buried in notorious and disturbing cases from the past, and working on something that was live came as a sort of light relief to her. She said, "Got your notebook?" It was a standing joke, his Alitch, because every note she made was on her phone or an iPad. He sat opposite her and asked what she'd found. "Right, first the house. Woodlands was last sold nearly 9 years ago, so that must have been to Gerald Fitch. It went for a little over 900,000, according to the online details. It has more than 3 acres of land with it, but obviously, being where it is, there's no chance of selling any for building. However," pause for dramatic effect, "it was sold with outline planning permission for an annex to provide additional living or working space. Woodlands is massive, and I can't see why anyone ever needed the extra space, but that's not the point. The planning consent was renewed by the current occupant earlier this year." Smith said, "By Amanda Fitch. Has to be, unless someone else lives there as well." He shook his head at that, before he said, "She said herself the place was much too big for her. It was one of the reasons she said she needed to move." "So," holding up a forefinger, Jo said, "Hang on. You know what's happened to property prices in the past 9 years, especially near the coast. The planning permission adds another level of value. These property websites allow you to see an estimated current market value. Any guesses?" Smith thought he was probably the worst guesser in North Norfolk, and that was being a little modest, but you have to humour some of the people some of the time. He said, 1.5 million. She shook her head and said, because she knew he would not guess again, 2,400,000. It's an ideal place for London money, 2 hours away in a Porsche, country retreat, plus investment opportunity. Smith said, "What we don't know is how he paid for it. If there's a mortgage, how has Mrs. F. kept up the payments?" Jo looked at the screen and said, "Doesn't tell you that here." "Pity, but that's useful. I think she has plans for that money when it goes on the market. I told you, didn't I? She had property brochures for the Greek islands, and I don't think they were out-of-date ones." Joe said, "Good for her. I'll stick with Marston," and they shared a private smile. The magic of the place hadn't worn off for either of them yet. As he turned away to fill the kettle, she said, "Don't you want to see their wedding?" Smith turned back, and she said, "Amanda used to be a regular Facebooker. She's gone very quiet over the past year, but she put the wedding on, and it's all still there. She went for it, the whole princess and perfect day routine." The question of marriage had not been broached in Drift's End since Smith had brought it up, as a gentleman ought at some point, and had been told she believed far too many people rushed into it, and she was on the angel's side on this one. He was happy to leave it there until further notice. Joe turned the screen so they could both see it. She said, "There are scores of pictures," and began to press a key to advance through them. There had been no exaggeration on Joe's part. The wedding had been at some sort of castle by the look of it, and there were pictures of the happy couple standing on battlements and holding champagne glasses. For a reason he could not fathom, there had been a bagpipes player as well as a jazz band at the reception. Smith studied the images of the missing man, tall and thin, half smiling in some pictures, looking a little overwhelmed in others. And there were the customary photos of children running around, bridesmaids giggling, family groups. "Hold it," he said, "and then go back one. No, and another one." Joe returned to a picture of the bride, and she was attractive on the day, no getting away from that, standing with a group of men in their wedding suits, pink carnations in their lapels, grins on their faces. Smith said, "Are these labelled? Are there any names?" "No, why?" "OK, what was her maiden name? It must say on here somewhere." Joe found it on a close-up of the fancy wedding invitations, and told him. After reading it himself, his eyes went back to the image. He said, "And I wondered why she looked familiar. Dear, oh dear, oh dear." Chapter 8. The door to the cafe had been wedged open because of the warm weather. When Detective Sergeant Chris Waters stepped in from the street, Mickey Lemon looked over from the counter and smiled, but not in surprise. He said, "Gordon Bennett's like a bloody reunion. Don't hang about too long. Half my regulars will be eating somewhere else today." And when Waters reached the counter, a hand came over and shook his own. Mickey said, "He's round the corner. Obviously wants a private word this morning." Waters said, "Thanks, Mickey. I'll have orders already in and paid for. 1 flat white. I'll bring it round." Smith was seated in the alcove where a couple of tables could not be seen from the rest of the cafe or the street. Usually he took a window seat. Waters guessed this was out of respect to his own situation, rather than because of any great need for secrecy. A passing uniformed patrol might see them talking, and in all innocence mention it to another party, setting off the Chinese whispers. Smith stood up with that unconscious, unfailing politeness which members of the opposite sex seemed to find so appealing, even the younger, more politically correct ones, Waters thought, and then they sat down together. Smith said, "I've ordered you a coffee." "Yes, Mickey told me." Smith said, "I've been sitting here wondering, why is it called a flat white?" "I've no idea, DC." Smith looked genuinely surprised. He said, "So you've been ordering them for years and never thought to ask why?" "Yes." The little silence brought the memories flooding back. Waters said, "I feel completely inadequate now. I'll find out and send you an email." And then the hand waving it away, and "Don't be daft, it's not important." Waters took out the cable from his trouser pocket and placed it on the table. "Is this what you're looking for?" Smith had brought the phone, just to be sure, and took it out of his jacket pocket, belt and braces. Looking at it, he said, "I think. So, isn't it? I'm sure it'll be more useful than a lot of leads I've had." but he didn't have a clue, and wasn't seriously pretending that he did. Waters took the phone, examined it cursorily, and said, "It's a 6S. This lead should charge it, but it's getting on a bit, the phone, I mean. The battery might not be up to much." He handed it back, and Smith said, "How old do you think it is, then?" "I don't think, I know. 7 years." Smith re-examined the phone, peering at it as if there might be some clue, a date he'd missed, or something like the rings in a trunk that give away the age of a tree. Waters said, "The 6 came out in 2014. The 6S was an update 1 year later. Pretty well all the 6S phones would have been sold in 2015, maybe early 2016. It was plain that Smith found this information of interest. It was equally plain that Waters would have to ask why if he wanted to know, and so he did. Smith said, "So, by 2017, this would have been a relatively old model." "Yes, the iPhone 8 came out that year, and in phone nerd terms it was a great leap forward. Bigger, a higher spec, and much more eye-catching." "Why?" Smith said, "Well, this is Gerald Fitch's phone. He left it behind when he disappeared, and you have to wonder about that, don't you? Another thing I'm wondering is why he didn't upgrade like the rest of you every year. He was managing director of Fitch Marine, you know, down in the Riverside industrial area. Admittedly, they weren't doing too well by then, but I don't think he was short of a bob or two." Waters said, "Not everyone's into their phones, DC. I mean, look at—" "Yes, very droll. I can remember when a cynical word never passed your lips." Waters smiled, and then the coffee arrived. Mickey put down the perfectly executed beverage in one of his new, clear, heat-retaining cups. He asked Smith whether they would be partaking of a sandwich, and Smith said he would let him know shortly. As Mickey walked away, Smith's gaze settled again on the newly arrived cup of coffee. Waters stared at it too, and eventually said, "Maybe flat means it doesn't have any bubbles, like flat lemonade." Smith said, "Canons are good cameras, aren't they?" It was coming back to Waters now that he would learn more by listening and waiting instead of asking obvious questions. He said, "Yes, among the best. Not that there's much of an alternative. It's either Canon or Nikon. I'd say Canon have won the argument as far as professional photographers are concerned." Smith took a sip of his own coffee, as black as it ever was, before he said, "Our Gerald was very keen, judging by the boxes in his office at West Wootton. 5D, is that a good one?" Waters nodded and told Smith it was, and in answer to a further question, said you wouldn't have got much change out of £2,000 just for the body. The lenses were extra and would cost as much again, or more. Each new piece of information was being evaluated and slotted into place like a component on a motherboard. Smith looked older, more tanned, fitter, and perhaps happier, but the brain was still functioning exactly as before. Smith said, "You still keeping up your interest? I always thought you could take a good snap." The acknowledged master of faint praise, too. Waters said yes, he still did some, but living with Miriam? Smith asked what difference that made, but before Waters could respond, 2 fingers had been pointed at his interlocutor's temple, and he apologized, forgetting for that moment that Miriam was blind. Smith asked for a more detailed account of how she was doing than he had been given on the phone yesterday. Waters said, "She's doing well. Do you remember me telling you about Patsy, who works with her at the florist's? She made Miriam an offer to buy her out, and she's thinking about that. I think she will sell it. She has a waiting list for music lessons. I've told her she could double her charges, and I could retire." Smith said, "You won the lottery there, and I'm still waiting to hear her play. Look, I don't want to take up your whole morning, but if you fancy an early lunch, I'm buying." Waters said he didn't think he would this time, but he wouldn't say no to another coffee. Smith said, "Another flat white?" a question which somehow managed to have 2 question marks after it instead of the usual one. When Smith returned, Waters said, "You asked whether Central still has any interest in Gerald Fitch." "I did, and I probably shouldn't have." When Waters stayed quiet, Smith said, "Do they?" "No, just so you know, it was D.I. Terek himself who spoke to Mrs. Fitch. They sent her D.I. because of who he was, I suppose. Gerald Fitch is on the system as missing, that's all. It's left open, but there hasn't been any action on it for 2 years, and this was just a tick-box review." Smith said, "What did they do at the time? Anything?" Waters said, "Routine as far as the record shows. It mentions business worries and that he had been to the GP about not sleeping, but he didn't fall into any risk categories. You know all about those. Someone looked at public transport CCTV and spoke to the local taxi firms. There's a note that Mrs. Fitch was given information about how to contact the usual voluntary agencies, missing people, the Samaritans, the usual leaflets." This was a lot to process. Smith took another mouthful of his coffee and chewed it a little. Funny how different flavours appear as it cools down. Then he said, I didn't know about the GP. Useful. And it doesn't sound like I'll be treading on any toes if I take a proper look." Waters leaned forward then, placing his elbows on the table. Smith gave a wary glance around the alcove. Not put off by the amateur dramatics, Waters said, "Talking of which, did something happen between you and DCI Freeman?" Smith had no doubt that she, Cara Freeman, had been instrumental in having the charges against Anthony Hills dropped. When Smith had pointed out to her that proceeding with the charges would result in the exposure of an undercover officer, she must have taken it to regional serious crimes. They would have concluded that convicting Anthony Hills would prejudice years of work investigating the supply of various illegal drugs into East Anglian ports. Hills had been very lucky, but Smith took the view that he himself had suffered a considerable misfortune. His own investigative efforts had put Cara Freeman into a difficult position, and he fully understood why she had, unofficially, let him know there had been a good case against Charlie Hills's son. Although it was obvious Waters didn't know any of the details, something must have been said in Central. Smith said, "Miss Freeman and I have had our moments, as you well know." Waters wasn't so easily put off. He said, "Something recently? Since you left?" Smith's frown was genuine. He was certain Freeman would have kept very quiet about their conversation that day in the tuck shop. He said to Waters, "Any particular reason for asking?" Waters said, "Believe it or not, your name still crops up occasionally. She never responds to or comments on that. She gets a look on her face." It was Serena who noticed. Yes, it would be. Smith could dissimulate with the best. It's an essential part of the job. But there are some people with whom one wishes to be honest, and Waters was one of them. Telling him the whole story, though, would be irresponsible. Smith said, "We had a conversation about Anthony Hills," and hoped Waters would understand. There was a nod of the head and no look of surprise. "I guessed it must have been that." "Did she do the full-on scary ice maiden?" Smith said no, they had come to an agreement of sorts, and Waters didn't pursue the matter further. He's developing good instincts, thought Smith. And he's getting through that second cup of coffee. There must be a case, and he's keen to get back to it. It's impossible not to wonder what it might be. But then Waters said, tapping the iPhone that still lay on the table, "Don't forget the battery might be dead. If it is, I can't slot the card into kiosk for you." It was a simple but fair reminder that the police have capabilities private investigators do not, as if Smith needed telling. Still, young Jason had a few tricks up his technological sleeve, so there might be possibilities, and it was Waters who then said, "Gerald Fitch seems to have your attention, DC." Waters had recognized it, naturally, the active attention that marks out the good detective minds from the ordinary ones. Smith made a judgment call then. He owed Waters something for this meeting, not just for the charging lead, but the snippet of information about Fitch's visit to his doctor. That wasn't all. The piece of information he was about to share might, and it was only the most tentative of mights at this point in time, lead to some sort of police involvement later on. Why not plant a little seed now? He said, "Remember a few years ago when we took down the Routh boys, when their brother Cameron and his girlfriend Tina Fellows had been taken hostage by their Eastern European partners to make sure they followed through on a deal?" Waters said, "That's a case no one will ever forget. It's when John was shot. Why?" Smith said, "They both got a good stretch. Are they still inside?" Waters answered, "Malcolm must be. Stewart could be out by now. They both did a lot of remand before trial and sentence, and I know one got less than the other." Like all good officers, Waters had learned the value of knowing which operators were inside and when they were likely to reappear on the patch. He was watching Smith now. Smith said, "Yesterday afternoon my assistant, D.I. Evison, did a bit of background on Mrs. Fitch, Mrs. Amanda Fitch. She found their wedding on Facebook 8 years ago, and I recognized a couple of faces." Smith lifted up the cup and finished the coffee. Waters said, "Go on." "Before she married, Mrs. Fitch was Amanda Routh. She's their little sister." This time Waters's nod was one of understanding rather than affirmation. He said after a moment or two, "Oh." And Smith said, "Oh, indeed." Chapter 9. If active attention is the first necessary quality in the mind of a successful detective, the second might be something one could call informed expectation. An expert bird-watcher walking with a friend through a wood he or she knows well can perform seemingly miraculous feats. Birds will be predicted before they give any sign of their presence. The merest flicker of a wing in the undergrowth adds another species to a growing list for the morning. A single distant note is confidently identified. It's easily explained. He or she knows their patch very well, and they know what to expect and where. In a similar way, once a detective has conducted a number of investigations, and particularly if they have specialized in certain types of cases, he or she has developed a sense for the patterns of behavior involved, both of the victims and the perpetrators. The investigator begins to find that some conclusions have almost drawn themselves in advance of his arrival on the scene. Smith had been puzzled by the nature of Gerald Fitch's disappearance almost from the very beginning. There were too many circumstances that didn't fit the usual framework of expectations in such cases. He had listed these mentally again and again, and now they were written down in ink in his notes. Each one had a bullet point and 2 lines in between where further notes could be added in pencil. The discovery of Amanda Fitch's maiden name and the sight of those 2 brothers, one either side of her in the wedding photograph, their arms around her, had altered almost everything. In the wood, the bird-watcher senses there is something odd this morning. Something has disturbed the usual routines and behaviors. Thanks to his experience, much reflected upon, he knows what it is, There is an unfamiliar predator here, or another human being in the place where he is usually alone. In investigative terms, the detective knows now that something is wrong. Smith's meeting with Waters had lasted longer than expected, and he'd forgotten about Jo's annual optician's appointment in Huntston. She left almost immediately, but said in passing, "We're going to need that other car." He apologized, but she wasn't annoyed. She said only that tonight they should talk this over and decide what they would be looking for. He watched as she drove away along the track, and knew she was right. If this case picked up momentum, if he received a call this morning that needed him to go and speak to someone, he would be stuck here until Jo returned. They could get something sensible, small engine, low tax, or maybe even something electric, if the wiring in the old place was up to it. Waters had been almost entirely right about the phone. When the lead was plugged into it for the first time, nothing happened. Then, after a few minutes, a red battery symbol appeared on the screen, and Smith thought it probably just needed warming up like the old Peugeot used to. He had cars on his mind now. After a quarter of an hour, the battery read 4%, and then it didn't go any higher despite waiting for another quarter of an hour. When he pulled out the lead, everything went dark. Plugging it back in led to the same sequence of events. This time he left the lead in place, and discovered to his considerable relief that he was able to navigate to and open the Contacts folder. There was no security, no code required, which seemed unusual in itself. There were few names in it. Smith scrolled to the end and back again. It wasn't at all the Contacts folder of a busy and successful managing director. But then, Gerald, he thought, you weren't, were you? I knew that already. A Lauren was present, and the chances were good this was his daughter's mobile number, or it had been at the time. It was copied down onto the notepad, a fresh page for everything to do with this phone. In view of what Mrs. Fitch had said, that call could well be an awkward one. It would not be the first he made, therefore. He found Andy M., surely the works manager, or whatever his title had been. But all this was 5 years out of date at least. People change their phones, people lose them, people die, for heaven's sake. If Andrew Maguire had been getting on, he might be pushing up daisies. Smith's own mobile contained the number of his GP's surgery, but he couldn't find the equivalent in Gerald's. Waters had mentioned that the police were aware Gerald had visited his doctor. The chances that Smith could get any information about that were infinitesimal, but every line must be followed to the end, and so he decided his first call would be to someone who surely knew all about her husband's ailments and concerns. It will be interesting, he thought as he pressed the keys, to see how Amanda reacts to hearing from me again. She's probably not expecting it. He had to remind her who he was, but he thought this was a pretense on her part, an attempt to undermine him in some way. Not a very good effort, really. He carried on in the doggedly patient way that seemed to aggravate certain sorts more than any all-out onslaught, explaining that he was hoping she would be able to tell him the name of her husband's general practitioner. She said, "Why do you want that? I can tell you he hasn't seen anyone for at least 5 years. Yes, Mrs. Fitch, I'm wondering about the time leading up to his disappearance. I understand he had been seeing his doctor before that." Smith hadn't intended to put it quite in that way, but felt the possibilities as soon as he did. He sensed her mind working quickly before she said, "Oh, really? Who's told you that, then?" He weighed it up, the effect upon her of hearing him say, "the police," Mrs. Fitch. She wouldn't perhaps be pleased to hear such a thing. On the other hand, he could not, in even the slightest way, expose Waters to any risk, and so he answered her with, "It's just something that has come up in the course of my inquiries. I doubt whether it's of any significance, but as I think I said to you, I'm clutching at straws on this one. Do you happen to know the name of his GP, Mrs. Fitch?" No, she did not, but then he asked whether she at least knew which practice Gerald had been registered at, and in the following hesitation he guessed she was wondering just how obstructive she could be. Hadn't the insurance company advised her to be, or at least to seem, as cooperative as possible? Eventually, he was told she thought it was the one in Eastwood, Kings Lake, but she couldn't be sure. Smith thanked her and said he hoped she didn't mind him calling like this. No, she said not at all, but added, "So you're really looking into it all, then?" He said, "Well, yes, Mrs. Fitch, just doing my job. As I said to you, I'm not expecting to uncover anything new, but I've got to show that I've tried." And because they were getting on a little better now, he thought about asking her how the family was these days, but not seriously. That was a card which would remain lodged in his sleeve to be played, if at all, near the end of the game. He knew the doctor's practice in Eastwood. If you've worked a local patch as a police officer for more than 25 years, you know where all such places are. It was also the practice where he and Waters had interviewed the GP who had attended the scene of Joan Riley's death at Rosemary House. He remembered her, young and rather earnest. She had assumed they were there because of her affiliation to some sort of pressure group for changes to the law concerning assisted suicide. She had all but held out her wrists to be handcuffed in the name of the cause, and seemed a little disappointed to learn that the detective's main concern was whether she had noticed the empty glass by the side of Joan Riley's body. As he dialed the number, Smith was certain that if the same doctor was still at the same practice, she would have been Gerald Fitch's GP. That's just the way things go sometimes. And already in this investigation, though it was less than a week old, he had come across the Routh brothers from one of his police cases, and knew that if he visited the old Fitch Marine Engineering Works on the riverside, it was adjacent to the premises where he and Waters had arrested Philip Wood for the murder of Jimmy Bell in another case. It's a small world which seems to be getting smaller, he reflected, as he listened to the automated menu and then waited for the receptionist to pick up the call. This lady was remarkably easy to dodge. He said Gerald Fitch's name, and the woman for some reason assumed that this was Mr. Fitch, asking to speak to his doctor, Dr. Tremuen. Yes, as he had guessed, one and the same, and by some extraordinary stroke of luck she was able to take his call. As they waited, the receptionist said to Smith, "I've opened your appointment record for the doctor, Mr. Fitch. We don't see you very often, do we?" Smith said, "No, you don't. Thank you for your help this morning. I must say And then the doctor herself came onto the line. It would have been most unwise to allow this case of accidental mistaken identity to continue, of course. Smith revealed himself immediately, and began to explain the reason for his call. But the woman interrupted him. "David Smith?" "Yes," he said. "Detective Sergeant David Smith." What a remarkable memory this young woman possessed, even for a highly trained professional. Now, to suggest that the thought didn't cross his mind would be untrue, despite, or perhaps even because of her behaviour in their last encounter some years ago. There was a chance this GP would give him the information he was after if she believed him to be a still-serving police detective. However, in his last meeting with DCI Freeman, she had made it plain that any further instances of retired officers misleadingly presenting themselves as current ones, as had apparently happened in Schiphol Airport earlier in the year, would be taken very seriously. And so he made it plain that although he was the very same David Smith, he was no longer a member of the Norfolk Constabulary. She said, "I see.
"How can I help you, Mr. Smith? Are you in need of medical attention? Are you registered with this practice? And why do I have someone else's file open on my screen?"
Perhaps he was imagining it, but she seemed rather to enjoy calling him Mr. Smith. He outlined the reason for contacting her, and again she interrupted him.
"Have I understood you correctly? You are now some sort of private detective, and you are asking me to give you information from one of my patients' private files?"
He said, "Yes and no, Doctor. I'm not asking for detailed, confidential medical information. I was simply wondering—"
"Absolutely not."
"Whether Mr. Fitch had—"
"It's absurd. You must know it would be completely unethical for me to accede to such a request."
"Spoken to you just before he disappeared." There was a silence on the line, before Smith said, "So, I'll record that on this occasion you did not feel you could help with the investigation." Dr. Tremullen said tartly,
"You can record whatever you like."
Smith said, "Well, I would just like to thank you for—" but then realized that the only person who could hear this was himself. She had put down the phone. This had gone about as well as he could have expected, but it had not, he reflected, been a complete waste of time. He knew the name of Gerald's GP. If the need ever came to pass on this information to a higher authority, he had saved someone a few minutes' work. If they are doing the job properly, detectives log every phone call they make, however insignificant they might seem, and Smith duly completed his record of this one. Ideally, all incoming calls are also logged, but when his phone began to ring, he saw it was Jason Diver, and there seemed little point in writing that one down. Jason said, "Good morning," just a routine call, and Smith thought about the implications of that. This could be something that needed nipping in the bud. He asked how he could be of assistance. Jason said, "I've had a chat with Frances Dunhill this morning. She was asking whether there had been any progress, so I said I'd find out, as I haven't heard from you." Smith had switched his phone to speaker. He propped it up against his copy of the year's tide charts, crossed his arms and raised one eyebrow in Jason Diver's direction. He said, "Before I can answer that, we'll need to agree a definition of progress, won't we?" In his most jocular fashion, Jason said, "I take it you haven't found him yet, then?" "No," said Smith, "and that wouldn't be progress, it would be a conclusion, wouldn't it?" Jason said, "Have you found any—" and then must have reconsidered the possible consequences of using the word clues. He tried again with, "Do you have any theories?" Smith said he did not. He explained what he had done in a minimal fashion, and then continued, "As I understand it, the job was to find out what might have happened to Gerald Fitch, and that's not the same thing as finding him. Not in my book, anyway. For what it's worth, I'd say the chances of finding him are infinitesimal." Jason said, "I see. Well, I will pass that on. I expect the insurance industry has different ideas of progress to those we have in the investigations business. If I can help in any way, give me a call. We're part of a team, aren't we?" "Yes," said Smith, "of course we are," and the call petered out shortly afterwards. Did he feel a little guilty? Perhaps, but it's wise to begin as we mean to go on. He made the morning's second and final cup of coffee, and took the mug out onto the bank, with Layla in delighted attendance. The tide was rising, and Rebecca Louise had lifted with it. There was a gentle westerly, the perfect direction for tacking out into the estuary and then along to the point. There would be seals with their new pups on top of the sandbanks, and sandwich terns wheeling and calling overhead. In our dreams of retirement one simply goes on the impulse, and he could, of course, just get into the dinghy, raise the little red sail and travel with the breeze for an hour, or two, if he so desired. But commitment and duty had been at the foundations of the way he'd lived his life for too many years to be ignored. He could enjoy the dream without pretending it could become reality. As a compromise, he sat down on the bank for a few minutes, drank the coffee slowly, and watched the rising, sun-rippled water. The next number was a landline, and it rang for a long time. He was on the point of cancelling the call when a woman's voice answered. Smith asked if he had the correct number for Andrew Maguire. Yes, she said with a note of caution, and Smith had to wonder whether the word was getting around already. He gave the woman, Mrs. Maguire, she had explained, his rehearsed and shortened version of who he was and why he was hoping to speak to her husband. She said, "Well, he can't come to the phone right now, but I'll ask him. About some insurance, you say?" Conveying this message to her husband could go horribly wrong, obviously. Smith explained it again, mentioning Gerald Fitch's name twice, in the hope that that at least would get through to the man who was unable for some reason to come to the phone himself. She asked him to hold on the line, and then he could hear her steps walking away. She was gone for at least 3 minutes, during which time Smith heard the Volvo return and a welcoming bark from Layla. As Joe appeared in the doorway, Mrs. Maguire's voice came back on the line. She said, "No, he doesn't think he wants to talk to you, I'm afraid." What exactly had she said? "Mrs. Maguire, could you explain it again? Could you tell your husband that I'm trying to find out what happened to his old boss, Gerald Fitch? Your husband worked at Fitch Marine Engineering, didn't he?" "Yes, that's right. He was the works manager, for all the good it did him." There was an interesting note in that last comment. Smith continued, "Yes, I know it all ended badly, Mrs. Maguire. That's partly what I'm working on. It would be very useful to have a word with Andrew to get his side of the story." Something there had encouraged her. She said she would speak to him again. Joe's face was asking the question, and so Smith made a brief note on his pad as to whom was on the line. She nodded and mouthed the word "sandwich" before disappearing. Smith was cursing himself for not finding the Maguire's address and making the first approach in person, but when she returned for the second time, Mrs. Maguire said, with an undisguised note of triumph, "All right. He says he'll talk to you, but not on the telephone. You can call in if you like. We're on the Seaview Estate in Huntston." Chapter 10. There is a sea view on the outskirts of every coastal town in England. Sometimes the estate has another name, beach view or bay view or cliff tops, but the underlying form does not alter. Something tells the more comfortably off among the lower middle classes to migrate to the coast as they sense the end of life approaching, to live their later years unadventurously together in quiet communities, in bungalows on estates whose road names have a theme. In Huntston it had been Norfolk Rivers, and so here were Wensum Drive, Waveney Close, and Bure's Way. The dwellings are small and uniform, generally with 2 bedrooms, allowing for an occasional visit from a grandchild, or perhaps acknowledging that the reasons for sleeping alone only increase as the years pass. A few have only a single bedroom, acknowledging that some do not make it this far as a couple. There are little lawns of unimaginable neatness, with hydrangeas, hollyhocks, and hybrid tea roses in their borders. On sunlit patios the pelargoniums sit patiently in their containers, and the hanging baskets spill out their begonias and trailing fuchsias. The Maguires lived at number 11. Smith noted the little Fiat 500 parked on the block paving driveway had a blue disability sticker in the back window, and then that there was a wheelchair ramp at the step up to the front door. That might be why he didn't come to the phone. Smith glanced in the mirror as he straightened collar and tie, because it was likely these were people of the generation who still thought that when on business, visitors ought to dress as if they were on business. He checked notebook and pencil were in the correct pocket, and that his phone had been switched to silent. He'd been lucky to land this interview and didn't want to risk an interruption. The doorbell had an old-fashioned chime that played the opening notes of Memory from the musical. As he waited and watched through the frosted glass pane, Smith hummed the tune that followed on from the chime, and remembered the words. "I can dream of the old days. Life was beautiful then." Mrs. Maguire opened the door. She was a thin woman with a pinched face and a pointed nose. She didn't smile when he introduced himself, and she took a few seconds to study the Diver and Diver card he held out towards her, before stepping aside and holding the door as he crossed the threshold. A wheelchair had been pushed into a corner, but it still partially blocked the narrow hallway, and one had to turn side-on to get by it and into the tiny kitchen diner. Smith stopped there and turned to Mrs. Maguire, guessing she would have something to say, before he met her husband. "I don't mind him talking about this, but he's not as strong as he used to be." And then, because she wanted the visitor to be absolutely clear on the matter, she added, "He's not the man he once was." Smith said, "Mrs. Maguire, none of us are. If you need me to leave, you only have to say. Please don't hesitate to do that." At that she looked as if she mistrusted him a little less. She said, "He's out on the patio. He's expecting you." Andrew Maguire sat in the shade of a garden parasol. There were 4 wooden seats around a circular glass-topped table. Propped up against one of the seats was a pair of crutches. In front of him on the table was a small wicker basket full of gooseberries, and to one side of this was a bowl into which he had placed the fruits he'd already topped and tailed. Standing, Smith introduced himself and waited to see whether the man would want to shake hands. He did, and Smith felt the slight stickiness from the sharp juice of gooseberries. It was a big hand, but the fingers were crooked and the knuckles were swollen. Squeezing as hard as he did must have cost the man something, but that barely showed on his face. Smith guessed he was suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, or something similar. After letting go, the hand pointed to a chair, and Smith sat opposite the man. Maguire was topping the gooseberries one by one with a pair of kitchen scissors, no doubt because he couldn't pinch off the ends between finger and thumb. Smith said, "That takes me back, Mr. Maguire. I remember my mother doing that job more years ago than I care to think about." Another stalk was snipped off. Another gooseberry was dropped into the Pyrex bowl. Maguire said, "They come off our neighbour's allotment. He gives us a few pounds every year in return for a couple of jars of jam. Gooseberry jam, that's what my mother used to make with them. I don't think I've tasted it since I left home." The man gave a sideways nod towards the back door of the bungalow and said, "Lillian's a dab hand with all that. She don't buy anything she can make herself." Smith looked in the direction of the kitchen, and through the window he could see the woman standing and listening, though she didn't seem to see him. He had the feeling she would be quick to take up his invitation to ask him to leave if she thought her husband had had enough of the questioning. Mr. Maguire had a touch of Norfolk in his speech, despite his surname. He said, "So, what's this about Gerald Fitch?" Smith had decided it was time to try out a shortened version of the explanation, one which did not involve mentioning the insurance company, which had only seemed to complicate matters up to now. He said, "I've been asked to look into his disappearance, Mr. Maguire." Snip, snip, and then, "Bit bloody late for that, isn't it?" Smith said he could see why someone might think so, but added that it was better late than never, which was how he had come to view the matter himself, Fitch's disappearance never having been properly investigated. The fact wasn't remarkable, but increasingly it was striking him as a little odd. Maguire said, "Why you?" An unexpected but not unreasonable question. Why me personally? And as the methodical snipping away continued, he received a nod in answer to the question. "I used to be a policeman, Mr. Maguire, a detective." That brought an interruption to the fruit processing, and a brief stare. "Oh, right, used to be. Working for yourself now? Some sort of private investigator?" A fuller explanation was going to be needed after all. Mr. Maguire was cautious and wanted some idea of how anything he might say might, to coin a phrase, be used in evidence. Smith talked briefly about a life insurance policy with Gerald Fitch's name upon it. Maguire said then, "Be a tidy sum, I should say. No need to ask where it'll end up." As Smith had explained to various young would-be detectives over the years, when you first catch a glimpse of it, the thing you must never do is to immediately run after it, crashing through the undergrowth and frightening every creature that lives there into hiding. Smith simply acknowledged Maguire's comment with a meaningful look, and waited for more. Sooner or later it would come. When it didn't come sooner, Smith altered tack and asked how long Andrew Maguire had worked for Fitch Marine. The answer was more than 5 decades. Today we take it for granted that everyone moves on or upwards every few years, but in the past it was not so unusual for a man to spend his whole working life with a single employer. Maguire had started as a boy with a broom who earned himself an engineering apprenticeship, which was followed by promotion to foreman, and so on. For the last 20 years with the company he had been first the production manager, and then the general manager. Smith said, "There isn't much you don't know about that business and that company. You were with them through the boom times in the 80s. Maguire's fingers had stopped picking up the gooseberries. He said, "I was. And the 90s. Oil production peaked in 1999. And then the gas a few years after that. We were raking it in during those years. We had fitters on 10 and 12-hour shifts, sometimes for months on end. In those days, FME was one of the biggest employers in Lake." Smith said, "I remember that. When I started at the Lake Central Station, the whole Riverside area was a hive of activity." For a moment, Andrew Maguire was back there, lost in the memories, a half-smile on his face. He said, "I mean, you know it's a boom, a bit of a gold rush, but you never imagine how quickly it'll all be over." Mrs. Maguire came out of the kitchen doorway and asked whether they would like a cup of tea. Smith concluded from this he wouldn't be making an early exit from the pitch after all. He said a cup of tea would be most welcome. When she had gone, he said to her husband, "I was out on a gas rig a few years ago. We went as part of an investigation." Work on the gooseberries had come to a halt. Maguire said, "Which one?" and Smith told him it had been the Elizabeth. The man was delighted with the answer. "Oh, in the Lehman field. We did most of the first fit on the Elizabeth. I've been on that rig several times myself. What do you know?" You lucky so-and-so, thought Smith. What were the chances of that? He told Maguire that, too, had been a missing persons case, and was asked whether they'd found their man on that occasion. Smith said, "Yes and no. We never found his body, but we did find out exactly what had happened to him." The scissors were back in action, and Smith watched a few more gooseberries making their way into the bowl before he said, "You must have been with Fitchmarine almost from the beginning." Maguire was ready to tell the story now, from that beginning. "Almost. It was Joe Fitch in charge in the early days. He could be a swine, a hard little bastard. But those were hard times, the 70s. Country was on the brink with strikes, inflation, all coming round again, ain't it? Joe Fitch knew boats from the war. He saw what was coming when the oil exploration started, and he got in early with the offshore work. That's when he bought the riverside site where it was easy to expand. As I say, he were hard, but he pushed himself as hard as anyone else, and one day they found him dead in one of the loading docks. Heart attack, they said, fell in and drowned. That was in 1985. That's when Philip Fitch took over the business." Smith said, "So that was Joe's son and Gerald's father?" "'S right. Philip had a good head on his shoulders. I think he did business at university, but anyway, he wasn't 30 when he took over, and he modernized it in all sorts of ways. We seemed to expand and make more money year after year. If there were a problem, he'd come down from the office, whip off his jacket, and get his hands dirty. In practical terms, he weren't no use, but that's not the point. He showed willing. He'd listen, and he had the respect of every man who worked there. Philip was a good boss." Smith waited. These memories were important to Andrew Maguire. He looked around at the garden. It was neat, with borders and beds, much more formal than the cottage garden that was scrambling its own way around Drift's End. After a few more seconds, he said, "What happened to Philip Fitch?" Maguire said, "Cancer. Killed him within 6 months." Smith said, "If I remember correctly, that must have been about 2012. That's when Gerald took over, isn't it?" There was a nod as Maguire said, "You've done your homework. 10 years ago this summer. Gone by in a trice, but it feels like a lifetime." Mrs. Maguire appeared with a tea-tray, which she put on the table after her husband moved aside the gooseberries in the bowl. She had found a set of cups and saucers with a blue willow pattern design, and Smith would have bet all his fivers at once that these had come out of a cupboard or down from a Welsh dresser just a few minutes ago. There were only 2 cups, but Maguire said to her, "Bring your tea out, Lil. I'm just about to tell Mr. Smith about Gerald. You can add something to that." She looked at Smith, who stood up and pulled out another of the chairs for her. She thanked him and went into the house, returning with another matching cup and saucer. Maguire explained, "Philip ran the company like a bit of a family. The management had several dues a year, and husbands and wives were always expected, and Lillian was a babysitter for Gerald for a year or 2. She sat perched on the edge of her chair as if she had no intention of staying any longer than necessary, a bony, narrow-shouldered, thin-faced woman who didn't smile very often, but Smith recognized the type, practical, down-to-earth, honest, and fiercely loyal to her husband, because a very long time ago she had made certain vows. He thought to himself that you don't come across them very often these days. She said, "Yes, I was." And then, looking at Smith, she said, as if explaining something, "We didn't have any ourselves." These were people he could talk to. He thought for a moment about Amanda Fitch, and the contrast was striking. He said to Lillian Maguire, "No, neither did we, my wife, Sheila, and I. She died several years ago." She was sorry to hear that, and Andrew Maguire shook his head as if to say this death business was getting out of hand. There was no point in Smith going into the Belfast story. They'd be here all afternoon. Lillian Maguire said, "Yes, Philip and Lisa only had Gerald. He was a lovely little boy, but—" She glanced in her husband's direction, and he said, "But no head for business." "Well," she said, "that's not everything, is it? People can't help the way they are." And then, more to Smith, she continued, "Gerald did his best when his father died, even though you couldn't say it came naturally to him. Andy knows the business was in trouble by then, and it would have been whoever took over." Plainly this was not the first time the couple had discussed the matter, not the first time Lillian Maguire had defended her former charge against such an accusation. Smith asked her what sort of boy Gerald had been growing up. "Kind and loving and good-natured, sensitive, I suppose you could say. He used to spend hours reading books. Never no trouble to look after. He was fond of animals, always had pets of some sort. He loved drawing and painting, all that sort of thing." Smith said, "What about school? Did he do well?" Hesitation then, a fraction of a second, a half-glance in her husband's direction. "He got some exams. They sent him to board at a public school down in Cambridgeshire. He never liked it very much. That was never right for a boy like him." Andrew Maguire said, by way of explanation, "He got bullied," and received a cross look from his wife for his trouble. Smith was thinking quickly, trying to fill in some of the most obvious gaps in the missing man's story. He said, "Gerald was in his 40s before he took over the company. What was he doing before that?" Maguire said, "Philip kept him in it, in the offices. He managed the computer work, the IT. He produced a smart-looking brochure when we had a bit of a relaunch, you know, trying to get some new business, find new markets. He took all the photographs himself, managed the whole thing. Not that it did any good." Maguire caught his wife's expression and went on, "Don't get me wrong. I liked Gerald. Everyone at the firm did. But to get on in business, you have to be a bit of a— pardon my French, but you have to be a bit of a bastard sometimes. And Gerald wasn't. Ever." Smith had finished the cup of tea, almost without realizing it. Lillian Maguire asked if he would like a refill. He said he would, and added, "Unless I'm much mistaken, Mrs. Maguire, you don't use tea-bags." She had picked up his cup and saucer, but now she put it down and went into the bungalow, returning with the teapot, which must have been topped up earlier in readiness, and a strainer. As she refilled his cup, she said, "We don't use tea-bags if we have company. Andy would drink the dregs from yesterday afternoon and not even notice," and her husband smiled, as if acknowledging a compliment. Smith asked about Gerald's first marriage. It was obvious that the Maguires had known and liked Lisa Fitch, whom Gerald had married in his 20s. They'd been together for 15 years and had a daughter, Lillian told him. Smith nodded and asked whether they had happened to stay in touch with her, Lauren, whether they had an address. No, they hadn't, and they didn't. Those responses came with a slight but unmistakable note of disappointment. If you move silently through the undergrowth of people's lives, you can get close to the truths that dwell there. Smith had not intended to pursue the matter any further then, but Lillian Maguire had more to say to him. "Not long after he took over the company, Gerald met this other woman." She couldn't bring herself to say the name. "I don't know what he was thinking, but if you ask me, it was the worst decision he ever made, getting involved with her. Lisa suffered a lot with her asthma, but she was always loyal to him and a good mother to Lauren. She put up with it, Lisa did, hoping it would blow over like these things do. But in the end he told her he wanted a divorce. It was like he'd lost his head becoming the boss, but I put a lot of it down to her." It was plain enough who was meant by that venomous pronoun. Smith knew the first Mrs. Fitch had died, but it might be useful to know the circumstances, and so he asked. Mrs. Maguire said, "She died 2 years after he remarried. As I said, she'd been struggling with her health for a long time, but when he deserted her, I think she gave up. The doctors said her heart failed during a severe attack, but if you ask me, it was broken a long while before that. The stupid boy." Her face was set firm, but there had been an odd catch in her voice as she uttered the final words. After a short silence, her husband said, "We went to the funeral." And Lillian Maguire added, "And that was the last time we saw him, and the last time we ever spoke to Lauren." Smith kept a wary and respectful silence for several seconds. Who could have anticipated all these emotions seething away just below the surface of number 11, Waveney Close, Hunston? He waited until Mrs. Maguire had taken a restorative sip of her tea before he asked how Lauren had reacted to her parents' divorce. The answer wasn't long in coming, and neither was it unexpected. "She was 18 when it all happened. She left with her mother and looked after her until she died. I don't think she ever spoke to her father again. She cut herself off from everyone who ever had anything to do with him." "Including you," thought Smith. He remembered Amanda Fitch telling him she thought Gerald had only once in his life had the nerve to chat to a girl in a hotel bar, but it had been enough that one occasion to alter his life, and several other lives, forever. You only need to make one misstep to find yourself falling to your death from the top of a cliff. People shake their heads and say he'd never done anything like it before, but that's rather missing the point, isn't it? Lillian Maguire was saying something else. "But I did hear she was still in King's Lake, and that she'd had a child of her own." Smith said, "Lauren?" and she nodded. The daughter's phone number was in his notebook, but he said nothing about that. It might be useless now, and there was nothing to be gained by letting these people know of it. But what he'd been told in the past half an hour would be invaluable if he did manage to contact Gerald's daughter. There is often much to be gained by carrying out interviews in one particular sequence rather than any other. He asked Andrew Maguire what had happened to Fitch Marine after Gerald had been handed control. "It was limping along, not making any money, but not losing it because we had some long-term maintenance contracts on the rigs that were left. He had a go at it for a while, the first couple of years. And the thing was, we could have kept its head above the water. I knew all the practical side, and we had a very good company accountant. Between the two of us—" Mrs. Maguire made an unexpected interruption. "Oh, he's going to tell you about his girlfriend now." Smith looked at Andrew Maguire with an expectant half-smile, but was thinking to himself, not in a million years. This was a long-standing private joke between the couple sitting in front of him. Maguire pointedly ignored his wife's comment and said, "Maxine Abbott joined FME in Philip's time. As far as money was concerned, she was the brains of the business, and she were committed to it. She could have got another job as soon as she liked, but she stuck it out. We had meetings with him, Gerald, that is, tried to make him see he could take a back seat while we ran it between us. But like I said, it all went to his head that first year, and that was when he got involved with—" Maguire was steadfastly not looking in his wife's direction, but he decided he'd better not say the name either. He went on, "When he met his second wife, he wanted to diversify, he said, find export markets, go high-tech and green, all sorts of nonsense, but we couldn't get through to him by then." Another fork in the trail had appeared now. Another potential line of inquiry. They are easy to miss. Smith said, "Do you mind me asking whether you stayed in touch with Maxine Abbott, Mr. Maguire?" He had. They hadn't met for several years, but still exchanged Christmas cards, that sort of thing. Maguire had guessed why the question had been asked, and said, "Did you want to speak to her as well?" Smith's response might have sounded casual, even offhand, but sometimes that's the best way. People are more wary of passing on contact information if one seems too eager to have it. "Yes," he said, "the more he could learn about Gerald and the company, the better. Different points of view and all that." He saw the half-nod from Maguire to his wife, and she got up with her cup and saucer and went back into the bungalow. In the pause, Maguire picked up a gooseberry and studied it thoughtfully, before he said quietly, "She took it bad, losing touch with Gerald. He'd been like—" He looked at Smith and knew he didn't have to say any more about that. Maguire added for good measure, "Lauren as well." And then Smith said, "How well did you get to know the second Mrs. Fitch?" Chapter 11. There was a stone bird bath in the rear border of the little garden. A wood pigeon flapped its way clumsily onto the edge, and waited, eyeing the two men seated at the table on the patio. After a moment or two the bird dipped its beak into the water and began to drink. In the sunlight the feathers of the neck were a crush of metallic purples and greens. Andrew Maguire said, "We only met her a few times, and it were awkward. Lillian never intended to give her a chance, and I'd say it turned out that she were right. Lillian said from the start, that's a gold digger, eyes on the main chance, you know." Smith's expression said only that he'd understood the words he had heard, and then Mrs. Maguire reappeared. In her hand was an old-fashioned, leather-covered address book. She had already found the place and laid it, opened out, on the table. Maguire said to her, "Amanda, he's asked how well we knew her." Lillian Maguire said, "Well enough. She knew what she wanted, and I expect she's got it all now." Not quite, thought Smith, not yet. He said, "Did she get involved in the business at all? Was it Amanda giving Gerald his new ideas?" Maguire shook his head, and his wife said, "I doubt it, too busy spending the company's money." There was, Smith decided, little to be gained from asking further questions about Amanda Fitch here in Waveney Close. He looked at the book and could see a number and an address by the name, written in rather fine copper-plate handwriting. He wondered which of the Maguires had learned that in school a lifetime ago. Then he looked again, and he could also see a problem. Before he could ask the question, Maguire had answered it. "She lives in Portugal now. Her husband sold up his golf business, and they've got a villa near Porto. She's asked us over a few times, but the heat don't suit me." He lifted his swollen hands, as if more explanation were needed. Smith took out his Alich, but proceeded with caution. Instead of immediately copying the number, he said, "And you don't think she'd mind a call from me?" Maguire shook his head, and Smith said, "Could I say that we've spoken today?" A third-party reference is often useful, putting people who've never met you at their ease. Maguire nodded, and then Smith copied the number. He was almost done here. Almost, but not quite. Looking from one to the other, he said, as he put away his notebook and pencil, "You both knew Gerald well. May I ask what you think happened to him?" He knew this was a delicate and potentially difficult question, but sometimes those cannot be avoided. Who else was he going to meet who had known Gerald Fitch as a boy? He hadn't begun to process all he had learned this morning, but he knew it could turn out to be invaluable. Andrew Maguire spoke first. "We've talked about it often enough. I think he'd realized his marrying her was a terrible mistake, but it were too late. He knew he'd lost the company his grandfather built, and I know that would have hit him hard. Lisa died, and Lauren had cut him out of her life. It all got too much for him." Some seconds passed before Smith said, "Do you think he's still alive, Mr. Maguire?" "What you are asking, of course, is do you think he was capable of committing suicide? It's a rare quality, or, depending on one's point of view, an unfortunate flaw, but few of us are capable of carrying it out when faced with such a moment of choice. And surely, Smith thought, in most cases, it is less to do with moral or religious doubts than with the fundamental primitive will to live. Had Gerald Fitch's difficulties been such, he had lost that. Maguire said, "I don't know, but there's been no word in 5 years. You'd have to say it doesn't look promising, does it?" Smith looked to Lillian Maguire. Hers was not an easy face to read, but the eyes seemed softer than before, more liquid somehow, and he realized his last question had brought her close to tears. She said eventually, "If we've given you the impression Gerald is weak, that's not right. He was unlucky to find himself caught up in a business he had no interest in, and he made some bad choices, awful choices. But he's not a fool, and he's not a coward." Smith waited, watching, and she continued, "Something must have happened." Smith said, "Happened to him?" Lillian Maguire responded only with a look that said, "You'll have to draw your own conclusions." Smith acknowledged her, reflecting that this meeting had been far more productive than he could have hoped, and that he had taken up enough of their time. As he stood up, so did Maguire, half-bent, staggering slightly, as he reached for the crutches. Smith held out an arm, but it was waved away, and then Maguire was moving ahead of him, seeing out their guest, as good manners required. In the kitchen, Mrs. Maguire stopped, looked again at Smith, and said, "If you ever have any news—" And Smith said, "Yes, of course." Then she opened a cupboard and said, "Oh, I almost forgot." She reached inside and handed to him a jar of homemade gooseberry jam. Arriving back at Drift's End, he found Layla stretched out on the back door mat in the sunshine, her favourite spot, and one which ensured no one could leave or arrive without her knowledge. Inside there was no sign of Jo, which meant she was up in her study, writing, and not to be disturbed. Smith fetched his laptop and took it out to the table in the garden, in the shade of the laburnum. It felt like a day for working out of doors. He opened the Facebook page Jo had set up for him, one which concealed his identity but which enabled him to search. Even so, he had a friend request from a young Polish lady. He studied her image briefly and concluded that, had they met, he would not have forgotten the occasion, and then he sent the communication into a spam folder and blocked further messages from Maya. No, he had not become expert in the management of his social media account, but he had carried out these operations several times now. Then he typed a name from his notebook into the search box. The global human population will reach 8 billion in mid-November 2022. That's 8,000 million human souls alive on the planet. Perhaps, Smith reflected, it isn't altogether surprising so many of them are named Maxine Abbott. There appeared to be pages of them, and they were present in every continent. He studied the list for a few seconds and noted with interest that even the Galapagos Islands had a representative. He tried refining the search, adding Portugal into the box, but this went wrong, and he discovered that there were also quite a number of those 8 billion who apparently had the surname Portugal. Presumably this was true of every other country on the globe. Somewhere there must be a Mr. and Mrs. Vatican City. Joe would know what to do, and so would Waters, and the divers, and Madison, and practically everyone else he knew, but he did not feel dispirited. One of the keys to success in life is knowing and understanding one's own limitations. He had tried, Facebook had failed, thanks to some programming error, and it was time to press the default button and dial the number. He did manage to establish, with the aid of Google, that Porto was 1 hour ahead of Greenwich Mean Time, which meant that if he called now, it would be about lunchtime. He pictured Mrs. Abbott in the shade on her balcony with a sea view, the yachts in the harbour, a glass of wine in her hand. The call was answered on the 7th ring. Before Smith could open his mouth, he heard, "For God's sake, where are you? I called 2 hours ago. The bloody leak's getting worse." There are occasions when one must take a metaphorical step backwards. Smith double-checked that he had dialed the correct international code and number, and found he had done so, but before he could engage, she was talking quite loudly once more. "The only reason I called you was because your ad said you speak English. Do you? Say something! Are you on your way?" Smith said, "Mrs. Abbott? Maxine Abbott?" "Yes, the only one in this godforsaken country." That isn't necessarily the case, he thought, remembering the Facebook page, but this seemed an inopportune moment to raise the matter, so instead he said, "Mrs. Abbott, I think there has been—" "I'd have tried Francisco down the road, but he's not at home, sod it. I don't understand what's taking you so long. You are based in Porto, aren't you?" "No, Mrs. Abbott, I'm not." "Well, where the hell are you? Your ad said—" Hysteria is sometimes best dealt with by a little firmness. Smith interrupted as politely as possible, saying, "I'm in Marston. It's a small village on the North Norfolk coast." This brought a pause and near silence. In the background, Smith could hear the sound of something being struck, a sort of dull, slightly metallic thud. He could only hope this did not involve parts of her anatomy. The woman was plainly in distress. "Marston?" Despite, or perhaps because of, the note of incredulity in her voice, he could tell she had heard the name before. This was good. He almost certainly had the right woman. "Yes," he said, "near Huntston, and not too far from King's Lake." She should be feeling quite at home by now. "Who the hell are you?" "My name is David Smith. You need to get off the line. I'm dealing with an emergency." Of course, he said. He would call her back. And then, in a moment which he would in future recall as being one that was truly inspired, he asked her, "What is the emergency, if I can help in any way?" She told him. The washing machine had started leaking and was flooding her utility room. She'd turned it off, but still the water was pouring out from underneath. She was mopping it up. If she didn't, it would soon be inches deep, and her husband was in Lisbon and not answering his mobile, so she'd called this repairman, but Smith said, "Have you pulled it away from the wall, Mrs. Abbott?" She hadn't, and he asked if she could do so. She could, had done it within seconds. Either she was a well-built person, or the adrenaline had kicked in. He said, "Can you see a hose joined to the back of your washing machine?" "Yes." "And on that hose, is there a sort of tap thing somewhere, pointing along the hose?" "Yes, it's blue." Single cold water feed, he thought. See if you can twist that blue thing 90 degrees so it's at right angles to the hose. In Porto there was a short interregnum. Joe appeared in the doorway and waved before going back inside. Then the voice on the line said, "I've done it! No good, it's— Hold on! It's stopped! My God, it's actually stopped!" Smith said, "You've isolated the washing machine from the water supply, Mrs. Abbott. You're still going to need your repairman, but there shouldn't be any more risk of a flood." She said, "I'm very grateful. What did you say your name was?" He told her, and explained as briefly as he could why he'd called. "Gerald," she said. "Has he turned up?" Smith explained a little more, and told her he had been given her name and number by Andrew Maguire. She asked how they were, said a phone call to them was long overdue, and then, "So you're a private investigator?" It still sounded odd, but not as odd as it once did. He owned up, and after a pause, Maxine Abbott said, "Look, I am truly grateful, but I don't think I should tell you much about FME over the phone. I mean, you've called out of the blue, and I don't really know." He did not fill in the gap for her. Eventually she said, "Mr. Smith, I'll call you back." In her situation, he would have done precisely what she was about to do. He said, "Andrew Maguire will be delighted to hear from you, Mrs. Abbott." The weather had been fine for so long, all of August so far and half of the July before it, that one was almost taking it for granted, not something that happens every year in England. The two of them sat outside and had lunch, a salad with some of the Italian ham and French cheese bought at the Tuesday market in Burnham yesterday, accompanied by a small glass of chilled Vouvray. We live like princes, thought Smith, all things considered. Joe had spotted the jar of jam on the kitchen table, and so he told her about the Maguires, and shared what they had told him about Gerald Fitch. This had already turned out to be a useful thing to do. As a former police profiler, Joe had an approach somewhat different to his own, but her input into his first investigation with Diver and Diver had been invaluable. In all the excitement of discovering an undercover officer who had infiltrated the drugs business between Amsterdam and East Anglia, Smith had taken too little notice of Joe's point that this didn't mean Anthony Hills was a victim of entrapment. He might, she'd said, still be guilty, plain and simple, and he had been. Smith was watching the time. 50 minutes had passed since he ended the call with Maxine Abbott. If she didn't phone him, then he would phone her, naturally. But how long does one wait? A couple of hours? A couple of days? Joe said, "What's your feeling? Is he still alive?" A summer breeze like a sigh dappled the shade from the laburnum. Smith said, "It's 50-50. Between them, the Maguires must have known him as well as anyone. Andrew at the business, his wife as a boy and a man and a father. One thinks he's probably dead, and the other one thinks that if he is, it wouldn't have been by his own hand. That would be a complication Axon haven't allowed for, wouldn't it?" Joe had to agree. "Murder's always a complication. You have to know the numbers if you're going to work out the odds." Smith said, "There are more than 600,000 deaths a year in the UK. Around 700 of those will be murders of various sorts. Admittedly, if you're a bloke, you're 3 times as likely to be a victim. Even so, the chances of Gerald Fitch making his exit that way are pretty small." She had taken out her mobile and tapped in the numbers. "Less than 1 in 1,000, she said. An hour had now passed since he'd spoken to Maxine Abbott. Inevitably he wondered how the Maguires might have represented him to her. He felt it had been a friendly meeting, but Mrs. Abbott, flood-averted notwithstanding, might now be reflecting that there were things about Fitch Marine Engineering she didn't want to be asked. If he had still been a member of the force, She would not have had much choice in the matter, but his mobile lay on the table. When it began to ring, he recognized her number. Jo said, "There you go. Let's just hope she doesn't need any help with her laptop." Then she smiled, picked up their empty plates, and left him alone to answer the call. Maxine Abbott said, "I'm sorry, we got talking about all sorts of things, but Andy seemed to think you were all right, Mr. Smith." He said, "The feeling was mutual. I thought they were decent, down-to-earth people." Whatever Andrew Maguire had said, it seemed the former management accountant was prepared to hear his questions about the company they had both worked for until its closure 7 years ago. Maguire had explained the operational side of the business. What Smith would like to know now was how it had been structured legally and financially, but asking that directly would seem too blunt. Perhaps. He said, "When Philip died, were there any changes in the way the company was set up, or did things continue along the same lines?" She told him FME had always been owned outright by the Fitch family. Gloria Fitch had passed away less than a year after her husband Philip. They had both been directors. Gerald had been their only child, and the business had been left to him in its entirety. Mrs. Abbott could remember the day Gerald moved into his father's office. Smith thought she was about to say more about that, but she did not in the end. He said, "Andrew told me that Gerald did try to make some changes to move things forward. The business was in decline even before he took over, wasn't it?" She was speaking in a business-like way now, and Smith guessed that professionally she had been as good as Maguire suggested. She wouldn't need anyone's help fixing a leak in a company's finances. She answered, "Yes, in decline, but only like every other business in the sector, for reasons beyond their control. Some survived, the ones who were light on their feet. FME was by no means in the worst position to do that." Smith wanted to slow this down, to create spaces that might be filled by more informal and potentially informative words, and so he begged her pardon and said if she didn't object, he would like to make a few notes. After a pause, she continued, "As to whether Gerald's ideas could have moved the business forward, well, no, I'm afraid. At best, they would have taken us sideways into areas in which we lacked expertise. The investment needed would have involved extensive borrowing, something his father and grandfather would never have countenanced. They were old school in their outlook, Mr. Smith." He said, "So Gerald took over the business and moved into his father's office. It must have been quite soon after that he met his second wife." There was silence on the line, and after a very few seconds Smith recalibrated his line of questioning, but one more effort was worth a try. He said, "Did you meet Amanda Fitch, Mrs. Abbott?" "Yes, I did at the wedding, but not subsequently. No." He had been told by Maguire that Philip Fitch had run the business like a family, with social events several times a year. That, apparently, had not survived his passing. This was uncomfortable now, but there were still things that had to be asked. "Did Amanda become at all involved in the business?" She said, "Not to my knowledge. I never saw her in the offices, at any rate." Another pause. If silence can speak volumes, Maxine Abbott had plenty to say about Amanda Fitch, despite not uttering a word. Smith mentioned that he had already spoken to Mrs. Fitch at her home, which was still Woodlands, and then said he thought she was probably in the process of settling all the company's affairs. Obviously Mrs. Abbott could have no current knowledge of those matters, but at the time she left FME, had there been creditors to pay? What had the balance sheet looked like, just generally? He was not sure she would go that far in a telephone conversation with a stranger, But Andrew Maguire must have sung his praises. She said, "As I've already pointed out, Gerald inherited a company with no borrowing and no debt of any significance. Quite the contrary. When I left, they were still relatively cash-rich, despite the change in market conditions. Naturally, I cannot say what happened subsequently, but FME had stopped trading within a few months of my leaving. I can't see why it would have incurred much debt in that period." Smith said, "This is helpful background, Mrs. Abbott. I'm simply trying to understand Gerald's situation at the time of his disappearance, trying to work out what his state of mind might have been. If, as you say, the company wasn't in debt, any money worries could only have been personal ones. The mortgage on Woodlands must have been considerable, and I suppose—" "I can tell you that it wasn't, Mr. Smith, at least not in my time." "Oh," he said, and she went on to explain. "Woodlands was purchased with a loan from the company. There were monthly repayments, but at a much lower rate than a mortgage, and there are some tax advantages. I know that was the case because I set it up myself, and before you even think it, it's a perfectly legitimate arrangement." He was tempted to say the thought had never entered his head, but she would not have believed him. Instead, he said, "Effectively, Gerald had borrowed the money from himself?" Maxine Abbott said technically no, because he and FME were separate legal entities. However, that really only applies while the company is trading. Once it stops, the loan becomes just another asset of the company. If the company was then wound up, then yes, the person who borrowed the money effectively owes it only to themselves. Smith had given up trying to write that down, at least for now. He was frowning, trying to make sense of the financial shenanigans that are beyond the understanding of most ordinary people. This, he concluded, is why most ordinary people never have a lot of money. And while they were on the subject of money, then, he asked Maxine Abbott about the site down at the riverside, just double-checking because he already knew the answer. She said, "FME owned the freehold of the site. I seem to remember it's almost 6 acres. Part of it was sublet to other businesses. Gerald's grandfather bought it many years ago." Smith said it must have increased considerably in value, and again the former management accountant was forthcoming. She said, "It will have done. I'm no longer familiar with local business conditions in that area, but land rarely declines in value anywhere. There's talk of reopening some of the North Sea oil and gas installations in view of the energy crisis, isn't there? If that were to happen, land on the riverside could be worth a considerable sum." Smith thanked her sincerely, and said it was all rather unfortunate that Gerald seemed to have been a square peg in a round hole. Mrs. Abbott must have sensed the financial questions were over, and she said in a different tone, "The other way around. He was a round peg in a square hole. Any business requires people at the top who are clear, analytical thinkers. They also have to be tough, hard-nosed, and driven by something, money or power or the need to win. Gerald wasn't any of those things. As a person, I liked him. Most people did. But as a businessman, he was hopeless. I'm sorry to say that, but sorry because she didn't want to speak ill of the dead?" But Smith did not invite her to speculate about that, as he had the Maguires, because she hadn't known Gerald Fitch in the same way. Before he could end the call, she was saying, "Oh, there's someone at the door." Smith said, "I expect it's your repairman," and she said she'd forgotten all about him. "Good to know I've still got it," he told himself, and then, "I expect it's a split pipe or a broken seal on the drum." Maxine Abbott said she might need to call him back if this man was as useless as he seemed, and she was laughing as she ended the call. Chapter 12. In the last year for which figures are available, almost 3.5 million visitors stayed overnight at least once in the county of Norfolk, and there were 43.5 million day trips, almost all of them to the coast. About 3/4 of those day trips, Smith had concluded, were made to the short stretch of coastline around Marston. There was a downside to living in one of the most attractive places in the country. Few day-trippers drove along the drift and parked simply because there was little verge on which they could pull off, but the village had a sizable public car park. The exorbitant fees charged by the local district council seemed to deter no one, and August, unsurprisingly, saw the highest number of visitors of the year. As locals, you learn to adjust and look forward to October, when the smaller numbers of fanatical twitchers appear in search of migrating rare birds. Lots of those wear camouflaged clothing and merge nicely into the landscape. In the meantime, the place to go for a pleasant evening walk is one of Norfolk's hidden heathlands. Some are just a mile or two back from the besieged coastline, but they attract in comparison almost no visitors. Smith and Joe had their favourite, the one near Way House, and parked in their usual spot at about 7 o'clock that same evening. A conversation which had begun before they left Drift's End was still in progress. "We already have a reliable, rugged, practical car. We should get something different." Smith opened the boot of the Volvo and spent the next few moments subduing the dog, who was in a frenzy of excitement about going for a run somewhere different. She hadn't been here on the heath for all of 3 days. Once Layla had been sitting for 10 seconds, he told her to go, and she sprang into the air, her legs running before she hit the grey sand of the track across the heather and gorse-studded hillside. He said as he watched the dog running, "There's different, and then there's a rear-wheel drive 2-seater soft-topped sports car." Joe said, "Instead of saying all that every time, why not say an MX-5? He closed the boot and locked the Volvo. "Have you ever driven a rear-wheel drive in the snow?" She said, "No. Have you?" Conversations with Joe rarely went according to plan, and Smith had yet to fully work out the reasons why. He said, "No, but that's beside the point. I'm told it's an entirely new and thrilling driving experience." She put her arm through his as they began to walk and said, "Who on earth tells you things like that?" "People." "What sort of people?" "People who know about cars." Layla had disappeared into the undergrowth. Moments later, a rabbit appeared on the track ahead, running towards them. It skidded to a halt a few yards away as it spotted them, and darted sideways under a gorse bush. Joe said that one day the dog was going to catch one, and Smith replied that if she did, Layla would get beaten up by a bunny and start chasing butterflies instead. After another dozen arm-in-arm steps, Joe said, "Anyway, it doesn't snow very often in Norfolk, not these days." Layla was back on the track, trotting towards them with her nose to the ground, following the scent of the rabbit. Smith said, as she passed them, "He went that-a-way," and the dog duly disappeared back into the undergrowth at the exact point. He was rather proud of Layla's olfactory abilities, and was fond of telling all their visitors she could have had a career with any police canine unit in the country. Naturally, Joe was not to be distracted by any of this. "It's a very low mileage for the year." Smith said, "Lots of them are. That's because you can only drive them around in the summer. They go into a sort of hibernation mode in the late autumn and only re-emerge on a sunny day in the middle of May." Undeterred, she continued, "And there's a full warranty for a year. It's a special edition with cream leather seats. That'll look really nice with the dark green. That's your favourite colour. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have bothered mentioning it." To their left there was a clattering sound, and a cock-pheasant shot vertically into the air. The unseen Layla gave several short, excited barks. Smith tried a new defence, a sort of impromptu Queen's Gambit, but he had the feeling he had already lost control of the centre of the board. He pointed out that this particular MX-5 was being sold by Prestige Motors of Kings Lake, and added, "You cannot seriously expect me to buy a car from Anthony Hills." Joe squeezed his arm reassuringly as she said, "You wouldn't be. He's Director of Commercial and Fleet Sales. I remember you telling me that. You must have forgotten." And now his own pawns were in the way. Joe continued, "But I bet if you had a word with him first, you could get a fantastic deal. I mean, Anthony owes you, doesn't he? Big time, as they say." She couldn't possibly be serious, but he had to glance at her, and sure enough she was holding back her laughter. She said, "I know it's impractical, but who says we have to be practical? It'll be fun. We'll go whizzing round the back roads, and I can buy headscarves. You could have a pair of those old-fashioned goggles." He said, "And Layla?" Joe said, "I think she'd prefer a headscarf." "You mean, is there room?" "Yes, loads. She won't get any bigger as long as you cut down on the treats. There's plenty of space in the passenger's footwell. I'm sure that's illegal, but if they hand down a custodial sentence, I'll do it. It would be an amazing research opportunity." There are times when one might as well lie back and think of England, and this was one of the things he liked about her, these moments of girlish enthusiasm and excitement when she seemed much more than just 10 years younger than him. He said he supposed they could take a look at it, and she said they were, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. After that, they could go into Lake for lunch. When they reached the top of the hill at the centre of the heath, they stood and looked down at the distant, hazy coastline. From here you couldn't see the busy coast road and the lines of parked cars, just the calm blue-green of the North Sea as it lapped onto the fringe of silver-gold sands that stretched away into the east and the west. Smith said, "It does still snow in Norfolk." "Sometimes." She knew immediately what he was remembering, and said, "The Wildfowler's Arms." They had met for the first time at that pub on a winter's afternoon, and he'd taken her out to the dunes and talked about the girls Andretti had murdered. A heavy snowstorm had drifted down from the north, catching them unawares, and on the drive back her Volvo estate had slipped around on the track. He recalled her composure as she drove it, while she continued to ask questions about that terrible investigation, for a book which in the end she would not write, because she had become too involved with the former detective chief inspector who had been in charge of the case. Smith stood and looked at the beautiful coastline, and all that seemed very far away now. Ralph Greenwood, too, who had committed suicide just a few days before they met. Joe said, "You don't regret any of it, do you?" This was the other side of her, the side that was afraid she was too happy, that this would not last. He knew now, of course, how many times she'd been let down, and that he himself was an unexpected and final throw of the dice for her. He said, rather well, he thought, "Non, je ne regrette rien," and she answered with, "Good. You can go back to work now." "Work? Yes, stop pretending you're completely here with us. You're processing Gerald Fitch, and you like to walk while you're thinking. I won't say another word." First, a sheet of paper is removed from the pad of lined A4. It's good quality, 80 GSM. Anything less, and the ink from a fountain pen will show through from the other side. The line of perforation isn't always perfect, and so time is taken to remove the sheet, pressing near the line with the left thumb while pulling at a slight angle from the right-hand side. Any remaining uneven edges are then removed. This leaves the perforation holes on the left-hand side, 4 to each sheet, which are there for filing purposes. These are superfluous and untidy for the job in hand, so with a pair of kitchen scissors he cuts carefully along the margin, removing them. The remaining sheet is now 183 millimeters wide. With the point of a pencil he marks on the top line a dot at 91 millimeters, which is close enough. One can be fastidious without seeming over-particular. And then the same on the bottom line. The pencil joins the 2 dots using the steel ruler he has owned forever, and then the sheet is cut in 2. Each long rectangle is 298 millimeters in length. 2 further dots are placed at 99 millimeter intervals on each side, and then finally each rectangle is cut into 3 pieces. The resulting slips of paper are about the size of the old-style record cards Smith first used for this part of the job. He has tried to buy them, but they are almost museum pieces now, thanks to the digital age. Who keeps records in card boxes with alphabetical dividers these days? Fortunately, manila envelopes are still freely available, and they work as long as contents are confined to a single case or a single aspect of a complex one. He processed 4 A4 sheets to produce 24 pieces of paper. These he put into a neat stack, and then he opened the first file Francis Dunhill had given him. He read the opening page, selected key details from it, and wrote these onto the top slip of paper. This was then placed in the top right-hand corner of his desk. Then he began reading each page systematically. Sometimes there was nothing pertinent, but other pages might require 2 or even 3 of the paper slips. And what exactly, we have to ask, was he writing down? What criteria was he using? A simple answer would be welcome, but by now surely we know that's unlikely. Smith is a highly experienced detective, but those experiences have evolved, sublimated even, into something that resembles intuition. One could call it a sixth sense, if one must call it something. The Axon file is full of factual information, dates, numbers, the actuarial intricacies of any insurance policy, but only a few of these are written onto a slip of paper, the ones which intuition tells the organizing, investigating mind might be significant. It's a time-consuming process. On their return from the heath, they had an early tea, and then Smith came into his study and began the work. For now, he had held the Axon notes together with a paperclip. When both files had been processed, he opened his Alich notebook at the first page and placed upon it a paperweight, a perfectly round piece of brass with 4 ounces stamped into it. This had once been part of a set of scales. It had sat on his mother's dresser throughout his childhood, and was one of the very few things he owned as a keepsake of those times. Each page of the notebook was then studied in the same meticulous fashion, and a few more slips of paper were added to a new stack before being clipped together. And the point of this process? Ideas can become fixed in our minds. They become parts of a linear sequence. They get stuck in one place. Often it's the sensible place. We don't go to the garage with the idea of getting a filling in a tooth repaired, or to a travel agent to buy a loaf of bread. But difficult investigations require a different sort of thinking. Sometimes people call it outside the box. Others call it left field. Smith thought of it as shuffling the pack and laying out the cards in an almost tarot-like fashion. Sometimes there's an odd conjunction, flint against metal, which produces a spark which illuminates a new way of seeing a situation. More often there isn't, but Smith knew of no better way of familiarizing oneself with every aspect of a case. He went downstairs. Joe was reading in an armchair by the light of a table lamp nearby. He hadn't realized the day was all but over. They had a television, but it was almost never switched on, and he wondered whether they ought to get rid of it. The license fee would cover the cost of taxing another car. Joe looked up and said, "All done?" "Yes, for now." He went to the window and stared out into the darkening garden. Layla appeared and wagged her tail, expecting the evening sniff around outside. Joe watched him and then said, "Dead or alive?" It's remarkable, Smith thought, how quickly the shorthand grows between people, how all the superfluous bits disappear. He said, "I think he's alive." Joe said, "I hope so. What's the next move?" Smith was still staring out of the window. He said, "I need to speak to his daughter. I'll call the number in his phone in the morning and see if it's any use." After a pause, Joe said, "Okay, but don't forget we're going to see the car." "Yes." Her eyes went back to her book, but she was smiling privately, not offended. When he was preoccupied, he could seem abrupt. When you commit, it has to be to the whole person, or it isn't really commitment. You have to take the rough with the smooth. And he was never more than a little edgy. Chapter 13. The western end of Nelson Road, the end closest to the centre of King's Lake, has seen better days. This has been true almost since the grand old houses were built in the final years of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th. These were the homes of the prosperous late Victorians and early Edwardians, the rising middle classes, the confident new professions. Families were larger then, and thanks to improving health care and education, more of the children were thriving. These homes had 4 and 5 bedrooms, at least 2 reception rooms, generous kitchens, a scullery, and not a few had basements. Even our more staid conservative historians have labelled those decades a kind of golden age, a time in which, for once, the rising tide of prosperity had begun to lift all boats. And then came the war, followed by a depression and another war, bigger than the one before. The 1950s were difficult. The 1960s went a little crazy as a result, but it didn't last. And the 1970s are remembered now mainly for strikes and the 3-day working week. The economy accepted it was never going to fully recover, and society followed suit. One by one, the remaining owners of the big old houses in Nelson Road sold up and moved to the suburbs or the nice villages a convenient drive away from the town. Smaller families needed smaller homes, and people who live alone, something we take for granted now, but which was rare in those earlier times, don't need much of a home at all. The houses in Nelson Road were bought by businessmen of a sort, men who saw that where one family had lived when their grandparents were alive, 3 or 4 or 5 families could now be housed. The only investment required was some rewiring, some replumbing, and lots of thin partition walls, and, of course, a set of doorbells. Number 27 was typical. A fine old Edwardian townhouse which, having been first converted to 4 dwellings, currently consisted of 7, 2 flats each on the ground and first floors, with 3 bedsits on the top story. An outer door faced the road, and between them a small paved yard, which had once been a garden, contained the refuse and recycling bins, and 3 bicycles, one of which, rusting and flat-tired, had been locked to the railings for several months, owner unknown, but presumably long since departed. In one corner of the yard a buddleia bush had taken hold a year or two ago, forcing its roots down between the broken slabs, deeper down than most of the transient human population of Nelson Road, and the long purple racemes of flowers were motionless in the sunlight. Improbably, even here, the butterfly bush had attracted some of its namesakes, and the elderly woman who had been sweeping the yard paused to gaze at them. Voices the woman recognized came from the road. She smiled and waited for the two figures to appear around the corner of the wall. A much younger woman walked through the gateway, where there was no longer a gate, and then turned to wait, putting down for a moment the two shopping bags. A tapping sound was followed by the arrival of a little girl, 4 years of age, and walking with the aid of a crutch. On her left leg a metal brace supported her from the knee downwards. On her back she carried a small pack from which protruded the top of a box of cornflakes. The young woman said, "Good morning, Mrs. T." But Mrs. T had eyes only for the child. She said, "Only one stick today? My goodness!" The girl repeated her mother's greeting, "Good morning, Mrs. T," in sing-song voice that was sweet but slightly distorted, as if she had some difficulty with her nose or her breathing. A mass of dense dark curls encircled her round face, and her skin was the colour of coffee with full cream, and yet her eyes were a bright sky blue. She was a strikingly pretty 4-year-old. Mrs. T pointed to the butterfly bush and said, "Look at these on the flowers, Fleur. Do you know what they are?" Fleur knew, and named them as butterflies, with a slight stammer. "Very good," said the old lady. "And do you know their names?" "I do, some of them. This is a cabbage white. The one with the eyes is a peacock, and that beautiful red and black one at the top is a red admiral. When I was a little girl, my brother used to collect them until I made him stop. Aren't they lovely things?" The girl stepped closer to the bush, leaning on her stick until her nose was only a few inches away from the nearest of the insects. Mrs. T and the mother exchanged smiles, and then the younger woman said, "They've had some deliveries down at the food bank. You should get down there before it all disappears." Mrs. T pointed to the box of cereal in the child's backpack and said, "I see you've had some help this morning." "Yes, you can't keep her out of anything. She has to do her bit." The butterflies had caught the girl's imagination, and she was working her way slowly around the bush. The younger woman said, "No more letters?" "No, dear. It's all gone very quiet. What about you?" "I haven't replied to the last solicitor's letter. That's what Citizen's Advice told me to do. I'm expecting a knock on the door any day now." Mrs. T's face clouded with concern. She said, "Will it be the same horrible people? You know, you can always have me there, or anyone in the house. I'm sure they'd all help after what you've done. Most of us would be—" The front door of the house creaked open, and a tall, thin, dark-skinned man appeared and began to walk along the path towards the gateway. When he saw the two women, he stopped, embarrassed and shy, and the younger one said, "Hi, Mohammed. Going to work?" He nodded first, and then said, "Yeah, they call me. Overtime work." She said, "You'll be a rich man soon, Mohammed." And he laughed, a big-hearted, full-throated laugh that made the little girl turn around and stare. He said, "One day soon. Why, I came. Then we all buy this big house, yeah." She asked him the same question about the letter, and the smile disappeared in an instant. But no, he too had had no more letters. She said, "Remember, if you do, you come and show me." When he'd gone, she called her daughter's name, and then her mobile began to ring. She took it out of her jeans pocket, looked a grimace at Mrs. T, and said, "Talk of the devil. I don't know this number. It might be them." She pressed accept, and then another button so Mrs. T could hear the person on the other end. A voice said, "Hello, am I speaking to Lauren Fitch?" With her gaze fixed on the other woman's face, she said, "Who wants to know?" The man's voice said, "Oh, I'm sorry. My name is David Smith. Am I speaking to Lauren Fitch?" Her face had darkened into a look of distaste. She said, "Who do you work for?" After a short pause, the man said, "Diver and Diver Associates, Miss Fitch. We're based in Kings Lake. She had pressed the red button, and the call was over. To Mrs. T, she said, "Sounds as if they're bringing in reinforcements. Fleur, come on, inside now." Perhaps it had just been an inconvenient moment. Those are mostly over within 15 minutes, and so Smith waited exactly a quarter of an hour before he tried the number again. This time the call was cancelled without being answered. In this situation there are people who call again and again until the resolve of the recipient weakens, and they answer angrily. But Smith had never been one of them. If that hadn't been Lauren Fitch, he would be irritating an innocent stranger, in the metaphorical sense, because we're all guilty, of course, and if it had been her, the last thing he needed when he finally met her was the contemptuous look she would have for a nuisance caller. There's always another way. He tried Facebook himself and got his usual result, noting that lots of Fitches must have climbed aboard the Mayflower. And Joe looked at the other popular social media platforms. It seemed the young woman had no profile on any of them, although, as Joe pointed out, some people are present without declaring themselves, Smith himself being a good example. Unusual, though, he said, for a young person these days, and Joe agreed. Lauren's name was not present on the electoral register, the open version that is publicly available if you know where to look. There were at least 3 possible explanations for that. She might no longer be living in any of the electoral wards in or around Kings Lake. She might never have been declared as a person of voting age, despite being in her mid-20s, an offence under all sorts of electoral registration acts. Lauren might have ticked the box that says she does not want her name to be on the open list. Smith always ticked that one, so perhaps they had something in common. Joe entered the name into Google with all sorts of tags and additions, all to no avail. Joe said, "Perhaps she's gone, moved right away after the rift with her father," and Smith shrugged at the suggestion. It was a possibility, but Lillian Maguire had told him that the last she knew Lauren was still in Lake, and that she had had a child of her own. He wondered just how recent that information might be. He might need to call Mrs. Maguire and ask. At 10:30 they left Drift's End, drove into Kings Lake, and bought an MX-5. The entire exercise had an air of inevitability about it, but at least it was over mercifully quickly. Smith kept a wary eye open for Anthony Hills, but Prestige Motors was a big business, and the used car side of it was well away from the main offices. The young woman was very keen to sell, and Smith guessed why. Demand for 2-seater soft tops is lively in April and May, with the whole of summer to drive about in, but come August a dealer doesn't want too many of them sitting in the showroom. In 8 years the car had had only 2 owners, and they must have been competing with each other in the traditional English pastime of car coddling. It was in superb condition, with a full service history. More to the point, it was love at first sight for Joe. They drove it for half an hour, out on the Huntston Road, and then along some of the back lanes that wind through clusters of little flint and sandstone cottages. The car hugged the corners as if it loved every single one, and Smith had to admit it was an experience, that rear-wheel drive, sitting so low you'd be eye to eye with a rabbit surprised on the grass verge, and looking up at a horse in a field. As long as you didn't think about snowy winter mornings, it was fun. Back at the showroom, Smith negotiated a full service and the cam belt change, a full MOT, and asked whether the warranty could include sessions with a chiropractor in case he put his back out when entering or exiting the vehicle. The salesgirl had looked uncertainly at Joe, who managed to reassure her, and then Smith signed on the dotted line and paid the deposit. The mechanical work would take a week because they were so busy. After lunch at Sandrine's, Smith drove across town and parked in the market square. Jason had left a message to say Francis Dunhill had asked for an update, and also that if the files were to remain with Diver and Diver, could they be kept securely. Jason had concluded this meant in the safe at the office. Smith had looked at the files again to see if there was some security risk he had missed, but could find none. Bureaucracy, the world having gone bonkers about data protection. Still, he'd thought, a good opportunity to see whether the divers are as good as they think they are, or need to be. Could they find Lauren Fitch? He climbed the stairs on his own. Joe had said she would look around the shops for half an hour. Not for anything in particular, but Smith guessed that headscarves might be involved. There were voices above him, people talking in the reception area. He recognized Jason's and Madison's, but there was another woman with a northern accent, most likely Yorkshire. He didn't want to listen in on a client's business, and so he tapped on the door and went straight through into reception. Madison sat at her desk with a mug of coffee in her hand, and her boss was perched on the end of her desk, arms folded, and listening as the woman continued to tell a story about a traffic warden and a parking ticket. I'd taken a photo of it, the meter, soon as I realized it wasn't working, and when I poked that under his nose, he wasn't best pleased. Said he has to account for every ticket cancelled after it's been issued. Not my problem, I said. Then the cheeky bastard asked me to find another spot, because he's got to go and find one of those covers that declares it out of action. At that point, realizing her listeners were looking at someone who had appeared in the office behind her, she turned to look. A woman with a build most kindly described as stocky, with her hair cut short in military fashion, and a round face entirely lacking any pretence at female adornment. She regarded Smith as she might have the traffic warden, had he had the temerity to follow her into the building. Jason stood up and said, "And so you meet at last. Polly Coverdale, this is David Smith. David, this is Polly." Polly isn't a name one forgets. This was the other person working on local investigations for Diver and Diver, the only other person of several appointed who had apparently made a success of it. She didn't smile, but she held out a small, square right hand, and the strength of the grip came as no surprise to him. He returned it as he would if shaking hands with a man. She kept eye contact with him for 2 or 3 seconds, and then gave a single nod. Jason Diver seemed pleased to have them together in the room. He took the folders from Smith and asked whether there had been any progress in the search for Gerald Fitch. From this, Smith could only assume that investigations could be discussed openly among trusted associates. He gave the briefest of outlines, ending with the name of Lauren Fitch, and saying that if the office had any resources which might help to locate her, he'd be pleased to use them. Jason said, "Right, there are things we can do. Come through, and I'll make a few notes for Francis Dunhill, and then we'll take a look. Maddie, can you sort out what Polly needs before she meets with the Adams solicitors? Thanks, everyone." Diver really wants this to work, Smith realized as he followed him into the inner office. It wasn't a game or a bit of fun. Local agency work would only ever make a fraction of what he must be earning from the internet-based business, but for some reason it was important to him. Maybe this was all about honouring the memory of old Bernie Diver, whom Smith himself had known back in the day. The few notes turned out to be enough for a thoroughly detailed report to Francis Dunhill. It was clear Diver was out to impress, and obvious enough why. Regular work from a company like Axon Life would be invaluable in all sorts of ways. In reception, the two women were still talking, and as Jason tapped away, Smith fell to wondering about the pedigree of his fellow associate. There was little enough to go on, just 5 minutes of observation, but he had the feeling she hadn't been a hairdresser who fancied a change of career. Most likely ex-police or some sort of security work, he guessed. She looked, at any rate, as if she wouldn't stand a lot of nonsense. He gave Jason more detail about Gerald's situation before his disappearance, and eventually he was asked the question again. Did he think the missing man was still alive? He gave the same answer. The implications of that were thought through before Jason said, "If you can prove it, we're going to save Axon Life a great deal of money. Do you think you can?" "From where we are now," Smith said, "not a chance. It's not as if all we have to do is convince enough members of a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. All I'm basing it on is that I've heard nothing to make me think he was suicidal, and nothing to make me think anyone wished him serious harm. I reckon there's a lot of money in the estate, one way or another, even before the Axon policy pays out. But even so." He hadn't mentioned Mrs. Fitch's family history, and probably could not have explained why. Perhaps he didn't want to be seeing ghosts from his past wherever he looked. Anyway, none of that bears the slightest resemblance to anything Axon would consider proof. I don't have a single lead as to where he might have gone. If he got in touch with anyone, I'd say a relative was most likely. His daughter and his wife don't speak, so the daughter, Lauren, just might know something no one else does. Once upon a time he would have said to a detective constable or a detective sergeant, "Find that young woman," and a standard set of protocols would most likely have done so within a day or two. Now almost none of those procedures was possible. The police have surprising and unsuspected investigative powers. What they often lack is either the manpower, surely there's no such word as person power, or the willpower to use them. Jason said, "I'll put Maddie onto it. She's allowed to operate on my license, and she's very good at office-based work. If we can find his daughter, and you speak to her, any idea on how long?" "As long as a piece of string, of course." Jason Diver would be thinking about costs and margins, and quite rightly so. Smith himself had added up what this had already cost in terms of his time and his expenses. No doubt DDA would have been employed on a retainer to cover costs, but it would not be open-ended. Police time is, theoretically at least, unlimited. Private time is not. Smith said, "If Lauren Fitch has nothing to tell me, that's the end. Wherever he went, wherever he is, Gerald has either been very careful or very lucky. I could start contacting the missing and homeless charities, but those are one chance in a million jobs that could take weeks. I'd do it, but I'm not sure Axon would pay you at those odds." When he left the office, Maddie and Polly Coverdale were at a table sorting through sheets of legal-looking papers. As he said his goodbyes, Smith saw these included several affidavits. Jason had said earlier, the papers Polly needs to deal with the Adams solicitors. So Miss Coverdale, no jewellery of any description, must have more about her than a simple square-bashing squaddy. She straightened up when he appeared and said, "Nice to meet you at last." And he knew from that just as he had been told about her by Jason Diver, she had been told about him. You cannot help wondering exactly what someone said. It's human nature. At 3:30 that afternoon, Smith glanced at his watch in a moment of irritation. There had been no call from the office. If they couldn't find the young woman, they should have let him know, rather than leave it to him to get in touch. This could easily be explained to a subordinate in words of one syllable if necessary, but that no longer applied either. Maddie was probably more important to Diver and Diver than he was. He decided to wait until 4 o'clock. At 11 minutes to the hour his phone rang, and he could see it was DDA. But the voice on the end was not Madison's. Polly Coverdale was on the line. She said, after confirming who had just answered her call, "Sorry about this. There's a bossy young woman running this place." Smith said he knew the feeling and asked what he could do for her. She answered, "Nothing, just write this down, I suppose." And then she gave him an address, adding afterwards, "I think it's your girl, Lauren Fitch." Nelson Road, Kings Lake. He knew it well. He asked Polly whether she'd been promoted to receptionist's assistant, and then she explained that she, Polly, had found the address and been ordered to ring him directly. He thanked her, and, professional curiosity aroused, asked her how she had accomplished something he could not. Polly said, "Mostly luck. I did debt work for a couple of years, and you spend a lot of time looking for people who've done a runner. You check county court lists all the time. It was a long shot, but when Maddie said she wasn't having any success, I tried it and she came up." Smith said, "As a debtor, she has CCJs against her?" "No, that's the more interesting bit. She's listed as a plaintiff against something called Star Holdings, a Mr. C. Griffiths. I've only glanced at it online, but I think he's her landlord and there's a dispute over a tenancy. It looks like an ongoing thing. The last hearing was only a couple of months ago. Anyway, it could be her." This was worthy of his sincere thanks, and he duly gave them. And then, because he genuinely wanted to know, Smith asked Polly Coverdale what she'd done before those couple of years of debt work. He was certain if she wanted him to mind his own business, she would tell him so. She said, "I did 15 years RMP." She was using the shorthand. Had she been investigating his own history? The Royal Military Police, the feared Redcaps. Squaddies sometimes called them monkeys, but never to their faces. Smith said, "Oh, which wing?" If she hadn't known he was ex-army, she did now. Polly said, "Close protection, and then SIB." When he'd thought to himself that she didn't look as if she stood much nonsense, he'd been wide of the mark. A close protection red cap can break your fingers just by thinking about it. SIB stands for Special Investigations Branch. Those are the ones who have a brain as well as the deadly moves. Smith thought she was in her late 30s or early 40s and wondered what had brought her to leave the services. But that was a question too far in only their second conversation. He said, "I think you're right. You've found the young lady I need to speak to. I owe you one." There was no false modesty. She said she was glad she had helped, and ended the call. He thought about her for another couple of minutes, but came only to the conclusion that she was quite an asset for Diver and Diver Associates. Joe would be working for another hour, and so he typed in North County Court to see how easily he could have found Lauren Fitch. There is always something new to learn. Chapter 14. Smith rapped on the door of 27E 3 times, and it opened within a matter of seconds. She was tall and slim and cross. He said, "Good morning. How did you get in?" "To the building," he said. "I came through the front door. Did you use a key? Do you have a statutory right of entry?" This time he made eye contact and didn't respond immediately, hoping to avoid further interruptions. "No, I do not have a key to this building. I am also sure I do not have a statutory right of entry to anywhere except my own home, though I've never tested the matter in the courts. The front door was on the latch. If I've caught you at a difficult time, I can come back later." The young woman opened the door a little more and took a step forward so she could look along the short corridor behind him. Then she folded her arms and said in a somewhat less aggressive manner, "You're on your own?" "Yes." Smith had realized why she was behaving in this fashion. The county court records gave few details, but Loren Fitch's ongoing dispute with Star Holdings had begun more than a year ago. As he waited, he heard a child's voice behind her calling, "Mummy!" He ventured a sympathetic smile and repeated his words that he could call back at another time. She said, "So what's this about?" "First, may I just establish that you are Loren Fitch? It's a personal matter, and I would not want to discuss her business with anyone else, even by mistake. Whether civil or criminal, encounters with the law of the land teach people to be cautious." The young woman thought before she confirmed her identity. Then he took out the DDA card and handed it to her. She studied both sides before she returned it. "You're a private detective. How did you get involved?" Smith said, "Through Axon Life, the insurance company." He knew, obviously, that the answer would puzzle her. Sometimes it's a way of regaining the initiative in a conversation. She said, "I don't have any insurance." "Hey, is this a con? Are you selling insurance? If you are, you can—" "No, Mrs. Fitch. Your father has a policy with Axon Life." In the silence that followed, a little girl appeared behind her mother. She moved as quickly as any other 3- or 4-year-old, but did so with the aid of a tiny crutch. On her lower left leg she had some sort of brace which looked permanent rather than temporary. She gave Smith a shy smile and took hold of her mother's hand. Loren spoke with a different sort of self-control now. She said slowly, staring at him very directly, "My dad? Is he dead? Have they found him?" Smith said, "I'm happy to answer all your questions, Ms. Fitch. In order, then. Yes, this is about Gerald Fitch. I have no idea whether he is dead or alive, and if anyone has found him, I wish they'd tell me, because that's what the Axon Life Insurance Company has asked me to do." He gave her time. This was a lot to take in, but in addition to that, Loren Fitch was undergoing some emotional turbulence. The little girl looked up at her and said, "Who is it, Mummy?" "It's just a man come to talk to me. You can go and play." But the child didn't let go of her hand. Smith waited again, and eventually the young woman said, "I don't have any contact with my father. I can't tell you anything." In a matter of seconds, Gerald had gone from being my dad to my father. Smith said, "I am aware of that, Miss Fitch. There was no sign of a ring, and if she was living in this tiny bedsit with a child, he guessed there would be little sign of a man either. I spoke with Andrew and Lillian Maguire the day before yesterday, and they explained the situation. In case you're wondering, they didn't give me your number. This was still in your father's mobile phone." She had reacted to the names of the people she once knew, and for a moment he thought she was going to ask how they were. Instead she said, "You have his phone?" He explained the circumstances. The longer he could keep her engaged and talking, the better. She might have asked an awkward question about how he had come by her address, but instead she said, "So you were talking about an insurance policy. If he's still missing, how can—" And then her face altered. A cynical smile is still a smile, but only in the way that hollow laughter is a mocking echo of the genuine thing. She said, "Oh, I get it. Someone else is claiming on the policy. It's 5 years. Is that a legal thing?" He said, "It's all quite involved, but in essence, yes, you're correct. I've been asked to re-examine the circumstances of your dad's disappearance before any payment is made. Obviously, I'm trying to speak to anyone who knew him, relatives, friends, work colleagues. And, as I just said, I've had a meeting with his wife, Amanda." Smith had tried to colour that last point with a tinge of uncertainty, to say the words whilst touching the black keys, the sharps and flats. He could not tell whether he'd succeeded. Somewhere down in the house below, a door closed heavily. The little girl was still gazing up at him, and he smiled back at her. She was a pretty little thing, and he thought, what's your story, your part in all this? She must be Gerald's grandchild, and he, Smith, would have liked to know. He was on the point of making a polite retreat when Lauren Fitch said, "All right, do you want to come inside?" They lived in a single large room with a kitchenette at one end, their beds at the other, and a sofa and an armchair in between. A door led from the kitchenette into a bathroom and toilet. It was clean and tidy, and the tenant was resolutely unapologetic about her home. There was a gas ring, and she lit it with a match. It looks, thought Smith, as if we're having a cup of tea. How many hundreds of gallons had he drunk over the years in the course of his investigations? The little girl, Fleur, he had now been told, was fascinated by the presence of a visitor. She brought him a succession of toys and then books for his inspection, and he asked her whether she could read any of those books. She sat on a small stool, obviously her reading place, and performed a story about a very hungry caterpillar as she turned and read aloud each page. Smith said, "You're not even at school yet, are you?" And her mother answered, "No, kindergarten next month at the primary. She's never been in daycare, costs a fortune. We do stuff at home." He said, "I'm no expert, but I'd say she's already ahead of the game." Her mother shrugged, but he could see the compliment had been welcome. The little girl had a slight defect in her speech to go along with her limp. He could see now that her left foot was twisted inwards, as was her right one, but less so. He would have asked, but guessed the child was bright enough to know she was being talked about, and so said nothing. How many times had he told young detectives not to ask so many questions, learn instead to wait, watch, and listen? When the tea was poured, he sat in the armchair. Lauren Fitch sat on the sofa, and Fleur had retreated to her play corner, because the novelty of a visitor had worn off after a few minutes. Then, without being asked a thing, Lauren told him Fleur had been born with cerebral palsy. She said, "We've met plenty of others at the clinics. She's one of the luckiest." Smith remarked that her daughter seemed very bright. "She is, actually. They do loads of tests, all the developmental stuff. She always comes out at the top. She's going to be okay." This was a simple statement of fact, and Smith admired it. He asked whether Fleur would have treatment as she grew up. "Yes, she'll have ongoing speech therapy. NHS, obviously, so long waiting lists. Later on, they say she might be a candidate for some specialist surgery. They might be able to straighten her legs. But that's a long way away. It doesn't hold her back." Lauren Fitch gazed at her daughter again, plainly the sun around which her life revolved, and Smith took the opportunity to properly study the young woman for the first time. She was thin to the point of being overly so, and above average height. Her hair was dark and shaved close to her head at the sides, but shoulder-length elsewhere. He thought it an odd look, but he'd noticed other young women on the streets of Lake choosing the same style, so it must be some sort of a fashion. She had a single gold ring through her left nostril, and on the right side of her neck was the small tattoo of a scorpion. Smith could never for the life of him understand why a young woman would wish to deface one of nature's most wonderful creations, but he was long past debating the matter with himself or anyone else. Lauren's jeans were black, and she was wearing a dark purple T-shirt. If he had had to place her in a category of youth culture, he would have said the young lady had once been a goth, but it seemed she wore no makeup. Her face was naturally pale. He said, "May I ask whether your dad has met Fleur?" It was a sort of test, of course. She might assume he was unfamiliar with the dates involved, or simply that he wasn't very good at maths, but her look back at him suggested neither. She said, "Obviously not. She was born after he disappeared." "And he hasn't, then, assuming you're telling me the truth," Smith thought, "been in touch with you since?" He told her he was trying to get a mental picture of her father, but it wasn't straightforward. The people he had already talked to had given different views of him. Lauren Fitch accepted the invitation. She said, "He was a good father to me growing up. As a kid, I always believed they were close, my mum and dad. We had a nice house, not short of money. When I got older, I realized he was worrying about the business a lot, and that changed him. I remember my mum saying to him, 'Just leave it or sell it. It's not worth killing yourself for.' But it had been my granddad's company, and my dad always thought he had to make it work, keep it going. But it was her that got ill. Her asthma got worse. I'm sure it was the worry of it." Fleur was sitting in her corner, quietly absorbed in another book. Surely, he thought, there aren't many 4-year-olds that do that. He knew of one in Belfast who ran, climbed, pedalled, and kicked a ball around from dawn to dusk. He said to Lauren, "Were you aware of any specific changes in your dad leading up to the time he disappeared?" "No, but I wouldn't be. I haven't spoken to him in 8 years, not just 5. I haven't spoken to him since the day he walked out on my mum." She gave him a long, level stare, as if he might not believe her, but he did. Smith already had the impression that Miss Fitch might be short of money, but she did not lack resolve. They were into the heart of the matter now, and so he thought little would be lost by asking her whether she had met Amanda, her father's second wife. Lauren said, "Yeah, once. On my 18th birthday, he brought her to the house along with a present. My mum started crying, so I slapped her face. The bitch's face, not my mum's." When she saw the surprise on Smith's own face, she almost laughed, and then added, "It was all downhill from there." Fleur had heard something that worried her. She came and stood near to her mother. Lauren reached out towards her and said, "Sorry, darling. Mummy said a bad word, didn't she? Not to worry. I won't say any more." And then to Smith, "The only time I saw him after that was the funeral. He came alone. He said a few words to me, but I had nothing to say to him. He was changed, though. I think he already knew he'd made a terrible mistake." He said, "You mean in remarrying?" "I mean in having anything to do with that woman. I'm not just a daughter defending her mother here. I think Amanda Routh is evil. One day, a friend of mine—" Her voice trailed away, and her eyes left Smith momentarily. To say "go on" would seem to be prying, and so he simply gave her the space she needed to make up her own mind whether she should tell him what happened one day. Interesting that she had remembered the surname, though. She looked back at him and said, "A friend of mine, Lucy, she's a nurse. One day, when she was at work, she saw him come into the waiting room. She recognized him. She said he looked like he'd been beaten up. He had scratches down one side of his face." "Third-hand word of mouth and circumstantial, Your Honour. Even so, it could put Gerald's second marriage into a different frame altogether. He asked Lauren whether she could recall when that might have been, and she thought it was maybe a year after he remarried. They do say, he thought to himself, it only lasts 7 months, that first romantic love. You mentioned that Amanda's maiden name was Routh. Did you know anything about her or where she came from?" What he meant, obviously, was, did you look into her yourself? But she only told him she'd heard one of Amanda's brothers had been in prison, and said she wasn't surprised. After that she looked at him directly and said, "It's weird you've got his phone after all this time. How come?" He explained it had been left behind in the house at West Wootton, and then went on to say that both Andrew Maguire and Maxine Abbott had told him that her father was good with tech, phones and computers and things. Was that how she remembered him? She said, "I suppose he was, yeah. I'm not big on it. Can't afford it, for one thing. Just got my mobile. He knew a lot about cameras, though." Smith told her he'd seen some of Gerald's photographs, and for a few moments she was recalling happier times in her childhood, her dad always getting her to pose and say cheese and then look more serious. Her mum said to her once, that's what he should have been, really, a photographer, not a businessman. He said, "When your dad left, you stayed with your mum?" "Yeah, she never got over it. I mean, she was ill, I know that, but I looked after her until she died. Then I was 20, you know, and all the college plans didn't seem to matter any more. I got a letter from his solicitors saying he wanted to give me some money. I set fire to it." Smith must have had something like a smile on his face. She said, "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" "No," he said. "I think you got a raw deal, having to handle all that before you were 21. She said, "My life was a bit crazy for a couple of years after that. You wouldn't believe what you can get up to in a dead-and-alive dump like King's Lake if you try hard enough." "Oh," he thought, "I think I might." She continued, "Then I met her dad," nodding towards her daughter, "and I was off on a different merry-go-round. She's my full-time job. I do some bar work. There's an old dear downstairs who watches her for me. We get by, just the two of us." He wanted to ask her about the eviction she was fighting. He'd learned that much from the county court lists. Doing so would, however, make her think she too was under investigation, that he'd been looking into her business, and she was likely to perceive that as another sort of threat. She was intelligent and resourceful. More to the point, Lauren Fitch had done right by her daughter, when so many in her circumstances do not. That some landlord was trying to take away what little she had didn't seem right. There isn't much you can do as a copper, but there's even less if you're just a jobbing private eye. Someone hammered loudly on the door, and the little girl dropped her book and looked startled. Lauren said, "It's okay, darling, just someone at the door," and then to Smith, "Here we go. Sorry, won't be a minute." He remained on the sofa, smiled again at the little girl, and listened, because he had no choice, the room being so small. A man's voice, not educated, not official, saying something about her being obliged to answer a letter, asking her to confirm she had received a letter dated the such-and-such of July. Lauren Fitch said she had taken advice, that she did not have to answer a letter like that, and the man raised his voice, talking over her, saying, "But you got it, right? You got it. You just admitted that. 1 month from the date on it, you got 2 weeks to clear out." She said calmly, "We've been here before. The last judgment said he, cannot issue another eviction notice while there's an ongoing case in the county court. That's why I don't have to respond to a letter. His solicitor should—" A shout now. "This ain't gonna be ended by no solicitors, lady. Someone like me's going to end it if you ain't careful. Pack up and get out." Lauren was telling the man to keep back from her door now, and Smith got up from the chair. When he appeared behind Lauren, the big moon face was surprised. The mouth dropped open a little. The first odd thing was that Smith recognized him vaguely. Could not put a name to him, but he'd been a thug of various sorts around Kingslake as long as Smith had been a police officer there. The second odd thing was that behind the oaf stood a small, bespectacled, and quite elderly woman, holding a briefcase. It is conceivable that the recognition had been mutual. Something had silenced the threats. Smith looked from the woman to the man and back again before he said to her, "Excuse me, madam, but is this your gorilla?" An almost human frown appeared on the anthropoid brow as the barb went slowly home. The woman's face seemed to have developed a sour expression, but Smith didn't know her. Perhaps she always looked that miserable. Eventually she asked him who he was. He waved the blue card about. It had become more useful than he had ever anticipated, and said that he represented Diver and Diver Associates. She had no idea who or what they were, but in the context, the associates would probably concern her. The briefcase was a giveaway. Some grubby backstreet lawyers would be involved if there were no fault evictions taking place. Smith then took a step forward, because the gorilla had not taken one back from the doorway, and they were eye to eye for some seconds. Hadn't Waters or Murray told him this character had been on the door of the escort agency they shut down after a girl was found dead in her car on the Walmsley estate? Good to know he'd found gainful employment. A boxing club was ringing a bell somewhere far away in Smith's memory. The man was big but fat now, and there wouldn't be much muscle in the midriff if it came to it. But it wouldn't. The old dear was saying, as she went away, that there would be another letter about the letter, that Lauren Fitch's tenancy had ended, she was now, in the eyes of the law, a squatter, and— Their footsteps went down the 2 sets of stairs, and then the door slammed again. The young woman did not look at all rattled. She said to Smith, "Thanks. We've all had it. It's not just me, but I'm the one who took them to court. They want us all out. I don't think it's redevelopment. They can make more money with long-term lets to the government to house asylum seekers. Our own government kicking British people onto the streets." Fleur was with her own mother again, and it made him angry that decent people were going through this, people who were trying to do the right thing, doing a little bar work to make ends meet, sitting on long waiting lists to get some speech therapy for their kids. Somewhere it had all gone wrong somehow. He thanked Lauren for her help, and added, "If I find out anything, would you want to know?" Not an easy question for her to answer, he knew that. In the end she shrugged, and he took that as yes. He'd reached the top of the stairs when he heard her voice and stopped. She was beckoning him back, and he went. She turned again into her room, and Smith followed. She pushed the door to and said, "There's something I didn't tell you." Chapter 15. 30 minutes later, Smith was making his second unannounced visit of the week to the offices of Diver and Diver Associates. Madison was surprised to see him and said it was getting to be like he almost worked there. For someone of her tender years, she had an unusually dry sense of humour. He pointed towards the closed door and asked whether Jason was in. He was, but on a call which shouldn't last much longer. Smith asked next whether Polly Coverdale was in the building. She was not. She was at that meeting with solicitors. Smith had been hoping to thank her in person, whilst at the same time finding out a little more about his co-associate, if there is such a word. As someone who almost worked there, he decided to explore the facilities downstairs for the first time, and offered to make Madison a coffee or a tea. She looked rather touched by the question, and said she had some herbal teas in the cupboard. She would love a ginger infusion. At that point for Smith there were simply too many possibilities, and he had to content himself with asking how long she would like her ginger infusion to last. She said he could bring it back upstairs, and she would manage the removal of the tea bag herself. He was grateful there was no one else in the offices to witness the spectacle of him carrying a mug with one of those little labels on a string hanging over the side. As he busied himself in the kitchen, which was 5 times the size of the one in Lauren Fitch's bedsit, he thought over again what the young woman had told him after she'd called him back into her room. On the 17th of June, 5 years ago, 2 days after her father disappeared from his home in West Wootton, she had received a phone call. It was one of those odd telecommunications events that happen to us all from time to time. You say hello a few times, but there is no response, no sound from the ether, just an empty silence, and then nothing at all. She thought no more of it. 1 week later, on the 24th of June, she received another call. She checked her records afterwards, and it was from exactly the same number. This time she took notice of it, because in between the 2 calls she had been spoken to by the Kingslake police about her father's disappearance. On the 17th, no one had yet told her he was missing. She waited on the line for whoever had called to say something, and eventually said, "Dad, is that you?" Whoever it was had made a sound. When she told Smith, she said it was a sort of choked sob, as if he was trying to speak, but could not. And then the call ended again. Smith had said to her, as if he was trying to speak, and she said yes, it was a man, she was certain of it. And she thought it had been her father. When he asked her why she thought so, she admitted it was just a feeling. More than 5 years ago. Obviously she had changed her phone since then, but she was, as he had already concluded, a rather sensible young woman. In a notebook she had written down the number, and she still had that notebook. When she brought it to him, he had said, "Did you go back to the police with the number?" She swallowed before she answered him, and he thought, there's a dam that's going to break sooner or later. "No," she said. And when he did not comment on that, she said, "I wasn't sure I wanted anyone to find him. I wasn't sure I wanted to see him again, so—" It was a landline number, and he recognized the area code, force of habit, a habit of the force. These apparently trivial things stick with you forever. 01692, North Walsham, the far northeast of the county of Norfolk. If the calls had come from Gerald Fitch, if he had been there for at least a week, why there? If Gerald was in northeast Norfolk, he had not, after all, been involved in an unfortunate accident or something worse. He was still alive, if not exactly kicking. If Gerald had reached out to his daughter after 3 years of separation, why say not a word? If my instincts are still of the slightest use, thought Smith, this is a lead, and a good one. Naturally, he had called the number himself the moment he arrived back at the car. A continuous high-pitched tone was the result. He tried again, carefully checking each digit, only to hear the same sound again, and a third attempt. The noise was becoming more irritating each time. The lowliest detective in Kingslake Central would know how to find the address linked to that landline number in a matter of minutes, and, more to the point, he or she would have the authority to obtain that information if doing so was part of an official investigation. As a member of the public, Smith had neither the means nor the authority to search for it. He had sat in the Volvo and considered these matters for 10 minutes, and then driven to the market square, parking in his regular spot before a visit to DDA. How many times had young Mr. D said to him, "Don't underestimate what we can do to support you if you're on a case of ours, David. We have ways and means. Just ask, you might be surprised." But it was Jason Diver who was in for the surprise, because Smith was going to ask. When he arrived back in reception with a tea for himself and the weirdly coloured concoction for Madison, Jason was there. She had told him that was obvious, and Smith was invited into the office immediately. Jason said as they both sat down, "Good to see you. Something to report?" Smith summarized the results from the interviews he had conducted over the past couple of days. He did so chronologically, ending with the one which had finished less than an hour ago. As he opened his Alich notebook to reveal the phone number, the intercom on Diver's desk buzzed, and Madison's voice said, "It's your call back from Oslo." Probably important. Smith knew the young woman did not usually interrupt interviews, but Jason said to her, "Okay, can you give Goran my apologies, Maddie? I'll call him back in 15 minutes. Smith had noticed this before. Jason was inclined to take a disproportionate interest in the parochial matters of northwest Norfolk, and one day the young entrepreneur was going to ask to come out on a real case instead of a virtual one, or a digital one, whatever the word is that they use to differentiate between their world and his own. This was a scenario which was to be avoided for as long as humanly possible. Jason said to him, "We don't know that call was from Gerald Fitch." "No. But you think it was, don't you?" "It really isn't that simple." Smith sat back in the chair and folded his arms, a gesture which somehow implied patient resignation rather than defensiveness. He said, "Lauren Fitch believes it was her father, and she struck me as a sensible and responsible young woman. From our point of view, therefore, it might have been Gerald, that's all. However, if I was still working at Kingslake Central and this came across my desk, it would be viewed as a potentially significant development." Somewhere out in the back streets, two vehicles blew their horns at each other, probably in Silver Street, Smith thought, and someone's gone the wrong way up it. The one-way system never had worked properly. Jason was thinking things over. Then he said, "Let's assume it was him. What do you read into that?" Smith said, "He left of his own free will. There are some strong hints now that the marriage wasn't in good shape, and we know for certain the business wasn't. He was alive at least 9 days after he disappeared. A middle-aged man with no serious health issues that I'm aware of. He might have died subsequently, but statistically the odds are that he hasn't." Jason said, "He's still alive in that case." "But all of this," said Smith, "hangs on an if. If that call came from Gerald Fitch. You could go back to Axon Life with this, but I doubt whether they can withhold paying out on the policy on the strength of a mystery phone call. Jason Diver asked for the number and tried it himself, a perfectly reasonable thing to do. He achieved exactly the same result as Smith. It was troubling him, the thing that was coming next, and Smith knew why. He'd known it 45 minutes ago when he sat in the car and considered the matter. "So, David, we need to know where that phone was 5 years ago, where the phone was that had this number. That's what you're telling me." After a pause, Smith said, "And if we had that information, I believe it would be worth going to that place, yes. You have to, or it's a loose end forevermore. You can't leave those lying around." Diver was still dealing with it, still processing, but the 15 minutes before the Oslo call would soon be up. Smith said, "Can you get it?" It was always coming, this moment, from the day Smith had agreed to take on just one case for them, the moment when all the excitement of getting into the private investigations business comes up against the reality of it. Sooner or later you arrive here at the ethical dilemma. Jason said, "This is a tricky one." Then he looked at Smith, being nobody's fool, our Mr. Diver, and said, "But you already know that." Smith's expression gave nothing away. "As you know, we take our professional responsibilities very seriously. As we speak, Catherine is involved in revising the code of conduct for the ABI. Do serving police officers sometimes break the rules of evidence? Some do, Smith would have answered. The successful ones. This was Jason Diver's call, and there was no point in leaning on him, or even trying a little persuasion. Smith knew perfectly well that what he was asking Diver to consider was not only against some code of conduct, he had the leaflet somewhere, but was also breaking some sort of privacy or data protection law. Imagine the anarchy if all of us could look up someone's address simply by knowing their phone number. Jason Diver said, "Okay, leave this with me." Smith nodded and made to get out of the chair. As he did so, Diver asked him what else he would be doing in the meantime, as far as the investigation was concerned. Smith said, "It might be worth taking a look at the Fitch Marine site down at the riverside, and I thought I might have another word with Amanda Fitch and pass on the good news about her husband. I'm sure she'll be delighted." Nothing in Smith's demeanour had called for an explanation, but Jason clearly felt he should give one. He said, pointing at the phone number now written onto a pad of yellow post-its, "A lot of people owe me favours. Maybe it's time to call one in." Back in reception, Smith found that Madison was actually drinking the ginger tea. He asked her if it was all right, and she said with a lovely smile that it was beautifully infused. Making his way down the stairs, he thought, heaven forgive them, these young ladies. Half the time they know not what they do. Over lunch, Joe said, "So this damsel in distress thing, was it always a part of your modus operandi? I'm trying to recall whether I fell for it myself." Smith had already told her about the washing machine in Porto, and now he had described the encounter with Knocker Blair, the name had come back to him, in Nelson Road earlier that morning. He hadn't connected the two events in the way that Joe just had, however. He said, "I do not believe it was, and a sensitive soul might resent the implication." Joe shrugged and said, "Just wondering. I expect over the years you've assisted lots of men with leaky washing machines and renter-heavy problems as well." He nodded in solemn agreement. There was a suggestion in the air that the long spell of fine weather was coming to an end, a stirring from the northeast and clouds building on the western horizon. Joe said,
I've had some news myself this morning. First thing, Maz might be ready a couple of days sooner than expected."
"Maz?"
"Our new family member. Prestige rang we could pick her up on Tuesday afternoon."
"Her?" Obviously it was hopeless, but one must make the effort.
Joe said, "Yes, of course she's a she. It's Maz for now. I was thinking a name beginning with M to go with Mazda, but I haven't decided yet. Not Miriam, obviously. Monica, Mary, Madeline,
or Madison," he thought to himself. "Maddie Mazda." He wasn't getting involved in this, and said nothing, but Jo could be relentless in her own way. She said,
"I know what you're thinking. It's just a mechanical device. But when we're deciding who's taking which one, are we going to say the Volvo or the Mazda?"
"Why not?" he said, despite himself.
And the answer was, "That's just impersonal, like we're talking about cars in an office pool. Don't tell me your old Peugeot never had a name."
Smith said she most certainly did not. She caught it immediately and smiled before.
"And so you should begin using the Volvo's proper name as well."
"He has a name already?"
"Yes, Vernon."
A mouthful of Irish breakfast tea was taken in the hope of ending the nonsense. Then Smith said, "What was the second thing? You said the car was the first."
"Oh, yes, the Spear Book Group are being taken over by Eagle House."
His eyes met hers over the rim of the teacup. He emptied it, and then put it down carefully on the saucer. Jo had delivered that item of news in a manner far too off-hand, and they both knew it. Spear Books was her publisher. She had a contract with them to deliver 3 more in her series about true crime investigations over the next 3 years, and a sizable sum of money was involved. Smith said, "Do you know any details?"
"No, I had an email, just a general circulation thing. I've spoken to Adam, and he apologized for it. There's a meeting with the authors towards the end of next week, in London and in person. So it must be serious."
He said, "They'll honour contracts, surely." Jo laughed and said,
"That's the very first thing they'll say. They always do when this happens. But everyone knows this is the time when lists get reviewed and writers get cut. When it comes down to it, who can afford the best commercial lawyers? Not the authors." He told her she must be among the Spear Group's most successful writers, and said he didn't think there was anything to worry about, for which she thanked him. Then she said, "Even so, I was wondering whether we ought to cancel the new car, just for now, until I know something definite."
It was a genuine question. Smith said absolutely not. They could manage whatever happened, and added, "Besides, Alice down at the village shop is always looking for part-time staff, and the Marston Hotel needs cleaners. I'm confident you'd soon find employment." After lunch, Smith unlocked the garden shed and found the things he was looking for quickly enough. It was an unusually tidy garden shed, with nails and screws into the uprights and roof timbers so that its contents could be hung up and easily located. He was putting these items into the boot of the Volvo when Jo reappeared, looking up at the sky and saying he should probably take a waterproof jacket with him. He pointed into the car and said, "Already on the back seat, but I'd better go and make sure the canvas on the boat is tight. The wind's getting up." Jo said, "I'll do that as soon as you leave." Then she stared into the boot of the car and said, "Are you going undercover?" He looked himself, and after a few seconds said, "Maybe, just a bit. I don't think dressing up is against the ABI Code of Conduct." Chapter 16. Smith drove past the yard where he and Waters had arrested Philip Wood for the murder of Jamie Bell, recalling how the man had still managed to land a few punches, even with one arm trapped in the car door, and Waters clambering in the other side to handcuff him. Those were the days. Fitch Marine Engineering owned the next site downriver. Who would ever have guessed, then, he would be back here on another investigation all these years later, and as a private operator? The works had been closed for a long time. He expected to see abandoned buildings and weeds and warnings on the security fences, and indeed there was plenty of that, but there was also a vehicle parked inside. He drove past slowly, as if searching for something, giving himself time to assess the situation. The car was a long blue Mercedes estate, and there was a clue painted on the side of it, Layer and Company's company logo. This was one of the county's largest estate agents, handling both high-end residential and commercial properties. Smith drove on and saw the main gates had been opened to let that vehicle inside, and that they remained open. He went further down the road until he was out of sight, then pulled over and considered the best way to exploit this opportunity. Confidence is the key. You need a plan, and you need to prepare for some of the foreseeable complications. But with enough confidence, or front, as it was once called, you can get away with, if not murder, then with much more than most people could imagine. Smith drove back towards the gateway, and then straight through it. He parked some 20 yards away from the Mercedes, but in line with it, as if this was still a car park for the offices, which were 40 yards in the opposite direction. He could see two figures now, in the gap between the empty office building and a big shed-like affair which covered a dry dock, and one of them had noticed his arrival. Smith put up a hand and waved as he went round to the back of the Volvo and opened the boot. Before the man arrived, a high-vis waistcoat had covered Smith's rain jacket, and a piece of paper from the insurance company's folder had been fixed into place on a clipboard. In his right hand he held a white safety helmet by the peak, ready to put it on his head. The man who had approached was middle-aged, short, and overweight, pinkly clean-shaven and wearing a shirt collar a size too small for his neck. Smith said cheerfully, "I see you've beaten me to it. Lucky for me. I was told there'd be someone to open the gate. I assume that's not you." He's not entirely convinced, thought Smith. Let's wait and see how he handles it, then. "I'm sorry, have we met?" Smith said, "No, I'm sure we haven't. I'm a bit off my usual patch. I drove right by it first time. You probably saw me going down the road." The other one was watching from the side of the offices, younger and holding the sort of equipment trainee surveyors seem to be holding most of the time. The man said, "Only I wasn't told to expect anyone else. You are—" "Sorry, thoughtless of me. David Smith, representing the insurance company." He held up the clipboard then. It has to be for a precise number of milliseconds, long enough for the subject to see the name and recognize the logo. Fortunately, very well known, but not so long that he begins to read the contents of the letter itself. The man said as the clipboard was lowered, "Oh, Simon Harvey, senior partner, Layer and Company. Axon Life. I didn't realize they had a commercial division. Most people don't. Only a small and exclusive portfolio. At least, that's what they tell me. I'm an area rep, really. I was asked to come and have a quick look around before the place goes on the market." Mr. Harvey's expression had altered a little already. He now seemed more confused than suspicious. Smith donned the safety helmet and went to the rear door of the Volvo. He opened it and took the camera from the back seat. He said, "I'll just take a few snaps. Proves I've been here. I won't get in your way." Something seemed to be troubling the senior partner from Layer and Company. After a moment he said, "Axon Life have an interest in this property?" Smith was closing the boot now, the busy area representative getting on with the job. He said, "Yes, goes back a long way, I believe." He was switching on the camera and pressing various buttons as if he knew just what he was doing. In a way, of course, he did. Harvey said, "Really? We were not aware. Is there a claim on it of some sort?" It was easy to see why the senior partner might be concerned. This site had to be worth millions. The development potential was obvious. Smith did not know what their percentage might be, but the agents who sold it were looking at a nice little earner. Legal complications and claims could get in the way of all that. A different look had appeared on Smith's face now, a wary look that said he shouldn't really be discussing this. He said, "I don't know all the details. I think it's complicated. That's why they've brought in the consultants." Mr. Harvey said blankly, "The consultants?" "Yes, Diver and Diver Associates. Have you come across them?" A shake of the head. Smith continued, "Specialist investigators. I imagine they'll be in touch with you at some point. They'll need an up-to-date valuation, you see." And then, as if a thought had just struck him, "That is what you're doing here, isn't it?" Harvey nodded. Smith seemed to be impatient with all this chat, ready to get on with the job. He said, "Good. I know the owner wants to act quickly, and I'm told she's not a woman you want to get on the wrong side of." He half turned away, and then back again. "As we're here, do you have a ballpark figure in mind? Have you sold anything similar in the past few months?" The young assistant had stopped work now and was watching all this from afar. A few heavy drops were falling, and Smith pulled the plastic cover across the papers on his clipboard. He said, "For the whole site, including the parts which have existing tenants?" Mr. Harvey said eventually, "A site closer to the town was sold for $1.5 million earlier this year, but it was only a third of the size. One would expect 2 to 3 times that amount for the freehold, but if, as you say, they are must get on," Smith said. "Looks as if we're going to get wet." He moved away towards the riverside, leaving a bemused estate agent standing in the rain. He began taking pictures and walking purposefully about, as if he'd become what he had pretended to be. And that's part of the secret. When he was on his way back to the car, he saw the young man was now sheltering in the lee of the office building, and Mr. Harvey, senior partner, Layer and Company, was busy on his mobile phone. Smith decided that the visit to the Fitch Marine site had gone rather well, and as it was not yet 3:30, he would carry straight on to West Wootton, and, if she were at home, brief Mrs. Amanda Fitch on the progress he had made thus far. If not delighted, she should at least be interested in some of the developments. During his time in the police force, and at every rank he had held up to Detective Chief Inspector, Smith had been one of the most complained about officers. Generally, the complaints came from people he was investigating, rather than his fellow officers, and so he never minded when various senior policemen and policewomen called him into their offices and said they'd had another one, meaning another complaint. Surely anyone could see that if the villains are complaining about you, you must be doing something right. Bosses, such as Detective Chief Superintendent Allen, would say, "But, Smith, we don't know that he is a villain, do we?" And the answer was usually, "But we soon will, sir, if you'll allow me to keep on annoying him." On the way to West Wootton, the heavens opened, and there was a thunderstorm. The rain hammered on the windscreen, and the wipers became frantic in their efforts to push it away. Headlights came on everywhere, and the spray from tires seemed to be going in all directions at once. It was going to be short and sharp, and so Smith pulled up in the road outside Woodlands, where he'd waited once before, giving the rain a minute or two to cease. He wound down the windows a little, and the smell of it wafted into the car. Petrichor, the magical scent released when the golden blood of the gods touches the arid rocks of the earth. The older you get, he thought, the more evocative such things become. It smells like a secret. There were some upsides to being a private investigator, though. If Mrs. Fitch became annoyed with him, to whom could she complain? Jason Diver? Smith thought if she did so he would not be trembling in his boots. Mr. Simon Harvey might conclude he had been misled in some way, might even by now, Smith thought, have been in touch with Mrs. Fitch, trying to clarify certain matters, and if he had called her, Smith had told no outright lies. He was representing, if only indirectly, the Axon Life Insurance Company, and there was a firm of specialist investigators involved called Diver and Diver. He'd admitted to Mr. Harvey he didn't know all the details, and that it was complicated, which was all true. If the estate agent had misunderstood or drawn some wrong conclusions, well... When he drove towards the electronic gate, he saw it open, and so he carried on into the drive. Parked in front of the house, and next to the BMW convertible, was a van, a smart-looking Ford Transit in a dark metallic blue. The windscreen and side windows were tinted, probably beyond the legal limit, but no one's checking these days. The plate was 2021, and Smith guessed it was a customized vehicle. If you fancied buying one, it would set you back at least £40,000. He stood in the covered porch for a long time, aware of the camera looking down at him. It was possible she would refuse to see him, but he wouldn't make that easy for her by leaving quickly. He noticed that a trickle of rain had got inside the porch from where it met the wall of the house. The seal or the lead flashing must have given way. Then he heard the sound of a latch turning, and Amanda Fitch opened the door. His first thought was that her coiffure was a little more informal than on his previous visit, and her dress considerably more casual, a pair of jeans, a pink blouse with one lower corner not quite tucked into her waistband, and bare feet. Her toenails were painted bright red. She said, "Oh, it's you." Smith responded brightly enough with, "Yes, Mrs. Fitch, David Smith again. I was passing by and thought you might like to hear about the progress so far. I apologize for not calling ahead. If it's an inconvenient time—" Her face seemed to be flushed, as if she'd just left a rather hot shower. Grasping what he had just said seemed to take her a moment or two. Then she said, "Progress?" "Yes, Mrs. Fitch, there has been some, you'll be pleased to hear. I've not been idle since we last met." She invited him inside then, but stopped and turned to face him in the hallway. Smith had the feeling they were not having a sit-down or a coffee on this occasion. He was listening hard for the sound of someone else in the house, but there was only silence. Amanda Fitch was recovering herself now, and those sharp eyes were focusing on her visitor. She said, "So, what have you turned up?" "No beating about the bush, then." Smith summarized the list of people who had been spoken to, noting her reactions to each name, but in truth there was only one reaction to them all, which was a fixed blank stare. Perhaps she blinked once at the mention of Lauren. Perhaps, he thought, she was still reacting to that slap on her face on the young woman's 18th birthday. She said, "Sounds like you're just digging up the past. I suppose that's the sort of thing you have to do. When are you going to call it a day and write your report?" Smith said he appreciated her situation. She had said before that the house was too big for her, and that the business matters all needed sorting after 5 years. But his conversations had produced something he needed to follow up. Not a lead exactly, but he thought it would be a few more days before he could finalize matters with Axon Life. He'd said this casually enough, but the effect was unmistakable. At first, a silence. Then she broke eye contact with him before she said, "Who did that come from, then?" Smith said, "I don't want to create any false hopes or expectations, Mrs. Fitch. It might come to nothing." She was irritated with him, but in control of herself. She knew what he was doing, and eventually managed a sort of smile. "All right, Mr. Smith. I expect you'll let me know." He said, "You will be the first. As I'm here, I was wondering whether you could let me have a photo of Gerald, the latest one you have. It doesn't have to be a portrait, just a good likeness." Again he was letting her work out the implications, and again she knew he was. She didn't say much, just asked him to wait there while she went upstairs. Smith waited and thought. He hadn't seen any pictures of her husband on his last visit. They must all be put away in drawers and cupboards. He heard her move across an upstairs room, and then, unmistakably, the sound of a toilet flushing from a different part of the first floor. It might be a plumber, he said to himself. Then again, it might be Father Christmas. When Amanda Fitch returned, coming down the stairs, she seemed to look at him quizzically, perhaps wondering whether he'd noticed the sound of someone else in the house, but Smith gave no sign he had. In her hand she held a framed photograph, and in answer to his question she told him this had been taken a few months before Gerald disappeared, and added, "It's a self-portrait," as if that was significant. He looked older than in the wedding photographs Joe had found online. Barely recognizable, in fact. It had been taken out of doors, and in the background was a beach, blurred by the distance. He stood looking to the left of the camera, his hands in his pockets. It was what a critic might have called an honest portrait in black and white. A thin-faced, middle-aged man gazing into the distance. But whether into the distant past or the distant future, it was impossible to say. The expression was that of a man resigned. It was, in its own way, a striking image, not least because it was technically accomplished. Smith knew enough about the matter to recognize that. When he looked up from it, he could see she was waiting for him to leave. He thanked her for the picture, considered briefly, but not seriously, asking after her family, and then walked towards the front door. Today she had made not the slightest effort to be the concerned wife of a much-missed husband. She had placed her bet, and was waiting for him, for Smith, to play out his hand. Deliberately he had sat on her drive for a further 10 minutes, his notebook and pencil in hand, hoping that from behind a curtain or a blind someone would be able to see as he scribbled away. Then he turned the Volvo around and drove away slowly, as if he still had plenty on his mind. This time he took a back road through the woods to the east of the village, until he reached the A-road that went north to Hunstanton and south towards King's Lake. He indicated left, but the traffic was heavy, as it always is at the peak of the holiday season. A drop of rain puts even more cars onto the road as people desert the beaches for the day. He was first in the queue that was building up to get onto the main road. When he glanced into the rear-view mirror for the second time, he saw that a van had appeared 4 or 5 vehicles back. It was impossible to make out anything of the driver because the glass was tinted, but the colour was a dark blue. Smith looked up and down the road in front of him, trying to anticipate where there might be a gap and how many vehicles from the side road might fit into such a gap. Then, inevitably, he was staring into the mirror once more. "It's highly unlikely," he said to himself, "and not inconceivable that even if it is the same van, it's only going about the owner's lawful business." A few more seconds, and there would be an opportunity to go in either direction from here, north or south. He switched off the indicator, still weighing up an entirely unexpected situation. What sort of person is most likely to be driving a customized transit with tinted windows? When the gap came, Smith turned right towards King's Lake, heading away from home. Other cars followed him out of the junction, some going left, some right, and then he saw the van was now on his side of the carriageway. 2 cars behind, keeping a safe distance, being driven very sensibly. 2 miles south of that junction is a lay-by on a straight section of the road. Smith allowed his car to slow gradually, and then pulled into it without indication. The vehicle behind gave a peevish beep on its horn. Smith didn't look to his right as the van passed, but as it came into his line of vision further down the road, he recognized the number plate. It was already written in the allich which lay on the passenger seat, and he did not need to double-check. Still perfectly possible this is all legitimate, but now he had to know. From here, Smith could have waited for another break in the traffic and swung around 180 degrees. Instead, he pulled away again and continued towards Kings Lake. If he'd been in that transit and tailing the Volvo, where would he be waiting now? There's a major 4-way roundabout less than 3 miles from the lay-by. Ideally, one would need to be parked up before that. They, or he, had reversed into a farm access track, well hidden by a hawthorn hedge, and Smith only just spotted them as he passed the place. He continued at a steady 55 on towards the roundabout, where another decision would be required. He had no doubt now that whoever had been paying Amanda Fitch a visit was following him. The question had instead become why they were doing so. Thinking it through logically, he concluded there were 2 possibilities. The first was they wanted to know where he was going next in his investigation. The second possibility was that someone wanted to know where he lived. The events at Schiphol Airport a few months ago had taken Smith by surprise. When he'd signed up to look into the case against Anthony Hills, no one could have predicted he, Smith, would have been pursued by a couple of characters intent on doing him serious harm. But that had been on foreign soil. It had been dealt with, and there was little likelihood of it rearing its head back in Norfolk. Now, in only his second investigation for DDA, there was another threat. He hadn't bargained for this when he allowed himself to be persuaded back into the business in a private capacity. When he had lived alone in Lake, it would not have mattered very much, but he didn't live alone any more. A decision had been made in another part of his mind as he considered all this. He took the 3rd exit off the roundabout and headed towards the town centre. The traffic was busy, late on a Friday afternoon, the holiday visitors running into the people leaving work early. Smith shook his head a little and wondered when that became a thing. Back in his day, he glanced into the mirror no more often than he would normally, and the van was there, keeping back a couple of vehicles, clearly intent on observing rather than intimidating him. He took the left into the town's major one-way system, and the transit followed, just 1 car behind him now. Smith's knowledge of the roads meant that he could have made various manoeuvres in an attempt to lose them, but in doing so he would have alerted them. The driver would realize what was going on, that he had been tumbled. Instead, this could be viewed as an opportunity. Amanda Fitch had put this tale on him, there could be no doubt about that, and she was the very person he'd been trying to bother not an hour ago. Very well, then. Windsor Road was almost at a standstill, the traffic piling up against the lights that let it back into Whitefriars. As they inched forward and the angle of the light changed, Smith could make out something through the windscreen of the van, a single occupant, a man. They moved forward another 20 yards, and he pulled the indicator stick down. Anyone who knew the town would now realize where he was going, and have a very tricky decision to make. When the next gap opened in front of him, Smith pulled forward and then turned left into the main car park of Kings Lake Central Police Station. Chapter 17. He had parked in one of his old places, reversing close to the rear wall. For half a minute the transit was visible beyond the entrance, facing down Windsor Road. The driver had decided he would not follow the Volvo into somewhere like that, and then the lights must have changed again and it was gone. Smith wondered whether the young man — Smith was somehow sure it was a young man behind the wheel — was already on his mobile, calling Mrs. Fitch. Hopefully, if he was, some consternation had been caused. She might be wondering what she'd said or not said which had sent that irritating man to Lake Central Police Station. Was he really from the insurance company, or something worse? More to the point, as far as Smith was concerned, why had she sent the transit man out of her house, and almost certainly out of her bedroom, so promptly? Why did she want to know more about the man who was investigating her husband's disappearance? What, in other words, was she worried about? It was almost as if she had something to hide. He decided to wait a few minutes and then rejoin the traffic in Windsor Road rather than use the other entrance. That way he would be safely behind the van, and there was nowhere on the one-way system it could have waited for him to reappear. The time was almost 5 o'clock. He could see the rear entrance to the station, and the doors he must have walked through 10,000 times. If I sit here much longer, he thought, I'll probably see someone I recognize, if they're on the day shift, and if they see me I might have a bit of explaining to do. Inevitably he fell to remembering some of those times, running out of those doors a few years ago when he'd realized why no one could get an answer from Ralph Greenwood in his room at Rosemary House. Waters escorting him back inside when he'd slightly overdone the painkillers to get through the annual physical check-up and gym tests. The time when he had arrested and taken through those doors the head of the Franciscan community at Abbeyfields. Andretti himself had been manhandled through those same doors, and many, many more. It had not been an uninteresting life, and on balance he'd probably done more good than harm. One cannot ask for more than that. Perhaps. The doors opened at last, and a woman appeared, small, neatly but casually dressed in jeans and short-sleeved T-shirt, carrying a briefcase. He didn't recognize her immediately, but it was DCI Cara Freeman. Of all the car parks in all the world. Still, she worked here, and he didn't anymore, so this was hardly unexpected. Their relationship had been a complicated one from the beginning, for reasons too many to explain, but he thought there had always been a degree of mutual respect. He presumed she was still a rising star with an exceptional clear-up rate, too. Their most recent meeting had not ended well, however, and it still troubled him. If he'd known about the emails that incriminated Anthony Hills, he hoped he would have acted differently. She was crossing in front of him, heading to his right, and Smith shifted his position a little so the upright of the car door obscured his face. He wondered about the sort of day she'd had, dressed casually, and wondered, too, what cases she had ongoing. He hadn't been in touch with anyone from the squad in more than a month, other than Waters, this week. That life was gradually drifting away from him, like an unmoored boat on an outgoing tide. Freeman had reached her car, a red Mazda CX-30. She looked preoccupied, but her eyes went around the half-full car park anyway, because that's what observant officers and good detectives do. If she noticed him, she gave no sign of it, and then she was driving quickly around to the Windsor Road exit. Smith wondered whether Serena Butler's speculations about the DCI's private life had ever come to a conclusion. If they had, he didn't think he needed to know. The telephone symbol on the dashboard lit up moments before it began to ring. Smith was au fait with all this sort of thing now, and pressed the answer button, already aware it was Jason Diver. The usual formalities over, there was a pause before Diver said, "So, I have an address for you." Smith said, "The landline Lauren Fitch gave me?" "Yes," followed by another pause. "My source," Diver continued, "was at pains to stress she would deny ever having given me this information." Smith said, "That's all right. I'll deny ever having received it. You should be safe enough, then." The grubby reality of an investigator's life was probably beginning to dawn upon young Mr. Diver. The fact you sometimes have to be as devious and deceitful as the people you're after, hoping and praying your motivations are better, because that's the only justification, and perhaps the only difference between the two of you. Smith didn't want to hurry the young man, but the address itself would be handy. Diver said, "Right, so I'm going to read it to you rather than put it into any sort of text." He did so, and Smith duly made a note in the allich. He had to smile because it looked as if he was heading back to the East Coast, not so many miles from where he had begun the search for the yacht that got the Hills family into so much bother. Diver was saying, "No need to ask whether you're going to take a look at it. Do you have any idea when?" Alert, he might be looking for an opportunity to get out of the office. Smith said he wasn't sure, but probably early next week. Diver then asked whether there had been any developments since they were last in touch, and Smith summarized his work over the past day. The younger man was quick enough to draw one of the same conclusions as the older one. He said, "If she's having everything valued already, it looks as if she intends to liquidate her assets, doesn't it?" And Smith could only agree. The only significant detail he omitted was the events of the past hour and a half, the fact someone had followed him from Amanda Fitch's house. In this respect, Jason was no different to a senior investigating officer. On occasion, there were things you might not reveal to them for the sake of the momentum of the investigation. They might have to sit down and evaluate the health and safety implications and conduct a risk analysis. Or, thought Smith, I can just keep my eyes and ears open now I know I'm a person of interest. The call ended and Smith left the car park. The traffic was moving, and he took the route north back towards the Huntston Road, keeping just one eye open for suspicious-looking transits. He would, of course, now need to fine-tune those eyes and ears. He needed to take some additional precautions. The thought had first occurred to him on his return from Amsterdam, but now he needed to act upon it, and that would mean a conversation with the management. Joe said, "I'm not worried. I think we're pretty safe here. It's not as if we can't see them coming, is it?" They were in the garden and conducting a review of security. "That's true," Smith said, "as long as we happen to be looking. And we have Layla, who has become, despite my earlier doubts, a good house dog." Tail wagging at the mention of her name, prospect of biscuit improving. Joe continued, "We can't fence the place in, it would ruin it." He said, "Agreed, but we can make sure we know if we have visitors, day and night, and whether or not we're at home. And it would save us having to go to the post office to collect parcels every time we're away. I can't see the policy changing so the postman can leave them with the seagulls or the seals." Smith moved to the rear of the cottage and studied the angles and the view of the track from that position. In one sense, this was a pointless conversation because he'd made up his mind, but these things always go more smoothly if everyone is on board. She said, "All right, what are you thinking?" He said, "One of those doorbells with a camera, speakers, and a microphone. You get alerts on your mobile as soon as someone appears, and you can talk to them. That covers the front door, then a camera to cover this side and the rear of the place. with another camera high up on the side to look down the track towards the village. It's the same setup for them. They link to your phones through the router and Wi-Fi." This all sounded impressively confident, but Smith had spent an hour researching the matter in his study before beginning this conversation. Fail to prepare, and you prepare to fail. Jo was looking around now. She said, "What if someone comes across the marshes and along the north bank?" And he answered, "I'm tempted to say if they've gone to all that trouble, good luck to them, but they'd still have to come around to this side. There's nowhere to break into the house on the north side." Jo said, "And I presume you've already found what you're looking for? It sounds expensive." She had never expressed concerns about money before. This all stemmed from her unknown situation with the new publisher. They had plenty of money sitting in the bank and doing nothing, literally nothing, with interest rates as they were. It was better to put it to some use, especially something that would improve their security. Smith still habitually monitored the crime rates, national and local, and things were not looking hopeful. He said, "Good equipment isn't cheap. You can buy from the usual online sources, but how reliable are all those reviews? Or you can deal with a specialist company who offer installation, servicing, and online backup. I think we'll do that. There's a 2 to 3 week wait, which might not help with the current situation, but in the long run, that's the way to go." Jo was regarding him. He could be intense when he was looking into something, very fixed, and it wasn't difficult to imagine he had sometimes been a demanding SIO. That was the impression she'd received from others who had known him longer than she had, but the same people never failed to point out he had also been one of the most successful detectives they had ever encountered. The two things go hand in hand, of course. She put her arm through his and said, "Okay, let's do it." Smith nodded, and then she had a thought. She said, "Have you actually placed the order?" He looked hurt at the suggestion, as if he would ever do such a thing without getting her agreement, and said as much. They walked to the table beneath the laburnum tree and decided that after the rain it was a fine enough evening to sit outside again, and then Smith said, as if it really had slipped his mind, "But the security firm is coming out next Thursday to do a free initial survey." He'd found the place easily online, and they had a website. Everywhere has a website. They offered rooms at reasonable prices, higher if you wanted a sea view, and typical bar and evening meals, according to the menu, but with an emphasis on using fresh local produce, as did every other establishment in the county of Norfolk these days. One could take a virtual tour before booking, and Smith did so. It looked ordinary enough, and even from here one had to wonder how or why Gerald Fitch might have turned up there 5 years ago. He had made at least 2 calls from a payphone which had once been installed at the Ship Inn, Trimsley-on-Sea. Perhaps he had some sort of connection with that part of the world, but there was no one to ask. Gerald had left behind curiously few people who could or would say anything about his earlier life. That in itself meant something, of course. It might mean he wasn't an especially likable person, or an especially memorable one. It might equally mean he had been a lonely and unhappy man who had found himself in an impossible situation. After 5 years he could be anywhere. But the methodology does not change. You go to the location of the last sighting and see what you can see from that place. He wiped dry the outside table and chairs, and then went back inside to put on a sweatshirt. The weather was now going to change again that evening, and not for the better, but they went ahead with the plan to eat outside. A group of walkers went out along the bank, 3 generations of the same family in their waterproofs, and the children waved to the people who had booked the holiday cottage. Everyone assumed that's what Drift End was, a place you could live in for a week at a time. When they were eating, Jo asked what he'd found out about the Ship Inn, and Smith told her all he knew. She said that as they didn't have much on over the weekend, they could go and take a look, have a long drive all the way around the coast. But this was a suggestion he had anticipated. He said the weather next week was looking poor, and they ought to make the most of any dry spells over the next couple of days. And then, before she could make a response, he asked whether she was going to take the early train down to London on Thursday for the meeting with her publishers. She began to talk about that again, and he listened sympathetically and patiently. Investigatively, Joe was the best person one could have as company on such a trip. Could there be another private eye in the country who could call on the services of a former Met detective inspector day or night? That was not the issue. The issue was that someone of interest, someone whom Smith was, if only metaphorically, following, had turned and begun to follow him. That was not usual, and it most certainly was not welcome. It was a concern, and he wanted Joe as far away from it as possible. Chapter 18. He will tell them it is a fish. They will continue to ask, and so that is what he will say from now on. People have a need. They have a need to label, to name things. It is something to do with security. Things without names are dangerous. Things without names create uncertainty, which can lead to insecurity. He has experienced insecurity. There was no one else in the studio when he came in at 5:30. This is the best time, before the light becomes too strong and the room becomes too noisy, too busy, too many people asking, "What is it? What is your next masterpiece going to be?" A fish. He understands what patronizing means, and he understands irony. He does not have difficulty with those. But since the exhibition last year, some of them are not being patronizing. Some of them are not being ironic. People came and took photographs. Others asked him questions. He had to give his permission for things to be published in a newspaper. These things were about him and some of his paintings. The red isn't going right. Perhaps it's the wrong red. The wrong red would not go right. He leans back for a different view. This is not a problem. This is what he enjoys, changing things until they go right. Even though there is no right and wrong, which is what some people say about art. No right and wrong, just good and bad. Are right and good the same thing? That is a difficult question. Someone has come into the studio behind him, trying not to make noise as they move things for when the others begin to arrive. Being allowed to come in early is a special privilege for him since last year, after the exhibition. He does not look around. Knowing who is there is not as important as fixing the red, and anyway, it is Millicent. He stops work and says the name again under his breath. He has to do this every time he thinks of it. It is a peculiar name, Millicent. Everyone else calls her Millie, but he always says Millicent. For a long time he thought it might mean 1,000th of a cent, and she laughed when he asked her. She said she thought it was an old German name, which to him seemed just as strange. Millicent and he have been assigned to each other. She is his carer, and he is her client. These are the legal terms in certain papers. She started her work here at the farm 2 years ago, and he was assigned to her straight away. They meet each other every day. She does not have a day off, unlike some of the others. The two of them have a good relationship, he has heard people say. Once she asked him how long he had been at the farm. She said, "Ian, how long have you been here?" And he had said he did not know for certain, but he thought it was always.
and she had laughed, but in a kind way. Perhaps the red is too red. Red is a primary colour, and for a long time he only painted in red, yellow, and blue. These colours are nothing to do with schools. All other colours are made from the primary colours. A psychologist once tried to argue with him that green is also a primary colour, but he, Ian, had realized this was a sort of test. The woman went away, and he never saw her again. One day he understood that there are many different reds in the tubes you can buy. Is one of them the true red, the primary red? He had asked, but no one seemed to know. After that, he did begin to mix some of his own colours. That was years ago now. He is going to mix some yellow into the red. If anyone asks, he will say it is the fish's tail. It is shaped like a tail, or a whale, very like a whale. Once they showed a film here about a prince. He wasn't mad at all, but still, everyone was dead in the end. Millie Verral had worked in the care sector for 12 years before she came to Broughton Farm. 12 years, and only 3 homes in all that time, which in itself made her something of a novelty. The staff turnover is a nightmare and getting worse. Then, at her last place, they increased the client-to-carer ratio twice in 2 years, blaming the cuts in local authority funding. Once the ratio's gone past a certain point, you've had it. Things get missed, things get forgotten, people get left to rot in corners. The relatives come once a week, and you're the one left to answer for it. Her dad used to tease her, say she was a socialist, a right little Marxist. But by the time the farm got in touch with her, she didn't apply, someone had mentioned her, she'd had enough. 10 minutes into the interview they offered her a job, and she took it. The ratio at Broughton Farm is 1 carer to 3 clients. That's what money buys you. She hadn't been surprised to find Ian in here this morning. Obviously it wasn't something he would ever talk about, but he seemed to be taking his celebrity status seriously. She knew better than to approach while he was thinking. When he was actually painting, he didn't mind you talking, as long as you didn't ask what it was, or worse, what it was meant to be. Once Ian shut you out, it could be forever. There were members of staff here who knew that. You have to read the files here, unlike in her previous places, where you only had to pretend you had. So she knew about his severe learning difficulties and the family background. In his teens, Ian had become impossible for them to manage. A trust for his care had been set up, money again, and he had moved into Broughton Farm. She asked Dr. Lovesey, and had been told Ian Fisher was one of the original residents when the facility was first opened. He'd lived here for 30 years. That's difficult to grasp, isn't it? He was 17 when he arrived at the farm, and she was 6 years old. A few months after she'd started at the farm, they offered her staff accommodation, and she'd said yes to that as well. The cost was a fraction of what she was paying in rent for the flat in Lowersford, which meant she could keep her car and still save some money every month. She didn't have a plan, didn't know what she was saving for, but there's always something coming down the line. Her marriage had only lasted a couple of years, but she was over that a long time ago. Wayne was a plumber, and she had discovered that job offers many opportunities to play away from home. Apparently some women can't have a workman in the home without messing around. One of these had got serious, and he was still with her now. The package deal included 2 kids. The arts and crafts room had become more popular over the past year, and she thought that was something to do with Ian as well. Most of them didn't understand the ins and outs of it, but they knew attention was focused on painting. It had sort of developed its own momentum.
Milly made sure there was enough table space for 6 people, and that paints and brushes and all the bits and pieces were easily available. She noticed they would soon run out of the good paper, and added a note to the pad she kept in the pocket of her uniform. This was another big difference. You were trusted, you ordered stuff, and it arrived the same week. This part of Broughton Farm was hers to manage, her responsibility. She even had her own small budget for resources. The management of the place, mainly Dr. Lovesey, is smart. They do things this way to give you a sense of ownership. Milly might only be a carer. When you tell people, you can see you might just as well have said you're a cleaner. But she wasn't stupid. She could have had other jobs, got dressed up and sat behind a desk all day. She didn't do this work because she had no choice. She noticed that Ian was painting now. He'd taken off his glasses and was peering into a corner of the work, his eyes inches from the paper. She began to make her way across the room, adjusting the position of items on the tables as she went. When she was near enough, she said, "That one's coming along? You must have started early this morning." He gave a single nod without looking at her. It was best not to ask Ian too many questions. As she watched, he put a dab of orange paint onto the paper, and then studied it carefully, twisting his mouth first to one side and then the other. This was habitual with him, and not a sign anything was amiss. "Anyway, you've got about another hour before the others arrive. Don't forget to go and have your breakfast." Another nod. He was satisfied with the effect, and was dipping the brush into the paint again. Milly said, "I wonder if we'll see Jeff today." Ian half turned towards her stiffly, moving his whole upper body because of the arthritis that was gradually immobilizing his spine. He said, "Every day," and returned to his picture. Jeff was a volunteer, one of a number that came to the farm to help with different activities. Since her arrival, Dr. Lovesey had really opened the place up and created links with the wider community, but Jeff must have been one of the first, because he was coming in before Milly herself started work here. He was popular in the art room, and mornings went by quickly when he was present. Ian was right. Jeff had been in on a more or less daily basis recently. She said, "He'll be wondering whether you've done any more on your other painting." More orange paint was being dabbed into the corner. She had no idea what it was going to be. The abstracts didn't do a thing for her, but when the reporters and photographers came, they seemed more interested in those than the other sort. There's no accounting for taste. Ian responded to her last comment with a shake of his head that included his stiffening shoulders, and said in a croaky voice, "No more yet." Milly Verral shrugged her own shoulders and said, as she turned away, "Don't forget, breakfast." Dr. Sarah Lovesey was conducting her early morning walk-around. It gave her a chance to look at the fabric of the place before it became filled with the demands of people, but she wasn't surprised to see those two in the art room. In some ways, two of her best assets. She had made Milly Verral a senior carer at her last review. In fact, she had invented the position as a means of increasing her hourly rate. The company could afford it, whereas they could not afford to lose people like that, and finding staff was becoming increasingly difficult since the Brexit debacle, when most of the good Europeans went home. And Ian Fisher was their star, of course. She had told the directors inquiries would increase as a result of the publicity, and she had been proved correct more than she herself had guessed. Over the past few months, the waiting list for a place at Broughton Farm had almost doubled, and serious consideration was now being given to how the facilities could be expanded. At her interview, she'd said she could do that, and now her hand had been strengthened considerably. It mattered not at all that this had come about because of some daubs by a client, rather than through the other changes she had instituted over the past 3 years. A win is a win in the care business, as much as in any other. Outside the leisure complex, as she liked to call it, Dr. Lovesey stopped to admire the grounds. The view across to the sheltered living accommodation was attractive. Mature trees, mown lawns, seats and garden sculptures, donated by the grateful family of a previous resident. There should be pictures taken from here for the new brochure she had been asked to produce. She set off towards the apartments, making a mental note that some of the benches needed cleaning. Was it possible to control the pigeons that made the mess? The gardener might know. Her eyes looked forward, looked for potholes in the road ahead like any professional manager, but this also involved looking back at the scene in the art room just now. Ian Fisher's health was declining. They must give him every opportunity to develop his talent and fulfill his promise. He was a shining example of what someone with learning difficulties could achieve. That could go into the brochure. And then there was Milly Verrall herself. Word had reached the doctor that quite recently she had been seen in Lowersford on a Saturday afternoon in the company of one of the regular volunteers, seen in a Starbucks. It was the man who comes in to help in the art room almost every day, according to her informant. In this there is nothing unprofessional whatsoever, of course, 2 grown people meeting out of work, but this gentleman is quite close to Ian Fisher, she had been told, in ways that few other people are. One of the others is Milly Verrall, and so Dr. Lovesey had concluded that she ought to take some interest in the matter, with the welfare of her patient uppermost in her mind. Ahead of her she could see a young man tending a window box outside the nearest of the flats. This was Alfie and his 5 geraniums. She stopped to admire them for the umpteenth time. Alfie repeated what he always said, and then giggled after he called her Sarah. She encouraged the informality. The families of prospective residents found it a striking contrast with the other facilities they had visited in their search for an answer. Chapter 19. Smith had remembered he'd set the counter before leaving Drift's End, and when he stopped in the car park of the Ship Inn he had covered 32.7 miles. He would take great pleasure in submitting that exact number to Madison in the office at the end of the month. It had taken the best part of an hour, though. There were no fast roads, no dual carriageways in this part of Norfolk. At least one of the ship's claims on its website was indisputable. 10 paces from the Volvo found him standing on the brink of a low, crumbling cliff with the North Sea, a grey-green expanse below him. The North Sea is never a postcard blue, not even on the most brilliant of summer days. The weather was overcast, and the wind had swung into the northwest overnight, putting crests onto the waves, and a ragged line of foam along the sandy beach marked where high water had been an hour or 2 earlier. But there were people down there, a handful of walkers and their dogs, hardy sorts in shorts and cagoules. Smith stood in the sea wind for a few more minutes, adjusting, trying to feel the place, and wondering whether it had altered much since Gerald Fitch came here, if indeed he had done so. That phone call to Lauren? Smith had got up early on a Monday morning and had driven here on the strength of her feeling it had been her father who called. He had nothing more to go on. It was a lead as flimsy as the untidy wire mesh fence between himself and the edge of the cliff. If you stumbled and fell into it, that fence would only break your fall somewhat. You'd continue on, sliding down that steep slope, and landing in an undignified heap somewhere near the bottom of it. He recognized the moment of self-doubt as an occupational hazard.
In a long investigation there can be plenty of them, especially when your instincts and hunches are directing the work of many officers and spending hundreds of thousands of pounds. On this occasion the costs would only be a footnote in an accounts column of a huge insurance company, but the professional pride involved is exactly the same. He was only here because there was absolutely nothing else to go on. The ship was an open all-hours sort of place, and non-residents could order a breakfast or just some coffee and sit in the dining room. Smith steeled himself and asked the bun-faced waitress for some toast with butter and a coffee. She looked as if she might have been here forever, but he knew that staff in the hospitality business change as often as the traffic lights on Windsor Road. Still, being a customer and striking up a casual conversation was a better approach than taking out a picture and saying, "Have you seen this man?" There were other people present, all of them middle-aged or more elderly couples who were staying in one of the dozen or so rooms. It was just that sort of place. Some of them said a good morning as they passed his table, perhaps taking pity on him as a man alone. After 10 minutes or so, the waitress returned with a generous plateful of mixed toast, white and wholemeal, and butter in a small dish rather than in those absurd individual foil packets. There was also on the tray a pot of coffee, a tiny jug of milk, and a proper coffee cup and matching saucer. Smith expressed his surprise to the bun-faced lady. Her name badge spelled out Teresa, but the A was at a different angle to all the other letters, and she was plainly pleased at the compliment. While she was momentarily detained, he asked her whether she'd worked at the ship for very long. "Donkey's years," was the answer, an expression one doesn't hear often nowadays. She spoke in a broad North Norfolk accent, and had almost certainly never been tempted to speak otherwise. Smith had poured a little of the coffee into the cup, and took a sip of it black. Sometimes one is surprised. It really wasn't bad at all, as far as Robusta goes. He told her so, and Teresa said, "First brew of the day's always the best. I wouldn't have that after 11 if I was you." He thanked her for the tip, wondering how to get on to the matter in hand, when she made it easy for him. "So, you here on holiday?" No, he said, unfortunately not. He was working, and it was possible she might be able to assist him if she'd been here for donkey's years. She smiled because he had remembered her words, and Smith reached for the folder which he had placed on the other chair at the small table and took out the photograph. He laid it on the table, the right way up for her to see, and gave her the briefest outline of a story. A man was a missing person, and a family member was trying to find him. She said, 5 years, you say? I was here, but I can't say. He do look sort of familiar, but that's a long time. We have people coming and going all year round, you see." Teresa continued to look at the photograph, and Smith continued to look at her. There was something. It was bothering her. He said, "At the time I believe he was here, there was a public telephone of some sort. I have the number, but I think it must have been taken out a while ago. I'm sure he used that phone a couple of times. Yes, there was one of those old coin-operated jobs in the corridor at the bottom of the stairs. That had been gone 3 or 4 years, she told him." She picked up the photograph and held it closer to her face, as if knowing he used that phone meant she really ought to remember the man. She said, "I don't know. Carol?" A tiny red-haired woman wearing the same black skirt and white blouse uniform had appeared, making for another breakfast table, with 2 full English toast, fruit juices, and pots of tea. The full works, thought Smith. She deposited all this on the table of a couple who looked as if they'd been eating that sort of thing every morning for the past 30 years, and made for Smith's table on her way back to the kitchen.
Teresa explained the situation, and then they were both studying the picture once more. Smith had anticipated blank looks and indifference, so this was all going rather well. But from behind a small formica-topped counter at the other end of the dining-room, a thin, besooted young man was watching with a disapproving expression. With a glance in that direction, Smith said he didn't want to get them into trouble. They exchanged withering looks and carried on discussing the picture. Carol said she didn't know the man, but as she was only doing a couple of evenings a week at that time, she might not have seen him. Then she said to Teresa and Smith, "It's Marilyn you need. He'll remember if anyone does. He's in the kitchen. I'll tell him to come out." And away she trotted. Smith didn't ask. It's unwise, especially these days. Moments later, Carol returned, followed by a tall, sashaying sort of person. In order, that's what one noticed first, followed by the brassy blonde hair in a ponytail, the jet-black eyebrows, and the moustache, which might or might not have been dyed some colour between those above it. Marilyn's figure was good, but from which side of the great divide it was impossible to say. Nevertheless, he moved with the confidence born of many victories in the gender identity wars. Indeed, thought Smith, if this was a Marilyn of 5 years ago, he was in the presence of a pioneer, a veritable freedom fighter. Teresa and Carol explained the situation once more. Marilyn took a long look at Smith before the rather fine blue eyes went to the photograph. The eyebrows lifted, the lips pouted, and then a camp male voice said, "It's the cameraman." Smith restrained himself. He could have stood and shaken the young man's hand, but there was no telling how that might end. He contented himself with, "You recognize him?" Marilyn said, "Yes, he was here a few weeks, on his own, a room to himself, and he kept himself to himself. Obviously I can't recall a name." The look Smith received then was provocative, but he did not panic. This was probably the young person's default expression. Before he could ask a follow-up question, Teresa was saying, "Oh, my God, yes, I do remember him. He paid everything in cash, didn't he?" And Marilyn, the authority now, nodded. Smith said, "You called him the cameraman. Why was that?" Marilyn said, "Always had it with him, at the table every meal-time. I used to see him going out during the day with it. He was a proper camera, you know. He used to have different lenses on it like they do, the professionals." He leaned forward then and looked more closely. "And that's a good picture, isn't it?" As if he understood. Smith said, "He took it himself." Self-portrait." The manager was about to approach, and Smith said, "Do you recall where he went?" A shaking of heads, and then, "Would the ship have any records? It would be helpful to know the name he was using then." Marilyn said, "I doubt it. We went all digital a couple of years ago. I don't know what happened to the old books." "Is there a problem, sir? Anything I can do to help?" A sense of the manager's incompetence had arrived before him. Looks were exchanged and eyebrows raised, but not one of the staff bothered to look directly at the man. Smith said there was no problem at all. He had asked for assistance, and everyone had been most helpful. He thought the ship was fortunate to have such excellent staff. The wind taken out of his sails, the manager suggested they might like to get back to work, as there were more guests seated at the tables and awaiting service. Smith nodded to them all and picked up the photograph. He didn't need to involve the manager. When he was alone at the table once more, he selected a piece of wholemeal toast and buttered it in a most contemplative way. All doubts had been removed by those 4 words, "It's the cameraman." Gerald Fitch had eaten breakfast. in this very dining room. And then? Smith had returned to the car after enjoying some of that toast and 2 cups of the coffee. The manager remained watchful behind the little counter, probably keeping an eye on the potentially disruptive customer, and there had been no further opportunity to engage with his staff. In the driver's seat, Smith took out his notebook and recorded the progress he had made. It was more than some might imagine at first glance. He now knew Gerald had been here, and for some weeks, if Marilyn's memory was correct, and Smith had no doubt it was. He knew the rates per night, because he had recently studied the website. Subtracting something for inflation, he also knew approximately how much money that stay would have cost Gerald Fitch for bed and breakfast. He concluded a month would have amounted to some £2,000. On top of that, Gerald had also paid for lunches and dinners somewhere, if not here at the ship. That's a tidy sum, and Teresa had said he paid for everything in cash with Marilyn's agreement. The cursory police investigation had at least established that Gerald's debit and credit cards had not been used since he disappeared, and so one is left wondering, where did the cash come from? Smith could think of 2 simple possibilities. One, Gerald had another account and another card, and he had used it to withdraw money whilst in East Norfolk. Or 2, Gerald had taken the cash with him when he left Woodlands. A secret account implied a secret life, and Smith had found no supporting evidence the man was likely to have one. He had the sense that Gerald was more probably a victim than a criminal mastermind. No, it was the second possibility Smith found intriguing. Unless Gerald was a man who always kept a few thousand in notes under a mattress, he had planned this disappearance. It was, to some extent, premeditated. Why? Because the paying of all the bills in cash had been done with the intention of concealing his whereabouts. He had had time to take out the cash from an account, presumably one in his own name, knowing in advance he would use it to make sure he could not be found. Had the police looked at activity on those accounts before the disappearance? Smith thought he would have done so. Other questions followed, apart from the obvious one, which was why he had left in such peculiar circumstances. How had he travelled to Trimsley-on-Sea? He should have asked the staff whether they could recall the cameraman having a car. He might need to pop back inside and check on that one. If there was no car, what were the alternatives? The date of the first phone call to Lauren Fitch told him that Gerald was here by the 17th of June, 2 days after he disappeared from West Wootton. To cross Norfolk using public transport requires an honours degree in mathematics, to understand the timetables, and a good deal of luck. Apparently the police had also looked into the possibility. That doesn't leave too many alternatives. Someone gave him a lift, someone he knew, but who? He hitchhiked, with a heavy bag and that camera equipment, starting in the middle of the night. He took a taxi. He had the cash to pay for one, and might have offered an extra 20 to keep the job quiet. He wouldn't be the first. Smith got out of the Volvo. He took off his tweed jacket, hung it up on one of the purpose-made pegs in the back, and put on his regatta waterproof. Sooner or later it was going to rain again. In the glove compartment he found the small Lumix camera, slipped that into one pocket, and put his Alich into the other. There were so many unanswered questions, it really didn't matter which one he began with, and he felt like a stroll anyway. He would see if he could make any progress with one of those questions. Why here? Trimsley is not a particularly large town, and neither is it in any obvious way unusual. Smith walked along the High Street, which also happens to be the main coast road, entering in the south of the town and exiting through the north of it. In fact, some might say Trimsley is all too typical of down-at-heel East Anglian seaside towns. As Smith made steady progress along the main street, he noted the faded efforts at grandeur of earlier times, the late Victorian and Edwardian houses, which had become first boarding houses, and then holiday apartments after the war, when ordinary families managed to scrape together enough money to have a week by the seaside. There were other relics of those post-war decades, a little shop still selling rock and traditional sweets, one or two souvenir shops with porcelain shepherdesses in the window, and crockery with mock crests of Trimsley-on-Sea, as if one might otherwise forget one had been here. Outside a newsagent's, Smith saw the little stand of plastic buckets and spades, the shrimping nets with garish pink meshes, and an advertisement for boat trips to see the seals, but that was far away in Great Yarmouth. And he passed bookmakers and estate agents, the coffee-bar franchise of an international chain, and the obligatory fish-and-chip shop called Tom's Place, before he found himself on the northern outskirts, still without the faintest idea why a man would have come here to escape a life. Either Gerald Fitch knew someone here, or he did not. The binary choice analysis was underway. If he did, why stay in the ship for weeks? That made no sense. So he did not know anyone here in Trimsley-on-Sea, in which case was there some other reason, or was it an entirely random choice? It might be, or it might be, that if he knew no one in this part of the world, then the chances were no one would know him, and that might have been exactly what he wanted. Away from his home, but not too far away from his daughter. Those two calls suggested Lauren was on his mind. If things had finally broken down with Amanda, that might make sense. And yet, after the two calls, nothing. That wasn't so easy to explain. Smith took out his mobile and found his location in the maps. Then he turned east off the main road and down towards the waterside streets and alleyways. Even on the app he could see this was a warren of a place. This had to be the oldest part of Trimsley. It was also seriously run down, an area of back streets and byways, of terraces of cottages, perhaps once inhabited by fishing folk, long before the arrival of the mechanized monstrosities that remove fish from the sea with the efficiency of combine harvesters. Some of the cottages were derelict and vandalized. Others, next door to them, seemed to have inhabitants, but the only person he saw in his wanderings was a young woman with a pushchair and a 2-year-old. Smith stepped off the pavement for her, but she hurried by as if he'd made some sort of threat. Eventually he reached a kind of waterside, the sort of area that has been redeveloped in other, more prosperous places. He looked over the concrete sea wall at the mud on the bottom of what had once been a tiny harbour, the tide having gone out much further now. Immediately below the wall, in the ooze, he could make out the shapes of discarded objects, a traffic cone, a red bucket, and the inevitable bicycle. Why is there always a bicycle in a waterway? It's like some sort of national custom. Along the road to his right there was a pub. 2 men came out noisily, noticed him, and went off in the opposite direction. It was a dive, a proper backstreet boozer, and he thought about it for a fleeting moment. He'd been into not a few in the course of his investigations. But Trimsley-on-Sea was more than a haystack, and Gerald Fitch was a lot less than a needle in one. 5 years. No, there had to be a better way. Chapter 20. He's going to put a dog in this one. There is often a dog. He remembers that from when he used to go to the beach. At first they used to take them in a minibus and walk to the beach, and it seemed a long way. When he couldn't walk so far, they tried a wheelchair, but it was no good on the sand. Then they tried a different place with a concrete path and lots of different-coloured huts overlooking that beach, but it was not the same, and there were always people. It's a popular holiday spot, someone said. Look at all the people enjoying the seaside, Ian. But it was not the same. It's all right. He can paint from memory, and the photographs. He doesn't worry about it or waste time wishing things were different. But it's funny how when the people from the papers and the television came, they asked about the other pictures, because this is the sort people buy, the sort he's putting a dog in. It's a small black dog. Maybe it's chasing a ball. Millie tells him, she says, "They've sold another one, Ian." And sometimes Dr. Sarah tells him as well, and he doesn't know whether it's the same one or they've sold two. The price has gone up, Dr. Sarah says. This is because the paintings are in a proper gallery now, and they can't get enough, she says. Keep at it, she says. You'll be a rich man. The dog is running away from the woman, chasing a ball. Lift off the brush with a quick movement, and it blurs the edge of the dog. It's running fast then, its little legs going 19 to the dozen. He doesn't know where he learned a saying like that, but it must mean very fast, because 19 is a lot more than 12. He makes a tiny streak of red. That's the dog's collar. Most people won't notice it. Millie said this morning, "It's Monday, Ian. Jeff will be in today, but he comes almost every day. Hasn't she noticed? There's nothing special about Mondays, but that's what reminded him he ought to be painting this sort this morning, and not the other sort. And the ball it's chasing will be blue, a bouncing blue ball." Millie had 5 of them in this morning, and that means you lose track of the time. Imagine 5 adult-sized, complicated toddlers let loose in an art room, and you still wouldn't get the picture. Special needs doesn't quite cover it, just a convenient label. Ian has his own corner, and they all know not to intrude on it, which is funny because no one has ever actually told them. She can leave him to get on with it, like the gifted child in Year 4 who doesn't really need teaching. Jane sits closest to him, and she's the other one who can actually produce something worthwhile, always animals or flowers. Sometimes she goes and stands behind Ian, and they have a conversation about what he's doing. Anyone who works in this strange world will tell you those are priceless moments. The others just make a mess, and Millie's job is to ensure they use up the minimum of resources while getting the maximum enjoyment out of it. She doesn't mind the constant clearing up. It's good, honest work, and she's paid more than most for doing it. Dr. Lovesey has suggested she look into doing an NVQ in care management. She doubts whether she will, but it's nice to be asked. She glanced at her watch, and then out of the window towards the main entrance. 10 o'clock, around the time Jeff usually arrives. He doesn't have a car, so he comes on his bike, 5 miles at least from where he lives. When they met for coffee on Saturday, he'd said that next weekend, if she liked, she could pay him a visit and get her coffee for free. They'd met on Saturdays now for several weeks, but she had never been to his home, and he'd never been to hers. He explained to her where he lived. She did not tell him she'd already driven down the single-track road to see for herself. That must be at least a month ago now. There were 2 signs, Sandy Lane and No Through Road. There must be a Sandy Lane in every seaside village in England, she'd thought. She drove until she could see the little cluster of bungalows and chalets at the end. And then she'd realized this was one of the places where buildings were falling into the sea, being allowed to fall into the sea. The Environment Agency called it a policy of managed retreat, but as far as local people were concerned, this meant the government was giving up on that place. Every time a few more feet of the soft, low cliff gave away, it made headlines in the local news, and the person in the next property to go might be interviewed. They told their story, and then someone in a high-vis jacket and hard hat, standing well back from the edge, would explain the official policy. When a building actually went over, a few seconds of the video sometimes made the national television news. Turning the car around in the narrow lane, Milly had wondered how someone like Jeff had ended up in a place like that, and she wondered how long his place had left. Everything is temporary, even life itself. You learn that eventually. But it must be a weird feeling to see the future falling away in front of you, piece by piece, every time there's a northeasterly gale. Was he worried about it? He was older than her, maybe 15 years, but that didn't bother her. In fact, she liked it. She knew he'd been married once, but that must have been over a long time ago, because he'd been coming to Broughton Farm for years before she started there. He'd never mentioned any children or any other relatives, and in their Saturday talks she'd been careful not to probe in the way most women do. As far as she could tell, he didn't have a job, but he was too young to be retired in the conventional sense. He must have money, but what was he going to do when he didn't have a house? She might find out next Saturday, assuming the one he had now didn't disappear in the meantime. She saw him ride up to the gates and use his pass key to unlock them. He pushed the bike inside and leaned it in the usual place, up against the wall behind the gardener's shed. Then he fitted a cycle lock to the front wheel. He had told her that years ago 2 of the residents had found his bike and ridden it in turns around the buildings, to the great delight of the others. Then Jeff went back and relocked the main gates before turning and heading for the recreation room, where she stood watching him. He had a spare upright frame, narrow shoulders and hips, but he had a spring in his step and moved well, better than most men in their 50s, all that cycling. He hadn't noticed her, but he often seemed preoccupied, and that was one of the things that interested her. What was he thinking about in those silences? She had some questions for him when the time came. For example, had he always had a beard? Did he cut his own hair? Did he own any trousers other than jeans? As soon as he was through the door, he said a cheerful hello to the room, and they answered, "Hello, Jeff!" This made a couple of them smile, because it was a routine, a ritual, really, and they like routines and rituals. Milly thought this must be because it makes the world seem more predictable and safer. If you've spent decades of your life feeling afraid because you don't fit in, and frightening things keep happening, being somewhere where the same things happen every day must be a relief. They'd had a staff training day last year about the risks of institutionalization, but Milly still thought to herself that as far as these guys were concerned, there was a lot to be said for it. She noticed Ian hadn't turned around to see Jeff, but this was usual. He'd nodded once and carried on peering at a corner of the painting. At first they'd assumed he had a problem with his eyesight, and getting them tested was tale in itself, but he turned out to have 20/20 vision. And then Jeff had worked out, by talking to Ian, that he was fascinated by the fine textures of oils and acrylics. He liked to observe them in close-up as soon as he had applied them. This made sense, because his finished works could be heavily textured, sometimes with several layers of different pigments, just like, apparently, some of the old masters. Jeff had made her laugh about this. He'd said other people think it's brilliant technique, but Ian just likes slapping it on. He was sitting by Jane now, but he'd looked across at Milly and smiled. She thought to herself, "We've actually become close enough for him not to feel he has to come over and chat with me before anyone else. And our Saturdays are a sort of secret between us. Jeff would make sure he'd spoken to all of them in the art room this morning before he went to Ian, because there was between those two a different sort of relationship. It was a bond, which means something tight and strong, something difficult to break. It was Jeff who had first seen the talent hiding in the undergrowth of Ian's special needs and disabilities, hiding like some rare and elusive creature in a little explored Amazonian rainforest. It was Jeff who had spent hours talking to Ian about famous artists, showing him pictures in books, and encouraging him to say how they made him feel. Jeff told her about the time before she came, when he'd shown Ian The Scream. Ian had stared at it in silence for 20 minutes, and then hadn't spoken to a soul for 48 hours. Jeff said, "I thought they'd never ask me in again." And then, on the third day, he painted a near-perfect reproduction of it from memory. But it was his own face, staring back at you. After that, he told her, they started to take what he was saying about Ian more seriously. And the rest, he'd said, is history. Or it will be one day. That all happened 3 or 4 years ago. It had been a long and painstaking process, but Jeff had been right. Dr. Lovesey was getting a steady stream of requests for interviews and photo shoots. Quite rightly, she turned almost all of them away, but that only fueled the fascination with the talented painter who had spent his entire adult life in care. Milly went into the little back room that served as a make-do kitchen and switched on the kettle. There'd be trouble if the drinks were not ready right on 11 o'clock. She found Jeff's mug up on the shelf, took it down, and tutted. He never bothered to wash it up properly. She did so, and then dried it on a tea towel before placing it beside her own. On it there was a quotation from someone. Everything should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. She was still not sure what it meant, but it seemed to suit him. This in the corner is a small rock. The beaches we paint are sandy ones, but there are some small round rocks. On the edge of it is a patch of dark green. This is not a shadow, it is seaweed, the sort which has bubbles in it. But if you squeeze the bubbles, they are full of sea-water. It is another thing that most people will not notice, even if they buy the painting. This is the sort of painting people buy. Jeff is talking to Jane again. She is painting red flowers, Alfie's red flowers. Jane has never sold a painting, but maybe they are not for sale. You have to hang them in a gallery. He had been to a gallery and seen 2 of his paintings on a wall. The person in the gallery had made a big fuss. She had said, "Stand here, please," which was in front of the paintings, and "Can we take a picture?" Jeff had said this is okay, and Ian had said it was. This will be one of Jeff's pictures. See how the ball is bouncing? The small black dog is jumping for the ball. Black dog, red collar, blue ball. The sand is all silvers and golds. This is a painting of many colours. Chapter 21. Smith spent the rest of the Monday working his way north from Trimsley-on-Sea. If you had asked him exactly what he was searching for, he could not have told you. Something, anything, which might explain why Gerald Fitch had come this way instead of any other. Random events and choices are not as common in our lives as they sometimes seem to be. As the day wore on, he thought to himself more than once that his entire philosophy of investigation, if he had such a thing, rested on the suspicion, on the belief, that coincidences almost never are coincidences. At 4 o'clock he had returned to the town, parked once more at the Ship, and gone back inside, keeping a wary eye open for the manager. He met Carol, who greeted him like an old friend, and told him, in reply to his question, that Marilyn was still here, working in the storerooms behind the kitchen, and then she showed him the way. The young man was tearing up cardboard boxes and packaging ready for the recycling bins, and Smith wondered about this one's story. He was obviously bright and a character. How had he been trapped in this backwater for at least 5 years? So many lives to be understood, and so little time. But no, Marilyn couldn't remember the cameraman having a car. Marilyn was as certain as he could be, after all this time, that there had been no car. Smith thanked him, and then, for the very first time, handed out one of the cards Joe had ordered for him. It was of the conventional size, a rectangular piece of ivory-coloured Mohawk superfine, with the square corners and the minimalist script in raven black. A surprise birthday present, because during the Hills case he'd said to her that the Diver and Diver Associates smart card was all very well, but you couldn't leave it with anyone, and then you were fiddling around tearing pieces of paper out of your allich, which was something he had never felt comfortable doing. The solution, she'd decided, was having his own card to hand out. The top line read, David C. Smith. Underneath that was the single word, investigations, and the third and final line was his mobile number. All 3 lines had been centred on the card, and he had to admit it looked classy and convincing. He'd pointed out that there was no mention of Diver and Diver on it, and Joe had said she couldn't see any reason why there should be, and then added, and who knows, one day. If anything else comes to mind, he'd said to Marilyn, give me a call. Things sometimes do after the event. I appreciate your help today. Thank you. They collected the Mazda on Tuesday morning. Joe drove it back to Marston, with Smith following in the Volvo, having explained that an insurance claim involving the rear ending of their 2 vehicles might take years to resolve. After the Mazda had been parked, admired, and photographed, Smith admitted it did look the part outside Drift's End, and then they took it out for an hour's drive along the coast road and inland around the hills and heathlands of North Norfolk. The weather was not exactly open-topped, but the novelty of taking those tight corners, seemingly inches from the road surface, kept them warm enough, or at least occupied enough, not to worry about the air temperature. After lunch it was back to work. When they were both at their desks, Layla would move regularly between the two, as if carrying messages or keeping up morale. Smith had an old oak desk, found in a second-hand shop, and her place was in the opening for the occupant's legs between the sets of drawers at either end. As she settled herself there that afternoon, Smith envied once more a dog's ability to be in the moment, her lack of concern for the past or the future, but of course those stem only from an absence, the absence of self-awareness, whereas he had been only too aware all day that he had come to a decision on the Gerald Fitch case now. There could be no doubt the man had been in East Norfolk 5 years ago, and to have discovered even that was no mean achievement. But the trail was too cold now, after so many years. Gerald might be there, Smith might have been within a mile of him, or he might not even be in the country. He could be, literally, anywhere on the planet. And then the thought came that there had been no mention of a passport at all. Had the police asked about that? They ought to have at least mentioned the matter to Mrs. Fitch. Is your husband's passport still in the house? A surprising number of personal documents, such as birth and marriage certificates, can be replaced online for the necessary fees, but a passport cannot, at least not easily. If Gerald's passport was still in one of those drawers at Woodlands, that should narrow down the search area to the British Isles. Smith smiled grimly at the thought. He'd already narrowed it down to the coast of East Norfolk, but it was time to face the facts. The investigation was over now. Still, he was annoyed by something, and had been so since the moment he realized it was happening. Amanda Fitch had had him followed that day. This was unacceptable, and so he found her number and called her. She answered promptly enough, and he introduced himself again as cheerfully as ever, which is always the best way with someone you dislike. He apologized and said he ought to have asked this question on their first meeting, but was Gerald's passport still in the house, or did she think he had taken it with him when he left that evening 5 years ago? She said, "His passport? It's not here. I've never found it. The police asked about that. Why? You think he went abroad?" For the first time, Smith had the impression she actually wanted to know. The suggestion he had given previously that he was on to something had perhaps been bothering her. He said, "It's just one possibility, Mrs. Fitch. Do you think his passport would still be in date? Do you know when he last used it before he disappeared?" She said, "I wouldn't know about the renewal date. Don't know my own." He waited, and she continued, "We went to Greece the year before. That's where we used to go." Smith said, "Ah, yes, Greece," and let it hang for 3 or 4 seconds. Eventually, of course, she had to reach for it. She said, "Yeah, Greece. Why? Is that important?" He said, "I'm presuming you mean one of the Greek islands, Mrs. Fitch?" Smith was remembering the contents of a shelf in her lounge, but only a genius of an interviewee would realize that, and he didn't rate her that highly. His question had taken her by surprise. She said, "Yes, Lindos. Do you think that's where he went?" She was beginning to sound positively worried in that last question. As well she might, he thought, if that's where she was headed herself. Imagine bumping into your dead husband one sunny Mediterranean morning as you're strolling off to the taverna for coffee and whatever the Greeks eat for breakfast. Smith said, "It's just another line of inquiry, Mrs. Fitch. I think Gerald first showed up here in the UK, and it's more likely that's where he still is. The investigation is ongoing, as the police like to say. Naturally, I will keep you informed." He ended the call there. Hopefully he had spoiled her day again, but it was a small victory. He made a note about the passport, and then found Jason Diver in his list of contacts. Matters which cannot be avoided might as well be dealt with immediately. It was Jason who would deal with Axon Life, and they would make this decision in the end. Jason said, after hearing the whole story, "This is tricky. You're telling us he didn't die in some awful unexplained accident on the 15th of June 5 years ago, but," Smith had to cut in again, "I'm telling anyone who is interested, I'm certain he was alive on the 25th of that month, which was 10 days after he disappeared, and that I also believe he was alive for some weeks at least after that date. The witnesses I spoke to about this are, in my opinion, credible ones. What happened to him after he left the ship, I do not know." Jason said, "Okay, got that. I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to be saying to Francis Dunhill. I'm satisfied you have shown Gerald Fitch was alive, if not well, after he disappeared from West Wootton. However, it's now more than 5 years since that took place. You've spoken to a close family member, to his wife, and to some people who knew him well, and no one has heard another word. Gerald Fitch might actually be deceased, but, as I understand it, Amanda Fitch's representatives can argue that after such a period He is effectively dead. There are precedents for them doing so. If she gets the declaration in her favour, she also gets the entire estate, thanks to the will. And in that case, I think Axon Life will have to pay out. She's going to be a wealthy woman." Smith had done the calculation more than once. He said, "Based on what Maxine Abbott, the company's accountant, said to me, the freehold of the land at the riverside has no claims upon it. It will all go into the estate. The house in West Wootton also belongs to the company, so she will get all of that, and any other assets we don't know about. We also don't know what she has spent in the meantime, but if you add in a 7-figure insurance payout, Amanda Fitch is going to get several £1,000,000. The junior diver director mulled this over, and with good cause. If Axon Life had been suspicious about the forthcoming claim, not much that Smith had discovered was going to reassure them. On the other hand, contesting it and then losing would be, in the words of the cliché, a PR disaster. One could imagine Amanda Fitch and that solicitor going after them for damages and costs too. Jason said, "We need to phrase this carefully, David. I suppose time's getting on. Would you be able to call in first thing in the morning?" Smith looked at his watch. 3:30 in the afternoon. Then he said, "I'll drive in now. There's no point dragging this out any longer than necessary." As he started up the stairs, Smith heard a door opening at the top and retreated. Polly Coverdale appeared, saw him, and came down towards him. After the usual greetings, he said, "That lead you gave me was a good one. It was much appreciated, if I haven't said so before." She said, "You did, but thanks anyway. I'm thinking one day you might return the favour." He looked quizzical, and she added, "I'm told you know this town as well as anyone. I don't, only been here a couple of years. I'm bound to need some local knowledge sooner rather than later. They keep giving me stuff to do." She nodded up towards the DDA offices, and Smith said, "Yes, I know. They just can't get the staff, apparently. Anything you need, any time, just give me a call. You put my number into your phone, didn't you?" She had, and thanked him. He fleetingly thought about giving her a card too, but it would have looked a little odd under the circumstances. Then, without further ado, she was saying good-bye and moving on and out of the building. He watched her go for a moment, a short, stocky, no-nonsense sort of woman, the square shoulders and upright carriage still reflecting the years she had spent in the military. She was, he thought, in some ways, like a miniature John Murray in a skirt. As he climbed the stairs again, the thought crossed his mind that she might be someone with whom he could work, should the need arise. Jason had called him into the office immediately. Together they went through each step Smith had taken since he met with Francis Dunhill, dating and recording each one in meticulous detail. Smith had to refer to his notebook more than once, and was quite impressed. It was the first time he'd seen this side of Diver. When this had been completed to Diver's satisfaction, he leaned back and said, "It's great work. You've got further than the police did when the trail was much fresher." Smith's private thought was that the second statement didn't necessarily justify the first. The police at the time should surely have done better. Jason was pressing various keys, presumably making sure their work was being saved all over the iCloud. Then he said, "I'll meet with Catherine in the morning and go through all this. It was her deal with Axon that set it up. She'll be disappointed." Smith said, "Oh dear, please convey my apologies, and tell her I did my very best." The young man started a little. He could still be caught unawares. He said, No, that's not what I meant at all. DDA will get a good fee, and their gratitude, I'm sure, as you have ours. But if it had turned out another way, if we could have proved Gerald Fitch was still alive—" After a peculiar pause, Smith had to say, "Yes?" A half-apologetic smile had appeared on Diver's face. He said, "It's typical of Catherine. She had negotiated a percentage of the sum Axon would save. Just a few percentage points, but as the payout will be a 7-figure one—" Yes, Smith could work that out for himself. "I see. I don't think the result would have been any different had I known that, but we could try working that way on some future cases. Or maybe you don't pay me the fees case by case, and instead we negotiate a percentage of DDA's annual profits, after costs, but before taxes, obviously. I'd need to go through your books before we signed anything like that, of course." Sometimes, just sometimes, one had to feel a little sorry for Jason Diver, caught as he was between the people he had to employ to do this sort of work, and his sister, who was brilliant, but who remained, as far as Smith was concerned, as mad as a box of frogs. Jason opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out, and then he half realized Smith was having one of those ironic moments. I mean, he was, wasn't he? Chapter 22. On the following morning, the Wednesday, the weather had improved a little. There were jobs to be done in the garden, jobs which had been left while his mind was otherwise occupied. Smith cut the small lawn while it was dry enough, and dead-headed the rose bushes. Before coming outside, he had completed the online forms which Madison had sent to him yesterday, presumably at Jason Diver's suggestion. The office was going paperless, he had been told, and he could submit digitally all the details for the job he had completed. After doing so, he stared at the screen for a while, decided there was no particular hurry, and that he would check the details once more before pressing the send button. No more paper. Pieces of paper had been integral to his methods as an investigator over many years. Cutting and pasting in the ether was all very well, but you never had anything in your hands. With pieces of paper the job was somehow more tactile, more tangible and real. And what digital technology was going to allow him to shuffle bits of intelligence, like a pack of cards, until, tarot-like, a meaning suddenly materialized in the mind? Smith had no doubt such technology was already out there. He was also in no doubt it would be no substitute, as far as he was concerned. And what's so wrong with pen and paper? Once you've manufactured them, they require no electricity. Finished with, they can be filed away and do not need any cloud space, which demands endless supplies of power. And, he said to himself, wagging the metaphorical finger as he climbed the bank by the cottage, that's another point, because the supplies of power are not endless. We're going to realize that soon, and then what? He went down the other side of the bank, towards Rebecca Louise. She was in excellent shape, now the restoration was complete, but the cover was inclined to lift in strong winds, allowing in some rain. It needed more rings to thread the cord through, so it would hold more tightly to the sides of the boat. While it was in place, he counted how many would be needed and marked the places with a thick carpenter's pencil. Then he took the cover off, folded it, and carried it back to the workbench in the shed. He'd acquired the special grommet gun and should be able to complete this job in an hour or so. After that, he might have a proper look under the bonnet of the Mazda to familiarize himself with the engine. With any luck, the day could be made into a busy one, and eventually he would stop thinking about Gerald Fitch. Jo was to catch the early London train from Kingslake Station the following morning. Smith had asked whether she would like his company, but she had declined, telling him he would be left to his own devices for hours, and that he didn't really like the capital city much at the best of times, which was true. and this, she implied, might not be the best of times. Still, she had been given no inkling of what the takeover of her long-time publisher might mean for some of its authors. He drove her in the Volvo, having pointed out that leaving a soft-topped sports car in the car park for 8 hours might not be a good idea, especially as they'd owned it for just 2 days. Joe took this as another indication that buying the car had been a mistake. Worrying about the publishers was colouring her responses, and the sooner this day was over the better. He could understand it. She had several months invested in her latest book, and within a very few hours might discover it was homeless. He did his best to reassure her. As they reached the outskirts of King's Lake at a little before 8 o'clock, the phone on the dashboard lit up. Both their mobiles were linked to the car, but this was Smith's. He didn't recognize the number and said it could wait until he'd reached the station, but Joe reached across and pressed the accept button. A voice said, "Hello, could I speak to David, please?" An unusual voice, especially at this time of the morning. Male, but somewhere out on the far side of camp. Smith could feel Joe's eyes upon him, and fixed his own more firmly on the road ahead. He said, "Yes, speaking. Is that Marilyn?" "Yes, it is. You recognize my voice? That's sweet." If it's possible for someone's eyes to be even more upon oneself, Joe's were now. He said, "Hello, Marilyn. What can I do for you?" "Oh, well, I think it's more a case of what I can do for you." The journey to the station had been going unusually well, but now they were caught in a queue, not moving at all, and Smith had nothing with which to occupy himself. He glanced at Joe, and saw a pair of eyes a little wider than usual, and an expression that said, "Whenever you're ready." Smith said into the speaker, "OK, then. Go on, Marilyn. What can you do for me?" It was a perilous question, but we cannot live our lives entirely without risk. "Right. So, my partner, Gary, he used to work at the ship years ago. It's where we met, actually. But anyway, Gary was there at the time we were talking about when we had our little chat yesterday. Gary was the manager, used to be my boss, which is why, when we got together, he left, but that's neither here nor there. Where was I?" Smith said, "Gary used to manage the ship, I believe." "Oh, yes, so I was telling Gary last night about meeting you." Joe was nodding in an understanding way, which was rather worrying. "And he remembered the cameraman." "Why?" "It was the paying cash which caused a few problems. Even 5 years ago, almost everyone was using their credit cards. So Gary knew who I was talking about as soon as I mentioned it to him." The traffic was creeping forward again. Smith said to Marilyn, "Right, well, it's useful to know several people could confirm he was there. But unless he can recall the name the man was using, this isn't going to move things forward. I don't Hold your horses, David, there's more." Yes, Joe was smiling now. He didn't mind, because she hadn't really for the past few days. He invited Marilyn to continue the story. "When I explained to Gary why you'd called at the ship, he said it was a pity you weren't talking to him instead." Clearly, there were to be a number of dramatic pauses and knowing looks at the audience in this conversation, as befitted, no doubt, Marilyn's approach to life in general. Smith said, "Why was that?" "Because," said Marilyn, drawing out the second syllable to improbable lengths, "Gary has seen him since, more than once." Joe was watching Smith as he drove. She would tell you there was not the slightest change in his outward expression, but something altered in the eyes. It was another 3 or 4 seconds before he said into the speaker, Really? Where and when, Marilyn?
I thought you'd be asking that. I made a note. Gary works in Yarmouth, manages the White Horse. He's done wonders with it since he took it over. Anyway, there's a street market outside it every Friday. He remembers seeing him there last summer. Didn't speak to him, but he recognized him.
Smith said, "And Gary told you he'd seen the man more than once? Was that the first time, or the second, or the third?"
"Ooh, I'm getting nervous. It's like being on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Can I phone a friend? Only joking. That was the first time. He saw him again a few months ago, somewhere completely different. I'm still not sure what Gary was doing there. He tells me he was interviewing someone for a job. He was in a coffee shop sort of place in Haysborough, and he saw the cameraman walking by, and guess what? He had his camera! Gary said he'd changed, but he still knew it was him."
They had arrived in the station car park. Smith glanced at his watch. The train left in 14 minutes. He looked the question at Jo, but she seemed to be as engrossed in this conversation as he was, and indicated he should continue it. He said to Marilyn, "Gary said this was a few months ago. Could he be more specific? Perhaps he kept a note of the interview date."
Marilyn said, He might have done. I did ask him, but he said it was in the spring, so April time, I expect."
"And Gary said the cameraman had changed. Did he say how?"
"He did. He's got a beard and long hair now. I can't say I think that's a wise choice for a man of that age, but we get all sorts round here living by the sea. Must be something in the air. Artists, writers, all sorts of dropouts. We get people doing yoga on the beach at sunrise here at the Ship. I mean, what's that all about?"
10 minutes to the train departing, Smith thanked Marilyn, said he had his number now and might call back. He might even ask to speak to Gary, if Marilyn didn't mind, and he seemed to like that. Then the two of them were heading into the station, and Jo was saying, "No need to ask whether you're going. What about now? You could go across to Norwich on the A47 and then north." He suspected she wasn't simply finding him something to do for the day. She herself was intrigued by the developments of the past few minutes. As if to confirm his suspicions, as they parted, she said, "Text me if anything turns up." He said he would, and then kissed her. As she boarded the train and turned back to wave, he smiled. He hadn't said the words, but the kiss had been for good luck. His search of 3 days ago had been in Trimsley and to the north, and as he parked the car in the single narrow street of which Haysborough consisted, Smith had two thoughts about that. First, the word search ought to be in inverted commas, because it hadn't been one, and second, heading north had been entirely arbitrary. Haysborough was miles to the south of Trimsley, and the same distance further on would take one to the relative metropolis of Great Yarmouth. This place was tiny. The single winding street leading off the main coast road was on a gradual slope down towards where any beach must be. There were a few old cottages which had been renovated and modernized with weekenders' money, and no doubt the prices were suitably eye-watering. Amongst these were other less traditional properties, odd bits of concrete and glass and red brick and metal, which presumably a planning officer somewhere had passed late on Friday afternoons. Near the junction with the main road was a little cluster of businesses, and as Smith walked back towards it, he could see the coffee shop. There could only be one, next to a place offering independent financial advice, closed, and on the other side a greengrocer's, where every item for sale was loudly proclaimed as organic. Perhaps the same people owned the coffee shop, The descriptions on the prices board also announced that no coffee bean here had ever had a whiff of chemical treatment, lots of accounts of ethical trading, the visits the roasters had made to the families who grew the bushes in the forests on the slopes of Nicaraguan mountains, and how children were being educated on the proceeds of this remarkable business model. Smith selected a medium roast Arabica with notes of honeydew melon and toffee, and reflected that the price of this cup alone must have paid for little Jose's school books for at least one academic year, with a new bike thrown in for good measure. There were only half a dozen tables inside. He chose the one right by the window. Imagining it was here, Gary must have conducted the job interview, if he was to have seen much of the street outside. The cameraman had walked by here some time in the spring. It is important to review and review again what has led one to a new point in an investigation. Lauren Fitch had had 2 phone calls, during which not a word had been spoken by the caller. Nevertheless, she was convinced it had been her father, Gerald. Jason Diver's contact had traced that number to the Ship Inn, 10 miles north of here. Smith had found people there who remembered a man who had stayed around the time the calls were made, a man who had paid in cash and always had a camera with him. Gerald Fitch was an expert with a camera. Therefore it was not absurd to suggest that the cameraman they recalled, and Gerald Fitch, were one and the same. Now Smith was following up a further report that the same man had been seen in the street out there just months ago. Smith reflected that he'd been out on thinner branches than this one, but not many. The coffee took several minutes to arrive. He wondered whether they were still completing the roast somewhere at the back of the premises. The young lady who eventually brought it to him put the small cup down on the table as if the drink was a sacred libation, and then asked if he would like a piece of their carrot cake. He wanted to ask if it was an organic carrot cake, but she had a serious face, and so he politely declined. As she walked away, he thought he could have said, "While you're here, I'm looking for a long-haired, bearded, middle-aged man who walked down the street a few months ago," but feared that if he said such a thing aloud he might even stop believing it himself. The coffee was all right. The honeydew melon was a bit of a stretch, but the notes of toffee were there. Smith turned right out of the coffee shop and followed the street as it curved down towards the beach. The road had been cut through the low cliffs, typical of the East Coast, and near the bottom it was covered with fine sand that had been blown up from the beach. Where the road ended and the beach proper began, there were a few beach huts, things so wonderfully English that every time he saw them he had to stop and look. Who but his fellow countrymen would build wooden sheds on a beach, paint them in optimistically bright colours, and sit inside them twice a year? He walked out onto the strand, which was of excellent, firm sand, and looked to the south. It was another windy day, and the few families who had ventured onto the beach were huddled up against the cliffs, their windbreaks flapping like loose sails in a gale. In the hazy distance he could see figures at the water's edge, and a small group of people swimming out beyond the surf. Gerald Fitch had either been walking to or away from this beach, but it resembled 100 others around the Norfolk coast. Once again, why here? Turning to the north, he began to walk himself. The beach that way was more exposed to the wind, and there was no one in sight. After some 200 yards he saw a set of steps leading up to a point where the cliffs, they hardly merited the name here, were lower, and on that level was a set of notice boards. As he climbed the steps he began to remember. Haysborough had made the national news a few years ago. After storms and high spring tides there had been more erosion of the cliffs than usual, and something extraordinary had been discovered. If the site had had these impressive permanent public information structures erected, the find must have been right here, where he had been walking. Smith began to read the boards, in order and studying the illustrations. The storms had uncovered a level bed of shale, and someone passing by had noticed there were footprints, human footprints, in the soft rock. They had also realized the significance of what they had found. For a few frantic days, archaeologists had battled to record and save what they could. There had been rain, and slowly the prints were melting away. Nothing could be done to preserve them, but the experts had made the most of the time they had. He moved on to the next board. 5 humans had wandered this way, heading north just as Smith had been. At least 2 had been children, and the archaeologists believed at least one of the adults had been female. A family group, then, walking through the silt and mud at the water's edge, while this place had still been a part of the larger European landmass, and more than likely the estuary of the river which became the Thames. The information board suggested they had been foraging for food, for shellfish and seaweed. There was an artist's impression of the scene, and Smith studied the adult male as he stood on this beach and looked out to sea, a little hunched and low-browed, but recognizably human, and not so different from what Smith could see in the shaving mirror first thing in the morning. From the shale deposits, the scientists could date the event with, they claimed, a fair degree of accuracy. These ancestors had walked this way 950,000 years ago. The longer one looked at the information boards and thought about this, the more extraordinary the story became. Almost 1,000,000 years ago, early humans had been drawn to the same places as ourselves, and for at least some of the same reasons. Fair enough, Smith bought his seafood from Tommy Bean, but he and Joe had been known to gather their own samphire. Almost 1,000,000 years, and not that much has changed. Was this why Gerald Fitch had been here? Smith had been looking for something, anything that might offer a reason for this being the place he had chosen rather than anywhere else, and here was something. As far as he knew, the only place in the world with such a story attached to it. But there had been nothing else to suggest Gerald had a passion for the early history of hominids. All this gave the place a certain atmosphere, if you're sensitive to that sort of thing, and Gerald had lots of photographs of the Norfolk coast back in Woodlands, including some pretty atmospheric ones. But this was no aha moment. In fact, as he went down the steps back towards the beach, Smith concluded that if he went any further out on a limb as thin as this one, the branch would undoubtedly break, and he would end up in an untidy heap beneath it. He had the feeling now that despite the intriguing call from Marilyn earlier in the day, he was going to be no further forward at the end of it, and he'd done a lot more miles he could not honestly claim on his expenses. He walked back up the track towards Haysborough, and noticed something he hadn't on the way down. There was a sign to an art gallery on the left, and he could see the building from this angle, a low single-story place tucked in below the edge of the tiny village. The sign read, "Spindrift, Authentic Local Arts and Crafts." The presence of an art gallery might seem improbable, but there are dozens around the Norfolk and Suffolk coasts, and they are in reality shops that sell mostly paintings to holiday-makers and people decorating their weekend cottages. He and Joe had agreed that a few originals of the local bird species would be a welcome addition to Drift's End, and as this place was called Spin Drift, he took that as an omen, and followed the sign. The gallery was deceptively large, the original old bungalow having had an extension built onto the rear. Through the glass sides there was a fine view of the sea, and the natural lighting was perfect for the many paintings on display. Smith had been into several such places, and recognized two things straight away. One, all the usual styles and approaches to the subject were here, and two, the person who had selected them had an eye. These were good. An elderly woman's head appeared around a corner, looked at him over her bifocals, and said good morning. Smith returned the greeting and was told to look around at his leisure before she disappeared again. A small watercolour of a redshank had his attention immediately, painted, he noted, just a few miles east of Drift's End. £200, though. He walked a few steps more until he was round the corner where the woman had been. Lots more paintings, bigger pictures here by some serious artists. Smith recognized some of the places and views, and then he found he had lost 10 or perhaps 20 seconds of his life. They had simply gone, and he would never get them back. He had been staring at a sequence of 3 pictures, matching pictures, by the same hand, and identically framed. 3 extraordinary paintings of Gerald Fitch's photographs. Chapter 23. "No," the lady had said as she came up behind him, "I'm afraid we don't allow that." Almost without thinking, Smith had taken the little camera out of his pocket and switched it on. It seemed vital to preserve not only an image of what he'd seen, but also the moment of his astonishment. He could have pressed the button anyway and taken one, as if she had spoken too late, but what chance then of discovering the story that lay behind the display on the wall in front of him? He apologized and said, of course, he should have realized. Then he explained he had been so taken by the paintings he hadn't thought. He wanted to show them to his partner, who was away working in London. He mentioned Joe's name because that would give the lady cause to think he was probably telling the truth, and put the camera away. The woman must be in her mid-70s at least, but she was straight-backed and had a fierce eye as she looked him over. Eventually she seemed mollified by his story, and stepped forward to stand by his side. She asked whether he was local to the area, and Smith told the full truth because that's usually the best. He mentioned their cottage at Marston and said they'd been talking about some paintings for it, which was also true, more or less. Naturally enough, she had begun to see him as a potential customer. He asked whether the artist was a local one. She pointed to the signature hidden in the bottom right of the nearest painting, little more than a line left in the sand by wind or wave, and said, "That is an interesting question. His name is Ian Fisher, and he is indeed a local man. He lives about 10 miles from Haysborough." Ian Fisher. Nothing Smith had heard in the case so far led to that. When they choose another name for themselves, people who wish to begin anew rarely do so randomly. Surprisingly often there is some hidden link to their past, some means of holding on to it, of not quite letting go. But the name Ian Fisher meant nothing. 10 miles from Haysborough, from this very spot? A rookie might say, "Oh, really? Would you happen to have his address and phone number?" Instead, Smith took a step towards the nearest picture, peered a little, and said, "A fascinating technique," as if he had the faintest idea what he was talking about. The woman joined him and responded with, "It is, and highly original. I've had a few comments that it's in the neo-realist tradition, but personally I believe it's more than that. This is not simply an accurate recording. In each picture I can see something more, a sense that the subject has moved fractionally to the side during the act of creation. It's almost ironic in the effect, as if we are seeing the subject from two minutely different angles in the simultaneous moment." Smith continued to peer, nodding and hoping he wasn't expected to give his own views on the matter of neo-realism in modern art. Fortunately, the lady took his silence as a sign of complete agreement and continued. "And another thing is the structure of these works. The subjects, if they are indeed the subjects, are tiny in proportion to the whole. The figures on the beaches are so small and yet so evocative." Indeed, Smith thought, remarkably evocative of the photographs I saw in Gerald Fitch's abandoned room in West Wootton. Here was a vast beachscape in what must be the light of dawn, pink and gold, as he had seen it many times now beyond Drift's End, and against the silvered grey of the sand a tiny silhouetted figure stood at the edge of the tide, tiny, and yet somehow unmistakably female. The lady, who must be the owner of this gallery, and the remarkable eye, was in full flow now, with such a receptive visitor for an audience. She said, "And most excitingly for me, Ian Fisher is a naive artist. He has had no formal training. It is a gift he has shared with the world." Smith nodded once more. This made sense. He knew Gerald had a bit of a flair for design. Hadn't he created the new publicity brochures for Fitch Marine? But there had been no mention of any formal training in the arts. He said, "And you know Ian Fisher personally, I presume, if he lives locally?" "We have met on one occasion," as if she were recounting the story of when she met Her Majesty the Queen. "He came on a visit earlier this year when there was some publicity around his work. We were fortunate to be chosen, because he has already sold his work in other Norfolk galleries. My partner completed the framing on these, and we have a working relationship now. These haven't been for sale for very long. I have people coming to view them soon." This was a sales pitch, naturally. Smith was wondering how he might maintain an interest and gather more intelligence without getting out his cheque-book. The 3 pictures were priced at £700 apiece. Another problem was that comment about the visit during some sort of publicity. Was that where Gerald had been going when he was spotted from the coffee-shop window? The two ideas did not fit together well. He said, "Are they for sale individually?" The lady looked a little hurt. She said, "They are, but of course the effect is so much enhanced by seeing them side by side. For anyone who has the room, of course." Her look seemed to be saying, "But perhaps you do not have the room, or the means." He said, "Well, I am interested in these. I'd like my partner to see them. I think we'll have to make another journey." She had dismissed him as a prospect now, but he added, "I don't suppose there are any more publicity events planned. We could come then. It would be fascinating to meet the artist." The lady said, "I fear that is unlikely. His circumstances make such things rather difficult." Oh? His circumstances. Smith could almost taste something juicy now, if only the woman would keep talking. And she did. "Yes, rather sadly. He is a resident at Broughton Farm. Do you know it?" Smith shook his head a little, not taking his eyes from hers for a split second. "It is a home near Trimsley-on-Sea. Ian Fisher has severe learning difficulties." It was quite a story, of course, and the interest shown by her visitor encouraged Florence Langham to tell it. She had first seen one of the paintings in a tiny gallery in Trimsley, no more than a café, really, with a few daubs for sale on the wall, and had been struck by that one piece. She had made inquiries, done some detective work. "Oh, well done," said the man who seemed to be hanging on her every word, and discovered the story of the artist and his whereabouts. She had contacted Broughton Farm and had been introduced to the staff who cared for Ian Fisher. Having explained her own credentials as a connoisseur and gallery owner, the director at the farm had agreed that if Ian Fisher himself wanted to come to an arrangement with Spindrift, the home would have no objections, as long as the matter was professionally handled, and as long as Ian Fisher's welfare was of the highest priority. This all took place 18 months ago. Since then, Spindrift had sold several pieces on behalf of the artist, and now acted exclusively for him. Using her contacts, Florence Langham had given the story some publicity locally, and from that a wider interest was developing. The buyers she was expecting later in the week were from London. "It is likely," she said to Smith, "the prices of future works will be higher than these. I would not be surprised if there is some competition for the paintings in front of you." Smith looked again at the 3 paintings, looked for several seconds, as if the story behind them had made him re-evaluate what he could see. But his mind was racing ahead to the point where he had to put on the brakes a little. What a tale! Such riches! Where to begin? How to take it further? Walking up the road from the beach, he had turned left towards the Spindrift Gallery almost on a whim, without an idea as to how further progress in this investigation was possible. On the beach he had said to himself, why this place of all places, if indeed that had been Gerald Fitch coming down the road last April? And now the answer was hanging on a wall in front of him, at £2,100, cheap at the price. To someone who hadn't followed this trail from the beginning, who was having it explained to them from this point in it, the story might seem improbable. And yet these were paintings from Gerald's photographs. Smith was entirely convinced of it. These 3 were of vast, dreamy expanses of sand and sky, but in the background of each was a thin line of trees beyond dunes, Scott's pine trees, he knew, because he recognized that place. It was the beach beyond the dune woods at Hokum. He had walked there many times, with Sheila, and since with Joe. It was somewhere no lover of North Norfolk has ever failed to go, somewhere that attracts artists, and probably photographers, from all over the world. And the tiny figure of a woman in each one, offset from the centre? Gerald Fitch had taken the pictures which had inspired these paintings. Florence Langham said, "When he came to the gallery, I thought Ian Fisher a remarkable man." In more ways than you might think, Mrs. Langham, thought Smith. Had he got this absolutely correct? Was there some way in which Ian Fisher and Gerald Fitch were one and the same? Was there some sort of ruse here to hide the origins of the pictures, perhaps to create a story to bring them to the art market, which, let's be honest, has a long history of being hoodwinked? Florence Langham had just said something about a photograph of the day. Smith apologized and said he was a little deaf in one ear. What was that? She went over to a desk in one corner and returned with a laptop. In moments she had found what she was looking for. She said, "We had agreed that a picture of Ian would not appear in the media, but one of the Broughton staff took this one at my request." She held it out for Smith to see. Florence Langham and a younger woman were standing behind a chair, one either side of it, and on the chair sat a thin-faced, clean-shaven, dark-haired man whose age was difficult to determine. He was looking up at the camera because his posture was hunched. One shoulder, the left, seemed to be a little higher than the other, and he was trying to smile. And that, thought Smith, answers one of my questions. He said, "It's a good photograph." She said, "Yes, I treasure it. The world will not get to see much of Ian Fisher, for obvious reasons." She closed the laptop and took it back to her desk. No doubt she was a busy woman and had been generous with her time, especially with someone who almost certainly didn't have the means to buy much in her gallery. Smith said, "Who did you say took the photograph, if you don't mind my asking?" She said, "Pardon?" He said, "I was wondering who took the picture of the three of you that day." She seemed surprised, but answered him, "That was Jeff, one of the carers at Broughton Farm. He pops in occasionally on his bicycle, just to keep us updated with Ian's work. I think he must live locally." 5 miles, 10 at the most. As he walked back to the car, Smith had asked himself the question, how far do people who rely on bicycles travel on a daily basis? Obviously, Jeff might have a car as well and just use a bike for exercise. Even so, if the man biked to here to visit the gallery, it must mean he wasn't far away. It was a familiar feeling, the sense that step by step the net was closing, and one Smith had not expected to experience again. His mind continued to work on the matter. He hadn't been able to examine the image on the laptop as closely as he would have liked, but as well as being successfully composed, it had looked sharp and was in the standard 6x4 format. It had not been taken on a mobile phone. Had Jeff brought one of his own cameras along when Ian Fisher visited the gallery? That would make sense, especially if he was really Gerald, and would have the added bonus that if you're taking the pictures, you can't easily be in them. As was his practice nowadays, Smith had put his phone onto silent as soon as the conversation with Florence Langham began to look promising. Sitting back in the car, he took it out and discovered plenty had been happening. He had missed a call, a recorded message, and a text from Jo. Her text read, "So far so good, but they want a one-to-one with me after lunch." She didn't often use emojis, but there was a face with a worried look this time. The text had arrived 18 minutes ago, so the delay wasn't too bad. He sent back, "Don't settle for less than 6 figures, and then as an afterthought added another text which said, "Not including pennies," and added an X for more good luck. The missed call and the recorded messages were related, in that the first had led to the second. It was the security company who had arrived at Drift's End an hour ago, as arranged. Smith had forgotten about it entirely. He pressed to return the call immediately, and began with an apology, assuming the man had concluded he was dealing with a time-waster, and moved on. This was not the case. Smith was told, "No, we're still here. The info you gave me was very good, and it's all an outside job, so we can do the survey. In fact, we are, if you're still interested, that is." "Yes," said Smith, certainly still interested, and then he apologized for the second time. "Mind you," the surveyor said, "with that dog, I don't reckon anyone's going to be breaking in." Layla, he'd forgotten about her, too. She had become a confident and secure dog, happy to be left during the day, but that was not going to include tolerating strange men hanging around outside the house. He apologized for the third time and was told, "She's all right, not barking any more, but she growls if she hears us. We're almost done. It's a straightforward job, Mr. Smith. I'll email you a quotation before the end of the day." He'd forgotten, too, how single-minded he could become during an investigation. When you're part of a team, or when you have a team, it's not so bad, because there's always a Waters or a Murray or a Butler to say, "DC, don't forget we need to." With the divers, Smith had effectively negotiated a free hand for himself, but that meant he was very much on his own when it came to the minutiae. Investigations do not consist solely of major developments. He was still on a learning curve in the PI business. Layla could not be left until he'd collected Joe from the railway station, especially after her traumatic day, and so he had to make time to get back to the cottage this afternoon. He worked out the best way to use the next 2 hours, and then connected his mobile to the car with a USB cable. Yes, yes, he said to himself, old dogs and new tricks. The map appeared on the display, and when he tapped the screen, it zoomed in. Broughton Farm was centred now, with a nice green line showing him the most environmentally friendly route. A nice short green line, only 15 minutes' drive north from here. He pressed the starter button, put the Volvo into eco mode, because with cost of fuel now the expenses were mounting up alarmingly, and pulled away. His mind was refocusing on the job, just like the screen, zooming in. If that Jeff has a push-bike and rides it to Haysborough, what's the betting he uses it to get to Broughton Farm? Applying the same likely mileage calculation, the chances are he lives somewhere between the two, and I'm driving that route right now. I could be going right past his place. A single track and little-used lane joined the B-road some 50 or 60 yards past the entrance gates to Broughton Farm, and Smith parked on the corner. The gates appeared to be electronically operated, which made sense if the place had some vulnerable residents. Through the wrought ironwork uprights he could see a car park, presumably used by staff, pleasant grounds with lawns and flower borders, and further back various buildings. Plainly this was a private home, and that meant the fees would be significant. Smith wondered briefly about Ian Fisher's story, but that was unlikely to be of much relevance now. The small Swarovski binoculars fitted neatly into the hidden drawer under the driver's seat. He took them out and studied the place in more detail. There were 4 vehicles that he could see in the car park. The registrations were not visible, but in the notebook he recorded the makes and colours as best he could from this angle. As he had explained to countless younger officers, you don't know what will be needed until you need it, so make a note of as much as you can, and there aren't many investigations where the movements of vehicles play no part. A woman crossed behind the cars, heading left to right, tall, angular, smartly dressed, and moving purposefully. Not a resident, perhaps a doctor or a manager. He was intending to get inside the place, and might end up dealing with someone like that. Broughton Farm had its own website. He had saved it earlier, and now the home was in front of him, he examined it in more detail. The director's photograph was there above the home mission's statement. Director, not manager. Dr. Sarah Lovesey. It might have been her he had seen moments ago. He wondered whether she was a genuine director or someone who wanted a posher title. The mission statement was the usual vacuous nonsense, and he thought with fondness of Detective Chief Superintendent Allen. There were photographs of happy residents doing meaningful and fulfilling activities, and much had been made of the creative arts and crafts rooms. These were more interesting, and Smith studied every person in them carefully. Underneath one image of a man working in front of an easel, his face not visible, was a caption which read, "Some of our residents' work has even won critical acclaim." That might be Ian Fisher then, right there. But it was impossible to identify the woman whose face he'd seen in Florence Langham's picture. And there were no bearded men at all. Of course, knowing you, Gerald, thought Smith, you took these snaps as well, didn't you? He'd spent many hours having one-sided conversations with persons of interest. In long investigations you begin to feel you should send them a Christmas card even before you've encountered them face to face. The biggest puzzle at this point would usually be, how was he going to get inside such a place now he no longer had a warrant card? But Smith already had the answer. It was right here on the website. Broughton Farm prides itself on its community engagement policies. They have a shop which sells produce from their garden and orchard, bric-a-brac and books donated by families and well-wishers, and even some of the artwork and craft items made by the residents, along with cakes and coffee. The shop opens to the public for 3 hours every Friday morning, 10 o'clock until 1 in the afternoon. And by great good fortune, said Smith to himself as he closed the page on his phone, today is a Thursday. Chapter 24. He was parked on the same verge at 10 minutes past 9 the following morning, wondering if he might get to see some of the staff arriving. This time he had positioned the Volvo a little further back, so only the bonnet and front window were visible from the gateway. Moments after he'd wound down the window, his view was obscured by a mud-spattered Range Rover with a very large man at the wheel. The driver was staring pointedly at Smith for some seconds before he wound down his passenger window. "You lost?" "No," said Smith. The fact he had received a response even shorter than his own curt question seemed to surprise the round, red face of the man in the wax jacket, a landowner, of course. He said eventually, "Funny place to park." Smith shrugged and said, "I'm visiting someone at the house over the road and got here too early. Am I in your way?" The man looked across at Broughton Farm as if to check it was still there, but then seemed satisfied with the answer. He said, "No, but we'll have a combine harvester coming down here this morning, so—" Smith said he appreciated the warning, and the Range Rover pulled away. You couldn't blame them, the farmers. Rural crime had increased to frightening levels over the past decade, and if you had a £70,000 tractor stolen, you were no more likely to see a CID officer than if someone had nicked your third-hand Golf GTI. He leaned back in the seat and relaxed. Still 40 minutes to wait. The sun had returned, and it was shining through the open window. What a difference a day makes. 24 little hours. He had taken Layla with him to meet Joe at the station yesterday afternoon. She whined in the back when she saw her mistress crossing the car park, so naturally Joe opened the tailgate and said hello to her before she climbed into the passenger seat and greeted her partner. All dog-owning couples will understand the complicated interpersonal dynamics at work here. But Smith had not been able to read the expression on Joe's face easily. He said, "Well?" and she answered with, "Take me home, please." This did not sound promising, but he started the car and pulled away. When he glanced at her again, she seemed to be preparing to tell him some really bad news. He concluded it was best to let this happen at her own speed rather than his, and said no more. 2 or 3 minutes passed, and then Joe said, "So I had the meeting with people from Eagle House." "People?" he'd said. "They ganged up on you?" "3 of them, 1 of me. I almost pulled out." He was glancing at her as he drove, wondering whether after all he should pull over somewhere. He said, "But you didn't? What happened then?" She said, "We were in there more than an hour. I thought I'd prepared pretty well, but I hadn't. Not for what they told me." Someone had to say it eventually, and so he asked her, "Are they dropping your books?" Joe said, "No, they want to put them into audio books, the whole series so far." Smith said, "Blimey, that's brilliant, isn't it?" "Well, yes, but apparently listeners like it if the books are read by the author, so they want me to make a recording to see if I can." He said, "Of course you can. How much does it pay?" She had laughed then, and he wanted to pull over for different reasons, to hug and congratulate her. She said, "There's more, though." He said, "Right, are we buying a place in Hollywood?" She had looked at him quickly, and then she'd told him the Eagle House people wanted, with her agreement, to put together a proposal for a television series based on her true crime books. He'd said, "You don't have to act in it, do you?" And she had answered, "No, but it might involve me introducing each case before the dramatic reconstructions and whatever else they do." He'd said, "On the television?" "Yes," she'd said. He didn't say anything for half a mile of King's Lake, and then, "Well, I can't see how that's going to work, for any number of reasons." When she looked, his face was serious. She asked what the reasons might be. Smith said, "Well, for one, you'd have to wear makeup, which you hate, and two, a tuxedo makes me look even shorter than I am." Joe said, "Tuxedos, I don't... For when we go to collect the Emmys and the Grammys. Someone has to think about these things." She had pinched his leg, but left her hand there as he drove on towards Hunstanton. After a little while he said, "Well done, you." Before 10 o'clock he saw 2 cars drive up to the gates, which then opened of their own accord. There must be number-plate recognition for the staff. At the appointed time exactly, the man in overalls appeared from inside, opened the gates, and put up a sign which read, "Visitors Parking," with an arrow pointing to the left. Again Smith waited and watched. Within a few minutes 3, 4, and then 5 cars had driven in and turned left. He waited a little longer. With a few people around, he would not stand out, and might have more opportunity to observe Broughton Farm at work. For the first time he had sensed that morning that Joe would have liked him to stay at home instead of going to work. She said nothing to that effect, but he guessed she would have liked to talk more about the unexpected developments in her own career. He'd felt a little torn at the realization, but if he did not get into this place this morning, he would have to wait another week. He put those thoughts aside and pressed the starter. The public car park was on gravel in front of what had once been a grand house, a part of Broughton Farm not visible from the road. There was another sign pointing along a path towards a single-story building, and he could see people moving about inside. He set off in that direction, moving at a steady pace and looking about. Alertness is a state of mind which can be developed with practice, and over the years he'd had plenty of that. Another single-story building had appeared beyond the first one, some sort of workshop, perhaps an art room. Smith had the feeling, close now, close to Ian Fisher, certainly, and perhaps close to Gerald Fitch, who was now Jeff somebody. There was a warning voice in his head telling him he didn't know that for sure, and he answered it, "True, I do not know it yet, but I can feel it in my water, as the old folks used to say." Once inside, he could see it was more of a coffee morning and a public relations exercise than a shop, but you could buy things. Smith wandered around a little, examining each face in the room, but seeing no one he recognized. There were 2 middle-aged ladies behind a table where one took items to be paid for. These were either members of staff at Broughton Farm or volunteers. He picked up a 2-pound bag of early English apples. Everything in the supermarket in Hunstanton appeared to have travelled thousands of miles in the name of globalization, and took it to the table. The older of the 2 women accepted his 5-pound note and said it was nice to see a new face, as she gave him the change. Would he like a coffee, free to anyone who makes a purchase? He'd seen the coffee arrangement, a hot water boiler, a jar of instant, another jar of powdered milk, and a bowl of white sugar, and had avoided that table as if it was a particularly unpleasant crime scene. However, the lady looked friendly and, more to the point, talkative. "Yes, I'd love one," he said, and she indicated he should follow her to the refreshments. She picked up a disposable plastic cup, he hadn't spotted those, and said a little flirtatiously that he looked like a man who preferred his coffee on the strong side. "Yes, please," he said, and she put 2 heaped teaspoons of horror into the flimsy white receptacle. He was going to have to choose between drinking the abomination, or at least taking a sip, black, or with the addition of powdered milk. He chose the first option, and the lady nodded to herself. She'd measured her man perfectly. He thanked her and said Broughton Farm seemed to be a marvellous place. A small queue had formed at the table in her absence, but she seemed to be in no hurry to return. "Yes," she said, "it is. She'd sent her own mother here, not that she could ever afford it." "Expensive, then?" he asked, and she said it was, very. Smith said, after a pretend sip, "Do you work here?" She had a badge which said Suzanne, but he had noticed the absence of a wedding ring, and avoided using her name just in case she didn't view that as being over-familiar. Nevertheless, he could see she had enjoyed being asked the question. Yes, she was a day carer, roped into helping out in the shop, but she thought it was nice to meet some new people now and then. Smith said, "I came because I saw some artwork from Broughton Farm in a local gallery. I wondered if there might be some for sale." "Oh," she said, "have you looked at the craft table?" Yes, he had, but he was thinking more of something like a painting. Were those ever for sale in the Friday morning shop? She didn't think so, and then he had to push it a little because he could see no other way forward. He said, "That's a pity. Is there anyone else I could have a word with about buying some artwork?" Suzanne looked doubtful, and he added, "I really am quite interested." She said, "That's our Millie's department. She's next door. I suppose I could see if she can have a word with you." He would, he said, be very grateful to her, and then he noted which way she turned as she went out of the door, left towards the second single-story building. He discreetly disposed of the cup's contents, pouring the dreadful concoction into the waste pipe beneath the boiler, and then waited with the empty thing in his hand. When Suzanne reappeared a minute or so later, she was followed by the woman in the photograph he'd seen in the Spindrift Gallery yesterday afternoon. Smith made a point of thanking Suzanne, and that was followed by an awkward silence before she understood and went back to her co-worker at the sales stall. The woman who remained must be in her 30s. Her ID tag was hanging on a cord, and he couldn't read her full name, but Millie would do. She had a plain but intelligent face, and a friendly enough smile as she said, "Suzanne tells me you're asking about our artwork. We don't sell it privately, I'm afraid, but I can give you the name of a gallery that does, Mr. David Smith." He held out his right hand, and she took it a little surprised. He said, "Would that be the Spindrift Gallery in Haysborough?" "Yes," she said, and if he wanted to buy anything, that was the only place he could so. One or two of Broughton Farm's artists had been quite successful, and "I'm interested in Ian Fisher's work," he said. She smiled again and said, "Well, you're not alone. He's become quite a celebrity." "And you work with him? Suzanne told me that was your department." She said, "Yes, I do, and yes, it is." Smith could see she was slightly puzzled by the turn this conversation was taking. He had only moments left now, and thought of the sergeant who had taught him to use weapons in the army, a man called Campbell. Lots of Scots are said to be doer, but this man had raised it to an art form. If you hesitated before taking a shot on the range, he would announce to anyone nearby, "That's it, he's dead. You couldnae pull the trigger. If your man's in view and your aim is steady, you do not hesitate, Captain. Take your shot, sir. Pull the bloody trigger." Smith could not see Gerald Fitch, but for a few more seconds he was, if only indirectly, within range. He said to the woman, "In that case, Millie, I'm wondering whether I could speak to Jeff. Is he here today?" The smile faded slowly. She said, "Why have you—" and stopped herself, perhaps realizing that in not saying who, she had said too much already. Smith said, "Florence Langham from Spindrift told me Jeff is her contact with Broughton Farm and Ian Fisher. I'd like a quick word with him if that's possible." Milly was making calculations before she responded, and so was Smith. She knows him well. She's being protective. How much does she know? Eventually she said, the friendliness long gone, "He's not in today. I can pass on a message." He had anticipated not seeing Jeff or Gerald face-to-face this morning. To that extent, things were going according to plan. The man might be in the other building, but there was no way of reaching him if he was, not as a private investigator, because in law and in truth you are no more than a nosy private individual. Smith reached into his inside jacket pocket, took out the DDA card, and handed it to the woman. He said, "I'm working on behalf of these people, and also a family member who is hoping to make contact with him." She was holding the card as if it was contaminated, and for a moment said nothing. The family member thing was, in part, true, of course. Lauren Fitch had not said she didn't want to know, had she? Axon Life, having to pay out a 7-figure sum, was neither here nor there as far as Smith was concerned, but there was a 4-year-old girl whose life chances might be improved if her grandfather knew of her existence. Milly said, handing back the card, "I don't know when I'll see him again." Smith reached into another pocket and found one of his own cards. He said, "When you do, could you pass this on? Tell him we can chat on the phone, and I'll explain what it's all about." She took the card and turned away without another word. She might have faked more friendliness, been chatty, and tried to find out what Smith really wanted, but was probably too honest a soul. As she passed by the windows outside, she had a fixed expression, and did not glance inside to take another look at him. The two ladies at the stall, however, had noticed something amiss in the conversation they'd been observing, and unless he was mistaken, Suzanne was about to ask him what had just taken place. Smith nodded to them and made for the door. He had considered accidentally getting lost and wandering into the adjacent building, but discretion now seemed to be the better part of valor. He carried the bag of apples to his car and then drove out of Broughton Farm. He didn't go far. On the verge at the corner of the lane he noticed huge tire tracks pressed into the ground where he'd parked earlier. The combine must have gone through while he was at the farm. He positioned his car as before and took out the Alich. 5 cars were parked inside the gate, and again he had memorized the makes and colours. Once upon a time he might have managed the registrations as well. At the back of the car park there was a bicycle rack with 2 spaces in use, one a man's bike and the other a lady's. Not that it matters much these days. He was not expecting to see anyone of interest, but he thought, if possible, Jeff or Gerald might ring the number on the card immediately. Sometimes people do, and if he did, that meant he was either inside or Milly had called him on a phone. It was equally possible there would be no call at all. What then? He wouldn't have many options left. Maybe watch this place for a day or two to see if his man turned up. But obviously what he, Smith, had just done might cause him to go to ground. He had taken that calculated risk. As a precaution, he took out the binoculars and the Lumix and placed them on the passenger seat. After a look at his watch, he decided to give this 1 hour, and then he would go home and help Jo decide how they were going to invest the millions of pounds she would soon be making. When his phone began to ring 8 minutes later, it startled him, but then he saw the name of the caller on the display. He pressed answer and said, "Good morning, Madison." She said, "You're always going to call me that, aren't you?" He said he was, and asked whether she minded. "No, I quite like it. So does my mum. She approves of you." He said, "That's good to know. But they're in for a shock when you invite me round for dinner to meet them. I expect I'm older than your dad, but times have changed, haven't they?" She had an engaging laugh, and he wondered what sort of a young man there was lurking in the background of her life. Probably more than one. She said, "I'm reminding you to send in your paperwork for the Axon Life job. Jason said this morning they're preparing the account, so he needs your invoice." Smith had kept quiet about the most recent developments for several reasons. First, keeping quiet is generally the best policy, period. Second, only in the past 48 hours had he come to believe he was close to finding Gerald Fitch. Third, SIOs, and Jason Divers, have a tendency to interfere instead of managing. These are not the same thing at all. He said to Madison, "Sorry, I'll get on it tonight and drop it in tomorrow. What are your mum's favourite flowers?" She said, "Freesias, but you should know, my dad was a boxer." "Great," Smith said. "We could have a couple of rounds sparring, work up an appetite for Sunday lunch." They had talked for another minute or so before he noticed movement behind the wrought-iron gates. The boot of the Ford estate had been opened, and when he picked up the binoculars he could see Milly standing by it. Smith ended the call with Madison and continued to watch. He saw a bicycle appear in the air, being carried, and then turned so it could be slid into the car, carried by a man who was older than Milly, a tallish man with a beard and bushy hair. It was impossible to be certain he was looking at Gerald Fitch, but it could be. It could well be. They were not wasting any time. The car was already reversing out of the parking space, and in a moment the electric gates would slide open. Smith had a decision to make, and quickly. They might notice his own car, or they might not, but he wasn't going to get this opportunity again. "Take your shot, sir!" He snapped the seatbelt home and pressed the starter. Chapter 25. They were heading south on the road back towards Haysborough, just as he had speculated yesterday afternoon. Smith had two thoughts as he settled in behind them. He hadn't done anything like this in quite a while, and he couldn't have chosen a better road on which to reprise the art of tailing. The traffic was light, but there was enough to sit behind another vehicle if necessary, and there were regular, nice, open bends, so one naturally disappeared from the target's rear-view mirror from time to time without falling too far behind. He had switched on his own navigation and could see the layout of the roads and side roads before they arrived. Between 3 and 4 miles from Broughton Farm, the left-hand indicator of the Ford was switched on. Smith slowed and looked again at the screen, but the side road, if there was one, was so minor it was not yet showing. Had she spotted him? Were they pulling over to force him past, just as he'd done with the transit a few days ago? No, the car ahead, after slowing further, almost to a halt, disappeared to the left. A thin line was showing on the sat-nav screen, winding its way towards the coast, less than half a mile away. Smith slowed too, but drove past the junction, looking and taking in as much as possible. After another 30 seconds he was able to pull off onto a level verge and consider this new set of circumstances. It was a single-track lane. If he met Milly driving back along it, she would recognize him. From that moment the situation would become entirely unpredictable. He could park on the main road closer to the junction, but again, depending which way she turned, she might pass close by him. It would be very useful if he could see around the first corner of that lane. And he could, of course. He opened the maps on his mobile, found his current location, switched to satellite view, and zoomed in. At this magnification things were blurred, but he could make out the one-track road called Sandy Lane, and at the end of it, close to where there must be cliffs, a straggling, irregular line of buildings, not many, no more than a dozen. Zooming out a little, he examined the lane itself, and saw, running off it, what might be an unmade track leading to a whitish patch among the green vegetation. Looking to his left, he could see this, the heathland of the east coast. There's always a space for the dog-walkers to park, and that's what he might be looking at here. It was a gamble. He might find himself stuck on the lane, unable to pull off, faced with the choice of driving down to where Milly and her passenger had gone, or reversing awkwardly out onto the main road. Smith took 5 more seconds to measure the odds, and then swung the Volvo around. He was on something of a roll this morning, wasn't he? The track was heavily rutted as it curved uphill to the left, but the XC60 is a rugged vehicle, more than equal to the job in hand. He'd been right in his guess. At the top of the hill was a patch of bare, open ground where people parked, unofficially. Dog-walkers, certainly, but perhaps also a few bird-watchers, or just people who wanted to admire the view of the North Sea beyond the coastline. Footpaths led away in various directions. Smith moved quickly, out of the car and to the seaward edge of the clearing, binoculars in hand. There was a moment, one of those in which a part of us sees the rest of us, and is a little surprised. He seemed to be as sharply focused as he had been when on a job 10 or even 20 years ago. Looking down, the roofs of some of those buildings were visible, just the very tops. A couple had the metal chimneys of wood-burning stoves. There wouldn't be many mains services in a place like that, right off the beaten track. He needed to get a view of the lane before Milly had time to drive away. So after locking the car, he walked briskly back down the track until he could see a bend in the lane. Banked up on either side of him, gorse and bracken framed the blue sky and the white clouds above that promised a return to proper August holiday weather. He found a comfortable place to stand, somewhere he could easily disappear from view, and checked his watch. Milly's car had been out of his sight for less than 10 minutes in total. He was quite certain she was still somewhere at the end of Sandy Lane. As his breathing returned to normal, he noticed the sweet coconut scent of the gorse blossom, and heard the hum of bees among it. Somewhere up on the heathland, a skylark was singing late in the season. That's the thing with a job, isn't it? It gets you out of the house. He thought, if another car drives up here, I'm going to look a bit dodgy, but I've got the binoculars. I'll pretend to be a proper bird-watcher. So, why the panic back at Broughton Farm? That's what it was. Jeff or Gerald had done a runner. What would Milly have told him? There's some man who says he's a private detective, and he wants to speak to you? She might have noticed the DDA card mentioned King's Lake. If so, this was all going to sound very real to Gerald Fitch. So far, so good. But as far as we know, he has committed no crime. One can argue the morals of the matter, the running away, but getting out of the building within 15 minutes seemed a disproportionate response. And then the putting of the bike into the car to make an even faster getaway. There were missing pieces here, things Smith didn't fully understand. If we were able to wait with him on the heathland that morning and ask him, he might have admitted that, as much as anything, was what drove him on in such matters, the need to know the whole story. He never needed to pretend he was a serious bird-watcher. Less than a quarter of an hour after he took up position, he heard the sound of an engine labouring up the hill on Sandy Lane. He crouched a little, raised the binoculars, and saw the Ford coming into view around a bend. Milly was at the wheel, and the passenger seat was empty. He'd carried on down the footpath and on to the lane as soon as she was out of sight. It was no distance, and arriving on foot would be quieter and allow him to observe the situation more completely. On the final bend, where the lane was close to the sea, and he could hear sound of waves breaking down on the sand somewhere to his left, he found a sign, not an official one, but someone had gone to a lot of trouble to make it. It read, "Little Dunwich." Underneath that, someone else had scrawled, "Abandon hope, all ye—" The rest was weathered and illegible, but guessed at easily enough. The first building on his right was a small chalet bungalow. Only one of the front windows had glass, the rest being boarded up. Once there had been a garden here, and a few perennials were hanging on. Smith could see hollyhocks and a few spikes of blue delphiniums poking up above the marram grass that had invaded from the surrounding dunes. The building next door was an almost exact copy of the first, but in better repair, and yet, when he studied the space in front of it where the owner might park a vehicle, there was no evidence anyone had stayed there in quite a while. There were blinds at the windows, closed and bleached by the sun, and on a gate-post there wasn't a gate. The number 9A had been fixed with a nail. It was a detail that brought home the poignancy of the place he had found. He was standing in a deserted village, and it was not difficult to guess why it had been. 30 yards further on, the lane ran close to the crumbling edge of the low cliff, dangerously so. A flimsy barrier was in place, just plastic tape stretched between metal posts. He peered over and could see evidence of the last fall. Most of the wreckage had been cleared away, the large timbers and the glass, but it was still obvious that some sort of building had gone over not long ago. Once someone had tried to make the lane more solid, more like a proper road, with patches of tarmac. There were cracks in it where the ground was shifting. He wouldn't have driven over it in a heavy car, but ahead he could see 2 vehicles and a few more dwellings. You couldn't call any of them houses, just wooden chalets, a prefab, and a couple of mobile homes. The latter were on the left side of the lane and closest to the sea. Presumably they would be the next to go. Smith stood in the sunshine and considered the options. This seemed a strange place for Gerald Fitch to have ended up, but it had been a strange story from the beginning. Smith had conducted plenty of door-to-door inquiries in his time, but never anywhere like this, and he would be visible to anyone still left here as he did so. In one way that didn't matter. No one was coming back up the lane without him seeing them, and so he walked on to the next property, one of those with a car outside, a small old white Fiat 500, and knocked on the door. He half expected no answer, but almost immediately it was opened by a man of about his own age and height, a man wearing a string vest, a pair of khaki knee-length shorts, and unlaced walking boots. He was not recently shaven, and he was currently annoyed. He said, in perfect East End English, "From the council?" Smith said he was not, but clearly he had failed to convince. "'Cause if you are, you can F off." Under raised eyebrows, Smith said, "But as I'm not, I won't, if it's all the same to you." "Social services?" "No." The man came forward a step and looked up and down the track as if he suspected other officials would be lurking out of sight, ready to launch a clipboard attack in the name of the state. But there was no one else in sight. Then he stared at Smith, weighing up the situation, and Smith let go of the card in his hand inside his pocket. He would need a different approach to make any progress here. He said, "Sorry to disturb you. I was hoping you could point me in the right direction." "You lost?" said the man, with an unrestrained and rather derisive laugh. "'Cause if you are, you're well and truly bloody lost, and if you hang about here too long, you'll get lost in more ways than one." Concern for his welfare, friendly advice. They were getting on famously now. Smith said, "Not lost, I hope. I'm looking for Jeff." The man was watching and waiting for more of an explanation. Smith continued, "He works at Broughton Farm near Trimsley. Actually, I think he volunteers there. I was hoping we were going to meet up there this morning, but we missed each other, so I've called in on the off chance. I was told he lives here, Jeff, with a beard and bushy hair." The man said, "We don't get a lot of visitors down here. Not many people drop in on the off chance." It was a fair point. Smith half turned to take a look at the lane and its odd little collection of last resorts. He said, "I can imagine, but it's a lovely spot all the same. Not to worry, I'll try somewhere else. Sorry to bother you." He'd taken a couple of steps when he heard the voice behind him say, "Mobile home, last place on the left." Smith set off on the final 100 yards of this long journey. His eyes and ears were alert, but his mind was thinking, where on earth would you even buy a string vest these days? Both of the mobile homes must have been there for a long time. They were in no fit state ever to be moved again, and both were close to the edge of the crumbling cliff-top. It was clear they would be the next to go if a winter storm from the northeast got to work on the coastline at high tide. The first one he passed was only a few yards from the edge, but there was one of those collapsible clotheslines beside it, and 2 pairs of toddlers' trousers drying in the sun. There were children here? As a front-line police officer, one is constantly reminded of the strange alternative lives some people lead. He had almost forgotten after a couple of years hidden away in Drift's End. He could see a bike propped up against the picket fence someone had put around the final mobile home, marking out its little rectangle of land as if in defiance of its inevitable destiny. The 3 windows on the side he could see were open, and Smith thought these places must get too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter. How did they heat them? Gas bottles or paraffin burners, most likely. When he was almost level with the end of the mobile home, he paused, still on the track, which had become nothing more than soft sand. From here it diminished into a footpath leading back up into the dunes below the heath where he had left the car. Then he stepped off the track and through the open gate in the picket fence. It was a tense sort of moment anyway, but when he rounded the corner of the place, he found himself looking down the business end of a double-barreled shotgun. If it's going to be your final moment, you hope you'll find something significant to say, something witty and penetrating. Smith looked up into the eyes of the man pointing it at him, and then he looked down again at the gun. It was an old side-by-side hammer job. Under normal circumstances, this would have made him more apprehensive, but, unless he was much mistaken, the hammers were not cocked, and therefore were not ready to fire. Pulling the triggers would have no result, and the man's hands were not near the trigger guard anyway. One was at the back of the stock, and the other was too far forward on the forestock. He wasn't holding the weapon like a natural, and Smith concluded he was more likely to be hit with the thing than shot with it. He said, "Do you have a license for the weapon, sir?" The eyes did not blink. Because, believe it or not, some judges will add on a couple of years to a murder sentence if you've committed the offence with an unlicensed weapon. It seems ridiculous, I know. Still no reaction from Gerald Fitch. That's who it was. There could be no doubt about it now. The beard was quite thick, dark, and streaked with a little grey, but it had been trimmed, as had the bush of frizzy hair on his head. As disguises go, it wasn't bad, and in the street he might easily have passed people who had known him without being recognized. He was wearing a check shirt, too thick for the warmth of the day, and there were patches of damp at the armpits. Faded, worn-out jeans and trainers completed the look of someone who didn't seem out of place in Little Dunwich. Making no movement, Smith said, My name is David Smith. I am the person who spoke to Milly at Broughton Farm this morning. I hadn't intended to follow anyone, but I'm afraid when I saw you making a dash for it I couldn't help myself. I have some identification in my pockets, if you'd like to see it." The drawn-out wailing of a herring-gull drifted up from somewhere beyond the edge of the cliff, and the sound only seemed to emphasize the silence around Gerald Fitch. He said nothing, but the barrels of the gun were trembling a little, as if it was becoming too heavy for him. Smith said, "You can put the gun down, sir. I don't pose a threat to you, and I don't think it's loaded anyway. Is it?" Fitch looked down at the gun and seemed to be surprised it was there at all. He lowered it so that it was aimed somewhere at Smith's feet, which wasn't quite where Smith would have liked it to be, but progress was being made. And then the man said, "Which family member?" Smith said, "Pardon?" "You told Milly you were acting for a family member. Which one?" He spoke well, with a touch of that public school education still in evidence. The reason for the question seemed obvious enough to Smith. He said, "Oh, I see. I want to be absolutely clear, sir. This investigation began with a request from the Axon Life Insurance Company." Gerald Fitch seemed somewhat dazed still. He said, "Investigation?" Smith took the hint and altered his tone and pace a little. "That's right, Mr. Fitch. Years and years ago you must have taken out a life policy of some sort with them. In light of a sizable forthcoming claim on that policy, the insurance company engaged Diver and Diver Associates." He moved his hand slowly to the inside pocket and brought out the card of King's Lake to see if anything else could be discovered about your disappearance. I work as an agent for Diver and Diver, and as you see, I have discovered various things about your disappearance." Fitch took the card in his right hand and read it. The shotgun was now held in his left, dangling down, and pointing at nothing in particular. It must be his old training, but Smith wasn't comfortable until the weapon was playing no further part in this conversation. He said, "Can you put the gun away, Mr. Fitch? I'll admit it's making me nervous." The man handed back the card. There was a wooden bench near the back door of the mobile home, and he laid the gun there. Then he said, "It wasn't loaded. I don't have any ammunition." Smith said, "I'm relieved to hear it. As to the family member," there was a sad, cynical smile on the face beneath the beard. "I can guess," he said. And Smith could guess what Fitch was thinking. He said, "I spoke to a number of people about your disappearance. One of them was your daughter, Lauren. It was plain that if I did turn up anything new, she wanted to know about it." "Lauren?" "Yes, sir. She told me you hadn't parted on the best of terms, but I think she would like to know you were safe and well." It wasn't easy to imagine how all this must feel. Smith tried to remember what he'd been doing 5 years ago, tried to gauge how 5 years of absence from a whole way of life might look. He had lost a few weeks after the stabbing, something like that, but considerably worse, presumably. Fitch looked away for a few moments, then back. He said, "Is she safe and well?" Smith said, "The two of us had quite a chat in the end. She's a feisty young woman. That's the word they use today. What we once used to call spirited. I was rather impressed by her, especially considering her circumstances. Of course, that was deliberate. You get them talking, and then you keep them talking." Fitch said immediately, "What circumstances?" "I'm wondering, Mr. Fitch," said Smith, "whether we could go inside and sit down. We have a number of things to discuss, and you must have some questions for me." Chapter 26. There had been no offer of coffee or tea, but as Smith was still in recovery after the last one, he was grateful. He didn't know quite what he had been expecting, but the inside of the mobile home was immaculately clean and tidy. It had been furnished by someone who was not without a sense of style. They sat at the first small table, which was at one end of the kitchen and dining space. On the walls there were photographs in small frames. There was hardly room for anything like those Smith had seen at Woodlands, but these also were, without a doubt, the work of the same man. When he stopped looking at them and turned to Gerald Fitch, he saw he himself had been under observation. "You said you'd spoken to people other than Lauren. Who were they?" "He doesn't want to mention her," thought Smith. "Doesn't want to say her name. After his daughter, wouldn't that be the first question under normal circumstances? How is my wife? Not that much of this would ever qualify for that description. Normal circumstances." Smith said he had spent an hour with Andrew and Lillian Maguire, and he'd had a long telephone conversation with Maxine Abbott. These were significant names from Gerald's past, but Smith could see no obvious reaction to them. The man was, not unnaturally, more concerned with what was about to happen in the immediate future. Smith said, "And obviously I've met and spoken to your wife, Amanda." No reaction to that name either. Smith continued, "I've been to your old house in West Wootton a couple of times. I think some parts are pretty much as you left it." Gerald Fitch said, "You mentioned Lauren's circumstances. What are they, exactly?" Smith told him about the shared house, the eviction notices, and the court case, but made no mention of the fact that Gerald had a granddaughter he had never met. He was coming to the realization that finding the man was not by any means the end of the investigation. Once he, Smith, reported what he had found today, all sorts of dominoes might begin to fall. Axon Life would say they had grounds to pay nothing. Solicitors would make demands for proof which Gerald might refuse to provide, and it was even conceivable people from Kings Lake Central could be involved. On top of that, Smith was well aware that as soon as he left this mobile home, Gerald Fitch might disappear once more. His instincts told him this was not the moment to lay all his cards on the table. "I don't understand how you found me after all this time." He seemed to be over the initial shock now. He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms, inviting Smith to explain. It was a reasonable comment, all things considered. Smith pointed at the images on the wall behind Gerald and said, "Those, really. As I said, I've been to Woodlands and seen your old study. Mrs. Fitch let me look at some of your framed pictures, and—" "She still has them? I'd imagined that was all cleared out years ago." Smith said, "No, they're still there. They're very good. I was struck by them, especially as I recognized some of the locations. In fact, you and I must have many beaches in common. Anyway, I'd forgotten about them until a couple of days ago, when I saw some very good paintings of identical scenes in the Spindrift Gallery." Gerald Fitch shook his head slightly at the improbability of it all, and Smith felt obliged to explain a little more. He said, "I know there are hundreds of artists around the coast all painting sunrises over the sea, and skyscapes and beaches and dunes, but those distant figures in your pictures, always offset from the centre, somehow always a woman, sometimes a running dog, they're like a motif, aren't they?" He didn't answer, but he was paying attention, trying to make sense of this. After a while, Fitch said, "But how did you get to the gallery, to Haysborough, to the East Coast?" Smith said, Well, I wonder whether you remember making a couple of calls to Lauren shortly after you left. She never told anyone else, but she kept the number. I managed to trace it to the ship in Trimsley-on-Sea. That's what brought me to the East Coast. Some of the staff at the ship remembered you, and then I got lucky because one of them had seen you not so long ago in Haysborough. So I started poking about, as we say." Gerald Fitch had half turned to look at the photographs on the wall behind him. He said, "You found me because you remembered my pictures." Smith said, "Yes, I suppose it's ironic in a way, but they are very good." It was the second time Smith had paid the compliment, but again it was not acknowledged. Gerald said, "I don't want anyone from Broughton Farm involved in this. Not Milly, and certainly not Ian." Smith said he did not see why they would need to be, and then he waited, because the next move had to be made by the man across the table from him. "So, you've found me. What do you intend to do now?" Smith said he wasn't entirely sure, but it was almost lunchtime. They could go into Trimsley and get something to eat, perhaps even visit the ship. He would put it onto his expenses. Gerald Fitch didn't even attempt to smile. He said, "I don't think you realize what you've done." Smith said, "I entirely agree, sir. There's a great deal about this I don't understand at all. For example, why did you feel the need to point a gun at me, even if it was unloaded? And where on earth did that gun come from? Another thing, I know marriages break down all the time, especially second ones, but the usual solution is to hand over a wad of cash to a solicitor and sort it out that way. Instead, you decided to disappear off the face of the earth, and you made a very good job of it, if you don't mind me saying so, because that's not an easy thing to do. Feel free to enlighten me at any point, Mr. Fitch, because I don't think I've done even half a job at the moment." They regarded each other across the table for some seconds before Gerald said, "You're not going to insist I return to Kingslake with you today?" "No. Even when I was a police officer, I would have had no authority to do that." That did seem a useful card to play at that moment. Gerald said, "But you are going to tell the insurance company you found me alive?" This time there was a longer pause in the proceedings. Smith had been considering this matter for several minutes, among various others, but now an answer was required. He said, "At some point, I think that's going to be unavoidable. But as to when and how, as I said, Mr. Fitch, I'd really like to have a better understanding of how we got here, in both the literal and metaphorical senses, if you get my meaning." Smith had come to some conclusions about the man. Gerald Fitch was intelligent. He had brought his initial and entirely understandable emotions under control, and was now carefully evaluating his situation and Smith himself. Also, Smith had the feeling that had they met under different circumstances, they would have got on. That being the case, it made sense not to hurry things. Perhaps, if these circumstances could be subtly altered, they might reach an understanding. He said, "This place, for example, how did you come by somewhere like this?" Gerald smiled as he said, "That in itself is a long story. It goes back to when I—" He broke off as a look of concern replaced the smile. "Look, you just turned up here out of the blue. I'm not prepared to— I need some time." Smith said, "I'm not in a particular hurry, Mr. Fitch. What do you have in mind?" Giving the man control of this was the best bet, despite the obvious risks Smith anticipated he was about to take. The question had surprised Fitch. Smith continued, "I'm prepared to leave you in peace today, on the understanding that if you decide to disappear again, you will at least do me the courtesy of calling me and telling me that's what you're doing. If that's what you intend, I give you my word I won't come looking for you again. Obviously, I cannot promise, nobody else will, and I'm also prepared not to mention to anyone that we've had this meeting today. If you'll give me your word, you'll telephone me after you've taken the time you need." It was to Gerald Fitch's credit that he did not give an immediate answer. He thought about the implications first. Then he said, "If you're serious, I'll give that undertaking. I will call you." Smith said, "Good. When you do, if it seems we are not to meet again, I'd like to discuss some way of providing proof you're still with us, so to speak. I'll have to find out what might suffice in a legal sense, maybe a signed declaration or a short video. It might involve some DNA evidence. You're looking somewhat alarmed, but purely from a personal perspective, I'd like to make sure the insurance claim to Axon Life doesn't go ahead. To do that, we have to convince an official body you are not deceased, and that will require some evidence. I'm sure it's possible without you returning in person to lay a claim to the rest of your estate. I presume you do have a mobile phone, sir? A pay-as-you-go job?" Gerald Fitch seemed momentarily overwhelmed by all this. Perhaps that had been the intention. He nodded, and Smith said, "Good. I know you left your old one behind, because I've had a look at it." Fitch said, "You've examined my mobile phone?" "Yes, it charged up all right. These modern batteries are amazing, aren't they?" Gerald Fitch was looking at Smith differently again. He said, "You seem to be quite thorough." "Force of habit, I'm afraid. It drives some people round the bend. Here's my card," handing over his personal one and noting these were proving a great success. "If we can agree an approximate day or date for you to get in touch, I'll leave you in peace." Something on the man's face suggested he still could not believe this was happening. He thought again and said Sunday would give him a couple of days to think over all that had happened in the past 45 minutes. Would that be acceptable? Smith stood up. "Absolutely. It was good to meet you at last. I look forward to hearing from you." And then he was gone. As Smith walked back along the sandy road, he took in the surroundings again. He examined the chalets, looked at the 2 cars, and concluded nothing had changed since he had arrived, other than that the man in the string vest was now in the front yard, pretending to be busy with his car. As they passed, Smith put up a hand, thanked him for the directions, but kept on walking. The chances, he thought, were 70 to 30 that he would be back here, or at least that he would meet Gerald Fitch again. Standing around today and arguing with the man would have achieved nothing. Giving him the opportunity to think, and the sense he was in control, might achieve something. There had to be more to this. Smith's attention came back to the gun. Gerald was no criminal, and had probably never even thrown a punch with serious intent in his life. The sight of a stranger approaching, especially after what had occurred at Broughton Farm, had made a man like Gerald Fitch pick up a shotgun. Fear could do that. And then, of course, comes the obvious question, and what had he said? "I don't think you realize what you've done." He timed the walk back up the hill and onto the heath. 8 minutes. There was another car parked a few yards away, a silver A4 Avant, and no sign of the driver. After looking around, Smith walked causally in that direction, as if intent on taking in the view of the sea below. For dramatic effect, he raised a hand to shade his eyes from the sun, while looking for ships, but he could see only some of those irritating windmills in the distance, and then on the return to his own car he glanced at the Audi and saw the dog-owner's paraphernalia. Nevertheless, he wrote down the registration number in the Alich before he drove away. Joe was reading in the garden. Layla had heard the Volvo before she could see it, and so both were waiting for him by the time he arrived. Joe said he was earlier than she'd expected, and asked whether he'd had any lunch. Then she looked at him again and said, "You found him." Smith said no to the lunch question, and yes to Gerald Fitch. "How's your day been? Made any big decisions?" The things that could charm you about him could also infuriate, but Joe had learned how to handle such situations. She said, "Oh, well done. And yes, I've told them it's no to everything, no audio and no television deals." Now it was Smith's turn to observe closely and shift into neutral. He said, "What reason did you give?" "I told them I didn't think my partner would be supportive enough." They invariably still kissed when they met, and did so now, much to Layla's consternation. Then Joe pointed to the other seat at the little table and said, "Tell me everything." When he had, she said, "This could put you into an awkward situation. We know it's not an offence not to report a crime, but—" "What crime?" he asked. "Amanda Fitch can say she believes her husband is dead, and she can swear she has no evidence to the contrary, unless I present her with some. She doesn't believe it, of course, but how is anyone going to prove otherwise? The same applies to the insurance claim she'll make, probably the day after she has him declared dead." Joe said, "But you're not going to let that happen. I just have this feeling." Smith took a sip of the tea he'd made, and wondered whether, with such a good, tippy Indian second flush, one should reduce the water temperature a little, maybe to 95 degrees centigrade. He said, "I made it clear to him that at some point someone would have to be told. If he's willing to return to King's Lake, it'll be a lot simpler and a lot more fun. I could drive him to Woodlands and we could surprise her. If he isn't, it becomes complicated. There'll be a way, but it will involve lawyers, and that means someone has to pay. Who? I don't think Gerald's likely to have much, and he perhaps won't be inclined to spend what he does have, proving he's alive." Joe said it might be in the insurance company's interest to cover those costs, and Smith said that was a rather good idea, and knowing insurance companies, they might find a way of adding those costs onto the premiums still being paid out of Gerald's estate. Amanda Fitch would be delighted by that. Joe said, "Do you really think he's going to call you back? He could be packing up as we speak, couldn't he?" Smith hardly needed reminding of the possibility. He said, "He could, but I think he's got a life there. The woman Millie is obviously fond of him, and it might be more than that. I didn't inquire. He's got at least one of the residents of Broughton Farm doing remarkable things, so they probably think a lot of him. It's the antithesis of what his life was before he disappeared, and I don't think he'll want to give it up, which is a roundabout way of answering your question. Yes, I think he'll call me." "Which leaves the other question," she said, "of what you're going to do about Diver and Diver. How long can you keep quiet about it?" Smith was thinking how odd it was that both cases he'd taken with DDA had ended up as moral mazes. With Anthony Hills, he, Smith, had used his skills, albeit unknowingly, to get the charges dropped against a guilty man, frustrating the work of his former colleagues at Kings Lake Central in the process. And now, with Gerald Fitch, having found the man against considerable odds, he had given his word not to tell the people who had offered him the case and the work in the first place. He said, "I'll give Gerald Fitch the time I promised. I don't know how the divers will take it. I suppose I might get fired or something. But I'm not worried, because you'll soon be able to keep me in a manner to which I've never been accustomed, won't you?" Joe said she was going to take the rest of the weekend to think it over, just like Gerald, he thought, but that, subject to certain questions being satisfactorily answered, Yes, she was going to agree to what Eagle House had proposed to her. "Good. We should celebrate." She said, "What do you have in mind?" "I could nip down to Alice's and get a bottle of her best Prosecco." She laughed and said he really knew how to treat a girl. "All right, I'll call the Lemon Tree and see if they have a table for two for tonight. We've both been busy. We deserve a night out." They managed to get the second service on their favourite table and sat down at 8:30. Smith said they could order only from the chef's signature dishes to make up for not having the Prosecco. For Madam, the L.T. prawn cocktail, followed by the braised ox cheek; for Sir, the pan-fried pigeon breast, and then the Norfolk estate venison with dauphinoise potatoes, accompanied by just half a bottle of the Catena Alta Argentinian Malbec. They ate in the bar, so Layla would not be left back at Drift's End. She sat quietly under their table and watched the holiday-makers' dogs come and go, confident that eventually a surreptitious piece of braised or pan-fried meat would find its way down to her. The sweets menu was inspected, but respectfully declined in view of the late hour, as was the offer of coffee. But Smith was persuaded by the bar manager to give his verdict on a newly acquired French cognac, just a small sample, on the house. When he inspected the final bill, the thought occurred that a larger sample might not have gone amiss, but the food was superb, as always. When they arrived back at the cottage, the sun had set, leaving the western sky flushed pink into aquamarine, and then into pale cerulean blue. The last tourists and walkers had departed from the bank, and the first stars were glimmering overhead. Smith stood on the bank as the dog made her final investigations of the day along the water's edge, and thought that, all in all, things hadn't turned out too badly. Joe woke him at 20 minutes past 1 in the morning and said, "Layla's barking." Smith went downstairs, not a little surprised, because this was something she never did unless she was unwell. He took the torch from its place by the back door and let her out into the garden. An almost full moon had risen in the east, giving more than enough silvery light for him to see the dog as she ran across the lawn. He heard her growl as she went around and between the cars on the drive. He walked in his bare feet across the dew-wet grass, but could see no reason for Layla's annoyance. They were rarely bothered by cats, but perhaps one had found its way along the track from the village. Eventually she had a wee on the drive, but he thought that wasn't the reason she had barked. He took the dog back to the house, put her inside, turning off the light, and then closed the back door. He stood hidden in the shadow of the house for a long time, watching, waiting, and listening. But the only sound was the distant, bubbling trill of a curlew far out on the marsh. Chapter 27. I had 2 cash ISAs I'd set up years before and forgotten about. I decided that would be enough. But have you any idea how difficult it is to get cash these days? Smith took the question seriously and said, "Only in general terms. I mean, I've always found it difficult to get people to hand over large amounts of cash to me." Gerald Fitch went on, "That was 42,000. I didn't want any more. To me the whole business was tainted money. I don't mean there was anything corrupt, not that at all. It was tainted by my own sense of failure, which at that time was universal. I just wanted to get out of that life completely. I'd felt that way for a long time." Smith had taken the call in the early afternoon on Saturday, yesterday now. Gerald Fitch had said he would talk, would tell his story, and if a way could be found to satisfy the legal system he was alive, he would cooperate. What he would not agree to was a return to King's Lake, and he wanted his present location kept secret from his wife. Smith had accepted all that in the phone call, and kept quiet his thoughts that it was unlikely all of those demands could be met. One step at a time. The chance to meet Gerald on the Sunday afternoon and hear the whole story was a better result than Smith had anticipated. The door to the mobile home had been latched open because of the heat of the afternoon, and what sounded like the same herring gull was calling occasionally. Smith had in front of him on the table a glass of home-made lemonade, an odd touch in the circumstances, but he had noted there was no sign that Gerald was a drinker of anything alcoholic. Smith asked whether the plan all along had been to leave on that particular night, the 15th of June, 5 years ago, and he did not receive an immediate answer. Gerald had said he might as well tell the whole story, but Smith could see there were parts of it he was finding not easy. Eventually he said, "No, I didn't have a plan for a particular night. Things had been deteriorating for a long time. Years, really. I mean, between the two of us. I think she'd assumed I would be selling the business after we got married. She used to tell me to cash in the chips. We'd have enough money to go anywhere we wanted. She never understood the obligations I felt to the family and the employees. I was the world's worst businessman, but I couldn't just sell everything they'd built up, so I kept trying and failing. I thought Woodlands would be enough for her, a grand house. She had her cars." He looked at Smith with some sort of appeal. "I'm not a complete fool. I knew she was materialistic, but she seemed to care, you know. We had a lot of fun at first. We used to go abroad for holidays." Smith said, "Yes, the Greek islands, I believe." Gerald Fitch gave him that look again. The look said, "I'm not sure how I can tell you everything when you already seem to know such a lot." "How did you leave? A taxi?" Fitch nodded. "Yes, 2 of them. I took one to Norwich and then used a different one to get to Trimsley. I arrived at 2 o'clock in the morning and slept in one of the shelters on the promenade." Smith said, "If you don't mind me asking, why Trimsley-on-Sea? It's the sort of unimportant detail that keeps me awake at night." Gerald said, "My grandparents on my mother's side had a chalet there. I had some happy holidays with them when I was young." Smith nodded. If he'd written out a list of the questions to be asked and answered, he would have ticked off another one then. He said, "And their surname, Fleming?" "Yes, how did you discover that?" Smith said, "I didn't, you just told me. When people choose another name for themselves, they almost never do so randomly. There's invariably some connection to the life they are trying to leave behind, ironic as that might seem. You've been living as Jeff Fleming for 5 years, but you kept your old initials and a link to some happier times, I suppose. How did you end up staying in the ship for a month?" Gerald said it was literally the first place he came across when he walked into the town. He got them to agree to accepting cash by telling them some ridiculous story about a new bank account not working properly yet, and signed in using the false name and a fictitious address. He said, "I'd have been hopeless living on the streets, and thought having all that money in a rucksack was much too dangerous. I just needed somewhere to shut myself away." As far as Smith was concerned, the man was telling the truth, plain and simple. But there was one question he'd avoided answering, one to which Smith would inevitably return when he thought the moment was right. He asked why Gerald had twice called his daughter on the ship's payphone, but then said nothing. Lauren was the worst part of it. I don't know how much she'd told you, but we hadn't spoken for years. She blamed me for her mother's death, and told me so to my face. She hated Amanda for the same reason. I'd wanted to talk to her for months, if only to tell her she'd been right all along. when I called her from the ship. Words failed me. I was thinking, she'll ask where I am, if she'll speak to me at all, and what would I say? I couldn't tell her, or what had been the point of it all, the getting away. Away, yes, but from what? Not his business failures. Those sounded as if they had been lifelong. His wife, then. But that had been going wrong for years as well, by the sound of it. Why the 15th of June? Why that particular night? Why the panic at Broughton Farm 2 days ago? Why the amateur dramatics with an empty shotgun? Smith said, "And this place? How did you end up here? This is about as far off the beaten track as anyone can get east of the A1. Gerald Fitch was relaxing a little. Smith had seen it often enough before, the release that comes from finally being able to tell your story. It's a pity that in the age of instant communication, patient listening has become a lost art. "Oh," Gerald said, "I learned something. I discovered that if you let go and cast yourself adrift, you'll still end up somewhere. All my life I'd been paddling against the flow. When I stopped that, fate took over. It was fate that introduced me to Miles. He had been the man sitting alone in the saloon bar of the ship before. Early one evening Gerald went into the bar, and the man was there again, on his own in his usual corner. I said good evening, and asked if he minded me sitting down at the table next to his, just out of politeness. He said to me, "If you must, there's plenty of other tables." That was the end of our first conversation. I sat outside on the terrace. The next night he was there again, and I asked where he would like me to sit that night. I wouldn't usually be that provocative, but his rudeness had been bothering me all day. He said it wasn't up to him, I could sit where I liked. I think he swore as well, but not offensively, so to make a point, I sat at the table next to his, and we got into conversation. These were better memories for Gerald Fitch. As he told the story, Smith thought how right he had been about recognizing that moment when you should stop paddling, the moment of resignation and acceptance. It's often the moment when peace will come, if you are open to it and ready for it. Over the weeks the two men had become friends, a couple of lonely misfits, Gerald said. One day Miles had told him he lived somewhere that was about to fall into the sea, like the legendary town of Dunwich off the Suffolk coast, and Gerald said he'd like to see the place before it did. Miles had a car and brought him here for the first time that same day. Gerald said he was from a wealthy farming family. They still own land in the county, but he'd broken with them many years past. We had quite a lot in common. His great love was plants, wild ones, not garden flowers. He was an expert botanist, completely self-taught. I still have his books. A walk in the dunes with him was an education in itself. Gerald got up unexpectedly, said, "I took a few pictures of him," and went into the next room. He returned with a small album, opened it, and handed it to Smith. Miles was tall, gaunt, hook-nosed, and eagle-eyed, some 20 years or more older than the man who had befriended him in the saloon bar of the ship. Smith looked at the pictures, and then around the mobile home, before saying, "What happened to him? He's not lurking in there, is he?" with a nod to the room where Gerald had just been. It was a jest, of course. Gerald Fitch had been using the past tense since his first mention of Miles. "No," he said. "He died in the spring after we met. April the 23rd. He'd been living with a terminal cancer diagnosis for a long time. He didn't tell me for quite a while, but it was obvious he was unwell. Then one day, when we were here, he began to talk about it. He'd made all the arrangements on his own. He had paid in advance for a place in a private hospice. He said when the end came he didn't want anyone clearing up after him. He asked me whether I would drive him there when the time came, and dispose of the car. Smith had already regretted the joke about Miles's whereabouts, because this was a serious matter for the man who was telling the story. After a pause, Gerald went on. I said I would, and then he said to me, "As for this place, do you want it? It's worthless as property and dangerous to live in, but it's yours if you do. There's no one else, so—" I'd told him often enough I thought the whole set-up was idyllic and mad at the same time. I think he wanted to imagine someone still here after he'd gone, someone who loved it like he did. I don't know whether he had any other estate or a will. I expected a solicitor would turn up and tell me I was a squatter or something like that, but no one ever did. On the day I left him at the hospice, he gave me the keys and told me to always keep an eye on the weather forecast, especially in the autumn. I cleared out my things from the bedsit I had in Trimsley and moved here. That was more than 4 years ago. When he'd sat down, Smith had put his notebook on the table. He didn't open it then, but mentally reviewed the list of bullet points and questions on the most recent page. He said, "That's how you came by the shotgun?" Gerald said, "Yes, I think it went back to his days on the family farm. He never used it, to my knowledge, even though there are hundreds of rabbits in the dunes. Miles wouldn't even squash a wasp on a window." Smith said, "So what is the situation as far as this place is concerned? I saw the notice, Little Dunwich. Someone has a sense of humour, I suppose. Are the authorities involved?" Gerald Fitch smiled at that. Miles put up the sign. It's a peculiar situation. Most of the remaining places went up without planning permission. I think there were a few years after the war when it was a free-for-all. Nobody knows who put the mobile homes here, so in that sense the authorities have absolved themselves. But obviously when a place is about to go over, there's publicity which they don't like, so we get another round of advisory notices and offers of relocation grants. Some people have taken the money, and their places are empty. We're in something called a controlled coastal erosion zone. Basically, someone has drawn a line on a map and said that bit's not worth saving. Little Dunwich used to be several homes bigger. We lose one every 2 or 3 years. This place, or next door, will probably be next. And that doesn't bother you? No. Miles used to say, "It gives life a certain piquancy." I've come to realize he was right. It teaches you that everything is temporary. The only constant is change. The shoreline is the perfect metaphor. It shifts moment by moment, wave after wave, grain by grain. People used to ask why I was always photographing the same places, but I never was. Living here, I've seen more sunrises than most people do in their whole lives, but I've never seen 2 the same. No, thought Smith, you never were going to make it as a suit in an office. I'm surprised you stuck it out as long as you did. He, Smith, was coming to the conclusion that Gerald had no intention of returning to his previous life, and that ways must be found to resolve the matter without expecting him to do so. He asked how Gerald had met Ian Fisher, and the answer, of course, was on a beach. A party from Broughton Farm had been on a day trip, and Gerald got into conversation with them. Someone had suggested that if he was interested, he could try becoming a volunteer assistant. They were always on the lookout for people. Gerald said to Smith, "I can't paint, but I saw it in Ian's work immediately. No one had shown him any classic paintings, but I did, and the result could be electrifying, even frightening. When I left Wootton,
I took a laptop with me, the one I used for photography. At the farm I printed out a couple of coastal images and gave them to him. He doesn't copy them. He interprets them through his own vision, but amazingly creatively. I still can't explain it, but... well, you've seen them.
Smith nodded and said, I recognized your work as soon as I saw it. If there had been one picture, I might have thought it was an odd coincidence, but not 3. When I found them in a gallery a few miles from the ship, it couldn't be a coincidence.
Gerald Fitch looked at him and said, On Friday you told me you used to be a police officer, a detective.
Yes, Smith said.
I presume you were quite a good one.
Somehow this had become a more absorbing and evenly balanced conversation than Smith had anticipated. He wondered whether the old Gerald Fitch would have held up his end of it as well as the man who'd been living as Jeff Fleming for the past few years. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Perhaps it makes us more interesting too. Smith said, Well, that's for others to say. Not everyone I worked with thought so. I suppose I had my moments. If Gerald was not returning to King's Lake, they would need to make some arrangements. 2 more questions remained in Smith's mind before they could do so. There was no point in further delaying telling him that Lauren had a daughter, and he did so now, but he revealed only the little girl's age and her name. It was a complete surprise, and clearly something Gerald had never considered. He took a few moments, and then asked whether his daughter was married. No, said Smith. She was a single parent, which made her situation more challenging, but as he'd said earlier, she was a capable young woman. Gerald said, And the little girl is 4 years old. You've seen her? Yes, I have. She's quite a character, too. Was that confusion, or pain, or both, on his face now? Smith said, I haven't spoken to your daughter since Friday, but at some point you'll want to decide whether you're going to get in touch. As I promised Lauren, I will tell her I found you, alive and well. After that, I think it has to be down to you. Gerald nodded, accepting already it seemed that his life had just become much more complicated. It was a feeling with which Smith could fully sympathize. After all, Dermot had been almost 30 before Smith knew of his existence. Finally, Smith said, I have to ask, if you were not planning to leave West Wootton that Saturday night, why did you? What happened? For a moment Gerald looked away, and Smith thought, Haven't I done enough? We've got on pretty well. I thought I'd have his confidence by now. Then Gerald looked back and said, I believed my life might be in danger. I still believe it was, for what it's worth. Smith said his next question was an obvious one. In the end he didn't need to ask it. Gerald continued, The situation with my wife had become intolerable. Still he seemed reluctant to use her name, to the point where we were not speaking for days on end. She had threatened me before, but this time I began to believe she meant it. Amanda Fitch was a well-built woman, but not powerfully so. Many among us might have inwardly smiled at the idea of a man like Gerald being afraid of her, for then many of us, most of us, have not seen what experienced police officers get to see in their daily working lives. Smith smiled, neither outwardly nor inwardly. He said, Go on. Gerald said, She was furious because I hadn't agreed to sell the FME business and take the money. She seemed to be obsessed about it. When I say she had threatened me, I don't mean in person, but there are people in her past. I knew nothing about them until after we were married.
If you knew her family, you'd understand." Under normal circumstances, in dealing with a person of interest, or even an interesting witness, Smith would never have revealed it. But those conditions did not apply here, and a dim suspicion had begun to form in his mind, triggered by that "threatened" a few moments ago. Smith said, "Do you mean her brothers, Malcolm and Stewart?" Gerald Fitch did not hide his astonishment. "Yes, my God! Have you been looking into them as well? Well, not recently, but I do know them from the old days. It's a small world, isn't it?" Smith shook his head and smiled, as if two friends had only then discovered they had acquaintances in common from many years past. Gerald Fitch stared, and eventually closed his open mouth. "So," said Smith, "you thought Amanda might be going to call in the heavies, as we used to say." Gerald said, "I didn't just think it. I knew it." Smith watched and waited. A great deal of thinking and a good deal of effort had gone into reaching this moment. There had been no who in this investigation, because he knew from the beginning who had disappeared. But he had answered the how to his own satisfaction, and now he was about to hear the why. Investigatively, that would be the end of it for him, and other people could tie up the loose ends. Gerald said, "A few days earlier the arguments had stopped, for no reason I could think of. She even made conversation once or twice. Then, on the Saturday morning, she told me she was going to her sister's that evening. That wasn't unusual. Later on she did something she'd never done before. She asked whether I was going out or staying home that evening. I never went out alone on a Saturday night, but for some reason she wanted to be sure of it." He looked at Smith and saw the level, unwavering stare of absolute attention. "I had something like a premonition. I'd never experienced anything like it before. She spends hours in the bath, and I noticed she'd left her phone on the dressing table in her bedroom. I knew the code, so I opened it and read her text messages." A bumblebee flew in through the open door. Gerald fell silent, and they both watched the creature circle the room once before it flew out again in a perfectly executed maneuver. He said then, "She had made arrangements for someone to come and sort it out, once and for all. She used those words. There was more. She'd been in touch with this person, and talking along the same lines for weeks. There was no name, just the initial T. It was supposed to happen that night. He said they'd make it look like a break-in gone wrong." Smith said, "What did you do next?" "I already had the money. I'd known for a while it was going to end badly, but I'd never imagined she could do anything like that. I mean, it wasn't just the fact I had a terrible marriage. I realized I didn't just want her out of my life. I wanted out of that life altogether. I'd considered ending it the other way, you know." Just a nod, without surprise or judgment. "By the time she was out of the bathroom, I'd packed a rucksack in my study. I was strangely calm about it, and remembered everything I would need. I sat at the desk and thought about all the ways I could be easily traced, and made sure I avoided them. I knew what time she'd leave, and I'd even booked the taxi before she left. I'd realized it was a Saturday night, and they might be busy. 20 minutes after she left, so did I." Smith blinked at last and said, "If you'd decided to deal with the matter another way and gone to the police, her phone would have been damning evidence. I've known prosecutors who would fancy getting a conviction on less than that." Gerald didn't look surprised. He only said, "Would it still be?"
Smith said, "Still be what? Damning evidence?" "Yes," said Smith, "because there is no expiry date on conspiracy to murder offences. However, there is a sort of expiry date on the accuracy of our memories." He was about to say it was a shame, really, when Gerald reached across to the set of drawers on his right, opened the top one, and took out a Galaxy Mobile in a turquoise cover. He placed it on the table between them and looked at Smith. The eyebrows stayed up for some seconds before he said, "You're going to tell me that's your wife's phone?" Gerald nodded and said, "As I was leaving, I saw it on the kitchen table. She lived her life on it. Usually it would need to be surgically removed. But on that night, of all nights, she forgot it." Smith was still looking at the mobile. He said, "I expect on that night, of all nights, she had other things on her mind." And then he remembered the odd look on her face when he'd asked whether her husband had another phone. She must have been thinking, yes, he has mine, and she must have realized what her husband would have found on it. Amanda Fitch had been haunted by the device on the table in front of him for 5 years. Small wonder she had bided her time before cashing in all those chips. Gerald said, "After you mentioned charging up my old phone, I tried this one after you left. The battery isn't very good, but it's all still there. All the texts and calls." Smith had parked up on the heath again because he didn't like the look of those cracks in the track to the mobile home. He walked briskly, said another good afternoon to the man in the string vest, who was outside again and still not working on his car, and considered how this investigation might end very differently now. The mobile phone contained enough evidence for a prima facie case. At the very least, Amanda Fitch should be asked some awkward questions about the matter, and the identity of the T who had said it would look like a burglary gone wrong. Exactly what would look like that? Mr. T? As he rounded the last bend on the slope to Sandy Lane, he could see a vehicle had stopped further up. He took 2 more steps and then ducked. A Ford Transit was waiting at the point where the track to the parking area left the lane, waiting as if deciding which way to go. Reading glasses are a nuisance. He was always leaving them somewhere ridiculous, but there are some benefits to being long-sighted. Smith could read the registration even at this distance, and it was one he already had written in the allege, and he could see a brawny-looking elbow poking out of the passenger window, which meant there were at least 2 of them. Staying low, Smith turned and began to run. Chapter 28. He'd noticed the path before, off to the right of the lane. It could only lead down to the track that ran between the chalets and mobile homes. Taking it would cut out a wide bend and save valuable minutes. Moving at speed, Smith realized within seconds that it was steep, more of a slide down from the top of the dunes than a footpath, but he kept going because there was no alternative now. At one point he was careering down on his backside, narrowly missing the thick stems of gorse bushes. Then, unexpectedly, he landed in a heap, as if at the bottom of a children's helter-skelter, and found himself once more being observed by the man in the string vest. It was definitely the same vest, because the path, such as it was, ended right next to his garden fence. Smith was on his feet immediately, brushing himself down, but moving quickly. As he passed the astonished face, he said, "There should be a health and safety notice on that path. Someone could get hurt." And then he began to run again, because in some situations seconds can save lives. Gerald Fitch said, "How?" and Smith answered that he had no idea, but this was the worst possible time to begin a post-mortem into the sad end of Geoffrey Fleming's quiet life. They had to go, immediately. It was impossible to say what the intentions of the men in the van were, but unlikely that matters could be resolved by sitting around that table and drinking homemade lemonade. Now, we have to go now. Gerald went into the back room and reappeared moments later with a rucksack, probably the original rucksack. It looked heavy, he said. "Cameras and laptop. I can leave the rest." Smith said, "And her phone." Gerald went to the drawer, took it out, and handed it to Smith. Outside, Smith peered around the end of the building, but couldn't see the van. It could easily have been here by now, but one does not waste a second looking into the mouth of a gift horse. Gerald led the way, further on down the track to where it ended, and the dunes began. He said, "It gets steep. It's overgrown and heavy going because of the sand, but there is a way up onto the heath. We can find a way back to your car." Smith nodded, moving quickly, mind busy. They were not yet out of sight of the road. That was the first priority. If the transit men had taken the side road, they had already found the Volvo. That might be why they hadn't arrived in Little Dunwich yet. Various possibilities followed from that. They could be waiting beside it. They might have disabled it, slashed the tires. They might have just driven off and left it intact. But having gone to this much trouble to follow him, Smith doubted this was going to be that easy. And how the hell had they followed him? He was a bit rusty in most things, but he knew how to tail, and he knew how to spot a tail. On the way to Trimsley this afternoon he'd made 2 stops with exactly that intention, and seen nothing to arouse concern, absolutely nothing. It was late afternoon now, and another hot one. Gerald Fitch had not exaggerated when he said this would be tough going. There was no footpath, just gaps between the huge clumps of spiky marram grass, and the dunes were steep hills of soft, powdery sand. By the time they reached the beginning of the heath, Smith could feel the sweat on his back, soaking through his shirt, and his heart working overtime to keep up. A good thing he'd put in those early morning walks and runs. The eastern side of the coastal heathland is a hill climbing to some 200 feet above the level of the sea. The vegetation consists of gorse, bracken, and bramble, and the 2 of them had to edge their way through at least a quarter of a mile of it before they found a narrow dog-walker's footpath that seemed to be heading up in the right direction, according to the position of the sun. As the hill began to round and level out, Smith went in front and motioned to Gerald the need for silence. He had no idea how close they might be to the car. Then he remembered, metaphorically slapped his own forehead, and took out his phone, switching it to silent before he opened the satellite map. Not only did it show exactly where the 2 of them were, there was a symbol for his parked car. Smith thought, how did we ever survive without these things? The car was less than 100 yards northwest of their position, and the path they were on was taking them that way. The gorse was old, tall and twisted, giving them plenty of cover. They began to move cautiously forward again. The only sound was an odd, scratchy bird song, persistently repeated over and over. Unless I'm much mistaken, thought Smith, that's a Dartford warbler. Perfect habitat for it. Jo will be sorry she missed that one. They reached a point where one end of the clearing could be seen. Smith crouched a little, Gerald followed suit, and they edged their way forward until they could see the car. There was no sign of the transit van, and behind him Smith heard Gerald say quietly, "All clear." Smith's right hand was raised, a gesture that meant wait in any language. He inched further to his left, and there he was, the one left to guard the Volvo. He was standing at the edge of the open space, exactly where Smith had stood before, as if admiring the sea view. But he wore tight jeans, a red tank top, and had heavily tattooed and muscled arms. No rambler or bird-watcher he, but a young man from the Kingslake criminal underworld. It was like a sodding Greek myth. In every third one some poor living soul has to pay the ferryman and go across the dark and dodgy river to save some other hapless individual. As he weighed it up, Smith said to himself, "I'll be glad when I've had enough of this." He silently pointed out the watcher to Gerald,
Smith had expected fear, or at least timidity, from his accomplice, but not so. Gerald whispered, "There are two of us, aren't there?" "Yes," agreed Smith, "but there are also more than two possibilities as to what he's got in his jeans pocket or tucked into his socks. Characters like this one on a mission don't feel happy unless they're carrying." Gerald said, "Carrying?" and Smith replied with, "Armed." 30 seconds passed before Gerald whispered once more, "What can we do?" "Indeed. There's at least one more, maybe two. They've driven down. Maybe they're watching. Maybe they've had a word with the string vest. Maybe they've already found the place is empty. When they get back here, what will they do? They know I'm here, and they'll have a pretty good idea why. They're not just going to turn around and go back to King's Lake. They're going to start searching." Smith said quietly, "We could just walk out and head across the clearing, get close to the car and make a dash for it. But if they've been watching me, this individual might recognize me straight away. Once he's between us and the car, I wouldn't fancy our chances. For one thing, I'd say he's a gym rat. His arms are too big for the rest of him." After a few more seconds, Gerald said, "They don't know me, do they? They can't. I look like nothing I did 5 years ago. I could go and do what you said. If he stays where he is, I'll have time to unlock it, get in, and lock it again." And then, thought Smith, you could just drive off, get out of it. Except a sterner voice said inside, "They'll just follow you like they did me. They'll catch up with you because I think I know what's happening here now." Gerald said, "I could start it up and drive across to here, you jump in and we go." I don't see what he could do then. They were short of alternatives and even shorter of time. Gerald looked as if he had the nerve to do it. Smith said, "All right, put your rucksack on and look like a backpacker. Stay on the footpath until you're as close to the car as it gets. If he hasn't made a move, press this button." Smith had the keys in his hand. "And the doors will unlock. He'll hear that, so then you'll only have a few seconds. Get in and bang the lock button down. The car has a starter button on the dash, right-hand side. Got that much?" Gerald Fitch nodded. "Start the car. If you can't get to where I am, drive down the track and head for Trimsley as fast as you like. Then park the car anywhere, lock it, and make a run for it." Gerald said, "What? Why? I could drive to a police station or call 999. What will you do?" They'd been here for at least 10 minutes, and it was a minor miracle they'd been given that long. The rest of the van men must be checking every chalet. Smith said in a rather meaningful way, "I don't have time to explain. The car's not safe. If I can't get into it at the first attempt, do exactly what I say. Park it, lock it, and get away from it. Have you got that?" He had a hold on Gerald's arm, and not a gentle one. When the man nodded, Smith said, "One more thing. If he gets to you before you can get into the car, you don't struggle. Start talking. Keep his attention on you, and I'll see what I can do. If you're ready, give it a go." "People surprise you?" Gerald stood up straight and walked on into the clearing, for all the world like one of those odd individuals who seem compelled to set themselves physical challenges, such as walking around the British Isles for a charity no one has heard of. He looked the part with his beard and bushy hair. The character in the tank-top noticed him, stared momentarily, and then turned away. The path ran behind the car, and within a few yards of it. Smith hadn't crouched in the sprint start position since his Army PE days, too close to 40 years ago for comfort, but he did so now, and he reminded himself of exactly where to land the blow in the back should this thug get hold of Gerald Fitch. Low down to one side, hard into the kidney. That was the scenario he would have put his fiver on at that moment. He saw Gerald raise the key fob, heard it beep in the hot silence of the afternoon, and the lights on the car flashed as they do.
The young man's head turned again, but he was slow to connect the Rambler and the sound of the unlocking doors. In the seconds he wasted, Gerald had got the driver's door open and thrown his rucksack into the passenger seat. The tank top was only halfway to the car by the time the starter button had been pressed and the engine was running. He went for the door first, but it was locked. The usual obscenities poured forth as he wrenched at it anyway, and then he did a strange thing. He went around to the front of the Volvo and placed both hands on the bonnet, as if intent on preventing the vehicle from moving forward. Smith had walked out of the bushes and was standing at the edge of the clearing, concealment seeming to serve no further purpose. He hoped Gerald would do the sensible thing, reverse, and drive straight down the track. If the young man came after Smith, he thought he stood a fair chance of losing him on the hillside, which was a maze of paths and hiding places. Gerald told Smith afterwards that he had never driven an automatic car before. He thought that pulling the stick down to where it said R would make it go backwards, but he must have pulled it all the way. The Volvo shot forward and ran over the man in front of it. He'd thrown himself to one side, but not far enough, and the driver's side front wheel went over his right leg, somewhere near the ankle. The stream of obscenities became a scream of agony. Smith, now mildly astonished at this turn of events, set off towards the scene of the action. Gerald had found reverse now, and the car backed up a few yards, halted, and then began to lurch forwards again towards the man who still lay writhing on the ground. Dear God, no, thought Smith, as he began to run. Once might be construed as careless driving, twice, and it begins to look like attempted murder. The car had stopped a few feet short of the stricken man, and Gerald was sliding over into the passenger's seat. Smith went closer and inspected the damage. The leg was almost certainly broken, but there were no other obvious injuries. It should be safe to leave him to the tender care of his associates. Then he noticed that the victim already had a mobile phone in his left hand. Their eyes met, and Smith shook his head. He stepped forward, stood his right foot on the forearm that held the phone, and leaned down. Predictably, the right fist swung up in his direction. He caught the wrist with his left hand and reached down with his right, prizing the phone out of the tattooed fingers. Stepping back, Smith was about to throw it into the scrub and then changed his mind. He tossed it once into the air instead, caught it, and then put it into his trouser pocket. The injured man's face was sweating heavily with the pain and the trauma. Smith said, "You want to get that seen to. If there's internal bleeding, you could lose your foot." One more thing might yet go wrong. If they met the van coming up the track, they'd be trapped. Smith switched the car into manual, drove down the track very quickly, skidded around the corner into Sandy Lane, and then swung the Volvo north towards Trimsley-on-Sea. He kept the car on the move until Millie Verral called Gerald back and said she was waiting in the place they had agreed. It was a supermarket car park on the outskirts of the town, one Smith had driven by on earlier visits, and it offered good open views in all directions. Gerald pointed out her car, and Smith pulled up next to it, keeping his engine running. As Gerald climbed out, Smith saw her looking up at him with an expression no friendlier than she'd had the last time they met. It seemed to say, "I was right about you." There was nothing more to be said, and no time to waste. The arrangements had all been made, and Smith pulled away once more, again driving quickly, wanting to put distance between himself and the man he had gone to so much trouble to find. He drove the car hard for 10 miles, and then dropped to his usual sedate 50 miles an hour, heading west, back towards home. The situation was utterly different to the one with which this day had begun. Out of nowhere had come threats to people's safety, and perhaps even to their lives. And it wasn't over. Decisions had already been made, however, and he put the first one into action by opening the phone on the dashboard and calling Jason Diver. "David, to what do I owe this pleasure on a Sunday afternoon?" David sounded rather jolly, and Smith asked him where he was, without preliminaries. He could, he knew, be a little brusque at times, but there we are. Diver told him he was about to tee off on the 14th. From his tone, it sounded as if there had already been a visit to the 19th. Without further ado, Smith told him he had just spent an hour or so with Gerald Fitch, and that a situation had arisen. There was a pause. Smith had the feeling Diver had walked away from his golfing partners before replying. Then he said, "You're serious, aren't you? How on earth? I thought—" And then, at a stroke, Jason Diver earned himself promotion into the Smith Premier League of Competent People. He said, "Right, this sounds a little urgent. We can talk later. How can I help?" Smith glanced up once more into the rearview mirror, as he had about once a minute since leaving Trimsley. Nothing. But if he was right, that meant, literally, nothing. He told Diver what he thought must have happened, and how people working for Amanda Fitch had managed to follow him and get much too close to Gerald Fitch themselves. Diver said, "I see. We can deal with this. I know the very man, and he's in King's Lake. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Are you safe enough for the moment?" "Yes," said Smith, and the call ended. He should speak to Joe as well, but would wait and see what Jason had to say first. Of course, even if they could get the thing removed, it would make little difference. They knew where he lived. Funny, in all the years he was investigating some very nasty pieces of work, no one had ever found their way to his home or threatened anyone dear to him. The IRA did twice, but that was a different sort of matter. And now, on just his second case for the Divers, someone had paid a visit to Drift's End. Should have seen it coming. Should have installed those cameras months ago. The return call came in less than 10 minutes. Diver said, "He's not in King's Lake. He's in Portsmouth, sailing around on a yacht he's been working on. But he'll be back tonight, and he'll see us at 9 tomorrow morning. I'll text you the address. Where are you staying tonight? Perhaps you shouldn't be in Marston until this is sorted." Who would ever have imagined a situation in which this shirty young Jason Diver of just a few years ago would be concerned for his, Smith's, well-being? He said, "I'm about to call Joe. We'll come up with something. Thank you, Jason." He had almost never used the young man's Christian name. In fact, he never seemed to call him anything at all. Jason said, "And it's really Gerald Fitch? No possibility that—" Smith said, "He didn't deny it, and he knows things about what happened 5 years ago that no one else could." In the background to the call, there were other voices, someone calling to their golfing partner. Smith said he'd better get on with the game. Jason said, "Well, I can't wait to see Catherine's face. She's going to be all over you, David." "Ye gods," he said to himself as he ended the call. Imagine that. Then he opened Favourites and pressed Joe. Chapter 29. After some pleasantly affectionate scolding, Joe had made tea. Then she made him sit down and tell her the full story. When Smith explained how he thought he'd been followed, it didn't take her many seconds to fill in the obvious blank. She said it was the night Layla barked, and Smith nodded. She asked how Gerald had managed to live undetected for so long, and Smith told her what he knew, what the man had told him. Gerald had managed to open an account in the name of Geoffrey Fleming at the local post office, once he had started having mail delivered to the mobile home, but he'd never opened another bank account, applied for a credit card, or carried out any online banking. He had worked, done some odd jobs, gardening and bar work, but this had usually been temporary through the summer, and most people had been happy to pay him in cash. He'd also made some money selling his Norfolk landscape photographs to the many small galleries along the coast. He had had to give a national insurance number a few times, and had used one, a single digit different to his own. No one had ever queried it. His mobile phone was a pay-as-you-go, and therefore untraceable. His passport had expired, and he had never replaced it. There was nothing to find at the driver and vehicle licensing agency, because he had never owned a car after leaving West Wootton. He had said to Smith that if he couldn't get somewhere by foot, bicycle, or bus, he didn't go. On rare occasions he'd pay for a taxi or get a lift. Smith summed it all up. Basically, he's lived a simple life, and, to be fair, no one tried very hard to find him, did they? Joe said, "Until now." Quite clever, though, to figure all that out for himself, and to maintain it for so long. Smith nodded his agreement and said, "He's no fool. I felt guilty for blundering into his secret life, to be honest, though he never criticized me for it. Not yet, anyway. His girlfriend, however—" Joe wanted to know more about Millie Verral. Smith admitted he couldn't be certain they were an item, but when he had recounted to her how Millie had behaved at Broughton Farm, and then how she had come to the rescue at Trimsley, Joe informed him there was no doubt they were an item, even if Gerald hadn't realized it yet. They made supper together and continued to talk. Joe said, "After what happened today, there's no going back to the simple life. The genie's out of the bottle, isn't it?" And Smith had nodded his agreement. "And you're going to do what you said earlier?" "When?" He said, "Tomorrow. There's no point in waiting. After I've got the car sorted, I'll call him and say we need to talk. He'll have worked out for himself that it has to be resolved now. I think he'll agree to meet up." Joe said, "What about his daughter? Will she agree to what you're going to suggest?" Smith didn't answer straight away. There was much to consider, and worst of all, there were many emotional dimensions to the matter now. He said, "She might. It's worth a try. And I'd only be keeping a promise because she said she wanted to know, or at least she didn't say she didn't." Joe asked about the threat from the men who had followed him. How was he calculating that? "You sound like a proper DI," he said, and then he told her he thought the threat was much diminished. They must have gone back to Amanda Fitch and told her all that had happened on the heath that afternoon. She knew that he, Smith, knew who had sent them and what she had done. She would also surely have begun to realize that if he had found her husband, he might have seen what was on the phone her husband had taken with him the night he disappeared, and even if Smith hadn't seen it, he might still have been told the full story. Mrs. Fitch was most likely a worried woman by now. Making another move with her gang of thugs would be reckless indeed. He didn't think it likely. Even so, he did suggest they should sleep elsewhere tonight. All the local accommodation would be full of holiday-makers, but Alice had a couple of spare rooms. Joe said, "And leave this place unguarded?" Smith said, "Persons before property, you know that." She thought a little more and then said, "If it's me you're concerned about, I'd like to remind you I didn't spend my whole police career behind a desk writing profiles." He didn't argue the point any further, not least because he didn't particularly want to retreat from Drift's End himself. He said in that case he would sleep on one of the sofas in the sitting-room and leave Layla out of her cage for the night. Joe said, "And I'll sleep on the other one." That's what they did. Smith took Layla's bedding out of her cage and placed it on the floor between the two sofas, and she was delighted, trotting back and forth between the two of them for several minutes. Smith moved both cars closer to the cottage and locked the back door, but he left the sitting-room windows open. They were too small to climb through easily, but any sounds outside would be more easily heard. Once, very early in the morning, before the dawn, he was woken by Layla's wet nose. He took her outside without waking Joe, and watched the dog sniffing around the garden in the light of the waning moon. She seemed quite unconcerned. He looked at the Volvo and thought about what had happened. He said to himself, "Very clever. I ought to know more about that. It might come in handy one day." "Rich, this is David, one of our associates. David, this is Rich. He's the proprietor of Twice Shy Security." The business looked as if it had been established for some time, but Smith had had no idea of its existence. He'd followed Jason from the market square in King's Lake, through the maze of narrow streets, into one of the old parts of the town, an area of small workshops, laundrettes, ethnic food takeaways, and backstreet garages where the mechanics never say very much. The sign that said "Twice-Shy Security" was small and unobtrusive, fixed to a brick wall built at least a century ago. As they'd waited for it to be opened, Smith thought, "That's a serious steel door and a serious lock being turned by whoever's on the other side of it." Rich put out a hand as they were introduced. He was a thin, intense-looking man, already going bald on the top, although Smith guessed he wasn't even close to 40 years old. As Rich closed the door, Smith looked around. They were standing in an electronic engineer's workshop, but it more closely resembled a laboratory. There were tools on the walls, as there ought to be, but not hammers, saws, and wrenches. Here were probes, gauges, and monitoring devices of every description. 3 spotless benches took up the centre of the space, at one of which a long-haired youth sat, taking apart some impossibly complicated object. He glanced up at the visitors without interest, and returned his attention to the device in front of him. Jason was explaining the situation. Rich said to Smith, "Won't look at that out in the street. Can you bring your motor into the yard at the back? Take 2 rights, and you'll be at the rear of this place." The door was slid open again, and Smith followed the instructions. When he arrived in the yard, private and not overlooked, they were waiting for him. He got out, and Rich said to them both, 10 to 1, if there is something, it'll be at the back. That's where they usually stick them. Shows a total lack of imagination." He was holding something about the size of the early mobile phones. It had buttons, dials, and a lit-up green screen. He pressed one of the buttons, and the device responded with a beep. Rich said, "We'll assume it's a cheap retail job," and turned a dial. Then he walked to the rear of the Volvo, crouched, and pointed the end of the scanner at the back bumper. More beeping. Moving the scanner to the left, the near side of the car, slowed the beeps down. Moving it to the right, speeded them up. Rich pointed that way with his free hand, straightened up, and walked around to the offside rear wheel arch. The beeping had become a continuous whine at a higher pitch, and Rich turned off the scanner. He said, "It's here. We'll get this one off and check for another." A small torch was produced from a pocket, and he got onto his knees and peered up inside the wheel arch. After a nod to himself, he reached into the upper part of the arch and felt around. He couldn't dislodge it, and so another item was produced from another pocket. Smith was reassured to see that he too owned a piece of high-tech equipment just like it, a Swiss Army knife. There was an identical one in the glove compartment of this very car. With the long blade open, Rich reached back inside, and moments later had the tracker in his hand. He held it out towards Smith, who took it, a small black box, 2 inches by 3, with a magnetic strip on the back. There were no flashing lights, and there was no sign of an antenna. A simple visual check couldn't have found it in a month of Sundays. Rich said, "It's the sort of thing you can buy off the internet, bog standard. It hasn't been on there very long at all." Smith asked how much one of those would cost, and didn't hide his surprise when he was told between £20 and £30. Rich explained that the tracker would be linked to an app on a mobile phone or a laptop. It was a real-time device, and the person using the app would be able to see where the vehicle was as long as the signal was being transmitted. Smith gave the tracker back to the man who had found it and said, "I presume it's the app where the money is made." And Rich agreed. "Yes, you have to subscribe and pay monthly fees." "And those apps," said Smith, "would be online, and linked to someone's bank account. That was not a question. It was Jason who spoke next. "Yes, I see. If the police took this up as a case, the threats against Gerald Fitch, then this becomes evidence, doesn't it?" Smith said, "Along with the mobile Gerald gave me, and the one I acquired yesterday." Rich said, "You don't want me to disable it, then? Only takes a few seconds." "No," they both said. "All right, we can dampen it down a lot." He went to one of the many drawers beneath the benches in the workshop and took out a small silver bag. He put the tracker into it and gave the bag to Jason. "It's lined with a mesh. You'll only pick up the signal from a few feet away now. Let's check the rest of the motor. Occasionally they fit too." But the beeps came only at 1 a second as he walked slowly around the Volvo, and Rich gave it the all-clear. Jason asked what they owed him for this service, but the question was waved away. "No charge. I wouldn't have got the yacht job without the contact you gave me. Call me any time." Smith accepted he had some explaining to do as far as Jason Diver was concerned, and it could hardly be delayed any longer. He followed him back to the DDA office and handed over the phone Gerald had given him yesterday for safekeeping. Jason asked for the code, and Smith told him the 4 numbers without needing to look in his notebook. Jason said, "The battery's nearly dead. I ought to back it up into our cloud just in case, even though technically I shouldn't." He looked up and saw Smith's stare. The silence spoke more than any words could say. Jason said, "Yes, right. Mum's the word, though." For some 3 or 4 minutes he scrolled through Amanda Fitch's texts from 5 years ago. Smith couldn't help hearing Madison answering the phone in reception, and at one point a look of alarm flitted across his face when he heard her say, "Oh, hi, Catherine. Yes, he is." Jason looked up and said, "I agree. The police should see this." Smith nodded. "It has to come from Gerald himself. We can support him, but he has to make the approach." "And will he, in your opinion?" Most of Smith's spare moments since yesterday afternoon had been spent considering that question. He said, "He'll be reluctant. He's got used to living a very different life, and he doesn't want to go back to the old one or anything like it. I can't say I blame him. On the other hand, mainly thanks to me, he can't go on as he has been. So I'm going to call him this morning and ask to meet up on his patch. I'll tell him the best way now is to clear it all up so he's no longer living in hiding, whatever life he chooses." Jason thought before he said, "The fact he's given you the phone he took from her suggests to me he's begun to accept it." A perceptive observation for a young man. Smith took out the other phone, the one he'd confiscated the previous afternoon, and put it on the desk as well. He said, "I suggest putting all this and the tracker into your safe as well. If we carry on like this, we're going to need an evidence room." Jason said, "I'm going to inform Francis Dunhill this morning. Axon Life should be told." And Smith nodded. "And Catherine," Jason continued, "is on her way back to King's Lake today. If you're not in a hurry—" But he had much to do if he was to see Gerald Fitch this afternoon, and so he made his escape. He sat in the marketplace car park for some minutes before he made the call to Lauren Fitch. There were only a few stalls. Lots of the regulars take their holidays in August, just like everyone else. A woman walked close by the car with 2 small grandchildren in tow, and he knew her. Her husband, a lorry driver, had been involved with the people-smuggling thing 10 years ago now, and he'd served time. She looked happy enough this morning, though. People get over things. When he dialed the number, he thought she might not answer, and what then? But she did, and he said, "Hello, Miss Fitch. This is David Smith. I don't know whether you remember me, but—" Smith would never describe himself as superstitious, but when he arrived at the Ship, he had parked in exactly the same spot as when he first came here, some weeks ago now. Just for luck, he told himself. He had looked around, but saw no car he recognized among those already present. There were matters to attend to before he went inside to see whether Gerald Fitch had been as good as his word. They had agreed to meet in the saloon bar, and several more minutes passed before he entered the building. It was still early, only a little after midday, but the place was filling up already, and Smith couldn't see him at first. He sat alone at a corner table with a cup of coffee in front of him, and he hadn't yet noticed the arrival of the man for whom he was waiting. Early or not, a pint of their draught bitters wouldn't go amiss, Smith thought, but a very clear head would be needed over the course of the next hour or so. At the bar he found himself recognized by Carol, one of the ladies who had unknowingly contributed to the success of the investigation, and she made conversation as well as a cup of black coffee. She said, "Just couldn't resist coming back to see me, could you?" And Smith said it must be fate that had brought them together again. She winked at him as she put down the coffee, and went away happy. Gerald Fitch looked a little tidier. The beard had been trimmed shorter, and the hair on his head was definitely less of a bush than before. He was wearing a decent shirt and a cleaner pair of jeans, and this was all to the good, thought Smith. He said, "Where are you staying?" "At Broughton Farm," was the answer. Milly had spoken to the director and told a story about the mobile home being at increased risk of going over the cliff. Dr. Lovesey had found him a room in the staff accommodation while he sorted out something more permanent. Smith said, "I thought she might be here with you today, Milly, not Dr. Lovesey." Gerald shook his head and said, "I asked her, but she said this was my business. She gave me a lift, though." After a sip of coffee, Smith said, "She seems like a good sort to have on your side." But that brought only a silence. It wasn't easy to gauge the man's attitude. He seemed neither annoyed nor pleased by Smith's presence. It was more likely to be resignation and acceptance. Still, thought Smith, some people spend a whole lifetime seeking those, don't they? He told Gerald about the morning's events, or at least about the discovery and removal of the tracker, and his listener was shaking his head, finding it hard to believe. Then Gerald said, "Look, are you sure about all this? I know you said you'd seen this van before, but I find it incredible anyone has gone to all that trouble after so much time has passed. Are you sure Amanda is involved?" Smith had not told him where he'd seen the van before, and he did so now, explaining that yesterday was the second time he had been followed by it. He went on, "It's difficult to see who else had the motive to go to all this trouble. It's not just the money involved. There's her phone and all those messages. It's possible that's all they were after yesterday, but it would be foolish to assume it, in my opinion." He let that sink in. They didn't have all afternoon, but there was no point in hurrying the matter. After some moments, Gerald said, "I sat at this table for a reason. It's where Miles was sitting the first time I spoke to him." Smith said, "And he told you there were plenty of other tables?" Gerald nodded, and the pain of remembering showed through his half-smile. "Look, Gerald, no one is going to say you have to leave this place, or give up the life you've made here. But you can see there are some risks in not sorting it out now, in not dealing with the situation in King's Lake. I've shown her phone to a colleague, and he's of the same opinion as me, which is that the police should take a look at it. And there's the question of the insurance claim she intended to make. We can't let that go ahead now we know it would be fraudulent. Axon Life have been told the situation this morning. At some point, you're going to have to prove you're alive. I know that sounds a little weird, and I've never said anything like it before, but this wasn't going as well as it might have done. Gerald looked a little more shut inside himself than he had, and the bar was becoming crowded and noisy. An overly cheerful northerner asked whether they minded sharing the table as there was nowhere else to sit. Smith wanted to say it, that there were plenty of others to choose from, but there were not. He took the decision, and then, in as friendly a way as possible, he took hold of Gerald's arm. He said, "Come on, let's go." Behind them he heard the man say, "Christ, what's up with him? I only asked." They crossed the car park and walked out through the pedestrian entrance onto the path that led towards the centre of the town. This was the way Smith had gone on his first visit, as he tried to puzzle out what might have happened to the man who stayed at the Ship 5 years ago and paid in cash. They walked side by side in silence for a minute or so, before Gerald said, "She can have it. I don't want anything to do with that life. I understand about the insurance claim, I can see that, and I'll sign something or be interviewed to sort it out. As for the rest of it, I don't care. You said you've spoken to Lauren again. I suppose I could do something for her, and her little girl. That's all I'd want from it." This seemed an opportune moment to take a seat. They were by the gate into the miniature funfair and amusement park. Smith opened it and let Gerald go ahead. They turned right along the tarmac footpath, which felt a little soft in the heat of the sun. There was a bench where the old folks could sit and watch the children play, and Smith suggested they stop there and bring matters to some sort of conclusion. In front of them was an area of closely mown grass and outdoor play equipment, brightly coloured swings and slides and roundabouts and climbing frames. And there were children running to and fro, laughing and screaming as they will, because at the ages of 4, 5, and 6, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, better to do than that. There was a small kiosk providing shelter and refreshments for parents, grandparents, and other responsible adults, and a number were already seated there, under an awning striped red, white, and blue, which Smith considered appropriately patriotic. In fact, there was something uniquely British about the entire scene: the amusements, the cups of tea and glasses of orange juice, the seaside air, the pigeons being chased by a little boy in a world of his own. Smith said, "Whether or not you involve the police is your decision, but I think you should get some advice about the legal side of things concerning the estate. Even if you decide to give it away, you should do that so there are no complications further down the line. And if you did want something for Lauren, some sort of trust fund out of it, again, you need proper advice. There's a good firm in King's Lake, but you could use someone out this way." Gerald said, "I know you're right. I'll have to do it. I meant to thank you for yesterday, for getting me out of that situation, even though you got me into it in the first place." Smith said, "If you hadn't pointed that out, I would have done. Nothing's ever straightforward in this life, is it?" Gerald didn't answer. He seemed to be watching the children playing. Perfect. Smith thought about Jo, wondering what sort of day she was having in Cromer. Although nothing had occurred last night, he had insisted she not remain at Drift's End alone all day. She had called her friend Gillian, who owns the bookshop, and arranged for herself and Layla to spend the day there. Jo had said, "She'll have me signing books," and Smith had told her that was something she might have to get used to if Eagle House had their way. Someone's black Labrador puppy had broken loose in the playground. The woman was on her feet calling its name, but it had spotted the children and ran into the midst of them. There were more screams of delight, and within seconds a chase had developed. The puppy, then the children, followed by the frantic lady owner. There were smiles on the faces of everyone who had noticed what was happening. Smith looked at Gerald Fitch, and then said, "You can't plan a moment like that, can you? And look at that little girl." She was laughing aloud, keeping up with the rest of them, despite her limp and the tiny crutch she needed for support. Gerald said, "A plucky little thing." After a moment's pause, Smith said, "Oh, yes, she most certainly is, sir." There must have been something in the tone of his voice. Gerald Fitch turned to him with the oddest expression on his face, and Smith nodded. Chapter 30. Christine Archer was having a very good Thursday morning. Their application for a 3-month extension in the Mason brothers' case had been granted, along with an order for further disclosure of the evidence in the case for the prosecution. In addition, her clerk had just informed her the Crown's lawyer had asked for an online meeting to discuss the charges against Elaine Harrington, and that could only mean they wanted to bargain. Miss Archer was walking along the corridor to reception in a fashion one might describe as almost jaunty, when she glanced into the plush new waiting-room of Fraser and Metcalfe, solicitors and notaries, glanced in as one does, as a matter of habit. She took another 6 steps, each one a little slower than the last. Then she stood still and began to frown. She must have imagined it. But she turned around and walked back to the open doorway into the waiting-room. There were 3 people, obviously together, waiting to see one of her colleagues. They must be waiting to see one of her colleagues. As she stared, one of them looked around and recognized her. He smiled and put up a hand, gave a cheery little wave. Christine Archer turned again, 90 degrees this time, and went quickly down to reception. The Nicola girl was on the desk this morning, new and inexperienced. Miss Archer asked about the people in the waiting-room. "We've got a Mr. Fitch and a Miss Verrill." Archer said coldly, "There are 3 of them." The younger woman lifted over a visitor's book, put her finger on the page, and read out, "Yes, there's a Mr. D. Smith. He's signed himself in as a friend." Christine Archer reached over the counter and took possession of the book, much to the surprise of the receptionist. Another finger found the entry, and then she said, "You haven't filled in whom they have come to see." The book was returned in a peremptory manner, and the girl's face fell. Archer said, "It's not me, is it? I've got no one in my diary this morning." Nicola, still new and inexperienced, began to say, "I'm sorry, no, they're here to see Mr. Fraser, and I can't fit anyone in. I'm extremely busy with papers, until 3 o'clock this afternoon." And then she had gone to the right, and taking the back stairs into the main part of the building, leaving the poor young woman to wonder what on earth had just happened. Gordon Fraser was very good at listening. When Gerald Fitch came to the end of what he wanted to say, the eyebrows were raised a little, but not enough to cause anyone concern, and there was a slight nod which could be interpreted as encouraging. With a rather nice silver biro, he wrote a couple of brief notes on the pad in front of him, but as legal handwriting is second only to medical handwriting in terms of illegibility, Smith was unable to make out a word of it. Mr. Fraser looked at him then and smiled. "Another interesting case. It doesn't seem long since the last one." "That," thought Smith, "is because it isn't. At this rate you're going to be giving me my own office here. Is the one next to Miss Archer free, I wonder?" Fraser said to Gerald, "When I was informed of your appointment yesterday, I did some preliminary checks. As far as our records go, Fraser and Metcalfe have never been engaged by Fitch Marine Engineering. Neither have we acted for anyone else who might be involved in the matter. Therefore I believe there is no obstacle to us representing you now, Mr. Fitch, should you decide to engage us." There was an official sort of pause, which seemed to require a response from Gerald. Eventually he said, "All right, good." Fraser said, "In that case, I will have a formal letter of engagement produced for you to sign. There are 1 or 2 other preliminaries we can sort out now, if you wish." Another nod of agreement. "He's very good at this," Smith said to himself, letting the client feel he or she is managing it, making the decisions to proceed. It's the same skill set, of course, a good copper has when questioning a worthy suspect, the main difference being no one ever paid that copper £200,000 a year. Fraser was saying, "Like to re-establish control of your estate with a view to disposing of it. We can certainly advise you on how to proceed with that. It would help us if we had some idea of the value of the estate in question." Gerald shrugged and admitted he didn't really know. He'd been out of touch for so long. Fraser said he could make some inquiries on his new client's behalf when he noticed that Smith had raised a finger. He said, "Mr. Smith?" During his own inquiries, said Smith, he had gained some idea of the size of the estate and how it was structured in the financial sense. He acknowledged he'd been in touch with the former management accountant of Fitch Marine. "Go on," said Gordon Fraser. Smith said, "Somewhere in the region of £5 million, possibly nearer 6, depending on the valuation of the house at West Wootton." Fraser's eyebrows twitched very slightly, just the once, and Gerald Fitch seemed surprised. But Smith would remember for a long time the look on Milly Verrall's face. She had had not the faintest idea. She stared at Smith and then up at Gerald, and Smith thought, "He insisted you came today because he trusts you more than anyone else in the world. He as good as told me that. And your life just changed forever." Gordon Fraser said, "I see. And, Mr. Fitch, it would be helpful if you could give us some idea of what your priorities will be once we have established control of your estate. We should build those into our approach to the matter at an early stage." It seemed he had only one. Gerald said, "I want to make sure my daughter Lauren is safe, and her daughter, Fleur, my granddaughter. I want any money left at the end of it to go to them, a trust fund or something." Fraser said, "If what Mr. Smith has told us is correct, and I have no reason to doubt him, there will be a very considerable sum left, Mr. Fitch. For tax reasons alone, it might not be wise to give your daughter and granddaughter the entire sum, but that is what we are here for, to advise you, all in good time. And, of course, there will be the matter of your wife's share in the estate, should there be a divorce. No doubt she will have representation, and we will—" The senior partner had noticed the finger had been raised again. He said, "Mr. Smith?" "I think it pertinent to point out Mrs. Fitch might be requiring representation in more than one aspect of the matter, Mr. Fraser. There is the possibility she could be under investigation by the police for offences that very much concern your newest client." Fraser picked up his pen once more. Gerald nodded to Smith, who then explained the story in a clear and chronological order, ending with the excitement on Haysborough Heath and the discovery of the tracking device on his car. Fraser said, "I see. Pertinent is the word indeed." They sat and watched the legal mind at work for some 30 seconds. Notes were made, and a chin was stroked, before Fraser said, "In the light of all that, Mr. Fitch, I think it might be wise to make an application to freeze all the bank accounts and assets which will be in question. A formal letter to your bank, which can be delivered in email form, is all that is required. We can have that drafted immediately, and I would strongly advise it." Gerald glanced at Milly and then Smith, surprised somehow that this was all happening for real, and so quickly. But he agreed Fraser should proceed as he had suggested. While that was being noted, Smith said, "I suppose, Mr. Fraser, that a criminal conviction relating to the settlement of the estate wouldn't work in Mrs. Fitch's favour, would it?" The solicitor looked at the former police officer, initially perhaps puzzled by the apparent naivete of the question, and then he read the expression and saw the purpose behind it. Fraser said, "A conviction related to the events you have described, Mr. Smith, would throw into doubt the convicted person's chances of making a claim on the estate in the eyes of any judge I have met." There was much to do, and Mr. Fraser was now advising it be done quickly. He said that if Gerald could give them another hour this morning, these matters could be set in motion today. The three of them returned to the waiting-room, escorted by Mr. Fraser himself, and the pleasant young lady in reception was instructed to ply them with coffee, tea, and biscuits. They sat in silence for some seconds, and then Milly said, "£5 million?" Gerald looked at her and nodded a little guiltily, as if he'd just been caught telling a fib. Smith shrugged and said, "With that you could probably afford your own sea defences." Milly laughed, but with an odd, hysterical note. She said, "You're a millionaire," as if the only way she was going to deal with this was by saying it aloud until she could believe it. Gerald turned towards Smith and said, "This criminal investigation thing, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Would it get anywhere?" There are moments in all our lives when we hold in our hands the fate of others. The words we say will set in motion a series of events which cannot be undone, however much we might later wish it could. We are not always aware of that responsibility at the time, but Smith was on this occasion. He said, "No one can say for certain. The burden of proof is a heavy one. I speak from experience. Police officers put forward cases they believe are watertight and get told they cannot proceed. Still, in the safe at Diver and Diver's office, there is evidence of conspiracy to commit serious offences ranging over 5 years. In my personal opinion, Gerald, handled properly, the Crown Prosecution Service would be likely to agree it's in the public interest to press charges. And I'm sorry to sound like a law student's instruction manual, but that's what it does to you." Gerald said, "How would I do it? Who would I need to speak to?" Ah, whom, indeed. It was a good short list, some excellent candidates, but in the end Smith said, "I can give you a name and a number. You might as well start at the top. Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman. She's based at Kingslake Central Police Station." "And should I mention your name? I assume she'll know who you are." Smith said, "She'll probably remember me. No need to mention my name straight away. I'm sure she'll ask it as soon as she's heard the story." There was no more Smith could do here, and he had another appointment in half an hour. He asked Gerald what he was planning to do once Fraser and Metcalfe had what they needed, and Gerald told him he was going to see Andrew and Lillian Maguire. He'd phoned them yesterday and had a long conversation. When they heard he would be in King's Lake, they insisted he drive out to visit them. Gerald said, "I'm expecting to be in big trouble with Lillian. I'm hoping Milly will be a distraction." Ideal, thought Smith. It was why he'd mentioned the Maguires more than once in his conversations with Gerald. If the estate was contested, or even better, if Amanda Fitch was being investigated, what better witnesses could be called than the decent, honest Maguires? As ever, you have to think ahead. Fail to prepare, and you prepare to fail. As far as Smith was concerned, Amanda Fitch had been going down from the first time she told her toy boy to follow him. He stood up and held out a hand to Gerald. He said, "Good luck with this. You've done the right thing, and you have my number. And there's something else you should know." Gerald said, "Yes, what is it?" Smith looked them both in the eye before he said, confidentially, "If you play your cards right this afternoon, you'll get a jar of excellent homemade gooseberry jam." The small room to the right of Madison's desk had become a second office space, another sign that Diver and Diver Associates' business was still growing. Through the open door, Smith could see Polly Coverdale sitting at a table and studying a laptop screen. Madison, on the phone as ever, waved a hello, pointed at her boss's door, and mouthed, "2 minutes." He walked over to the doorway of the new office. Polly looked up and said, "Come in, I'm only booking my car in for an MOT. Smith said he had 1 or 2 contacts in the local motor trade if she ever had any problems, and she nodded in acknowledgment without taking him up on the offer. When she closed the laptop, she said, "I hear you've had a result. Nice one." Interesting, he thought. Polly had clearly become a part of the team at DDA in a way none of her predecessors had. He said, "Finding the daughter turned out to be crucial in the end. Once again, that was down to you." She shrugged that off and took a mouthful from a mug of coffee. He was about to turn away when she said, "So, where did you serve?" It's a question understood by everyone who has, and as he already knew Polly's history, Smith had no qualms about answering it. He said, "Various places, but my longest tour was in Belfast." Everyone understands what that means. Polly asked which company, and he answered, "The Special Reconnaissance Unit." She would know that probably meant undercover surveillance against the Irish Republican Army, and that it would be inappropriate to ask for more details. She said, "Fair enough. Anything after that?" He said, "No, the way it ended meant I had to come out. After that it was the police." She seemed to think about his answer before she nodded, and her eyes went back to the laptop and presumably work. Smith said, "I expect you already have a busy social life in Lake, but you'd be welcome to come out to our place and have lunch one day. We're about half an hour along the coast road." It was a risk, of course. She might think he'd taken pity on her. She looked back at him directly and asked whether he had dogs. He frowned, smiled, and said yes, just the one, but she was well behaved, and, "Okay, I'll take you up on the offer one day. Thanks." He'd heard another door open and voices behind him. Jason was there, beckoning him into the main office, and Madison was smiling, a warning he should have spotted. It wasn't until Jason closed the door that Smith realized both divers of DDA were present. Catherine was advancing, and her intentions were obvious. She was going to embrace him. She said, as the event took place, "Here he is, the man of the moment." She was 1 inch or 3 taller than him, and for an awful moment it seemed he would be pressed into her statuesque bosom. But he managed to struggle free and dive into the chair that Jason was pointing towards. Now she was only gazing at him fondly as she took a seat of her own. Jason said, "As you can see, David, Catherine is fully up to speed. How did things go at Fraser and Metcalfe this morning?" "Well," said Smith, keeping a wary eye open for further advances from the tall, blonde, and mad woman seated to his left, Gerald Fitch had decided to contact the Kings Lake police. It was possible the items in the safe behind Jason would be required by them at some point in the near future. Catherine said, With 5 millions at stake, it's possible that even if the police don't proceed, Mr. Fitch could begin a civil case. We'd be well positioned to assist him with that, wouldn't we?" The question was directed at both the men in the room. Jason was a clever young man, but there was no doubt in Smith's mind where the requisite ruthlessness was to be found in the business. It wasn't about money. The two of them had always had that. What drove Catherine Diver was something much more deadly. Smith said he was sure the police would be interested, and began to get out of the chair. Jason stopped him with a raised hand. "Axon Life are delighted. I've spoken to Frances Dunhill, but I think she intends to call you in person, David. She'd like to know exactly how you found him, in case, as she said to me, they ever get a similar situation." "Or," put in Catherine, "they could just call us, couldn't they?" She was smiling at him again. Jason said, "As I mentioned to you, the deal Catherine negotiated gives us a percentage of the policy's agreed value, if paid in full. It's a tiny percentage, but of a considerable sum. We do intend to share it with everyone involved here at the agency." Smith said he thought that was a good idea, and he reminded Jason that Polly had given him the lead to Lauren Fitch. If he hadn't been able to get Gerald and his daughter back together last Monday, things would not have progressed as they had this week. "In the meantime," said Jason, reaching down to one side of his impressively executive office chair, "I hope you'll accept a token of our appreciation. You and I had a conversation about the blend of things that makes an outstanding investigator." He handed a bottle-shaped gift bag across the desk, and Smith took it. Jason said, "And you mentioned whiskey, so—" Out of the bag, Smith lifted a beautifully boxed bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label. He said, "Oh, dear me, this is an expensive bottle of Scotch." Catherine said, "Well, when you open it, I want you to raise a glass and say, 'Here's to more to come.' You've put us on the map, David." She had that look on her face again. It was time to get out of there. Chapter 31. They had discovered, as Smith put it in one of their discussions, the impossibility of silence in the modern world. Walkers passing by on the bank, a fighter jet making practice runs far out over the wash, notifications from their favourite weather app, Layla sniffing at the study door, all had been recorded on the little Sony device Joe was using to make a demo for the Audiobook company. They had asked for around 10 minutes of her reading, but sometimes she had switched it off in frustration after little more than as many seconds. Smith realized she'd become caught up in a loop of self-criticism, and that what lay at the bottom of all this were her doubts about the sound of her own voice, which was ironic, of course, because as a writer she had a distinctive one. In the end, after 3 days of abortive attempts, he had had to take a firm line. This morning he'd said, "I'm taking Layla for a long walk. Whatever you've recorded when we get back is what you're sending." The recent spell of sunshine had dried out the higher banks of the salt marsh creeks. It was pleasant just to sit in the morning breeze, watching tufts of white cloud drifting to the east, and the tide creeping back in. It would be full just after midday, and they would take the boat out for an hour before their visitors arrived. He raised the binoculars and looked at the curlew. He was certain now it was the same bird he had first seen almost a month ago. On more than one occasion he'd watched it depart, carrying in its bill some sort of prey, a ragworm or something like that. But surely it was too late for it to be feeding young. Perhaps a replacement clutch had been laid somewhere out on the grazing marshes. It was good to think of that, those threatened birds hanging on somewhere not far away, surviving against the odds. Last evening he had finally succumbed to temptation and unscrewed the top of the bottle of Johnny Walker Blue. At the back of a cupboard he'd found that special glass, the Glencairn crystal, hand-cut and shaped to enhance the colour and the aromas of fine whiskies, and he had poured out a few drams. He savoured it, and began a discussion with himself as to whether this was a serious challenger to, say, a 20-year-old Talisker, or the 16-year-old Abalur. The discussion was ongoing and likely to last at least as long as the bottle of Johnny Walker. "It's a blend of things," he'd said to Jason Diver, "like a good whisky. The things that make a good detective. Active attention, concentrating, focusing, looking instead of just seeing. Then the informed expectation, using one's experience and memories to forecast precisely, to make guesses that are intelligent. And the final thing? He had concluded, having thought about the matter too often over too many years, that it was ambition of imagination, by which he meant the critical ability to question, to doubt what has been accepted, what others believe has been established. The exceptional bird-watcher looks through a spotting scope at the funny Dunlin and has the nerve to say aloud, "Why isn't that a western sandpiper?" Smith had looked through the scope of his imagination and said to himself, yes, Gerald Fitch disappeared. It would be interesting to know where he went and how he got there, but the important question is why. Smith had imagined a number of answers to that question, and one of them had been more or less correct. He watched Layla searching through the margins of the creeks, nose down, tail up, and wagging. She would be happy doing that for hours on end. She never found very much, but that wasn't the point. She was just a dog doing what a dog is meant to do. Few people are as lucky as that. When he arrived back at the cottage, Joe pointed at the recorder and walked out of the room before he'd switched it on. 5 minutes later she returned, but he didn't turn off the recording, so she sat across the lounge from him and folded her arms, waiting for it to end. As soon as it had, she said, "I sound like a robot." Smith looked at her and then back at the recorder, looked thoughtfully. Joe said, "Well, I do, don't I?" He said, "Speaking as someone who has never listened to an audiobook, I think they'll accept it." She had to laugh as she said, "That's not exactly being damned with faint praise, but it's not far off." He pressed play on the recorder and waited for it to begin again. Joe pulled a face but said nothing. After a few sentences, Smith paused it and said, "It's measured and controlled, but it isn't robotic, not at all. I think it suits your material and your readers. Your books aren't sensationalist. They're about real crimes and the terrible things that can happen to ordinary people. They're about professional police officers. It wouldn't be right to over-dramatize that, at least not in my opinion. The way you're reading it makes your work sound serious, and that's good, because it is." She managed to accept that as a compliment, and Smith said, "So we'll do what I said. Download this one onto your laptop and send it today. It's over with then, and we can start trying to rebuild our relationship." Joe came and sat next to him and made a very acceptable apology for being difficult for the past 3 days. Then he suggested they make a sandwich and take it with them when they sailed Rebecca Louise at the top of the tide in about an hour's time. He went up to his study. Since working with the agency, he'd written up case notes on lined A4 and stored them in a ring binder. It was more appropriate to hand over something like that, if necessary, rather than an Alich notebook. The faithful Alich was still the perfect design for field work, and it was a simple matter and a good discipline to write up the notes on a daily basis. Gerald Fitch had phoned him yesterday afternoon, and there had been some significant developments. Behind that ornate and oversized desk, Gordon Fraser could come across as smug and self-satisfied, but he knew his way around a lawsuit. Of that there was no doubt. All the bank accounts in question had been frozen pending legal representations from one of the account holders. A formal letter had been sent to Amanda Fitch inviting her to appoint her own representatives in order that matters be resolved swiftly. She was invited to ask for a sum to cover her living expenses in the meantime. Oh, Smith had thought, she'll enjoy that, and there's no way Mr. Fraser is going to agree to her first lot of numbers. Ms. Archer had also called and spoken to Gerald, and Smith was pleased about that too. She'd probably gone straight to Fraser after spotting Smith in the waiting-room and asked how she could be of assistance. She had listened to Gerald's story and said she agreed with her colleague, and your boss, thought Smith, that in view of the situation regarding the considerable sum of money involved, the police should be informed of what had taken place between Gerald and his wife. Gerald had told her that David Smith of Diver and Diver Associates had been a witness to some of this, and apparently Ms. Archer said she was looking forward to discussing the matter with him. Smith took out his mobile and checked for missed calls, but there was nothing as yet. Lauren Fitch's landlord had received a letter from Fraser and Metcalfe informing him that all future communications with his tenant were to be conducted through themselves. The letter also stated that Ms. Fitch had been advised to consider seeking compensation for the distress caused to herself and her disabled daughter. Any sums awarded would be additional to the legal costs incurred by their client. Smith had said to Gerald, "He doesn't hang about, does he, our Mr. Fraser?" "No," Gerald had said, "and it's all rather a whirlwind. Not so long ago, all I had to worry about was my home falling into the sea." But Smith could detect no note of resentment there, and he was more certain than ever that the cameraman, as Marilyn had once called him, would be in a much better place, in every sense of the word, once this had all worked through to a conclusion. Smith asked about Lauren, and was told she was to visit Gerald tomorrow and spend the day with him. Smith thought, that's today. They'll be there now. He'll be getting to know that little girl. If Gerald doesn't come back to King's Lake, and it's pretty certain he won't, how long will it be before Lauren and Fleur are moving home and living somewhere by the sea? And the Maguires? Gerald told him it had been a rather emotional reunion. The recriminations had lasted only for a matter of seconds, maybe a minute or two, before the laughter and the tears. When Gerald told them what his solicitors were proposing, Lillian had said if he needed any more information about that dreadful woman he only needed to ask. From this, Smith deduced that Mrs. Maguire had conducted her own investigations over the years, and that she knew things she had not shared with the private detective from King's Lake. As for the police, Gerald had said finally, they asked a lot of questions. I couldn't get through to the lady you mentioned, not at first, so I called back yesterday. I was talking to a detective sergeant for a while. He was helpful, but when I mentioned your name, he put me on hold, and then it was the detective chief inspector who came onto the line. She was very businesslike. She wanted the dates, times, and places. I had the feeling she intends to call me back at some point. Smith said, "What time was it you spoke to her?" And Gerald answered that it had been around midday. Smith had received a call from Kingslake Central at 4 yesterday afternoon. He pictured the scene in the squad's main office, the DCI consulting her DI, Tom Green, followed by the quick background checks on the individuals already named. Presumably these would not include the former police officer involved as a witness, but who knows? Assume nothing. Layla had taken her usual place in the bows, nose into the wind, posing and looking for all the world like a ship's figurehead. This always made them smile, and Smith said, whereas the Vikings had dragons and serpents carved there to terrify the natives, we have a small friendly dog. we come in peace." They sailed out beyond the long spit of dunes and into the open sea, where, despite the calmness of the day, there was still a swell, and sometimes a little spray broke over them as the bows dipped into a coming wave. The sailing conditions were perfect, and they went further than usual, round the point and towards the long strand where the grey seals loafed on the silver sand, and lazily watched the small boat as it drifted by. Layla barked at them once or twice, but the seals only stared and blinked, as seals do. Smith thought, "It's a picture. I should have brought the camera." And then he thought about Gerald Fitch and Ian Fisher. He'd said to Gerald, "Will you go back to Broughton Farm?" And the answer had been, "Of course. I've been in this morning." It wasn't good news, actually. Smith had asked why, and Gerald had said, "The doctor has seen him again. The arthritis has progressed, despite his medications. He's going to lose a lot of his mobility over the next year or so." "What about his painting?" Smith had said. "Will he still manage that?" "It's unlikely. He's pretty much one-handed already. So I think it's important to keep going now for as long as he can. The world should see what he's capable of. A gift like that is—" Gerald hadn't been able to finish the sentence. Smith said it was a shame, and then Gerald said, "And those 3 pictures you found in Haysborough have all been sold and collected. If you had walked in there a couple of weeks later, well, we wouldn't be having this conversation." Fate? Destiny? Coincidence? Smith swung the tiller round and began to tack the boat back towards the entrance into the channel and the marshes. He'd spent enough of his life trying to puzzle out the meanings of words like those. Things are what they are, and the sooner we can accept that, the happier we will be. Rebecca Louise picked up speed as she crossed the breeze, and more spray flew up from the bows. He could have slowed her a little, but Layla was snapping at the droplets in the air, and Joe was looking back at him and laughing, an image caught by the shutter of his mind, a moment captured like a photograph, one he would remember often in the years to come. At 3:05 that afternoon, Layla lifted her head, and then they could hear the sound of a vehicle coming down the track towards Drift's End. They heard it slow, and the gears dropped down at the halfway point where the worst of the bumps and dips are, and Smith thought, "We might have to get that fixed before the winter." He went out into the garden and watched the black Astra hatchback as it turned into their parking spaces. A man and a woman got out, a big, powerful-looking man and a slim, athletic-looking woman, and made their way through the gate in the white picket fence. Layla came running past and began to bounce around the woman, who ignored Smith then, and began to make a fuss of the dog. The man came towards Smith. He had a stern expression, unsmiling and businesslike, and he stopped a few feet away. Without preliminaries, he said, "David Smith?" Smith acknowledged his own identity, but nothing more. "We're officers from Kingslake Central Police Station. We're here to interview you and take a statement about some serious matters which have been reported to us. You will not be under caution, but you should understand that anything you say might be used in evidence in a court of law. Do you understand what I have just explained to you?" Smith said, "Yes, I understand." Joe had joined Serena Butler, who was watching and listening to this performance. The 2 women looked at each other, shook their heads in mutual incomprehension, and began a conversation about the dog. Then Smith said, "Hello, John. Good to see you. It's been too long. How are Maggie and the boy?" "Both well," John Murray told him. "The problem with young William's hearing had all sorted itself out. He'll be at school before long, and Maggie was thinking about part-time work." "Has she considered the police?" said Smith, and Murray replied, "It's funny you should mention it, but—" Murray then said, "The DCI is going to interview Amanda Fitch, or rather Chris will, with Serena, tomorrow morning. That's why she wants your statement today. She suggested Detective Sergeant Waters, should come and take this statement, but he couldn't face it. I could see why, so I volunteered. It would have been amusing, being formally interviewed by his last trainee, but Smith could also see why Waters had declined the opportunity. He said, "That's sooner than I would have anticipated, John. But the woman's had plenty of warning she could be in trouble. Someone should have been checking she's—" He stopped because Murray had a rare smile beneath the raised eyebrows. "You can say what you like about the DCI, and some people say plenty, but she's thorough. Someone has been checking, and as of this morning, Mrs. Fitch is still at home, so it looks as if she's planning to tough it out." Smith said, "Good. That always makes the job more rewarding in the end. So I'd better do my part. You're going to interview me?" "Yes, I am, sir." "Fancy a cup of tea before we start?" John Murray said, "I'd love one, DC."